A man has just been reborn. The first thing he did was to spend 10 million to buy a bird. Moreover, it was an extremely ugly crow, and people around thought I had lost my mind. Little did they know, soon after, because of this crow, the whole world would be shaken. It turned out that the apocalypse would arrive in a month. 80% of the world's population would turn into zombies. The remaining people and animals awakened abilities, while I originally only had the common lightning ability. Yet, I unexpectedly discovered that my body could be tempered using abilities. In the end, I became the renowned Meat Altar Master, thinking I would be invincible. However, I was unexpectedly severely injured by a bird that awakened mental abilities, and that bird was none other than the crow. Now that I have a second chance at life, I will not let such a thing happen. So I immediately rushed to the flower and bird market in my memory to inquire, only to find out that the crow had just been bought. Upon hearing this, I decisively offered a hefty reward, determined to find the buyer of that crow. After that, I would start hoarding supplies because the apocalypse was approaching quickly. By then, even a piece of moldy bread would be fought over. And as the owner of the Walmart supermarket, I undoubtedly had the most convenient channel for stocking up. So I directly called the supplier and requested them to deliver 50 million worth of food to me. However, the person in charge scolded me, questioning if I had gone mad, as my supermarket, although not small in scale, was completely insufficient to store these supplies. But I staked my years of reputation as a guarantee, and directly offered 5 million as a deposit to show sincerity, which finally silenced the other party. After paying the deposit, my savings were almost depleted, yet I was not worried at all about the subsequent final payment. After all, the end of the world is approaching, and who will remember this money by then? At the same time, I directly fired all the supermarket employees, but kept only one named Fongping. In the previous life, just as I was severely injured by a crow and the enemy was preparing to besiege me, an Earth-type Esper saved me by tunneling underground, but the enemy pursued relentlessly. In the end, this Esper sacrificed themselves to buy time, and this person was my employee, Fongping. After this incident, I finally understood that one cannot survive alone in the apocalypse, and Fongping is a person of great loyalty and righteousness, so I decided to bring him into my team. Soon, supplies were continuously being transported to the supermarket, including 1,000 tons of meat, 3,000 tons of rice and noodles, 10,000 tons of mineral water and beverages, not to mention countless vegetables, fruits, and compressed biscuits. Meanwhile, Fongping was counting the goods on the side, and also taking care of moving them. Unexpectedly, at that moment, I asked him, "Aren't you curious why I am hoarding so many goods?" But Fongping whispered curiously, "I won't ask. When the boss wants to tell me, he will naturally say." But I continued, "What if I don't intend to tell you?" However, Fongping chuckled and said, "It's okay. I have no parents anyway. You are the person I trust the most. You won't harm me." Upon hearing this, I was stunned, then smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Silly kid, go home. We're closed for the day." At the same time, I secretly vowed in my heart to ensure my brother lives a good life. After sending Fongping away, I closed the supermarket door and went upstairs. Looking at the various supplies piled up like mountains in the warehouse, a deep sense of satisfaction welled up in my heart. Then I raised my hand and snapped my fingers. In an instant, a white light flashed, and all the supplies disappeared. Of course, this was not magic. It was due to the space I had. There was a very large space inside the ring, and time within the space was completely still, so there was no need to worry about food spoilage. The next day, Fongping arrived at work on time. However, when he pushed open the door, he was dumbfounded, thinking that the supermarket had been robbed and all the supplies stolen. But I told him directly that I had hidden the supplies because the apocalypse was about to break out. Upon hearing this, Fongping was shocked. "What? The apocalypse is about to happen? Boss, you're not joking, are you?" But I said to him seriously, "What do you think I'm hoarding so many supplies for? Tomorrow at 12:10 noon, there will be a large number of zombies roaming the streets. 80% of the people in our city of Linhai will turn into zombies. Boss, will I turn into a zombie?" "No? That's good." Although Fongping is a little scared, he feels much calmer. Then I said to him, "Of course, you don't need to worry too much. I know your character, so you are a trustworthy partner to me." Hearing this, Fongping finally let go of his hanging heart. However, at that moment, my phone rang. It turned out to be news about the crow finally. But when I learned about the buyer's information, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It turned out that the buyer who took the crow was my supplier. It seems that in a past life, he commanded that crow to attack me. After all, the only one who knows how much inventory I have in this world is Lu Yongkong, my supplier. At that moment, he was in my supermarket directing his subordinates, holding a birdcage in his hand. Inside the birdcage was a chick, which was an undeveloped crow. I went up to Manager Lu and asked directly, what species of bird is in this cage? I find it quite pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Lu Yongkang burst into laughter. This is a carrion crow, a type of crow. I carefully selected this one. I continued to flatter, the quality is really good. Manager Lu, would you be willing to sell it to me? Unexpectedly, Lu Yongkang hesitated. I spent a long time picking this one early in the morning. If you really like it, I'll give you another chick another day. I really like it. I'll buy it for 100,000. Zhang, it's not about the money. 200,000, buddy. Come on, 300,000. This is my greatest sincerity. Alright, I'll help my brother out. I hope you treat her well. Although Lu Yongkang pretended to be reluctant on the surface, his heart was actually overjoyed. He cursed me directly, calling me a fool for spending 300,000 to buy a chick. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I immediately transferred the money to his account. Although I've spent all my savings, I'm very happy, because the final step is to deal with Lu Yongkang himself. So I immediately said to him, Mr. Lu, you've worked hard these days. Come to my supermarket tomorrow at noon, I'll pay you the final payment, and treat you well. Hearing this, Lu Yongkang was instantly delighted. That's great. Mr. Zhang, I'll come over tomorrow on time. However, I just smiled faintly, thinking I'll wait for you to come and meet your doom tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the next day, Lu Yongkang arrived at 11:30 a.m. and even brought 2 employees. But I warmly served them, offering each of them Longjing tea. After seeing all 3 of them take at least a sip, I let out a satisfied smile. Then I directly told them without hiding anything, I don't intend to give you any money. Hearing this, Lu Yongkang became anxious. Are you planning to default on the payment? Zheng Chen, let me tell you. In this Linhai city, no supermarket has the guts to freeload off our company. Saying this, he angrily stood up and was about to leave with his men, but as soon as the 3 of them stood up, they suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, as if they had been emptied out, and then collapsed softly. Meanwhile, Fong Ping beside me was stunned, not knowing what I intended to do. I instructed Fong Ping to close the doors and windows, then proceeded to tie up the 3 individuals, preparing for the arrival of the apocalypse. Soon, it was 12:10, and immediately, there was a commotion outside. Many people collapsed in agony right away, with black sticky fluid oozing from their mouths, then transforming directly into zombies. At this moment, Fong Ping looked through the tightly closed window and witnessed this tragic scene, although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand. Yet, he couldn't control his trembling. However, having survived in the apocalypse for several years, I watched all of this expressionlessly, considering that I had already witnessed scenes 10 times more terrifying in my previous life. Unexpectedly, Lu Yongkang and the others woke up at this moment, with him starting to chatter incessantly, issuing threats continuously. I impatiently reached for my ear. You're so noisy. Then, I picked up the fire axe placed nearby and slowly walked towards him. Seeing this, Lu Yongkang's expression turned fearful as he pleaded, Zhang Chen, we have no grievances, why do you want to kill me? Spare my life, spare my life. Sorry, there's no mercy, I said as I raised the fire axe, and with a swift motion, his head fell to the ground with a thud. With vengeance fulfilled, my heart was instantly filled with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there came a roar from the side. I saw the remaining 2 employees, spewing black liquid from their mouths, while their skin's blood vessels turned dark purple. It was obvious that they had turned into zombies, but due to being bound by nylon ropes, they could only struggle in place. Just as I was about to finish them off, Fong Ping, however, bravely said to me, Boss, since they've become zombies, let me take care of them. Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief, so I replied to Fong Ping, the biggest weakness of these zombies is their heads. Once you chop off their heads, they'll die. With that, one swing of an axe took care of a zombie. Fong Ping took the axe and, following suit, chopped off the zombie's head. Even after the zombies died, I didn't hesitate. I took out a knife, pried open their skulls, and extracted 2 small crystal-like objects known as crystal cores. Each zombie has one in their brain. Absorbing it can enhance the abilities of superhumans. I briefly explained to Fong Ping what a superhuman is, then I directly swallowed the crystal core. I then decisively sat down to activate my abilities. Suddenly, countless streams of electricity filled my body, under the stimulation of which, my body was continuously getting stronger. However, I was not very satisfied because currently, I was just a lowly first-level superhuman. It turned out that superhumans in this world are divided into 10 levels, and only when reaching level 10 can one be called a transcendent powerhouse. The same zombies are also divided into levels. The higher the level of the zombie, the stronger the crystal's effect. Upon seeing this, Fong Ping immediately said, "Boss, let's go out and kill zombies now." But I shook my head. There are too many zombies on the streets now. Our strength is not strong enough. It would be dangerous if we were surrounded. After saying that, I looked towards the supermarket's back door, because the back door of the supermarket leads to a high-end residential area, undoubtedly the best new first copy. So what I am going to do next is to clear out the entire residential building. However, my physical level is not high enough at the moment. There is a risk of injury even when dealing with first-level zombies. So I took out a fire axe and a riot shield from my space, then walked up to the front door of the first household in the residential building. After politely knocking on the door, all I heard was a roar, so I confirmed that there were zombies inside, and then I directly raised the fire axe to break open the door. Instantly, 3 zombies rushed towards me. However, I used my left hand to hold up the riot shield, directly blocking the 3 zombies at the doorway. Then, swinging the fire axe with my right hand quickly, the 3 zombies fell dead. In this way, relying on agile positioning, I directly cleared out the zombies on all 6 floors. In total, I collected 32 mutant crystal cores, absorbing half of them myself, and leaving the rest to Fong Ping and Wu Ye. Following that, I knocked on the door of room 701 as usual. Unexpectedly, after breaking open the door, 30 zombies rushed out. Seeing the situation, I knew I couldn't handle it, so I slipped away directly. Fortunately, my physical fitness is still good. I quickly shook them off and rushed back to the supermarket. After returning, I didn't idle either. I directly let Fong Ping start absorbing the energy crystal nuclei, and Fong Ping indeed did not disappoint me. Absorbing 12 crystal nuclei in one go, this is considered top-notch among first-level ability users. However, I absorbed 15 at once, and I still wasn't completely satisfied. But I want to leave the remaining crystal nuclei to the crow. After all, this crow's mental ability is extremely rare. And after feeding it all night last night, this crow has completely accepted me. He can even understand and speak simple words. So I held up the crystal nucleus and asked the little guy in the birdcage, "Can you absorb this?" Unexpectedly, the little crow immediately started crying and begging for it. "I want to call Daddy for help. Daddy, your son is really obedient. Remember to absorb them one by one." Saying that, I handed him 5 energy crystal boxes. Unexpectedly, the little guy opened his mouth and swallowed them all. There were no issues at all. Instead, he grew a bit bigger. Even after eating, he opened his mouth as if asking for more. So, to fill the little guy's belly, I took Fong Ping back to the residential building we were in earlier. Soon, the two of us dealt with the 30 zombies in the corridor. Subsequently, we even cleared the entire building. In the end, with over 100 collected different name crystal nuclei, both Fong Ping and I were promoted to second-level ability users. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to go out again. At that moment, a woman was banging on the supermarket back door, shouting about being chased by zombies or something similar. Hearing this, Fong Ping immediately felt a twinge of compassion, then asked me if he should open the door for her. However, I deeply understand the terrifying nature of kindness in the apocalypse, but I decided to teach Fong Ping a lesson. So I directly opened the door, and sure enough, 2 zombies were chasing after the woman. After dealing with the zombies, Fong Ping made a cup of instant noodles for the woman. Later, I found out that the woman did not possess any abilities, so I decided to let her leave on her own. After all, I couldn't keep a useless person here forever. However, he directly hugged the doorframe, refusing to leave. Seeing this, I was about to drag him out in anger, but just as my hand was about to touch the woman's head, his index finger suddenly grew a 1-inch bone spike, and then it stabbed fiercely towards my heart. A normal person would definitely die from such a sneak attack, but he didn't even pierce my skin. The woman, stunned by the situation, expressed disbelief. Little did she know, my body had been strengthened by lightning. How could a mere first-level ability user harm me? I then let out a cold laugh, and proceeded to deal with the incredulous woman directly. As Fong Ping came to his senses, he knew he was in the wrong. He then apologized to me with an ashamed expression, promising to be more careful in the future. Seeing my own brother turn over a new leaf, I feel very relieved. So at lunch, I directly added an extra drink for Fong Ping. After eating, as usual, I picked up the telescope to look down the street. I saw no less than 100 zombies wandering in front of the supermarket, although they were all just level 1 zombies. But when they rushed towards us, Fong Ping and I couldn't withstand it. Unexpectedly, just as I was worrying about how to leave, I saw a little boy appear in the distance on the street. He swaggered across the street, walked to the bottom of the supermarket, while the surrounding zombies showed no reaction at all. I was completely stunned, and what surprised me even more was that he directly knocked on the supermarket door. So I quickly rushed downstairs to open the door. To my surprise, the first thing the little boy said got straight to the point. "Boss, can I join you guys?" Having learned from the last lesson, I was more cautious, so I asked the boy for some basic information. Turns out his ability is to lower his presence, so the zombies around just now didn't notice him. He even has another more outlandish ability. That is, he can predict danger through coin divination, and he found me reliable through divination, which is why he joined. Hearing this, without hesitation, I welcomed him to join because in a previous life, I had heard of his name. And he, at that time, only joined a non-mainstream team. But who would have thought that in just a few months, the team unexpectedly rose to become the second in command for the entire Linhai city. And of course, I won't let go of this talent. So I immediately had him divine the danger level of raiding the warehouse supplies of the largest supplier headquarters in Donglin City. Because I know that although I currently have 50 million supplies, it won't be enough once the team grows larger. Upon hearing this, the young boy Hu Xiaonan tossed a coin, which then emitted an orange light upon landing, symbolizing a higher level of danger. Seeing this, Hu Xiaonan was immediately a bit frightened. But I wasn't afraid at all. Instead, I suggested we depart promptly because I know that in the apocalypse, there's nowhere that's absolutely safe, and the early stages are the best time to scavenge for supplies. Soon, it was evening, and the three of us were ready to set off. The reason for choosing the night was that the vision of zombies at night is poor, so as long as we don't get smelled, it's relatively safe. However, the destination was 20 kilometers away from the supermarket, and we had no means of transportation to get there. So, I decided to go to a nearby car shop to inquire. Soon, we arrived at the shop's door and knocked, but there was no response for a long time. Just when we thought the people inside had turned into zombies, we were ready to break in. Suddenly, the door was opened by a middle-aged man who grumbled about us ruining his good thing, then proceeded to ask about our purpose. Hearing this, I mentioned that we needed to purchase 3 electric cars. Unexpectedly, after the man recognized me as the supermarket owner, he immediately made outrageous demands, asking for 500 pounds of pork, 100 pounds of rice, 40 boxes of mineral water, and 50 boxes of condoms in exchange. Hearing this, I immediately felt unhappy, as this exchange wasn't worth it even before the apocalypse, let alone after, where a pound of pork could get you a woman. So I decided to leave and inquire at another place, but at that moment, I heard a low growl coming from the adjacent lounge. I immediately recognized it as the sound of a zombie, but just as I was about to investigate, the man vehemently tried to stop me. Despite his efforts, I pushed past and entered the lounge, only to witness a nauseating scene. I saw a naked female zombie tied up, and I instantly understood the man's request for condoms. The man, seeing that his secret was out, dropped the act and demanded 5 bags of rice and 10 boxes of condoms in exchange, which was his final offer. However, I refused to give anything and revealed to him a brutal truth. That being intimate with a zombie would also lead to infection. Hearing this, the man panicked, lowering his head in despair, trembling all over. But in the next moment, he suddenly rushed towards me, with black liquid oozing from his mouth, clearly having turned into a zombie. Seeing the situation, Fong Ping directly ended him with an axe. Afterwards, I stored hundreds of electric cars in the space, leaving only 3 to ride over. Although there was a group of zombies chasing us on the road, they were only first-level zombies with slow speed, so we quickly reached our destination safely. After arriving, I didn't rush in, but sent a crow to patrol ahead. Soon, I found out that there were thousands of zombies surrounding the warehouse. There are also 23 survivors in the warehouse, including 3 awakened leaders. Upon hearing this, I expressed that riding the electric bike directly wouldn't work, so I planned to drive the nearby truck through. Even on the way to the warehouse, I didn't forget to swing the bowling ball. I smashed hundreds of zombies, while Fong Ping beside me was enjoying it. After reaching the warehouse gate, I directly let the crow fly in to help us open the door. The survivors in the warehouse, upon hearing the noise outside the door, immediately became alert. Then, the leader Wang Sanshan and 2 others started walking towards the door. Unexpectedly, a crow suddenly flew out of the ventilation opening of the gate. The 3 of them reacted violently upon seeing this. However, the next second, the crow flew straight to the button to open the door. At this moment, the responsive Wang Sanshan shouted loudly, saying that the crow was going to open the door for the zombies, so everyone quickly killed it. So Wang Hu beside him took out a big knife and chopped at it. However, the crow easily dodged it. Afterwards, the crow just taunted Wang Hu in the air. Suddenly, Wang Hu's head exploded, shocking the other 2. Seizing the opportunity, the crow opened the gate and a truck rushed in. Then I got off the car and directly stated my need for supplies. Seeing the situation, Wang Sanshan knew not to mess with me, so He intended to send us off with just a few bags of rice. Hearing that, I just smiled faintly and then directly stated that I wanted all your supplies. Hearing this, Wang Sanshan immediately got angry. He rushed at me with a machete, but he was not a fool. After killing zombies yesterday, he unintentionally discovered Jinha and even absorbed 3 at once, greatly increasing his strength. He believed he was invincible among level 1 ability users. However, his seemingly invincible strike was easily blocked by me with an axe, and I swiftly dealt with him. The remaining people naturally dared not make a sound. I looked at the 6,000 square meter cold storage with excitement. After all, the supplies here were incomparable to those in my space. Just as I was about to start collecting supplies, a woman's voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Boss Shang, I want to make a deal with you." Hearing this, I looked up and saw a very beautiful woman, sparking my interest. I replied, "Let's hear it," and the woman continued, "I need you to help me escort to a safe place outside, and the reward is the supplies in this warehouse, feel free to take them." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "It seems like you think I might kill you, can't just take it casually." However, the woman directly threatened, "I bet you won't dare to kill me, because I have an alarm device in my hand. Once I press it, the alarm will sound throughout the entire factory. By then, hundreds or even thousands of zombies will block the door." Looking at the woman's attitude, she seemed certain that I wouldn't dare touch her. However, I didn't indulge her. In the next moment, I reached out and crushed her neck with my hand. The speed was so fast that he maintained a confident expression before his death. Unexpectedly, the alarm at the main gate was still triggered. It turns out, this woman turned out to be the hidden fourth Esper. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't have reacted in time. After the alarm sounded, the zombies outside immediately became agitated, and soon the main gate was filled with the sound of countless banging. But I didn't care at all because I was storing the warehouse supplies piece by piece into my space. Soon, I had collected all the items from the cold storage and room temperature area, thinking that batteries would be needed to establish a base in the future. So I was about to gather the backup batteries from the warehouse. However, at that moment, the crow flew urgently to my side. It said that there were already 700 to 800 zombies blocking the entrance. The warehouse door was about to be pushed open. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave later. Hearing this, I didn't delay anymore, but instead called my companions to quickly get on the car. Unexpectedly, just as I got on the car, I heard a loud bang as the gate was opened. Seeing this, I immediately stepped on the gas pedal. Obviously, this group of zombies couldn't stop the power of the truck, quickly knocking them over and driving out. Even though hundreds of zombies were chasing from behind, their speed couldn't match that of the truck. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the car suddenly shook violently. Seeing this, Fang Ping was puzzled, asking when the roadblock was set up here, as there wasn't one when they arrived. Upon hearing this, I glanced at the rearview mirror. I then said that one of the rear tires had burst, but it didn't matter as the zombies behind couldn't catch up. However, just after I finished speaking, the car jolted violently again. It turned out that another tire on the rear wheel had burst, causing the speed to slow down significantly. Soon, the zombies behind took the opportunity to climb onto the roof of the car. Seeing this, I also immediately guessed that the roadblock was set by the zombies. Watching more and more zombies around us, I decisively said to Fang Ping and the others, "You two leave on the electric bike. I can handle this group of first-level zombies." Fang Ping knew it wasn't the time for sentimentality. So, he and Hu Xiaonan decisively rode the electric bike and broke through the zombie horde. Meanwhile, I stood in place holding a fire axe, calmly watching a group of zombies rushing towards me, then swinging the axe randomly. The zombies near me were instantly chopped into pieces. Occasionally a few zombies managed to get close during the gaps. Unexpectedly, when they bit my skin with their sharp teeth, it was like biting on iron, and they were immediately broken. Watching this scene in front of me, instead of feeling happy, I focused with a serious expression, waiting for something. Sure enough, a zombie in the group couldn't sit still, directly raised a kitchen knife from behind and aimed at my neck. However, I was prepared early and dodged. Unexpectedly, this zombie did not continue the attack, but instead distanced itself from me. Seeing this, I finally confirmed my judgment, that there must be a level 2 zombie nearby, and it's an awakened intelligent level 2 zombie. You should know that at least a level 4 zombie is needed to have some intelligence, but this one not only has intelligence but even uses obstacles. So, I have to deal with this threat no matter what, and I immediately rushed towards the kitchen knife zombie. However, unexpectedly, upon seeing this, he turned and ran, seemingly wanting the surrounding zombies to consume my energy. But I'm not a fool either, so I directly shouted at him, "If you don't fight me, then I'll turn around and go back directly. You should know that these zombies can't stop me." As soon as these words were spoken, the kitchen knife zombie immediately stopped in place, as if understanding my meaning. Then he turned directly towards me and rushed over. I only heard the sound of the cleaver and fire axe colliding, making kicking noises as they struck each other several times. The cleaver was actually chopped directly, leaving the zombie stunned at the sight. But I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, swinging the axe fiercely towards his head. To my surprise, the zombie remained calm, as I saw the hard ice armor instantly rise between his left hand's fingers, then he forcefully crushed the axe into pieces. At the same time, his right hand condensed into an ice blade, ready to be thrown at me the next moment. However, at that moment, I shouted loudly towards the sky, calling for help. The crows hidden in the dark long ago, instantly their eyes emitted white light, then activated the mental slowing skill. Seeing the cleaver lost, his movements slowed down instantly. I took the opportunity to manipulate my ability, condensing the electric arc in my hand into a ball, a media bomb. Go die was my thunderstorm strike. Then, the thunder bomb made contact with the zombie's head. It burst open with a loud bang, scattering red and white all over the ground. I finally breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, only to realize that my entire back was already soaked in sweat. At this moment, the surrounding zombies were still rushing towards me recklessly, but I had no strength left to fight back. So I rode back to the supermarket. When Fang Ping saw me return safely, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying he was almost scared to death just now. But I couldn't dwell on sentimentality. Instead, I started calculating today's gains. We gathered 120,000 tons of survival supplies, adding up to a total of 166,000 tons of resources. However, we only have over 500 energy crystal nuclei, which makes it somewhat challenging to upgrade to third-tier abilities. Instead of immediately collecting more crystal nuclei, I turned around and went into a barbershop next to the supermarket. The owner of this shop is someone I knew from a past life, a rare acquaintance, and also a top-notch ability user. The shop owners are a pair of chubby siblings, known in the martial world as the black and white duo, with one excelling in assassination and the other in support. I definitely can't miss out on such talents, and my relationship with this sibling duo is quite good. However, when I entered the barbershop, I was only greeted by 3 ordinary zombies. I could only assume that the siblings couldn't make it, so I felt a pang of regret. Then, I and Fang Ping started scavenging in the neighborhood. It took a full 5 days to clear out all the zombies in building one of the Golden Moon District. In total, we harvested over 600 energy crystal nuclei, allowing me to be the first to advance to a third-tier ability user. And I also mastered the skill Thunder Enchantment, which means I can imbue weapons with lightning. Later, Fang Ting and Yaya also upgraded to the 3rd tier, while Hu Xiaonan fell just short. So I once again, along with Fang Ting and a few others, entered Building 2 of the Jinhua residential area, but little did I know at that moment that the chubby siblings I thought were dead were actually in this building. It turns out that when the apocalypse broke out initially, the siblings returned home. However, we happened to discover that a survivor team was formed in the residential area, but upon joining, we found out that the leader was completely irresponsible. Because once, the subordinates managed to collect some crystal cores with great difficulty, but they were all taken by the leader Ho Jinglong for himself. Yet, everyone dared to be angry but not speak out, because he was the only level 2 esper present. And today, he plans to send his subordinates out again to search for supplies and crystal cores, while promising to distribute them based on merit. At this moment, the chubby brother Suemo couldn't help but speak up, saying that although there were many zombies on the lower levels, the leader was a level 2 esper. If he could join us on the expedition, the casualties among the brothers would definitely be greatly reduced. As soon as this was said, those around immediately nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Ho Jinglong was not pleased. "So you're telling me what to do?" Hearing this, Suemo immediately shook his head repeatedly, indicating he dared not. However, Ho Jinglong had no intention of letting him go and directly threatened, "I heard you're quite close to the boss of the supermarket next door. You go over there and scavenge some supplies. If you don't go, your sister will suffer. After all, there's not much fun to be had in the apocalypse." With that, he looked maliciously at Su Mengyan, the sister. Upon hearing this, Zumo trembled with anger, but due to the power of the 2nd level esper, he had to compromise and agreed to go out with his sister to find supplies. However, Ho Jinglong forcibly kept his sister, even sending a subordinate to monitor Zumo, promising not to harm his sister if they found the supplies. Unexpectedly, as the two went downstairs, they thought they would encounter many zombies, but found the way empty. Seeing this, Zumo and his subordinate Xiaolu were stunned, wondering if some big shot had cleared out the zombies. Just as they hadn't recovered from their surprise at the lack of zombies, they happened to encounter me, who was about to brush the crystal core. And I, seeing Zumo who I thought had left, was also surprised. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for over 10 days, he had actually slimmed down so much. So I chatted briefly with him and quickly understood his current situation. However, at this moment, Zumo was probing and asked me about Manager Zhang. Did you kill all these zombies? Hearing this, I nodded. Zumo was shocked to the point of disbelief. After all, there were at least 700 to 800 zombies in this building. So he thought to himself, I'm so capable, maybe I can help him rescue his sister. But when he thought of Ho Jinglong's dozen or so subordinates watching closely, he had to change his tune and asked to borrow some supplies for relief. However, I directly said there was no need for such trouble. Zhou's dad intended to take Sumo upstairs to find Ho Jinglong. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the henchman Xiao Lu on the side became impatient and said, Hey, have you finished talking? Our boss is a level 2 esper. If you don't hand over the warehouse supplies. But before he could finish his sentence, I dealt with him directly in the next second. Then, I took a shocked Sumo upstairs, leaving him speechless. Upon arriving, Sumo also reluctantly knocked on the door. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper Wang Er did not open the door but questioned Sumo, Are you planning to betray us? However, just as Sumo was about to find an explanation, I said there was no need for trouble and then forcefully kicked open the door, attracting the attention of Ho Jingming with a loud noise. I went straight to the point and said, You want my supplies, right? Do you have any objections if I kill your henchman? However, Ho Jinglong didn't dare to argue at this moment. Instead, he agreed without hesitation. As long as you give me the supplies, you can kill as many as you want. After all, the other party suddenly rushed into the hometown aggressively. Who knows, they might be a level 2 esper as well. Hearing this, I directly sowed discord, questioning their leader's authority. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him now, I will accept them as a follower and reward them with 10 boxes of instant noodles. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became restless. After following Ho Jinglong for 3 days, enduring hunger for 18 hours was unbearable for them. So they rushed towards Ho Jinglong in a frenzy, but since Ho Jinglong is a second-level esper, while these people are only first level and lack any combat experience, they were quickly defeated. Did you see that? I was actually thrilled to see anger instead, because I simply wanted them to fight each other. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to take action to settle the last matter, Ho Jinglong suddenly rushed behind Su Mumei and Su Mengyan. The next moment, he held a knife to Su Mengyan's neck. I know you are not ordinary second-level espers, but now I have a hostage. If you don't let me go, I will kill him. On the side, Xu Nuo was shocked to see the situation, thinking that he shouldn't have been so reckless. However, the panic had not yet subsided. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Ho Jinglong, and then directly signaled for a dagger to pierce through his head. It turned out that the person behind him was Feng Ping hidden in the dark, and he had just used the newly comprehended third skill, Earth Escape. This scene shocked Zumo, thinking that if even a subordinate was so powerful, what about the leader? However, at that moment, I directly asked him, Are you and your sister willing to join our team? Hearing this, Zumo was pleasantly surprised and said, We are just ordinary first-level espers. Wouldn't joining you be just dead weight? But I smiled and reassured them, Don't worry, your talents are strong, you just haven't had the gold cores to enhance your strength. After joining, I will give each of you 50 gold cores to boost you to second-level espers. With these words, it once again refreshed Zumo's understanding. After all, he had spent several days gathering only a few dozen abilities with his team of over a dozen supernatural beings. Even all of these ended up in Ho Jinglong's hands, but Boss Fang casually waved his hand and produced 100 abilities. So, without hesitation, Zumo agreed to join upon hearing this, which brought me a sense of relief. Because my team now consists of 5 people, we finally have a complete lineup: warrior, mage, assassin, support, and healer. We can now be considered a qualified team, and I am clear on what I need to do next. My next task is to plunder all the supplies from the largest granary in Dongling City and store them in my space. After retrieving the crystal cores of Ho Jinglong and his team, everyone returned the way they came. The awakening team was established that evening, and they had a hot and steaming butter hot pot on the second floor, which moved Shu Emma's brother and sister to the verge of tears. They had been eating compressed biscuits these days and were almost sick of them. Just as they joined the new team, the boss prepared such a sumptuous meal for them. It made them feel honored but also under immense pressure. What if the boss made a mistake in choosing them? What if their talents were too poor and held the team back? Would they be kicked out of the team? Would they never eat such hot pot again in the future? Seeing the anxious look on the siblings' faces, Zhang Chen couldn't help but say, Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Your talents are really high. Just absorb the crystal cores step by step. Besides, we eat hot pot every day, it's not specially made for you. Okay, boss, Shu Emma nodded. Because they couldn't cook before, they had been eating instant noodles all along. Later, they realized how silly it was. If they couldn't cook, how could they handle hot pot? Throw in the hot pot base, boil the water. Lamb and beef rolls, wide noodles, tripe, intestines, shrimp balls were cooked in it. Isn't this a delicious dish? But even though it was hot pot, they had been eating it continuously for a week. Although they hadn't eaten until they were sick, the skin inflammation was unbearable, it was burning. So they still had to cook, but they didn't know if these two could? Shouldn't girls be able to cook? So Zhang Chen looked at Zumenjian, full of anticipation, and asked, Erpang, can you cook? You don't need to be very good, just normal meals will do. Our team urgently needs a chef who is good at cooking. I can cook, and I have a certificate, Zumenjian modestly replied. That's great. The chef has finally arrived. Ha ha, finally, we don't have to eat hot pot every day, it's so painful. Zhang Chen, Fangping, and Hu Xiaonan were ecstatic. Can you believe this? Can't stand eating hot pot in the apocalypse? If those survivors who have been hungry every day knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would commit suicide. Erpang, tomorrow's meals are up to you, thank you for your hard work, Zhang Chen said with a smile. It's not hard, it's my duty, Zumenjian nodded, feeling a bit lucky. Fortunately, she had studied cooking in a culinary school in another city and later obtained a first-level chef certificate. She also worked in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel for a few years, but her brother wanted the siblings to reunite. So she gave up that job and came to run a barbershop in Linhai City together. But they hadn't been in business for long before the apocalypse broke out. They thought they wouldn't need this skill anymore, but they were unexpectedly noticed by the new boss. Zumenjian was also grateful that she could cook. If the siblings lagged behind in battle, at least cooking could make up for it. The siblings glanced at each other and started eating meat again. However, besides the 5 of them at the table, the seemingly ordinary crow also joined them. Its expression was human-like, giving a strange feeling. When Shuema and Zumenjian occasionally glanced at it, the crow couldn't help but say, Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't seen a crow eating hot pot before? Oh my god, the crow can talk? The 2 siblings were so shocked that the lamb in their mouths fell out. The crow looked disdainful and said, Ignorant fools, I not only can talk, but I can also curse. I can rap, chicken, 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 you are so beautiful, baby crow, don't treat the new team members like this, be polite, okay? Zhang Chen frowned and stopped him. This guy was too sharp-tongued, and ordinary people couldn't stand it. Only Hu Xiaonan and the crow were a bit familiar, and their quarrels were just for fun. Shu Emma didn't mind and said, Boss, it's okay, we won't argue with a pet that can talk. After all, we are awakeners, and we will kill more zombies in the future. Oh, really? Are you an amazing awakener? I'm just a mutant crow, and I'm only at level 3. Even though I'm a lazy person, I've killed more zombies than you two. The crow boasted. Being able to cook is amazing? I, the crow, am the smartest. As long as I'm willing to learn. There's nothing I can't learn. Maybe in the future, I'll even play basketball. You need to recognize your position. You two have the lowest status and strength in the team. That's enough, it's just acting cowardly, don't pay attention to it. Zhang Chen's head exploded, making it screech loudly. Su Mo and Su Mengyan were struck again. So, they were the weakest in the team? Oh my, they couldn't even compare to a crow? You don't need to compare yourselves to the crow. Even among mutant creatures, its talent is among the best, almost on par with me. Zhang Chen comforted them. This made the siblings feel a bit better. But they didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Su Mo thought for a moment and said, But don't crows like to eat carrion? Is it really okay to eat hot pot? Before Zhang Chen could explain, the crow sneered, Crows never like to eat carrion. Although they are smart, they don't have the strong hunting ability like eagles. Since they can't hunt, should they starve to death? So they can only pick up some ready-made food, like carrion, insects, or other birds' eggs. Crows are omnivores, our digestive system is much stronger than yours, we can even eat carrion. Why can't we eat hot pot? Humans are really ignorant. Is that so? I've learned something. Su Mo modestly nodded. If you don't understand, there's nothing to argue about. The crow arrogantly said, Your attitude is good. From now on, you can call me the knowledgeable crow. Be my personal maid, I'll teach you knowledge. Come and groom my feathers. Little Suzy, this kind of opportunity is rare. Why don't you come and meet me? Su Mo was dumbfounded. Is this still a crow? Is there a human soul living inside you? Zhang Chen made its head explode again. Don't show off just because you've learned a little. Whether as a human or a crow, you need to learn to be humble. Understand? Knowledgeable people never boast about their knowledge, just like me. The crow obediently said, "Okay, Dad, what did you mean by little Suzy and me being your palace? What nonsense have you been watching again?" "I saw some TV dramas and movies stored on the phone. There seems to be one called Legend of Jinhuan. It's quite addictive, especially the line, 'These years of love and time, ultimately were wasted,'" Zhang Chen said impatiently. "Don't watch these dramas in the future." "No, I can't do that. If you talk nonsense again, I'll confiscate your phone, and you won't be allowed to watch anything." "Okay." The crow pretended to give in. In reality, it planned to watch secretly in the future. If Zhang Chen found out later, it could just kneel down and apologize. What's the big deal? After dinner, Zhang Chen sat on the largest sofa, with a map on the coffee table, and everyone gathered around. "Our awakener team has been established, so our next big goal will be a granary 40 kilometers away, which is very large, probably more than twice the size of the last warehouse." Zhang Chen scanned the group and said, "Big Fat and Second Fat have just joined the team. They are not familiar with teamwork yet, and the combat power of first-level awakeners is limited. So, let's continue to sweep the second building of Jinyue community until they reach the second level before taking action. What do you think?" "No problem, whatever the boss says. I'm in." Following the boss, Hu Xiaonan and Feng Ping exchanged a glance, understanding each other. This time it was finally confirmed that the boss definitely had spatial abilities and could store a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, it's impossible for the target to be so big every time. Although they had already guessed it, the two of them tacitly kept the secret. In their view, this was the boss's way of showing trust in them, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to guess it. Su Mo and Su Mengyan also nodded. "We have no problem either." Although they really didn't understand why the target was set as the granary. What's the use of such a big target? With 5 people plus a crow, how much more supplies could they get? Why not choose nearby supermarkets, underground malls, or department stores? They are closer, and each time they can gather a lot of supplies. Puzzled as they were, if they were to ask the leader why, that would be too tactless, and the boss had just saved them today, so they just needed to obey. After roughly discussing the plan, they each sat down to chat. Because they had eaten hot pot and smelled of it, Su Mengyan wrinkled her nose and said, "This smell is too strong. I want to take a bath." "Boss, there should be tap water here, right?" Suamo also whispered, "I want to wash too. It's been over 10 days. I smell bad." Zhang Chen looked at them, his tone gradually becoming serious. "Don't use tap water, don't use it to bathe, remember never to drink it. That water has been contaminated." Suamo and the others were shocked. "The water is contaminated? We can't even drink tap water? Boiling it won't help?" "It won't help. Awakened individuals are fine, a little bit might just cause stomach pain, but drinking too much can be life-threatening. Ordinary people would die from just one sip, and bathing is also not allowed. It weakens the awakened individuals." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Would ordinary people die from drinking it? Even awakened individuals can't drink too much? Can't even bathe? But what to do without tap water? Water sources are very important. Having food but no water, isn't that still a death sentence? Zhang Chen had known for a long time that the water would be contaminated, not just tap water. Including those reservoirs and underground river water, they are also not drinkable. In the apocalypse, many people didn't die at the hands of zombies, but from drinking water. That's why he stocked up on 7,000 tons of water. Among them, 4,000 tons of mineral water, and 3,000 tons of purified water. At the current stage, it's enough, but in the future, when the settlement is established and the population increases, this amount of water will be a drop in the bucket. However, there is a solution. Awakened individuals from the light faction can use the skilled light purification to purify water resources. For example, Su Mengyan from her past life had this skill. But the problem is, awakened individuals from the light faction are too rare. And light purification requires at least level 7 or above to comprehend, requiring a long wait. If the supernatural talent is not enough, then there is no hope of comprehending this skill, and not every light faction has the opportunity to comprehend it. Even if one reaches level 7 and comprehends the skill, the amount of water one person can purify is very limited. This problem cannot be solved for the time being, it can only be waited out slowly, to see if there will be a turning point in the future. There is some purified water in the warehouse. This water can be used for bathing, washing vegetables, etc. Whoever wants to go wash can go. In the warehouse there are also bathtubs, wash basins, shampoo, shower gel that I prepared in advance. Each person take a set and use it in their own room. Zhang Chen's words surprised everyone. Feng Ping and Hu Xiaonan knew that these supplies in the warehouse were just a drop in the bucket, so they didn't hesitate to take the water and bathtub and left. Su Mo and Su Mengyan, who were unaware, thought they should be frugal. Wasting like this was not acceptable. Su Mengyan hesitated for a moment. Big brother, should we go together? Together to bathe? Sister, are you okay? How old are you? No, I mean I'll go first, and if you don't mind, you can use the water I have left, how about that? Ah, this isn't too good, right? Why not? It's the end of the world now, every bit of saving counts. Su Mengyan blushed, but had no choice. Zhang Chen was speechless. Although saving is important, it doesn't have to be this extreme. Just take the water you need. How old is your sister? Using leftover water to bathe. If that gets out, will you still be considered a brother? Exactly, the boss said so. Alright, thank you, boss. Su Mo and Su Mengyan carried the water and went to their respective rooms on the first floor. When they left, the raven showed a pitiful look. Daddy, I want to take a bath too. Zhang Chen was puzzled. Didn't I just bathe you yesterday? Why do you want to bathe again? The raven said firmly, Miss Mengyan is bathing alone, no one is there to scrub her back, it's so pitiful. I can go and scrub her back, and even apply shower gel. Zhang Chen sneered, oh? Didn't expect you to be such a pervert? Didn't see that coming. Hee, learned it from daddy. Nonsense, how could I, a serious person, be a pervert? Can I go then? Miss is probably already undressed, she must be waiting for me anxiously. Don't even think about it, just stay put. Whimper. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at it. What else does a crow like you want? Just joined in causing trouble, don't scare people away. That night, everyone geared up and entered the second building to kill zombies. The second building seemed relatively lucky, with not many zombies except in one unit. They only harvested over 200 crystal cores when they reached the last unit. There were quite a few survivors in the building, and a newly formed team of awakened individuals. Unit 4, 17th floor. When they opened the door, they encountered a large group of zombies, about 40 of them. Fang Ping, wearing a mud armor and wielding a scythe, crazily chopped down the zombies one by one. His posture was very brave, like a fierce war god. This fighting style was hard to learn, but in just one night, they had all grown. Ha ha, so satisfying. Come on, trash zombies, all die for me. When Fang Ping chopped down the last zombie, the mud armor on him fell off. Wiping off the sweat on his forehead, he walked out and grinned at Zhang Chen. Boss, mission accomplished. Zhang Chen reminded him, this time was for you to experience the skill, but next time, unless facing a life-threatening danger, do not use this skill. It consumes too much energy, you can only maintain it for 3 minutes. If after 3 minutes the danger is not resolved, or you haven't broken free from the zombie encirclement, then it's really dangerous. Either save some energy in advance, or be ready to use burial to avoid danger. Fang Ping nodded seriously, I understand, boss. He knew very well. This skill couldn't be used casually. He couldn't compare himself to the boss's recklessness. The boss's defense permanently enhanced his physical body, while he could only be a hero for 3 minutes. After collecting the crystal cores, the team moved to the 18th floor. 3 units on the 18th floor were already cleared of zombies and supplies, leaving only the last unit. Following the routine, Fang Ping stepped forward to knock on the door. There were survivors inside, and some strange sounds could be heard. Oh, so exciting, wait a moment, those outside, please wait. I'll be right there. Soon, the door opened, revealing a young man. The young man was very handsome, with freshly washed hair. A wet strand of hair on his forehead gave him a somewhat refined look, but compared to the protagonist and the reader's standards, he fell short. Are you all here to check on Xiaoya's business? 5 people? Oh, there is also a child and a woman? Several people are playing quite extravagantly, but Xiaoya is tired today. Wu Yenong, with a cigarette in his mouth, said recklessly, and it's already 3 in the morning, how about you come back tomorrow? Xiaoya is not in the mood to take care of several people, it would be unpleasant if things get messy. I apologize to you all, next time I will give you a 50% discount. Fang Ping and the others were all stunned. They didn't expect this room to be a service place, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Just as Zhang Chen was about to say something, another woman came out from outside the door and jokingly scolded Wu Yenong. Lao Wu, you've had enough. What does my business have to do with you? Didn't I serve you enough just now? Wu Yenong grinned. Enough, if only you could come back in half an hour. Don't brag. Your body has already performed abnormally for 10 minutes, come back in half an hour? Then you might drop dead on the spot. There are outsiders here, don't expose my secrets, I have no face to lose. What face do you have? If it weren't for the sake of acquaintances, I wouldn't even do business with you. Xiaoya looked disgusted. I don't know what you, a second level awakened, do all day long. Hurry back to your own nest, all you know is to mess around with my business. Hey, I'm leaving, Xiaoya, take care, if 5 people are too much, just come one by one, be careful you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Wu Yenong teased. I know, stop talking nonsense, just go. Alright, I'm leaving. Seeing Xiaoya getting angry, Wu Yenong shook his head and left with a bitter smile. He walked downstairs, apparently not a resident of Building 2. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. This business is doing quite well. People from other buildings can come to play? Interesting. So annoying, always talking so much. Sorry, guests, for embarrassing you. Xiaoya showed a professional smile. It's okay, who was that person just now? Zhang Chen asked curiously. His name is Wu Yenong, a resident of Building 4, one of the few second-level awakened in this community. He also has his own awakened team and often comes to play here recently. Xiaoya introduced with a smile, I'm just an ordinary person, I used to do this before, but when the apocalypse broke out and there was nothing to eat, I had to continue with my old profession. Fortunately, the reputation I built up before was good, and many old customers became awakened. They often come to support my business, life is still manageable. Oh, I see. Zhang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder there are not many zombies and resources left in this building. It turns out that the awakened have already cleared them out. After all, this is the only entertainment venue here, unlike the cowardly types like Ho Jinglong. Xiaoya looked around at Zhang Chen and the others, looking a bit embarrassed. Guests, I can handle children and women, but with all 5 of you together, I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. I've been busy all day today and I really can't handle it. How about one by one? I can give you a discount. Before Zhang Chen could say anything, Fang Ping couldn't wait to ask, what are the specific prices? My boss and the others won't do it, just me. For one person, there are 3 options, 2, 5, and 8. Specifically? Can you give an example? 2 is 2 buckets of instant noodles or, you can use your hands. 5 is 5 buckets of instant noodles or water, hands and mouth can be used. 8 is 8 buckets of instant noodles or water, full service, play as you like. Which package do you want? I want. Before Fang Ping could say anything, with a snap, Zhang Chen slapped him, making him cover his head in pain. What do you want? What are we here for today? Can't you distinguish between priorities? Let's talk about it next time. Zhang Chen almost rolled his eyes at him. He didn't really mind him releasing himself, this kind of thing is very common in the apocalypse, but today they were here to train new team members. What was he doing playing around with this? Fang Ping had to give up, but he couldn't help but say it was really cheap. It's much cheaper than the prices of those girls in the alleys before the apocalypse, right? Zhang Chen also felt the same way. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was not difficult for awakened individuals to scavenge for resources, but by the middle and later stages, the prices were at least 5 times higher. At that time, they didn't even have enough to eat, let alone time to play. Fang Ping had to apologize to them. Sorry, I'll come back to take care of your business next time. We have important matters to attend to, and we've wasted your time. It's okay, take care, guest. Xiaoya was not angry and still showed a sweet smile politely. However, as they were about to go upstairs, a rough man approached them with 3 followers, cursing and complaining. I've been listening to your chatter for a long time, asking questions endlessly. Can we play already? You've kept me waiting. Xiaoya, come on, let's try something different today? I don't mind, brother Tiger. Xiaoya could only respond with a smile. Even if she was unwilling, she had to endure it for the sake of her livelihood. Xiaoya noticed that he didn't bring anything with him and hesitated for a moment. Brother Tiger, did you forget the money? I don't do credit here. Just a few buckets of instant noodles, right? Do I, a second-level awakened, lack your resources? I'll pay you after we're done playing. Hurry up and come in with me, I can't wait. Zhou rudely pulled Xiaoya along. As they were about to enter the room, Xiaoya struggled. Brother Tiger, this is breaking the rules, I can't do this. Smack! Zhou slapped her, causing Xiaoya to fall to the ground with a swollen face. Damn it! What's wrong with getting something for free? How much money have I given you? Can't I have a freebie? Don't resist, this time I'm with my brothers, ha ha. Brother Tiger is mighty. Let's play together. Zhou's words excited his followers. Xiaoya struggled desperately, shouting, No! No! I'm under Wu Yenong's protection. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Do I need to fear him? He's just a pretty boy. Besides, do you really think I haven't found out? He has no relationship with you. I don't believe he would stand up for you. Zhou was not interested in arguing and was about to start the violence with his followers. Zhang Chen at the door remained indifferent, while Su Mengyan, as a girl, couldn't bear to witness the scene. However, the next moment, a cold light flashed. 4 icy flying knives appeared, instantly killing 3 first-level awakened individuals. The remaining ice knife pointed directly at Zhou's neck, but he caught it with his hands and crushed it into ice chips. Seeing the handsome young man standing at the door, Zhou's expression darkened slightly. Wu Yenong, do you really want a medal in this? You kill my people today, and I can kill yours tomorrow. Don't forget, I'm also a second level awakened. I've made up my mind about this matter. Moreover, I won't give you a chance to leave here. Even if we're both second level, there's no comparison between you and me. Wu Yenong didn't bother to argue with him and opened his hands. The moisture in the air condensed into an ice bow, and ice continuously formed. With a swish, a slender arrow shot through the air at astonishing speed. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Hu was pierced in the forehead and fell to the ground dead. Xiaoya looked at Wu Yenong with a complex expression. Lao Wu, thank you, you're a good person. Don't thank me, I'm not a good person either. In the apocalypse, good people don't live long. I just have my own set of principles. Wu Yenong shrugged, revealing a handsome smile. In my opinion, at least others can steal and rob, while you have to survive by enduring all kinds of weird people and their demands every day. Making money is really not easy, so no matter how much you bully the weak, you shouldn't know them. Wu Yenong was right. In the apocalypse, everyone had their own set of principles. Xiaoya, although an ordinary person, has to endure all kinds of grievances in this industry, sometimes even various training and beatings. But she also has her own principles, that is, never extend credit. No matter who it is, even if it's an awakened person, she makes no exceptions. She is just an ordinary person and must have principles. If she allows Zhou Hu and his gang to freeload today, more people will come to freeload on her business tomorrow. How can she survive like that? It's like if Wu Yenong didn't help today, she would either suffer torment every day if she's lucky, or be killed on the spot if she's unlucky. No one cares about the life or death of an ordinary person. She could agree to Zhou Hu without principles, but even if she survives, it's just barely living. So, Xiaoya is unwilling to compromise. To be honest, she and Wu Yenong only have a business relationship that they get along with, not even friends. She didn't expect old Wu to step in and help her out. Xiaoya showed a sincere smile. Your principles are your principles, but if you help me, I have to thank you. If you don't mind the money I earn, I can give you some food. Wu Yenong joked, no need, our team doesn't lack that. If you really want to thank me, how about serving me for free? A life-saving favor. At least worth an hour, right? Sure, then come in, I'll serve you now? Ahem, forget it, forget it. Wu Yenong felt a bit embarrassed. He was just joking earlier, freeload is not his style. Watching the two banter, Zhang Chen's eyes were shining. He saw the battle just now very clearly. Wu Yenong instantly killed 3 first-level awakened with an ice knife. Even facing Zhou Hu, a same-level awakened, he decisively used ice arrows to shoot him from a distance at a very fast speed, which was truly remarkable. Being able to instantly kill someone of the same level, Wu Yenong's talent is definitely rare. Of course, talent is one aspect, his combat awareness is also strong. At that time, although Zhou Hu was angry, he didn't realize that they had reached a life-or-death situation. In Zhou Hu's eyes, it was just a woman, why should awakened ones fight to the death? But little did he know, Wu Yenong immediately used a second-level skill. And these arrows were not simple, they were considered long-range speed type among second-level skills, so he could decisively take down Zhou Hu before the latter could react, which was the key to Zhang Chen's amazement. Ruthless and decisive, without hesitation. If Wu Yenong could advance to the 3rd level, he would definitely be an undeniable presence. Most importantly, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. He was very familiar with the top awakened from his past life. But he couldn't find anyone who matched Wu Yenong, not even someone with a similar aura, which was strange. Just as he was puzzled, 3 first-level awakened rushed up the stairs, angrily seeking revenge for their leader Zhou Hu. Damn it! Daring to go against our leader? Seeking death. Brothers, Wu Yenong must be bluffing, let's go. Avenge our leader. Kill him. Wu Yenong's face turned cold, about to make a move. But Zhang Chen looked to his side, and Fang Ping understood. He drew his dagger from his waist, quickly dealt with the enemies in 3 or 2 moves, then returned to stand beside the boss. Thanks a lot, brother. Wu Yenong showed gratitude. That skill just now did consume quite a bit. Although killing these few people was effortless, it's still polite to thank someone who lends a hand. Fang Ping said, no need to thank, Zhou Hu insulted my boss, so it's reasonable for us to kill him. Oh, is that so? Those few also seem like principled people, we should get along well. Let me introduce myself again, I'm Wu Yenong. Wu Yenong smiled and extended his hand. I'm Zhang Chen. Both sides introduced themselves. It's a simple acquaintance. Wu Yenong can tell that Zhang Chen's team is not simple, their strength should be very strong, so he is interested in making friends. Zhang Chen also appreciates Wu Yenong as a person. He is carefree and has his own set of principles. Especially the saying good people don't live long in the end of the world, he deeply agrees with. As they talked more, Wu Yenong called his team members over, and they sat with Zhang Chen's team in the small elegant living room. The door was wide open, everyone was drinking and chatting, eating some fried peanuts. The bloody bodies on the ground and in the hallway were ignored, adding a different kind of atmosphere. The scene seemed a bit surreal. But in reality, some people know on the first day of meeting whether they can become friends. Brother Zhang, this food is really not up to par, just a few plates of peanuts. If there were some cold mixed pig tongue, tofu skin with vermicelli, and sausage cold dishes, it would be really great, muttered Wu Yenong. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, full of disdain, and said, all these plates of peanuts were earned by me working hard, I really can't eat them. Just go to sleep, you can dream of anything. No, can't you at least mix in some cucumbers? Don't you have any cucumbers at home? Yes, but are you sure you want to eat them? Seeing Xiaoya smirk, Wu Yenong was stunned. Damn, you're so busy every day and still use this? Your usual business can't satisfy you? What about it? Do you really think those men are so great? They are all a bunch of wimps. Am I great? Get lost, all you do is brag. Are you going to eat or not? No, I won't eat. Wu Yenong chose to refuse. Whoever loves to eat this can eat it, he doesn't have that kind of hobby. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. Let's go to my base another day, I can arrange these things. Really? Are you not lying to me? No, I run a supermarket, it's just in front of the community. Next time you're free, you can bring your team members over. Awesome, my bro. I'll come bother you next time I'm free. Wu Yenong was shocked not only by this, but also by the fact that Zhang Chen used the street-facing supermarket as a base, and it hadn't been looted by other awakened individuals. What does this represent? It means that they are very strong. With strong strength and resources, they must make friends no matter what. But he is also a principled person. If he really wants resources, he will use crystal cores to exchange. Zhang Chen not only finds Wu Yenong pleasing, but also thinks that if he can recruit him to join the team, it would be a good choice. But at this stage, awakened individuals are all proud. Wu Yenong may not be willing to be inferior to others, so he can only take it slow. It's also possible to make friends. There may be benefits in the future. After everyone had drunk enough, Wu Yenong planned to leave with his team, joking before leaving, Xiaoya, be safe alone at night. Get lost. Do I need you to worry about me? Instead of caring about these things, it's better to go out and scavenge for more supplies, take care of my business. Even if I thank you. Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him several times. Do your best, be careful next time, don't let others freeload when I'm not around. Wu Yenong laughed. Don't you have my back? That's right, go on, brother Zhang, let's meet again next time. Take care, no need to see us off. Wu Yenong waved his hand and left carefree. This time he killed Zhou. Others may not care about principles or not. They could only see that Wu Yenong killed a second-level awakened individual because of Xiaoya, easily realizing that Xiaoya's business was under his protection. If other awakened individuals have other ideas, they have to consider whether they are qualified. Xiaoya sighed. I owe another big favor. Zhang Chen glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, does Lao Wu like you? I think you should just be with him, it's also a kind of care. Impossible, he couldn't possibly like me. Why? Because he never made a move on me. What? Fong Ping and the others were shocked. Never made a move? How is that possible? What about the sounds in the room last time? Xiaoya could see their confusion and said somewhat dejectedly, Lao Wu has come many times, but each time he just lies down for me to give you a massage. He has never made any inappropriate moves. Sometimes I even teased him by taking off my clothes, but he sternly refused. And even got angry and told me not to do it again, or he wouldn't come again in the future. I know he despises me, he looks down on me. Lao Wu doesn't even touch me. How could he possibly like me? Damn! This person is amazing. Not tempted? Just for a massage? Although Xiaoya is not stunning, she is still a pleasant-looking beauty. They couldn't understand, but were greatly shocked. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had a different opinion, pondered for a moment and said, perhaps Lao Wu likes you too much, so he dares not take that step. I don't think he is someone who likes to meddle in others' affairs, being nice to someone. Either it's superficial or there's another motive. Xiaoya is just an ordinary person. What could Wu Yenong want from her? Not even desiring her body, isn't it just love? But love in the apocalypse is too rare. Some love affairs can't even be called love. Now everyone can scavenge for food to some extent, but when resources become scarce, couples may betray each other for a piece of sausage, men may offer women to others in exchange for food. Zhang Chen has seen too much of such things. He never hopes for, nor desires love. Zhang Chen feels that such emotions are burdensome in the apocalypse, even somewhat unnecessary. He doesn't look down on those who cling to love in the apocalypse, but he himself does not yearn for such feelings. He just wants to survive, and it would be even better if he could make it to the end. Women only slow down his zombie killing speed. Is that so? Maybe. Xiaoya's heart was touched for a moment, but then fell silent. Even if Lao Wu likes her, so what? She is just an ordinary person, and she has long been tainted. How could she deserve Lao Wu? Whether before or after the apocalypse, she has never dared to hope for precious love. She is not worthy of it. After bidding farewell to Xiaoya, Zhang Chen returned to the supermarket. Over the next few days, the team harvested a total of 365 crystal nuclei. Adding to the previous accumulations, they now have a total of 1,339 first-level crystal nuclei, with only one second-level crystal nucleus. Su Mo and Su Mengyan also advanced to the second level one after another. They also comprehended their own skills. Su Mo can manipulate people's shadows, silently assassinating them, called shadow control. Su Mengyan's skill is called light healing. In short, she can use light to heal allies, with astonishing healing effects. As long as it's not a missing limb or a broken leg, she can heal them as good as new. Now they can be considered a team of awakened individuals with milk to drink. However, due to the passage of time, many awakened teams have appeared nearby. Most of them are first-level awakened individuals who are still exploring and unaware of the existence of crystal nuclei. There are also a few second-level awakened individuals. These teams usually accidentally discover the crystal nuclei by smashing the zombies' heads, then slowly form teams led by second-level awakened individuals, with members mostly being first-level awakened individuals. The team's strength is not that great, but the number is considerable. Wu Yenong also gained some fame after wiping out Zhou Hu last time, and ordinary people dare not provoke him. But with the increase in awakened teams, resources in the vicinity are becoming scarcer. In places like Jingyue community where it's easy to kill zombies, they have long been looted clean. Many zombies on the streets have been cleared, and there is basically no more supplies. Many people have their eyes on Zhang Chen's supermarket, but they dare not take action. On one hand, it's because of his good relationship with Wu Yenong, and on the other hand, it's because they are not clear about their background. Moreover, everyone is not a fool. If someone dares to place their base in such a conspicuous location, either they are reckless or they are not afraid of others plotting against them. In the living room on the second floor, by the window, Zhang Chen was stroking the smooth feathers of the raven, looking very content, while the raven showed a look of enjoyment. At this time, Fang Ping walked up, hesitantly saying, "Boss, recently there are more and more awakened people passing by our supermarket. Some even knock on the door pretending to probe how many people we have. Now the nearby supplies are getting scarcer, and it seems like they are getting restless." "How many teams are there currently?" Zhang Chen asked indifferently. "There are only 2 on the surface, unclear about the ones in secret, but I estimate there are 4 teams? It's less, it's 6. 6 teams? Boss, how do you know?" Fang Ping was surprised. "You haven't been underground for long, so you can't eavesdrop on the enemy's intelligence for now. That's why I sent the raven to investigate. Currently, they are not aware of the existence of mutant creatures, so they won't pay attention to a crow eavesdropping nearby," Zhang Chen explained. "I see, so should we take action now?" "Not yet, we need to seize an opportunity to wipe them all out and also use this to deter others." "But what if they don't act in the short term, do we just wait?" Fang Ping asked again. "No need to wait. If they don't act before dawn today, then we don't need to worry. The food warehouse is much more important than the lives of these people. If we go late, the food will spoil." Zhang Chen shook his head. "Boss, what if they break in after we leave?" "That's simple. Spray red paint at the entrance and write 8 big characters as a warning. If they ignore the warning and enter the supermarket, we will settle the score with them when we come back." "What are the 8 characters?" Fang Ping asked. Zhang Chen smiled coldly, revealing a cruel intent. "This place has an owner, intruders will die." As early as yesterday, the raven had already investigated. There are 6 teams eyeing the supermarket, totaling 32 people. Different from the usual teams, including the captain and vice-captain, a total of 12 people are second-level awakened individuals. The remaining 20 people are first-level awakened individuals, considered the most elite teams near the supermarket. Wu Yenong's team is also of a similar level. "Boss, there are a full 12 second-level awakened individuals. Even if we are not afraid of them. But when they gather, it might pose a threat to Hu Xiaonan and the others." After hearing the intelligence, Fang Ping couldn't help but worry. "How about I cooperate with the raven for a decapitation operation? Assassinate all their captains. This way, we can also achieve a retreat effect." "Your method is feasible, but lacks deterrence. Just killing the captains will make them think we are just like them. What we need is a decisive action, at least in the short term, to make those cats and dogs not too happy. So we must wipe out all 6 teams, leaving no one behind." Zhang Chen's expression was cold, with a hint of killing intent. Fong Ping's words made sense. They are third-level awakened individuals, indeed very strong. But Hu Xiaonan and the others are only second-level, and Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan are not good at fighting. Killing a few first-level zombies is manageable, but having them fight against awakened individuals? That would be too difficult. Moreover, at this stage, the gap between awakened individuals is not significant. They are not as stupid as zombies, not even knowing how to dodge. 12 elite second-level awakened individuals working together could possibly kill third-level awakened individuals. But would Zhang Chen be afraid of that? If he fears the union of the awakened, then he wouldn't have set up the base in the supermarket from the beginning. If this group of people had considerable resources, he would really like to play a long game and catch a big fish, but they are too poor to even feed themselves. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, is a person with lofty ideals. He hopes to quickly plunder various warehouses in Linhai City and fill the space ring with a massive amount of supplies. A full billion cubic meters. The current total supplies occupy less than 1/10 millionth, right? Even if it can't be filled, at least fill 1/10,000th, right? But these people have been buzzing around like flies in his ear, making it impossible for him to focus on collecting supplies. So he must kill them all, making other awakened individuals wary and temporarily unwilling to provoke. When things calm down, they will have grown up. The expanding mentality will inevitably make the awakened target the supermarket again. By then, they definitely won't be as poor as they are now, right? Then Zhang Chen will kill a group and let another group go, creating an illusion that they almost succeeded. And collect their supplies in crystal cores, constantly harvesting them. These people want to see supplies, want to be the sixth, but little do they know. The most heart-wrenching thing is, being the sixth is not as good as others, and not even realizing the other person is the sixth. He. Zhang Chen not only wants to be the sixth, but also the best among the sixth. At this moment, next to the supermarket, the door of Erpang's artistic hair salon is tightly closed. Inside, a few candles are lit, giving the atmosphere a dim look. But inside, many people are gathered, not 32 people, but 36. The extra team is led by Wu Yenong's 4-person team, but he looks impatient. Why did you call me here? Speak up, quickly. Oh, Mr. Wu, did killing Zhou, that waste, make you so arrogant? We are all prominent figures. You were invited more than 10 times today. Do you really think we have no temper? Bai Bo sneered. Exactly, not even a bit of face given? Tian Bo smirked. Killing an awakened for a woman, that's impressive, others also echoed. The atmosphere seemed to become tense, but it seemed like it was just lip service. So, you called me here today just to criticize me? Wu Yenong looked displeased. Of course not. We heard that you have a good relationship with the owner next door. I hope you can introduce us to him, so we can borrow some supplies. Bai Bo chuckled. How much do you want to borrow? Let's be clear, I can't guarantee that. Not much, just all the supplies in the supermarket. All the supplies? Are you kidding me? Do you really think I have so much free time to play with you? Wu Yenong couldn't be bothered with them. He was about to leave, but Bai Bo remained calm and composed. I advise you not to leave, take a look at this first. He took out his phone, opened a video, showing Lilia tied up at home. After watching the entire process, Wu Yenong tried to remain calm. So what? What does kidnapping Lilia have to do with me? Do you think killing Zhou last time was for her? I just couldn't stand that guy. Is that so? Then I'll just kill her now. Bai Bo sneered and took out a walkie-talkie to give orders. Cold air emanated from Wu Yenong, and he couldn't sit still. Enough. What do you want to do? Lilia is just an ordinary person, why involve her? Didn't we just say? We want you to cooperate with us in taking all the supplies from the supermarket. We thought you might not cooperate, so we kidnapped her. Tian Bo smirked. It's simple, we are worried that this boss and the one with the scissors, Fong Ping, are third-level awakened individuals. Although we have the numbers, casualties are inevitable. You have a good relationship with him, right? The White Wave smiled slyly and revealed their plan. Tonight, we'll go to the supermarket to drink with him, then secretly drug him. We don't need to drug everyone, just the supermarket owner or that Fong Ping. If one of them falls, it's a success. I'll release your woman, how about that? Okay, I promise you. Wu Yenong walked out the door, resolute in his back. Inside the neighboring supermarket, after listening to Duya's report, Zhang Chen remained calm. These people really have no courage. They actually let Wu Yenong drug someone? A group of over 30 people, including 12 second-level awakened individuals, are afraid to confront him head-on? But at the same time, he was curious about Wu Yenong's choice. Is it the woman or the friend? If he gives up Xiaoya, Zhang Chen would be relieved, at least he doesn't value women too much. If he betrays a friend for a woman, Zhang Chen can understand but not forgive. Although they met by chance, they had a genuine bond. Betraying a brother for a woman, even if out of helplessness, is not a reason to harm a friend. If Wu Yenong really does this, then I'm sorry. You will only end up dead with that group of scoundrels. After a while, a knocking sound came from the back door. Zhang Chen went downstairs, and Fang Ping opened the door. Seeing Wu Yenfeng's three subordinates looking anxious, Mao Su quickly said, "Boss Zhang, the white waves are planning to attack you. My boss wants you to evacuate as soon as possible, or it will be too late." "I know about this, where is Lao Wu?" Zhang Chen asked. "The despicable white waves have kidnapped Xiaoya and want to secretly harm you through her." Naturally, my boss couldn't agree, so he went alone to save her in Jinyu residential area. Hearing Mao Su's response, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow lightly. It wasn't too surprising. His judgment of people was indeed accurate. Can he handle it alone? Does he need help? Zhang Chen asked. My boss said he can handle it. The White Waves have gathered a team of 6 awakened individuals at the neighboring art studio, and the one guarding Xiaoya should be just a first-level awakened, so there shouldn't be a problem, Mao Su said. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I still think it's a bit risky. Although Xiaoya is an ordinary person, the other party may set traps. Why don't you go help him? But my boss is worried about you being surrounded, so he asked us 3 to help you evacuate. Zhang Chen shook his head firmly. We won't evacuate. These people are not to be feared at all. Since they have already gathered, let's just take them all down. This statement was full of dominance. Mao Su and the others were shaken to the core. Over 30 awakened individuals, 12 second-level awakened individuals, to take them all down? If it were anyone else, they would think it's just boasting, but seeing Boss Zhang's demeanor, they felt like it might actually be possible. Zhang Chen also didn't want to kill in the supermarket. It would be too messy, and cleaning up would be too troublesome. Then we'll go help the boss. Boss Zhang, wish you victory. You too. Without saying more, Mao Su went to support the boss. Zhang Chen made a quick decision, gathering everyone and instructing, the upcoming battle will be chaotic. Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan, who are not good at fighting, stay in the supermarket. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to communicate. Fang Ping and Su Mo, you two will launch a surprise attack from the back door. Fang Ping, adapt as needed, while Su Mo focuses on agility. Duya and I will block them at the front door, ensuring no one slips through the net. This operation will be named Operation Fish Kill. Boss, what does fish mean? Fang Ping raised his hand. Fish means riffraff. Depart immediately. End the battle within 10 minutes, kill them all, and head to the granary at night. Don't forget, resources are our top priority. Zhang Chen waved his hand, and the team set off. Fang Ping picked up a scythe, carrying it on his shoulder. Su Mo held a dagger, shadows flickering. Dia looked proud, exuding a sense of madness. Zhang Qinshuan's double axes crossed, and the electric arc flickered. Clearly, there were only 4 people, but there was a momentum as if facing a large army. At this moment, at the Aegean workshop, Bai Bo's mouth slightly curled, as if victory was within reach. Beside him, Tian Bao worried, Lao Bai, do you think that guy surnamed Wu will really listen to us? What if he betrays us to Zhang Chen? Why not have someone keep an eye on him? No need to watch him. That woman is too important to Wu Yenong. Betraying friends in the last days, isn't this common? They've only known each other for a few days. Why would Wu Yenong give up the woman for Zhang Chen? But Wu Yenong is really stupid. Aren't women in the last days just consumables? Does he really think there is love? What an idiot. Bai Bo sneered. He completely looked down on people like Wu Yenong. He didn't think he would betray them. Is he not afraid of the woman dying like this? At this moment, knocking sounds came from both the front and back doors. Bai Bo frowned, about to have someone check it out. With a bang, the 2 doors were forcibly broken open with brute force. Seeing 4 people blocking the doorway, Bai Bo's face darkened. That guy surnamed Wu really dares to come. Preferring friends over women, that's impressive, underestimating him. Zhang Chen scanned the surroundings. You are Bai Bo? Anxious to die? Die? Isn't it you guys? 4 people dare to block us? Do you really think 3rd-level awakeners are invincible? Bai Bo couldn't help but laugh. Since you've walked into a trap, then go die. The resources are ours. Tian Bo sneered, full of killing intent. He and a few 2nd-level awakeners rushed towards Zhang Chen, with a fierce momentum. However, in the next second, with a bang, Tian Bao's 7 apertures bled, and his head exploded. The white and red brain matter splattered all over Bai Bo and the others, halting all their movements. They stood dumbfounded in place. Damn! What's going on? Why did Tian Bao's head suddenly explode? Is it a rare mental attack? Is Zhang Chen a dual ability user? But even if it's a mental attack, it shouldn't be like this. Tian Bao is considered one of the top second-level awakeners, unable to withstand even a single blow? Zhang Chen's mouth curled slightly, his expression indifferent. When the crow reached the third level, he had already comprehended the second skill, Mental Pierce. This skill is the most common mental attack, usually used by mental users to harm enemies, but the crow's ability talent was too powerful. This meant that as long as the opponent wasn't a mental awakener, he could headshot any awakener below the third level. However, he had just comprehended this skill, and it consumed a lot of ability energy, so he could only use it 5 times a day. But using it to disperse the enemy was already enough. Although Zhang Chen wasn't afraid, facing over 30 awakeners, he had to be cautious. Bai Bo tried to remain calm and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Even if it's a mental attack, it can't be used continuously. There must be a limit. If we all attack together, we have a chance to kill him." Before he could finish, in the next second, with a bang, the head of Bai Bo's sidekick exploded. Then, like fireworks, heads exploded one after another. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the number of second-level awakeners decreased by half. Everyone was terrified. While they weren't afraid of the usual fighting, this eerie method was unbearable. Who knew if the next head to explode would be their own? No! I want to escape. I'm getting out of here. I'm not doing this anymore. Bai Bo, damn you, tricked me? I'll settle the score with you next time. Everyone wanted to escape, but Fang Ping and Su Mo coldly smiled. Each of them clapped their hands on the ground. Want to leave? My boss didn't allow you to go. As soon as they spoke, sharp and extremely pointed earth spikes emerged from the ground, piercing through 5 first-level awakeners, resulting in a gruesome scene. But it's not over yet. The shadow of the earth thorn is still wriggling and condensing, turning into black sharp blades shooting out. Caught off guard, the losses were immediate and severe. After the head-bursting incident, their beliefs had long been shattered. There was no thought of unity at all, and soon only Baibo was left alive out of the 30-plus people. Baibo was dumbfounded. 30-plus people were killed by 4 people? I was still thinking about looting these people's supplies? What kind of advanced idiot am I? You're so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? The principle is to join if you can't beat them, I understand that. Boss Zhang, why didn't you kill me? Baibo asked nervously. Guess? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Want to invite me to join? Your face? My boss doesn't want trash like you, Fang Ping said disdainfully. All right. Baibo pursed his lips. The reason is simple. If you let your men release Xiaoya, then I can let you go. Release that woman? I'm afraid it's too late. I've already ordered my men to kill her. She's probably already dead. Baibo was honest. Zhang Chen didn't dwell on it. Whether Xiaoya lived or died had nothing to do with him, if it weren't for Wu Yenong taking an interest in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with so much. Oh, then you're useless. No, Boss Zhang, I still have value, please. Damn it. I'll take the blame even if I die. Fang Ping walked over, ready to kill him. Baibo didn't just sit and wait for death, he gritted his teeth and emitted a white light from his body. The scorching energy of the light system seemed to burn everything. Fang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, activating his earth armor to cover his whole body. He was not injured, but most of the earth armor melted away, showing that this move was very powerful. Fang Ping swung his blade fiercely, and the head fell. However, he was still surprised and said to his boss, if I didn't use the earth armor, I'm afraid I would be seriously injured even if I didn't die. This guy didn't lie, he is indeed a talented awakened one. So, never underestimate other awakened ones, especially in the early stages. Be more careful, beware of overturning the boat in a ditch. Moreover, Baibo turned out to be of the light system, similar to Su Mengyan, but leaning towards an offensive type of awakened one. The light system itself has great potential, which is not yet obvious in Su Mengyan, but when her level rises, her strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Her ability is not only to heal with light but also to endow the body with the power of light, reaching unimaginable speeds. When speed reaches its peak, it equals strength. Just now, Baibo burst into light and heat. If it were a level 3 awakened one who was not good at defense, he would probably have died on the spot. After collecting their crystal cores, they returned to the supermarket. Just as they were about to rest, desperate cries came from outside the door. Opening the door, they saw Mao Su in tears, holding a person who looked like a burnt charcoal. Boss Zhang, save the boss. Please. If you don't treat him now, he will die. Zhang Chen was shocked. Damn. Is this Wu Yenong? Burned beyond recognition. What happened? It turned out that Wu Yenong, confident in saving someone, fell into a trap. Baibo's men had filled the room with gas long ago, and when he arrived, they remotely ignited it with fire-based abilities, blowing up the entire room like a gas tank. Xiaoya died on the spot, beyond death. If it weren't for Wu Yenong instinctively covering himself with a thick layer of ice to protect his internal organs and head, he would have been burnt to a crisp on the spot. But even so, it was just barely surviving. Zhang Chen made a quick decision, Airpang, save the person first. Okay. Su Mengyan's body emitted a golden light. Soft and quiet, strands of golden light entered Wu Yenong's body. His blackened skin gradually receded, revealing new skin. Like a newborn baby, tender and delicate. He's getting better. The boss is getting better. Mao Su exclaimed with joy. The other two team members also showed happy expressions. It's really worthy of being a third-level awakened individual, to actually have such a strong healer under his command. Can she really heal such serious injuries? However, Su Mengyan was not at ease. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and her delicate body trembled. Zhang Chen asked, "What's going on?" "Boss, Wu Yenong's injuries are too severe. His internal organs have also been burned a lot. My abilities cannot currently restore his internal organs, unless I reach the third level." "What?" Su Mengyan's words struck Mao Su like thunder. Their emotions plummeted to the bottom once again. Zhang Chen frowned and asked, "Is that the only method?" "There is another method, which is to let Wu Yenong absorb a second-level crystal core, but it must be of the ice element. Only by absorbing the crystal core to enhance his abilities will it help his body to self-heal to a certain extent. I can also use light healing to help him recover." Su Mengyan replied. "A second-level ice crystal core? Didn't the boss happen to have one?" Fang Ping said in surprise. It was too coincidental. It couldn't be called a coincidence, but rather fate. After killing the machete zombie, he had not absorbed it for so many days. He thought that one second-level crystal core was insignificant and wanted to save up until he reached the fourth level, but unexpectedly, he could use it today. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen took out the blue crystal core. He forcibly stuffed it into Wu Yenong's mouth. Fortunately, he had not completely lost consciousness and instinctively began to absorb the energy. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yenong's breathing stabilized, narrowly escaping disaster. Mao Su and the others expressed their gratitude. Zhang Chen didn't say much and turned to go upstairs. That night, Wu Yenong woke up. He walked to the second floor of the supermarket and sat opposite Zhang Chen. By the window, the two remained silent for a while. Wu Yenong spoke, "Zhang, if you don't mind, I want to follow you from now on." "Why?" Zhang Chen asked. "Because I seem to be unsuitable as a leader." "Just because of this incident?" "No, I realized it from the beginning, I just didn't want to admit it." "Oh, do you regret it?" "I regret it." "Regret what?" "Regret getting involved in things I shouldn't have, which wouldn't have dragged Xiaoya into it." "No, you're wrong. It's not about getting involved, but you shouldn't have had any connection with her from the beginning. I hope you'll be like this in the future. If you can't do it, then I really can't let you join." Wu Yenong is a principled person. But Zhang Chen also has principles. He doesn't want to involve someone who is indecisive. Wu Yenong's actions were not entirely wrong. The mistake was that his strength was not enough. He didn't have the ability to protect the people he cared about, so he had to stay away. Even if Xiaoya lived without dignity, at least she was alive, and in the future, even if she died, it wouldn't be because of him. If it doesn't work out, with a second-level awakened person protecting you, would Bai Bo still have a chance to kidnap you? Now, it's all over. You, Wu Yenong, consider yourself noble, and Xiaoya feels unworthy of you. Since both of you are hesitant and can't face each other openly, it's better to forget about it. Harassing each other every day, doing nothing, isn't that sick? It's the end of the world. What kind of ideal love are you still looking for? Let's just make do with what we have. Do we need anything else? Can't we be more realistic? Thinking about these things, Zhang Chen's head started to ache. What's so great about love? Isn't killing zombies exciting? Isn't collecting resources exciting? Anyway, he would never waste so much energy on managing some nonsense love for a woman. In the apocalypse, freeloaders rule. Actually, we can't entirely blame Wu Yenong. After all, the apocalypse has just begun. How many people can easily change their conservative mindset? Except for people like Zhang Chen, who doesn't want a beautiful love. Who hasn't had a crazy youth? No one is perfect, everyone has their own flaws. Fang Ping also made a big mistake before, but Zhang Chen still forgave him. It's not that he is really generous and selfless, but he understands Fang Ping's character from his past life. He knows that Fang Ping can be a reliable partner in the apocalypse. If Fang Ping had been cold-blooded and ruthless from the beginning, Zhang Chen wouldn't have dared to bring him in. Because such people either have personality flaws or are suspected reborn. After experiencing this incident, Zhang Chen also recognized him as a top awakened person from his past life. His title is Cold-Faced Killer. This person seems to have always been a lone wolf, without any companions. And he is very reclusive, having killed countless people. But he never kills innocent people, only those who are inhumane. He often mingles in entertainment venues, so he has a good reputation in most people's eyes. But this person always wears an icy mask that hides his face, yet many people consider him a handsome man. In this case, Wu Yenong in his past life should have been lucky to survive, but he was disfigured by Baibo's men. In addition, Xiaoya's death changed his temperament greatly, so he started wandering the apocalypse alone. Except for Zhang Chen himself, Wu Yenong should be considered a very successful awakened person from his past life. With a little guidance, he can still become a good teammate, at least that's what Zhang Chen thinks. What should I do in the future? Wu Yenong asked. You shouldn't ask me, it's up to you to decide what to do. I don't know. When you see the cruelty of the apocalypse, you will understand that people have to be selfish, not selfish towards their own kind, but selfish towards others. Then I'll listen to you in the future, Zhang Ji. Okay, Lao Wu. The two looked at each other, smiled, and Wu Yenong, 25 years old, 1 year older than Zhang Chen, but they each had their own paths. Wu Yenong remembered all of Zhang Chen's kindness in his heart and vowed to prove himself in the future. After chatting a bit and reminding not to use tap water and related events, Zhang Chen gathered everyone together. In addition to the newly joined Wu Yenong, there were 3 other new team members. Zhang Chen said slowly, the 3 of you introduce yourselves, mainly explaining your abilities and powers, to facilitate future group cooperation. Mausa scratched his head. I'm Mao Su, Mao from toilet, but not the toilet, and Su from Sun Su. I am a first-level awakened person. My ability is in the rock system. I can use large rocks to attack enemies, and also create walls to defend against enemy attacks. Oh, not bad. Zhang Chen was very satisfied. An awakened person with a rock system ability. This system is quite common, not very prominent in early combat power. But in the later stages, it's different. After all, there are countless mineral veins on Blue Star. In the future, if you want to build a large base, one person in the rock system can handle it. Together with Fangping's Earth system, direct concrete engineering, it's really cost-effective. It would be even better if there were wood systems, then civil engineering would be complete, and infrastructure construction would be much more efficient. Zhang Chen looked at the next person, and you? This person is a female awakened person, feeling nervous. My name is Zhang Fei, Zhang from Zhang Fei, but not the flying of Zhang Fei, and Fei from Sophie. I am a first-level awakened person. My ability is in the wood system. I haven't realized any abilities yet, sorry. No need to apologize, the wood system itself is like this, not good at attacking. Zhang Chen was not disappointed, but rather happy. Because civil engineering was already covered, there was no need to worry too much about building a new base in the future. The warehouse is currently mostly food, but materials like these for infrastructure are scarce. In the future, it will definitely be necessary to expend materials for construction. When the time comes, there will be a chance to stock up on building materials in the market. This is not urgent because no one will pay attention to the importance of these supplies in the early stages. Next, my name is Mou. I have the ability of metal manipulation. I am a second-level awakened, with no offensive capabilities. Currently, the ability I have comprehended is the ability to melt most metals, and I can use my ability to reforge new metals by overlaying them, greatly enhancing the sharpness, durability, toughness, and other metal properties of weapons. Mou said concisely. Damn, it's actually a rare metal ability? And it's the kind of ability that can melt metal and reconstruct metal properties? This thing looks ordinary, but it's not, because in the early stages, good weapons are needed to kill zombies more efficiently. Zhang Chen and Fangping are strong, but don't they also need weapons? Although abilities are more efficient, there is a limit to the number of times per day. As the zombies gradually become stronger, in just over 10 days, Zhang Chen has worn out 5 or 6 fire axes, which is a bit overwhelming. But with Mou, it's different. He can melt metal and upgrade weapons by several levels. This is definitely a super blacksmith. And according to the intelligence from Zhang Chen's past life, the metal ability will also be very useful in infrastructure in the future. Transporting thousands of tons of steel is not a problem at all. Transportation is a trivial matter. What's more important is that the mid to late stage combat power of the metal ability is also very strong. It can even remotely control a large number of metal puppets, carrying multiple times the amount of explosives inside, and can launch suicidal attacks on zombie groups. These 3 people, they are talents. Although they currently have no combat power, they are definitely promising for the future. Zhang Chen asked eagerly, can you forge a battle axe for me? Oh, no, too. It's best to be double-edged, can you? Now. Mou was stunned. Yes, now. Zheng Chen nodded. Mou didn't hesitate and immediately started forging. Fang Ping took out 20 fire axes from the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Mou touched each fire axe with his hand, and instantly all the axe heads melted into silver liquid. The liquid kept flowing and intertwining in the air, resembling a scene from a sci-fi movie, extremely cool. In no time, 2 brand new battle axes appeared, with both the axe head and handle made of metal. The whole body was silver, in a double-edged shape, about 80 centimeters long, and the axe blade shimmered with a cold light. Ah, great! I love this axe. Zheng Chen was very pleased. Men, they just love these things, right? After a slight touch, the axe reforged with abilities was indeed different. The weight was 4 to 5 times heavier than before, and the sharpness and durability were greatly improved. If they encounter the same kitchen knife zombie again, even if Zheng Chen doesn't use thunder-covering weapon, it won't be able to crush the axe head bare-handed even with ice ability. This young Mou is a high-end talent. He must be protected well and his relationship must be nurtured properly, so he won't be poached by those old-timers. With such awesome weapons, Su Mo and Fang Ping were also amazed, almost drooling. Brother Mou, can you help me make one too? I don't like using axes, can you make me a short knife? Around 50 centimeters is fine. I want a dagger, brother. Okay, one by one. Mou was surprised at how popular he was. After forging weapons for Fang Ping and Su Mo, he wiped off some sweat from his forehead. Zheng Chen asked with concern, what's wrong? Have you reached your limit? No, I can still make 2 more weapons. Zheng Chen looked at Su Mengyan and Hu Xiaonan and asked, can you make a metal armor? The kind that can cover the whole body? But also able to move independently defensive equipment. No, boss, you overestimate me. Melting metal requires following certain rules. Mou slowly said, for example, if I melt the metal of a fire axe, then the weapon produced can only be an axe, not other weapons. The same goes for Fang Ping's dagger and short sword. I need a physical reference to proceed. Unless you give me metal armor, then I can forge it. At least for now, that's how it is. I can't say for sure about the future. I see. Zheng Chen fell into silence. He actually wanted to provide some defense for Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan, because they would have to act tonight, and the zombies were about to evolve again soon. Since they were not good at fighting, they needed to protect themselves. Everything has its unexpected events, and Zheng Chen and Fang Ping couldn't always protect them personally. If Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan, these high-end logistics talents, died, it would be a major loss. Originally, he thought that with metal armor, there would be no need to worry about safety issues, but now it seems that this method is not feasible. Wait, can't we use the kind of metal protective gear worn by baseball players? Although it may not provide complete protection, it still offers some level of protection. Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan are both second-level awakened individuals, not like ordinary people with no resistance at all, so this kind of protection is definitely effective. Zheng Chen told Mou about his idea. The answer was yes, and then Mou made 2 sets of brand new metal protective gear. With the second-level physical fitness of Su Mengyan and Hu Xiaonan, it was not too cumbersome, greatly enhancing their safety. 3A. M. First floor of the supermarket. Zhang Chen geared up, the 5-person team ready to move again. Wu Yenong asked, Zhang Gu, do you want me to go with you this time? I just joined, so let me contribute something. Although the other team members may not be strong enough, I can still help. No need, your team needs to look after the warehouse, we can't afford to lose supplies. Zheng Chen refused. Alright, we'll take care of it. Wu Yenong and his team were slightly touched. They had just joined today, and they were entrusted with such an important place as the warehouse. What is this if not trust? Especially Zhang Chen's care for Mou and the others made them feel doubly honored. With just a simple gesture, their loyalty increased significantly. But in reality, they had no idea that this time they were going to the granary, and the supplies in the warehouse were just a drop in the bucket. Zhang Chen never let his guard down. Even though he used the space ability to cover up on the surface, it was only aimed at Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan, who had relatively high loyalty. Although Su Mengyan and Su Mo were also trustworthy, they had only joined a few days ago. Human hearts are unpredictable, and trust must be slowly cultivated and loyalty established before gradually revealing some information. So this time, before leaving, he did not take away the warehouse supplies. Instead, he used this method to test if they would steal supplies and run away. Wu Yenong, this person, had never crossed paths with Zhang Chen in his past life. Based solely on reputation, it was impossible to determine whether this person might betray in the future, so everything had to proceed slowly. But these people were all top awakened individuals from their past lives. so there was no need to be too stingy with food, especially if more people were to join in the future. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were too many awakened individuals who couldn't eat their fill. Faced with those newcomers who had no idea about the situation, they couldn't afford to do so. Loyalty needed to be cultivated little by little with food. If they performed well, they would be well rewarded, and those with high loyalty would be given refined weapons by Mou the blacksmith. Only then could everyone be more cohesive. In the middle of the night, riding electric bikes, the 5 of them headed to their destination, and an hour later, they arrived in the area where the granary was located. Because it is further away from the city center, there are not many zombies on the streets, but there are quite a few survivors. The surrounding shops and supermarkets are empty, obviously looted. But there are always people who can find something. A young man ran out of a nearby convenience store holding 2 loaves of bread. Behind him was a woman in her 40s, who seemed to be the owner of the convenience store, holding onto the young man tightly, not letting him run. "Please, leave me one, just one, okay? I hid this bread so carefully. I haven't eaten in 3 days, I will starve if you take it all. Those awakened ones looted my store, do you have no conscience?" The woman pleaded in tears, but the young man was indifferent. "What does your hunger have to do with me? If I give it to you, then I will starve? I want to live too, get lost. If you don't leave, I will kill you. No, give it to me, give it to me." The woman was stubborn, holding onto the young man tightly. The two were at a stalemate when an awakened one walked over slowly. He held 2 cans of meat in his hands and said kindly, "All right, you two stop fighting. I will share these 2 cans of meat with you, it should be enough to last a few days. It's really tough in this world. Ordinary people have no way to survive." "Thank you, thank you." The young man and the woman were delighted. It seems they encountered a kind-hearted awakened one. Should they ask him to take them in? However, as the awakened one approached, he took out a knife from his left hand and stabbed the woman several times, leaving her lying in a pool of blood. The young man panicked and tried to escape, but with a swift motion, the awakened one threw the knife, stabbing it into his head. The awakened one picked up the bread, ignored the scene, and left. "No need to fight over things now, I am truly a good person." This scene left Fong Ping and the others a bit confused. This twist of events, they thought they had encountered a kind person. But in an instant, after handing out the cans of meat, he killed the 2 people and took the 2 loaves of bread. 1 life for 1 loaf of bread. Zhang Chen had no time or interest to deal with this, because this is the end of the world. Killing and being killed are always happening. People will do anything to survive, even for a little bit of food. Was the man just now wrong? Actually, he wasn't, it's just survival of the fittest. Who made these 2 people ordinary? Just like Xiaoya, caught in a conflict with the awakened ones, losing their humanity. Regaining their thoughts, they continued on their way. The 5 of them passed by a large square and saw a very large shopping center. It had 6 floors, with a building area of at least over 200,000 square meters. The first 2 floors were clothing stores, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors were large supermarkets, and the 6th floor was furniture and other goods. The most important thing was that it had not been looted. "Wow! Boss, there must be a lot of supplies in there, should we go in?" Fong Ping exclaimed excitedly. "Go in for what? Are you stupid?" This kind of large shopping center, at its peak, had a daily flow of over 100 to 200,000 people. Now there are at least thousands of zombies, and they are very densely packed. "Do you want to go in and die?" Zheng Chen rolled his eyes at him. What use would 5 people have in such a large shopping center? Even if Zhang Chen was not afraid of being infected by level 1 zombies, at most killing 100 or so zombies would be exhausting, and they would end up defeated, right? Unless the team grows to a certain size, then they can consider such places. Perhaps someone might ask, are there no people in the granary? There are, but at most a few hundred people. And the management of the granary is not complicated, it does not require too many personnel. The most important thing is that the granary is large in scale, and the zombies are not as densely packed as in the shopping center, so the danger is very low. And currently, the awakened team is not large in size, so no one would target such a big goal. After hearing the boss's explanation, Fong Ping gave up on the idea of looting the shopping center. 5 people set off again and soon arrived outside the granary gate. The zombie gatekeeper inside was roaring, but was blocked by the electric retractable gate and couldn't come out, looking miserable as it hadn't eaten anyone in a long time. The advantage of this retractable gate is that it is low, only about 1.5 meters. Zhang Chen and the others easily climbed over it and took care of the zombie gatekeeper. Once inside, they found a large number of storage rooms, some big, some small, all looking very organized. "This place is huge, where is the granary?" "Boss, why haven't I seen it?" Sumo asked. "You don't need to worry about the other storage rooms, they mostly contain equipment for processing food. Just look for the largest storage room, that's where the food is stored. There will be various silos specifically for storing grains, Zheng Chen replied. I thought the granary was just a straight tube filled with food. I guess I was mistaken, Su Mengyan whispered. Should we start looting now? Fong Ping asked. Not yet, let Hu Xiaonan do a divination before we act. Alright, today, Zhang Chen, Fong Ping, Duya, Suemo, Su Mengyan, and I will collectively loot this granary. Will it be very dangerous? Hu Xiaonan tossed a coin. With a clink, it landed in the palm of his hand. The coin emitted a dazzling red light, causing the people present to change their expressions. Red light? Isn't that very dangerous? Could this situation lead to casualties? Fong Ping said solemnly. Suemo was witnessing this for the first time. Amazed, he also felt puzzled. Why is it a red light? Didn't the boss say that the distribution of zombies in the granary wasn't dense? Why would it be very dangerous? Su Mengyan cautiously said, could the divination be wrong? It can't be wrong, my divination technique is flawless. If it's not a crisis brought by the zombies, then it's another factor, like the awakened, Hu Xiaonan asserted. But didn't the boss say that no one has come to this large granary? Fong Ping wondered. Zhang Chen shook his head, not necessarily. The granary itself has a huge storage capacity. Even if we remove the malfunctioning electronic insulation facilities, the insulating tiles, insulated wall panels, and insulated warehouse doors are enough to preserve the food for several years. If the awakened who understand these things have a chance to realize this, even if they can't take it away, they might use this place as a base on the spot. With the conditions of having resources, it will naturally attract more people to join. So what should we do now? Retreat? Fong Ping worried. No need to retreat for now. The danger Hu Xiaonan mentioned is mainly directed at you guys. I'll go in alone to investigate the situation, at least to see how many awakened there are, Zhang Chen said. Zhang Chen wasn't unaware of the danger. After all those reckless years in his past life, many people wanted to kill him but couldn't. Now, to retreat just because he couldn't see the danger? That's too cowardly, isn't it? The title of Thunder God was earned through recklessness, not cowardice. Moreover, he felt that something was off. I'll go with you, boss. I'm also a third-level awakened, and I can help you in critical moments, Fong Ping said. Alright, Fong Ping, Duya, and I will go together. You three stay here, Suemo, you're responsible for protecting Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan. Okay. They dared not disobey Zhang Chen's orders, but as they watched their departing figures, they couldn't help but feel resentful. They vowed to reach the third level when they returned, so they wouldn't be dead weight next time. Soon, the three found the largest storage room. Standing in front of the door, Fong Ping hesitated. Boss, should we break the door? The electronic door must have malfunctioned, right? No need to break the door. Although most of the granary doors are electronic, they are designed to withstand disasters, power outages, earthquakes, and other accidents. They can be pushed open even without power. Oh, I see. The two of them pushed open the door with force. The warehouse was dimly lit, so dark that nothing could be seen clearly. Fong Ping took out a flashlight from his backpack and shone it into the distance, discovering a large number of small silos storing food. At a glance, they were densely packed and neatly arranged. They were all supported in the air by brackets, giving them an artistic feel. Fong Ping wondered, boss, something's not right. None of the silos have been opened, and there was no ambush at the door when we entered. It doesn't seem like there are any awakened individuals here. Indeed, something seems off. There shouldn't be any awakened individuals here. So what exactly is the crisis that Hu Xiaonan mentioned? Let's search around first, don't split up and investigate one by one. Yes, boss. Zhang Chen and Fong Ping moved slowly. They saw some rat bones scattered around, seemingly gnawed by some creature. Then they came across a dozen or so human skeletons, also devoid of any flesh, just bone structures. Humans? But why did they end up like this? Fong Ping was curious and was about to touch them. But suddenly, Zhang Chen felt a twitch in his eyelid, and the raven became restless. Vaguely, she seemed to see some kind of creature. The skeleton collapsed, and black bugs emerged from behind, each the size of a fist, numbering at least a few hundred, making one's skin crawl. Cockroaches? No, mutated cockroaches. Run! Xiao Fong, we can't stay here. Zhang Chen pulled Fong Ping back, but a large number of cockroaches also emerged from behind, surrounding them directly. This made Zhang Chen's expression change. They even knew how to flank? Among this group of mutated cockroaches, there must be a cockroach king that had gained some intelligence. And this cockroach had absolute dominance over the other mutated cockroaches, allowing them to carry out this coordinated flanking action. No wonder. Hu Xiaonan's divination was very dangerous. A group of mutated cockroaches. There must be at least 1,000 of them, right? Escaping from 1,000 first-level mutated cockroaches was like a dream. What should they do now? Boss, what should we do? We're being surrounded. Fong Ping shouted anxiously as he killed one cockroach after another. But Zheng Chen remained calm. While killing many cockroaches, he suddenly noticed that some of the cockroaches were very small, only the size of a thumb. He immediately came up with a way to break through. Not all of these cockroaches are first-level mutated creatures. Some of them have just hatched and are ordinary cockroaches. Don't mind the small ones. Only kill the big cockroaches, and break through in the direction of the door. These cockroaches move slowly, there will always be gaps, and we can escape. Zhang Chen's words boosted Fong Ping's morale. The two of them completely ignored the ordinary cockroaches, even letting them jump on them, and focused on breaking through at full speed. Fortunately, this group of mutated cockroaches couldn't fly, and their movement speed wasn't fast, so the two of them finally escaped through the warehouse door. The group of mutated cockroaches reached the door and stopped pursuing them, as if they had been ordered to retreat by the Cockroach King. Zhang Chen took the opportunity to close the door, and the two of them were panting. This escape was not easy. If these cockroaches could infect like zombies, they would have been in real danger. After a short rest, Fong Ping asked, "Boss, what should we do now? The warehouse is occupied by this group of mutated cockroaches, it's probably impossible to collect supplies." "Not necessarily, there's still a chance. We can poison and kill them. Boric acid can kill cockroaches. These cockroaches have only recently mutated and have not yet developed immunity to boric acid." Zhang Chen happened to have this powder, although not much, but about 10 kilograms in a large bag. It was more than enough to kill this group of cockroaches. "But boss, didn't you say that among that group of cockroaches, there are also very intelligent cockroach kings? As soon as we entered, we were surrounded and had no chance to poison them." Fong Ping replied. "Makes sense, that is indeed a problem. Moreover, cockroaches, like crows, are omnivorous animals. They can eat all kinds of food such as meat, vegetables, and grains. It is impossible to trick cockroaches by simply placing boric acid alone. It must be mixed with some normal food to attract mutant cockroaches to eat the poison. Mixing it with food is not difficult. But the question is how to poison them. The Cockroach King won't just stand by and watch you poison them. Unless..." Zhang Chen's gaze flickered to the crow on his shoulder. "Me again? Seriously?" The crow wailed. It felt that its dad was being unreasonable. Every time he treated it like a laborer, but all it wanted was to be a lazy crow. "Why is it so hard?" Zhang Chen said seriously, "You are also a mutant creature. That group of cockroaches won't attack you. You have a good chance to quietly poison them. I have seen it, they are hiding under human bones. You just need to place the poison next to them. The brainless cockroaches will definitely eat it. It's very simple." "How is that simple? What if the Cockroach King comes after me?" The crow was very worried. "It won't, even if it does, you can fly. None of those cockroaches can fly, so don't worry. But what if the Cockroach King can fly? Then kill it. It's intelligent, but your mental spike can directly burst its head. But what if it's a higher level than me? How could it be? At this stage, there are hardly any third-level mutant creatures. You are invincible, go on, crow. Once you gather enough resources, you can lie at home watching TV dramas every day." Under the flattery of Fong Ping and Zhang Chen, the crow had no choice but to comply. For the sake of its future lazy life, it had to work a little harder. Although this group of mutant cockroaches are omnivorous, judging from their frenzied behavior earlier and the cleanliness of the bones, they probably haven't eaten anything for days. So Zhang Chen took out a small battery-powered meat grinder. Using pork as the main ingredient, he ground it with cabbage into a paste, then added boric acid powder. He also added plenty of sesame oil and sugar to ensure it was attractive enough, then molded them into small balls. Fong Ping swallowed. "It smells so good, can I eat it?" "Go ahead, as long as you don't ascend to heaven on the spot." "Wait, will I die if I eat boric acid?" "A small amount won't kill you, but to poison them, I put 3 pounds of boric acid. It can kill both cockroaches and humans. Do you want to try?" Zhang Chen said with a half-smile. "I'll pass." Fong Ping quickly backed down. Taking the crow's small backpack, he put all the meatballs in it, weighing over 10 pounds. The heavy crow flew unsteadily, and Zhang Chen opened the door, letting the crow stagger in. He left the door slightly ajar. Quietly observing, he saw the crow use its beak to unzip the bag and pour the meatballs in the positions of the front and back bones. He was about to leave when suddenly, a large number of cockroaches appeared, completely ignoring the meatballs and heading straight for the door, trying to attack Zhang Chen and Fong Ping. There was even a cockroach the size of a soccer ball, flapping its wings towards the crow, with a fierce look in its eyes. "Oh crap! Oh crap! This cockroach can fly, and it's coming towards me. The crow was shocked. Why aren't they eating the meatballs? Zhang Chen asked. This cockroach is very intelligent. It must have ordered the others not to eat the meatballs. What do we do now? I need to escape. Dad, I'm scared. My legs are shaking. Woo, come save me. The crow kept screaming and moving frantically, trying to avoid being caught by the cockroach. But no matter how fast the cockroach flew, it couldn't catch up with the crow's tail. Kill it. Now is the perfect opportunity. It's not your opponent. This mutated cockroach is only at level 2. Zhang Chen immediately shouted. Ha? Weaker than me? The crow turned around, eyes narrowing. A powerful spirit instantly invaded, causing the mutated cockroach to suffer greatly. Then its whole body exploded. The cockroach king died instantly, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Especially considering the way the crow had frantically tried to escape earlier, it now seemed quite comical. Wow, so you're weaker than me? Then how did you have the guts to relentlessly pursue me, pretending to be tough? Or are you a cockroach brute? Without the cockroach king's command, the group of cockroaches scattered like loose sand. Having been hungry for several days, they immediately started devouring the meat chunks, and within 2 to 3 minutes, they were all poisoned and lying dead. Even though a dozen or so stragglers missed out on the meat chunks, Zhang Chen and Fang Ping easily took care of them. Looking at the bodies of cockroaches all over the ground, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Aside from the regular cockroaches, there are probably more than 500 level 1 mutated cockroaches, with over 500 level 1 crystal nuclei. Combined with the previous accumulations, it should be possible to break through the 2000 mark, providing more than enough for a team of 20. Dad, this is all thanks to me, the crow proudly claimed credit. Yes, you've made a great contribution this time. If only you had been a little braver just now, Zhang Chen teased. Oh, who would have known that a level 2 mutated cockroach could be so brave? I thought it was level 3, I was scared, Alright, it's time to get down to business now. Fang Ping and the crow, go guard the gate. Yes, boss, Fang Ping said without any complaints. On the contrary, he felt a strong sense of honor in fulfilling his duty, even stronger than before. Because when they were taking out the boric acid earlier, the boss didn't avoid his gaze. He saw a bag of boric acid appear out of thin air right in front of him, like magic. Space and lightning abilities, confirmed. However, the boss only let him see it. What did that mean? He was the boss's most loyal person. And he would uphold this belief, always guarding by the boss's side, never leaving. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Chen opened several silos. They were all filled with grains, not finished products. Most of them were rice, sorghum, soybeans, and wheat, grains that could be stored for several years. Rice needed a special rice hulling machine to turn it into rice. Wheat needed a flour mill to turn it into white flour. The processes were not many but not simple either. No need to worry about machines. In the future, you could easily manufacture them. Or just stock up on some machines, since the space was so large and didn't take up much space. Maybe it was time to stock up on some metals too, like stainless steel, iron, aluminum, carbon steel, brass, which would definitely be needed to build a new base in the future. There was no rush for now, focus on the task at hand first. Zhang Chen closed the lids and used the space ring to sweep through them one by one, collecting each small silo. Each silo contained 100 tons of grain, totaling 4,000 silos. A whopping 400,000 tons of grain. Another wave of fattening up. Zhang Chen was very satisfied. With the previous 200,000 tons, there was now a total of 600,000 tons of supplies. Another small step towards filling up the space ring, probably still millions of steps to go? The road ahead is long, but Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. These grain silos could be stored for a long time even without electricity, so there was no fear of spoilage. And at the current stage, even if there were space ability users, storing a few tons before they grew up would be considered a natural talent. So, there was no need to worry about being preempted. After stocking up, Zhang Chen walked out of the gate. Fang Ping asked curiously, "Boss, all set?" "All set, let's go." "Yes, boss." Fang Ping was in high spirits. Soon they reached the main gate and met up with Hu Xiaonan and the others. Except for Hu Xiaonan, who had some inkling, Su Mo and Su Mengyan were completely clueless. What's going on? Is the danger too great to have come here for nothing? They had no complaints, as long as everyone was safe, that was the best outcome. With their imagination, they never imagined that Zhang Chen had actually taken all the food from the granary, totaling a staggering 400,000 tons. On the way back, they encountered the large shopping center again. 10 members of the awakening team, filled with a sense of luck, went in, but within a few seconds, all they heard were screams, and soon there was silence. As expected, this group was doomed. Su Mo gasped, 10 members of the awakening team died as soon as they entered the door? Couldn't even last 10 seconds? My god, how many zombies must there be? So stop thinking about it, the boss will sooner or later bring us to plunder, Fong Ping said confidently. He now felt the boss was omnipotent. Alright, is it raining? Suemo was about to say something when suddenly a drop of rain fell on his forehead. He touched his forehead, but it was black liquid, not rain. Su Mangyan wondered, black rain? No way. Is this some kind of bird droppings? Before Suemo could feel disgusted, Zhang Chen suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression unusually serious. This is acid rain. Everyone, hurry back at full speed, do not linger. Isn't acid rain supposed to be black? Suemo didn't understand. This kind of acid rain is very special, possessing all the characteristics of acid rain. Don't worry about the color, in the post-apocalyptic world, humans can turn into zombies, so it's not surprising that acid rain turns black. This rain is not just ordinary rain. Anyone who gets drenched will experience a temporary decrease in physical condition. Those above level 4 can be immune to acid rain, but for those below level 4, no awakening team member will be spared. If exposed to the rain for too long, level 3 awakeners may become inferior to level 2. Level 2 becomes level 1, and level 1 becomes an ordinary person. For ordinary people, being drenched for too long can lead to death. Most importantly, this black acid rain will cause the zombies to collectively evolve. All zombies' hearing and sense of smell will greatly improve, and some individual zombies have a small chance of awakening special abilities. Moreover, at night, the zombies will become extremely violent, with increased combat power, heightened senses of smell and hearing. This black rain will last for 7 days and nights, with more and more zombies evolving progressively until the moment the black rain ends, all zombies will have evolved to level 2. Some special zombies may evolve to level 3 or higher. For ordinary awakeners, this is a nightmare. In less than a month, all zombies have evolved to level 2, but how many level 2 awakeners are there? Currently, there are probably over 1 million survivors in the entire coastal city, with an estimated 200,000 to 300,000 awakeners, and possibly less than a few thousand level 2 awakeners. Facing tens of millions of level 2 zombies, how could there be any way out? Even if the zombies in the city center are not too dense, once the zombies go into a frenzy mode at night, hiding in houses will be useless. Their heightened sense of smell will allow them to detect human scent. The more people gathered, the more likely they will be surrounded by a large number of zombies. Only a few will survive. This is a difficult test for humanity, and those awakeners who can pass will truly become elites. This rain makes no sense. There is no scientific basis for it. It's as if the heavens are fed up with humanity and deliberately gave the zombies a powerful buff, wanting to wipe out all survivors on the blue star. Fortunately, before the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Chen had added 2 layers of thick steel plates in front and behind the supermarket doors. It was all for this moment. But undoubtedly, this was both a crisis and an opportunity. A uniform group of level 2 zombies would allow him to quickly advance to level 4, then absorb the remaining awakeners with his formidable strength. No need for selection anymore, because as long as you can survive this elimination wave, basically no one is not an elite. But how many of the millions of survivors can survive? Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, this damn end of the world, not giving people a way to live. Don't let me find out who is the culprit of this end of the world, otherwise I will have to kill you. It's not just Linhai City. It's the whole earth that is raining black. This unscientific and unreasonable rain will make the human situation even more serious. Fortunately, this rain at least dyed a color. Normal people wouldn't go out in the rain voluntarily, but there are always some abnormal ones. They think that since this black rain can evolve zombies, maybe it can also evolve humans. Especially those ordinary people who have not awakened their abilities temporarily. They are unwilling to remain ordinary and do not want to be bullied by the awakened. The idea is good, but a bit stupid. These people either die or get eaten by zombies. What? You say you want to kindly remind everyone? Can't let the human survivors suffer heavy losses? In the past, indeed, some people did this, advising the awakened and ordinary people not to go out in the rain. And what was the result? It instead aroused their rebellious mentality. Ordinary people felt that this was suppressing their only chance to awaken their abilities. As a result, more people with impaired judgment went out in the rain and were soaked to death by the black rain. Some dared not go out in the rain, so they cleverly drank the rainwater in a bowl, only to drop dead on the spot in a few minutes. Ordinary awakened individuals believed that this was stifling their hope of becoming stronger. As a result, the awakened also suffered losses. The most outrageous thing is that after the black rain ended, many people criticized that person. They believed that he appeared to be kind-hearted in advice, but actually had ulterior motives, deliberately reducing the human population. Many people thought this person was a terrorist against humanity, and then this person, unable to bear the pressure, chose to commit suicide. This is no different from the cyberbullying before the apocalypse. Zhang Chen wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. After all, what did the life or death of others have to do with him? He just needed to inform his own people. What? The black rain can make zombies evolve? And the zombies will go into a frenzy mode at night? It's useless to hide in the house? After 7 days of black rain, the zombies will all become second level? Heavens! How can people survive this? After listening to the explanation, the team members were all shocked. Although Fang Ping had heard the boss mention it before, he had no idea about the specific details, so he was also surprised. Zhang Chen said calmly, "For others, the danger is great, but for us, it is a great opportunity. Killing second-level zombies can help us ascend to third-level awakened individuals faster, and it can also help first-level individuals ascend to second-level faster. It's not a problem to have all members at third level with a little time. As long as we are not surrounded by a large number of second-level zombies, there will be no life-threatening danger. Yes. If you absorb a first-level crystal nucleus, you need at least more than 1,500 to reach the fourth level, and it will take a full 3 months, but with a second-level crystal nucleus, it's different. It should take less than a month to level up. The accumulated more than 2,000 first-level crystal nuclei can be used to train new team members, and second-level crystal nuclei can be given to well-performing team members to help them ascend to third level. And when you reach the fourth level, that's a watershed. Not only will physical fitness skyrocket several times, but the most crucial thing is the qualitative change in the control of abilities. Zhang Qin plans to use the team's strength to first elevate himself to the fourth level. Then the next is Duya, and then Fang Ping. As for the others, it will depend on their performance. Just as they had not finished their discussion, the shopping center suddenly heard a violent roar. Roar! Roar! A large number of zombies surged out at the entrance in the blink of an eye. That group of zombies seemed to be drugged, their eyes all turned black, emitting a violent and decaying stench. These zombies moved swiftly, roaring as they ran towards the street. Some of the zombies had black sticky fluid flowing from their mouths, heading towards them. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Is this the berserk mode? You guys retreat first. Fang Ping, Su Mo, protect Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan. Zhang Chen decisively ordered. Okay, boss, be careful. Fang Ping didn't ask the boss what to do, because he had already guessed that with the boss being so strong, nothing should happen to him. So he just needed to do his part. Fang Ping and the others rode on electric bikes, weaving through the vehicles on the street at high speed. Fortunately, although these zombies were not slow, they were still only first-level zombies, not fast enough to catch up with the speed of the electric bikes. Watching them leave, Zhang Chen hid in a nearby store. Although there were a few zombies, he easily dealt with them. The berserk mode of the zombies was indeed powerful. Even if they could smell human scent, their priority was multiple targets. The more people there were, the more the zombies would relentlessly pursue. On the contrary, being alone at night would be relatively safer. Of course, safety was only relative, as the zombies' sense of smell also had a certain range. If there was no human scent near the zombie group, then entering the zombie group alone was no different from walking into a trap. Fortunately, there were many humans nearby. When the zombies from the shopping center came out, they immediately went after bigger targets. And the reason why Zhang Chen stayed behind was obvious. For the supplies in the shopping center. When all the zombies had left, he could loot the place, hee. After nearly 20 minutes passed, the shopping center was quiet, indicating that they had all left. Are there really no more zombies? Duya was worried. It should be, there may be some zombies, but definitely not too many, not very dangerous for us. Okay, let's go in then. Zhang Chen quietly entered the shopping center. He didn't even look at the clothing stores on the first and second floors, heading straight to the large supermarket on the third, fourth, and fifth floors. As expected, there were no zombies at all. They had all gone out to forage. The third floor was full of daily necessities, such as pots, bowls, toilet paper, disinfectant, toilet cleaner, and so on. These things were definitely useful, and there was time to take them. So he decided to take them all. The third and fourth floors mainly had food items, such as salt, fruits, eggs, snacks, grains, and oils. There were also meats, but unfortunately, they had all gone bad. The frozen ones could still be eaten, just not as fresh. Eating them might cause diarrhea and vomiting. The spoiled ones were not taken, but everything else was taken. As for the frozen meat, he wouldn't eat it himself, but could trade it with other awakened individuals, which was a good deal. Including the goods in the supermarket warehouse, there were about 10,000 tons. Dad, are we not going to check the 6th floor? Duya asked. I'm still considering it. For the future establishment of a gathering place, we will definitely need furniture and household goods. Although there are wood-based ability users, ready-made ones will definitely be more convenient than making them. Dia said slowly, I think we can take the clothes on the first and second floors too, although we don't need them now, we will definitely need them in the future, and clothes don't take up much space. Right. We can't miss out on these. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Chen decided to take everything. Clothes and such were not the most important supplies, but they would definitely be needed in the future. Washing clothes was definitely not possible, water resources were too precious. These things were disposable, and if there were no clothes to wear when the population increased, it would be embarrassing, right? Including the furniture and household goods, they would be useful, and it would save a lot of trouble in establishing a base in the future. So let's get to work. On the 6th floor, various furniture came into view. Real leather sofas, silk quilts, wooden tables, chairs, and beds, etc. Each one would have cost a good price before the end of the world, some costing tens of thousands or more. No need to say more, take them all. Then, on the next floor, all kinds of branded clothes, pants, shoes, all sorted out. The feeling of happiness is overwhelming, the joy of hoarding is fascinating. It's about time to leave, the raven reminded. Let's go, Zheng Chen was just about to leave. Then, in a daze, hundreds and thousands of zombies attacked. Damn! The zombies are back? The sweep ended so quickly? No! Even if the sweep ended, the zombies would go to places with more people, how could they come back? There's a problem here. What do you think, Raven? Zhang Chen was shocked. He noticed that the raven on his shoulder was gone. What's going on? Just as he was in a daze, his head suddenly felt dizzy. The hundreds and thousands of zombies in front disappeared, and the raven's reminder came from above. Those images are fake. It's a mental illusion. Illusion? Zhang Chen looked up and saw the raven confronting a parrot from afar. Mutant parrot? No, it's a zombie parrot. This parrot had pitch-black eyes, no feathers, and its decaying body revealed its bones, occasionally emitting screams, looking extremely terrifying. Is this a zombie parrot, or a rare mental type? It created an illusion from a distance just now? If it weren't for the raven also being a mental type, helping to dispel the illusion, it would have been dangerous. Raven, why not headshot? Zhang Chen asked. Can't headshot, this zombie parrot is also level 3, how can I headshot? The raven looked innocent. Damn! Level 3 zombie? Zhang Chen was stunned. Isn't this one more outrageous than the previous kitchen knife zombie? If after 7 days, wouldn't it directly become a level 4 zombie? No! It must be taken down. Zhang Chen raised his hand and swung the axe fiercely. But the opponent's speed was not slow either, easily dodging the axe with a flap of its wings. The zombie parrot screeched. Can't hit, it'll piss you off? Zhang Chen's blood pressure rose again. This guy is also sarcastic like the raven? How could the raven stand this? Only I can annoy Dad, not someone like you. The raven glared, launching a mental attack. Although unable to kill instantly, it made the zombie raven stunned for a second or two, starting to fall downward. Good opportunity. Dad, finish him off. Here it comes. Die for me. Zhang Chen aimed at the target. He swung his right hand again, with a click. Black blood sprayed, the axe directly chopped off the zombie parrot's head. Feeling arrogant? Barbecue now? Zhang Chen chuckled. He picked up the battle axe and put it on his back, skillfully took out the crystal nucleus. A level 3 crystal nucleus. And it's a mental type, which can be fed to the raven when he returns. Maybe there's a chance to comprehend the third skill. After a brief rest, Zhang Chen, with the raven, started to return the same way. Along the way, he saw various tragic scenes. Zombies in groups, forcibly breaking doors to bite humans. Awakened individuals were fine, at least they had some resistance, but ordinary people could only become food. Some middle-aged women thought that zombies were similar to those in movies and TV shows, wearing Taoist robes and holding copper coin swords, shouting powerfully, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The next second, they were overwhelmed by zombies. A few clever zombies sneered a few times, seemingly mocking these humans as big fools. Zhang Chen shook his head in helplessness. Is it commendable courage or a lack of brains? Holding an umbrella in one hand and driving an electric car in the other. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in his arms emitted an urgent voice. Boss! Calling the boss. I am Fong Ping. There are several awakened individuals ahead, occupying the lane with many vehicles, making it impossible for electric cars to pass. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Are there many people on the other side? Why not just kill them and move the vehicles? Not many people, but they have hostages, mostly elderly and children. If we act, it might. What do they want? They want some supplies, calling it a toll for passing through. Fong Ping's response gave Zhang Chen a rough understanding of the situation. It seems like a robbery under the guise of a toll. Zhang Chen had encountered many such crowds in his past lives. Those elderly and children might indeed be hostages, or they could be complicit with those people. In such a situation, ordinary people would either act directly or give in to avoid trouble. Zhang Chen would definitely not choose the latter. Zhang Chen asked again, "Are there many zombies around you?" "Not many, but if we stay too long, it might attract more zombies." "I see. You guys wait. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be there soon." "Fong Ping, you hold off those awakened individuals for now." "Yes, boss." After ending the call, Zhang Chen's face turned cold. At this point, someone is still causing trouble for me. I might have to teach them a lesson. On the other side, on the street, Fong Ping and a few others carried travel bags. They got out of the car and stood on the roadside with umbrellas, reporting the sudden situation to their boss. Across the street, there were 4 awakened individuals, 2 of them holding an elderly person and a child. Lu Ermao expressed concern, "Big brother, these few don't seem to be from our area. Should we really engage with them? They are reporting to their boss now. What if it's a tough situation? Look at their group composition, 2 men, 1 woman, and a child. How could they be tough?" Lu Miao sneered, "Even if they are tough, so what? We can just apologize, offer some canned food, and send them away. Who would resist food now?" "You're right, but the zombies seem agitated now. Let's deal with this quickly." "Yes, we can't delay any longer." Lu Miao walked up impatiently. "Hey, have you finished talking? Has your boss replied? It's just a toll fee. Why are you being so stingy? Don't you understand the concept of sacrificing a little to avoid trouble?" Fong Ping smiled. "My boss has replied. He said the toll fee is fine, and he will be here in about 5 minutes. When he arrives, you can talk to him together with me, okay?" "Sure, no problem. That would be best." Lu Miao was very happy. It seems these awakened individuals are quite sensible. They are definitely not a tough bunch, otherwise, why ask for such a low toll fee? After waiting for 5 minutes, a young man got off an electric bike. Fong Ping went over to help hold the umbrella, showing a respectful expression. Lu Miao smiled. "Is this Mr. Zhang? You are truly talented. It's not easy to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. We are just trying to make a living. Hope you don't mind." "I don't mind. How much toll fee do you want?" "Not much. Canned food or instant noodles and water will do. Just give 20 buckets of each item. Is that toll fee fair?" Zhang Chen glanced at the hostages behind him and calmly said, "Fair enough, but I have a condition. If you get rid of the hostages, I will pay the toll fee." "Get rid of the hostages?" Upon hearing this, Lu Miao was a bit dumbfounded. They had seen people being rescued and ignored, but they had never seen someone demand to kill hostages in exchange for a toll fee. What kind of tricky operation is this? "Mr. Zhang, if we kill the hostages, how can we ask for the toll fee later? This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" Lu Miao chuckled. "Kill the hostages, then capture more? Is there any difficulty dealing with awakened individuals?" This. Lu Miao and Lu Ermo were speechless for a moment. Is this guy crazy? Why does he have to kill the hostages? What about the conscience of the people before the apocalypse? What, unwilling? Or do these 2 hostages have a deep connection with you? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. "No, how is that possible? How could we have a connection with the hostages? You're just talking nonsense." As the 2 were explaining, their words stopped. The 2 brothers suddenly realized that they were the bandits. Why do they have to listen to them? Do they have to kill the hostages just because they say so? Isn't this turning good and bad people upside down? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Lu Ermo, feeling frustrated, said, "Damn it, I almost fell for your trick. What does it have to do with you whether I kill the hostages or not?" "Exactly. Hurry up and pay the toll. Otherwise, we'll kill you now," Lu Miao said angrily. Hee, alright, you wait here, I'll get the toll for you." Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to them anymore. With a cold laugh, he turned around and instructed Fong Ping to stand aside. Then he turned and disappeared from the crowd. Someone ran away? Is this person too cowardly? Ha ha, Lu Miao and Lu Ermo couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment, a heavy truck suddenly raced around the corner of the street, as if it was going to crash through the vehicles. Fong Ping revealed a smile of confirmation. Lu Miao and Lu Ermo, standing in the middle of the road, were shocked to see the heavy truck appear. Damn! Why is there a heavy truck? Is this Shan guy behind this? Damn, is he trying to forcefully crash through the vehicles? Lu Miao's expression changed. Hey, they have hostages. Even if you can drive, you'll directly crash into ordinary people. Isn't that too inhumane? They wouldn't be so stupid as to crash into the cars. They quickly moved out of the way. With a few bangs, the vehicles blocking the road were forcibly pushed aside, and Zhang Chen's voice reached the ears of the crowd. "Get in the car, let's go." "All right, boss." The crowd got into the car, feeling somewhat emotional. It's still the boss after all. Just crashing through with a truck, no need for any nonsense. Except for Fang Ping, Hu Xiaonan and the others completely failed to notice that the raven was missing from Zhang Chen's shoulder. Watching the truck drive away, Lu Miao couldn't contain his anger. "Damn it! We've been played." Lu Ermo was also very angry. "Big brother, what do we do now? How the hell should I know? Next time, don't let me find out where their lair is, otherwise I'll have to kill them. What's with the pretense? Let go of my father and son." The other two awakened individuals released the hostages. The so-called hostages were of course fake. They were all relatives of the Lu brothers. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the surrounding resources were all looted, and they had no way to get food. They could only use roadblocks to grab some things, but they were afraid of encountering powerful awakened individuals, so they used fake hostages to gain their sympathy. At least, the other party was worried about harming the hostages and didn't dare to act recklessly. Most of them just used a little food to send them away. This situation was rare after all. Most of them obediently paid the toll. After all, this amount of resources was not much for the awakened team. This time they were just like before. Who would have known that they would actually drive a heavy truck and directly crash through the road without any regard? How could they not be angry? Just as they were still angry, suddenly a crow landed in front of them, standing on the roof of the car. Lu Ermo pointed at the crow. "Big brother, there's a crow here." "Oh, really? This crow is quite big. The breed seems different from the usual ones. Should we catch it and eat it?" Lu Miao and his brother exchanged a glance. After confirming their thoughts, they planned to use their abilities to capture this crow alive. But as soon as they took a step forward, with a bang, Lu Ermo's head exploded directly. The sudden turn of events left Lu Miao stunned. And then, bang! Bang! Lu Miao and the other four people's heads also exploded. The bodies fell to the ground with a thud, the scene looking very tragic. They never realized, even in death, that Zhang Chen had long seen through their poor hostage act. On the heavy truck, sitting in the passenger seat and driver's seat were Fang Ping and Zhang Chen. In the back, there was a small bed with Hu Xiaonan, Su Mo, and Su Mengyan. Su Mo sighed. "Indeed, the boss is sharp, seeing through their fake hostage act in an instant." Hu Xiaonan chuckled. "The boss is truly amazing." Su Mengyan pondered. "Boss, what if these people really had hostages? Would you still charge in?" "I would." "Aren't you afraid of harming innocent people?" "I'm not afraid. If they die, they die. It's none of my concern." Zhang Chen's indifferent attitude slightly quieted the atmosphere in the car. But even so, the boss still let them go, right? "This shows that the boss is magnanimous and doesn't hold grudges against these people," Su Mo said with a smile. Zhang Chen shook his head, his expression unwavering. "I never said I let them go. Haven't you all noticed that the crow has actually left for some time now? I have never been a magnanimous person. My principle is an eye for an eye. No one can offend me and get away with it, not even the elderly or children." Upon hearing this, they finally noticed that the crow was gone. The outcome was clear, it had gone to kill. Su Mo and the others fell into silence. Fang Ping had already thought of it, but had been holding back from saying it. They were unable to change their pre-apocalyptic beliefs, especially about protecting the weak. At this moment, the crow flew in through the window, carrying its little backpack on its back, smiling proudly. 6 people, 4 awakened, 2 ordinary, all taken care of. Impressive, right? Impressive. Zhang Chen smiled and patted its head. Seeing the others silent, the crow was puzzled. Why is everyone so gloomy? Because they killed the elderly and children, and these people are sympathizing with them. Su Mo frowned. Why? Aren't they accomplices? Shouldn't they be killed? Why be gloomy? Shouldn't you be happy? Yes, they don't understand such a simple truth. Zhang Chen glanced at them, his tone unquestionable. It's the apocalypse now, killing is as simple as that. Since Lu Miao and the others targeted us, they must pay the price. Regardless of whether they are elderly or children, if they choose to involve ordinary people, they should be prepared for revenge. Killing them is entirely justified. But boss, what about innocent people? Should they be killed too? They were just caught up in this mess. There's no reason for them to pay with their lives. Su Mo furrowed his brow. Zhang Chen's tone was cold. But what does that have to do with me? Did I make them get captured? We have never harmed anyone proactively. If they die because of this, the blame falls on Lu Miao and the others. Don't even think about using our resources to make amends. We earned these supplies at the risk of our lives. Why should we give them away? Just because they captured a few unrelated ordinary people? Their lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. But, Su Mengyan tried to speak up, but Zhang Chen cut her off directly, coldly commanding, "It's the apocalypse now. If you can't even survive on your own, why bother thinking about others? My team doesn't need sympathy or interference. It's okay if you can't change your mindset for now. I won't wait for you all the time. This time, because there is still Hu Xiaonan, who is a minor, I let the crow act quietly. Next time, I won't do it. I hope that by then, you won't make me clean up the mess for you again. If there is a next time, I'm sorry, our paths diverge. Let's part ways amicably." After saying this, everyone fell silent. The boss was truly angry, his tone sending chills down their spines. They all began to reflect, realizing that being a bit selfish wasn't wrong. Fong Ping was also angry for the boss. When he first encountered Lu Niao and the others, he wanted to eliminate them all immediately. But Su Mo and the others had different opinions, so he consulted the boss out of consideration for the team's emotions. Now, they had really angered the boss. After driving a heavy truck for an hour, they returned to the supermarket. Upon entering, Zhang Chen went straight upstairs without looking back. "What's going on? Who made Zhang angry? My goodness, it's the first time I've seen the boss so angry." Wu Yenfeng and the others became cautious as well. Su Mengyan briefly explained to Wu Yenfeng and the others, feeling a bit wronged, "I was just expressing my thoughts, I didn't say anything about killing those people." Su Mo sighed, "What should we do? The boss is really angry this time." Wu Yenfeng shook his head, "Actually, you guys have too many personal opinions. Anyone would feel sympathy, just like I did for Xiaoya. But Xiaoya ended up dead because of me. In the apocalypse, we really don't need these emotions. Survival is the most important thing. It's normal to feel sympathy for the weak, but even if you have thoughts, don't voice them out. Just follow the boss's orders, believe that the boss can lead everyone to a better life. Isn't that enough? Why bother worrying so much?" "Alright, what you said makes sense." The Su siblings nodded in realization. "But that's not enough. You guys have indeed angered the boss this time, so you must sincerely apologize." "Apologize? We must apologize." Just as the siblings were about to go up, they heard Fong Ping upstairs conveying the boss's instructions. "The boss wants everyone to go upstairs for a meeting. Gather quickly." "Okay." Wu Yenfeng and the others understood. It must be a meeting targeting the Su siblings, maybe there would even be punishment. Su Mo and Su Mengyan smiled bitterly, not feeling any other emotions. If there was punishment, so be it. They had indeed been a bit thoughtless at the time, saying things they shouldn't have. Everyone went upstairs and saw the boss expressionless. Fong Ping stood quietly beside him, looking very serious. This time was different from the usual casual atmosphere. No one dared to sit down, all remained silent. This tense atmosphere lasted for a full 10 minutes. Zhang Chen finally scanned the crowd, his expression indifferent as he said, "I just want to ask, did I feed you too well? Is that why you have the luxury of considering others' lives? How many people outside can't even have a proper meal? Not to mention ordinary people, awakening individuals fight to the death for a bit of resources. What about you? You eat well every day, enjoying good food and drinks without worrying about food. How many people outside are so thirsty they can drink their own urine, and you can still bathe with clean water? I consider you talented individuals, so I didn't want to win you over using such means. Am I being too kind now?" These words made everyone blush with shame, especially the Su siblings, thinking back to the days when they couldn't even have a proper meal, and when even the sister was insulted. Regret flooded their hearts. "I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong. I was wrong too, I won't do it again." The siblings apologized, but Zhang Chen didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Wu Yenfeng and asked calmly, "Lao Wu, let me ask you, am I being too kind? Should I deliberately withhold your food? A little favor to make you feel that this food is not easy to come by? To make you grateful to me?" No, Zumo and the others just made a mistake for a moment. But if the boss wants to withhold food, it's okay, we will work hard to prove ourselves, and not let you down. Us too. Others also expressed their opinions one by one. "So, does it mean that you will obey orders completely?" "Yes, boss. There is a woman on the street now, go kill her." Zhang Chen pointed to a woman on the street outside the window, a disheveled woman drinking rainwater. But everyone present hesitated. "Fong Ping, you go kill her." "Okay, boss." Fong Ping picked up a dagger, left without looking back. But he found that the woman had died from drinking too much black rain. Nevertheless, he cut off the woman's head, brought it back to the supermarket's second floor, and respectfully said, "I'm sorry, boss, this woman died on her own, I couldn't kill her, but I brought back her head, please dispose of it." This scene stunned everyone. Zhang Chen took the woman's head and threw it at their feet. This is what unconditional obedience to orders looks like. What you just verbally agreed to is not obedience, it's disobedience. Fong Ping's stunned behavior left them extremely shocked. The boss randomly pointed to a person on the street, regardless of innocence. Fong Ping killed directly, no questions asked. In an instant, they understood why, apart from the boss, Fong Ping was the only level 3 awakener present. Zhang Chen said lightly, "You have just joined not long ago, so it's understandable that you can't do this, but I don't want every operation to encounter difficulties and have me, as the boss, deal with the mess. Originally, I wanted to wait until there were more people to establish rules, but now I realize that without rules, there is no order. Even for the most outstanding individuals, there must be rules to restrain them. Considering that it will be difficult to manage when there are more people in the future, let's establish everything at once. I have named our Awakener organization the Dawn Society. I am the lifelong chairman of the organization. Temporarily no one holds the position of vice chairman. There are Legion commander positions below. Each Legion consists of 100 Awakener squads, and there is currently no one holding the position of Legion commander. There are 5 brigade commander positions below. Each brigade consists of 4 squads, and there is currently no one holding the position of brigade commander. There are 20 captain positions below. Each squad consists of 5 awakeners. Fong Ping temporarily holds the position of captain, and the team members are currently Su Mo, Su Mengyan, and Hu Xiaonan. Wu Yenong temporarily holds the position of captain, and the team members are currently Mao Su, Zheng Fei, and Mou. During missions, the captain's orders are absolute, and no one is allowed to disobey. Yes, Chairman. Fong Ping and Wu Yenong were full of spirit. Although there are not many people now, just looking at the positions they hold, it is enough to show that Zhang Chen's ambition is very great, and they are also looking forward to how the Dawn Society will grow into a behemoth. 100 Legion commanders, that seems a bit distant for now. But looking at the brigade commander positions, it can be anticipated. One brigade commander is equivalent to managing 4 squads, totaling 20 people. 20 awakeners should be gathered soon, right? Next is the rule for using the organization's crystal cores. All crystal cores collected by killing zombies by the squad must be turned in. Based on the merit of the mission, contribution points will be given to everyone. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for a level 1 crystal core. The inventory of level 2 crystal cores is not much, so ordinary members are temporarily not allowed to exchange. For those with enough contribution points, exceeding 500 points, they can be promoted to positions above captain through assessment, managing more awakeners. Higher positions can exchange for higher level crystal cores, and even level 5 or level 6 crystal cores will not be a problem. Upgrading will become faster. This is the principle of competition. Encouraging all members of the organization to work hard to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. The promotion of a position not only increases the power of the awakened, but also allows them to improve their strength faster. For example, if you become a level 2 captain, it only takes 1 month to advance to level 3, but for ordinary members to advance from level 1 to level 3, it would take at least 6 months or more. Everyone will definitely compete to kill zombies and collect crystal nuclei. As for those ordinary members who are unwilling to contribute crystal nuclei, it's even simpler. Contribution points can also be exchanged for food. If you don't contribute crystal nuclei, then you might as well eat dirt. Those with higher contribution values not only have higher positions, but can also exchange for more delicious food, such as fried chicken combos, hot pot dishes, or even Buddha jumps over the wall. When resources are scarce, everyone will go hungry. Just a meal of ham sausage can be savored for several days. Can anyone resist the temptation of these delicacies? Who wouldn't want to contribute crystal nuclei? Wu Yenong and the others are treated equally, and food also needs to be exchanged. After this incident, he realized that he had been too kind. When you can't even eat, do you have time to think about others? Boss, if the team scavenges for resources, can they also exchange for contribution points? Wu Yenong asked. Of course, but it won't be as good as crystal nuclei. In the future, this will become a hard currency, almost equivalent to money. That's good. Meeting adjourned. The crowd dispersed and walked to the first floor. Fong Ping casually threw the head out the door and said bluntly to Su Mo and Su Mengyan, "The boss saved you before, you should be grateful instead of questioning everything. You disappoint the boss by not handling even the smallest matters properly. As the captain in the future, I don't want to hear any doubts. I hope my team can be the boss's top priority." "We will, Captain." Su Mo and Su Mengyan nodded repeatedly. Seeing their agreement, Fong Ping turned to Wu Yenong beside him and said, "Manage your team well. Last time, you interfered too much and wasted the boss's level 2 ice crystal nucleus. If it weren't for the boss, you would have been dead long ago. Do your own job well, don't interfere where you shouldn't. You just joined, the boss may not punish you, but I won't be lenient. My team members don't need your guidance, we are equals. Wu Yenong frowned. Are positions equal to strength? If you upset the boss, I will make sure you're not happy. If you disagree, then let's fight and see whose fist is harder. Fong Ping's words were not polite. Although Wu Yenong was unhappy, he didn't say anything more. He realized that Fong Ping was going to be the bad guy for the boss, even if it meant making everyone obedient and not doing unnecessary things. Fong Ping didn't care whether they could reconcile, he only cared about the boss's mood. This incident made him suddenly understand his responsibilities. In the future, if there are new members who don't listen, Fong Ping will also become a demon to teach them how to behave. On the second floor of the supermarket, Zhang Chen sat alone in the living room. Zhang Chen touched the raven in his arms and asked, "Do you think I did the right thing?" "Dad did the right thing. Don't you have any doubts at all?" "Why doubt? Isn't it tiring to think so much? Isn't it good to be a lazy fish?" The raven replied without hesitation. It didn't quite understand the human thought process. Why bother thinking about things when you can just be lazy? Zhang Chen sighed. No one sees things as clearly as you do, whether it's before or after the apocalypse. Who wouldn't want to be carefree like a lazy fish? But they always have to meddle, not because they meddle too much, but because they think too much. It seems they are well fed. But if I'm well fed, I won't think so much. I just like to sleep. The raven lazily said, "So you are not human." Fong Ping is different from them, he doesn't think too much. He does think, but he doesn't say anything, he only listens to me. Why can't others do the same? Maybe it's because they haven't spent enough time together, or maybe they need more time. Sigh, you humans are really troublesome. Zhang Chen said with a deep expression, indeed troublesome, I also dislike troubles. I hope that after this time, they can see reality a bit clearer. This is my last time tolerating it. Today XIN's thoughts are stuck, the update is finished, sorry. So sleepy going to sleep at dash at the next day, in the morning. The zombies were no longer in a frenzy, they all retreated. They either wandered aimlessly on the streets, or stood still in a daze. But the rain didn't stop for 7 days, in just one night, many zombies evolved to level 2. Many people also realized the importance of level 2 crystal nuclei, they killed zombies with umbrellas, but Zhang Chen ignored it. Umbrellas could block the black rain, but the black rain would slowly evaporate when it fell on the ground. Breathing would also become extremely weak, just a bit slower than getting directly rained on. For level 1 awakeners, their physical fitness could greatly decrease in half a day, although they wouldn't be weak after a whole day, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. By midnight, if zombies broke into the room, they could only wait to die. And there were tens of millions of zombies, they couldn't kill them all. So Zhang Chen planned that when the rain stopped, he would start sending 2 teams to act separately, collectively killing crystal nuclei and handing them all over. Then he would be the first to advance to level 4. After level 4, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Let's eat first, absorb the crystal nuclei after eating. Zhang Chen instructed the raven, and the raven called Su Mengyan. Boss, what would you like for breakfast? Su Mengyan asked softly. Keep it simple, can you make steamed buns? I can. Then steam a few baskets of buns, both vegetarian and meat, and make some porridge and a treasure kanji. Is that too much trouble? Not at all, not at all. Su Mengyan lowered her head, tears in her eyes, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, boss, you clearly saved me and my brother before, but I questioned you yesterday, please don't be mad at me? I'm not mad, I understand your thoughts very well, but in the apocalypse, you have to be a bit tougher. It's okay if you can't change immediately, just follow orders. Zhang Chen said. I will obey, you are doing this for our own good, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Really? Then stick your butt up now. Ha? Really? Su Mengyan blushed a bit. She hesitated, turned around, bent over, and felt a bit too intimate. Okay, just kidding. Zhang Chen looked Su Mengyan up and down. He noticed that her face had become thinner, and she looked taller than before. Zhang Chen curiously asked, Pang, have you lost a lot of weight? You don't seem as chubby as before. Yes, before the apocalypse, I weighed 160 pounds, but now I only weigh 120 pounds. It seems that because I used light healing to treat many people, it consumed a lot of energy, and I gradually lost weight. Su Mengyan replied. Using abilities to lose weight? That doesn't seem right. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into thought. As a light-type awakener, he had seen a lot in his past life. But he had never seen anyone who could lose weight using abilities. Su Mengyan's light healing was very powerful. She was only a level 2 awakener now, but she could restore Wu Yenong's body, which was almost depleted inside and out, to its original state. The healing effect of light abilities was indeed powerful, but this level of ability required at least an intermediate awakener or above to achieve. Yet Su Mengyan could do it at level 2. This clearly seemed to have overdrawn something. Could it be vitality? Or something else? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, after using Guan Yu, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I just feel a bit weak for a moment, but I'm fine the next day. However, after treating Wu Yenong last time, I still haven't fully recovered. Sometimes I still feel tired, Su Mengyan said after some thought. In the future, don't treat injuries that are too severe. At this stage, you may be overtaxing your body. Wait until you reach level 4 or 5 before considering trying again. It shouldn't be too much of a burden then. Okay, boss. Seeing the boss so serious, Su Mengyan nodded repeatedly and then went downstairs to cook. However, on the stairs, she remembered the boss's expression just now, and her face turned red with embarrassment. An hour later, everyone gathered in the living room on the second floor. Various buns were placed on the table, such as meat buns, red bean buns, vermicelli, ham buns, tofu buns, and so on. There were also 2 large pots of porridge and 8 treasure porridge. It looked delicious. But no one touched their chopsticks, and no one dared to sit down and eat. Because of yesterday's reprimand, everyone was a bit afraid that the boss would get angry again, and now food also required contribution points. However, they didn't have much resistance, and instead felt more disciplined. Yesterday, I calculated that each of you has a certain amount of contribution points based on different merits. Fong Ping and I were the earliest, and he killed the most zombies. Excluding the points corresponding to the crystal cores consumed each day, the contribution points are 512 for Hu Xiaonan, 102 for Su Mo, 235 for Su Mengyan, but because Su Mengyan needs to cook, she will receive an additional contribution point for each meal, which is now 119. Zhang Chen continued, when we have more people in the future, if someone can't adapt to communal cooking, Su Mengyan can cook separately. However, each member who cooks separately must pay her an additional contribution point. If the food is too complicated, Su Mengyan can receive more contribution points. If unwilling, they can eat from the communal kitchen. Any objections? Su Mengyan exclaimed, no, boss's decision is final. These points may not seem like much, but it's still a gain. When there are more people in the future, the contribution points from cooking separately will be sufficient. The others looked at Su Mengyan with admiration. Cooking skills really make a difference. This group of people, including Zhang Fei, could cook, but they couldn't compare to her at all. She was a genuine 5-star chef, proficient in all kinds of dishes, both Chinese and Western. Next are Wu Yenong, Mou, Zhang Fei, and Mao Su. Because they just joined yesterday, their contribution points are currently 0. For these common meals like buns, noodles, rice, and stir-fried dishes, the contribution points are set at 5 points per meal, and they can eat until full without additional payment. Zhang Chen continued, but Mou is our blacksmith. Everyone can go to him for designated exclusive weapons and equipment, but they need to pay additional contribution points. Each time, they need to pay Mou 10 contribution points. Because he helped make 5 items before, he currently has 50 contribution points. In the future, if there are more refined equipment, we will categorize them into different levels, and the prices will be negotiated at that time. Any objections? None, Mou replied succinctly. 10 contribution points. It may not seem like much, but 5 times a day equals 50 first-level crystal cores, and without going out at all, they could earn a lot. Mou was also happy, although they couldn't earn much with fewer people and limited abilities at this stage, only able to make 5 items. But when the organization grows stronger in the future, the daily income will be considerable. The others looked at him with envy. The blacksmith was rising. For those of us without contribution points, can we exchange the materials and crystal cores we harvested before? Wu Yenong asked. Yes. That's good. Wu Yenong breathed a sigh of relief. There is no contribution value, and I can barely afford to eat. Fortunately, I killed many zombies before and have some supplies. I emptied my family's belongings and exchanged 65 points with Yanfeng, 15 points with Zhang Fei, and 45 points with Mao Su. Xiao Fei, if you eat 2 more meals, you will have nothing left. Why do you have so few contribution points? Mao Su exclaimed. I don't have much ability for now. If I kill fewer zombies, what can I do? Zhang Fei also felt a bit depressed. I don't have much left either. These 7 days might be tough. After the black rain stops, we need to go out and kill zombies quickly, or we won't even be able to afford food. Alright, stop talking and eat. Everyone ate in silence. Once they paid the money, everyone devoured their food. They wished they could eat 10 buns to regain their contribution points. Zhang Chen was also pleased. It seems that the rule of equivalent exchange motivated them. 5 contribution points for a meal is not expensive, as 1 contribution point is equivalent to a first-level crystal nucleus. 5 first-level zombies for a meal is already very cheap. In the future, after inflation, food prices will definitely increase. After eating, everyone dispersed. Zhang Chen absorbed today's crystal nucleus, while Duya absorbed the third-level spiritual crystal nucleus harvested last time. Dad, I have comprehended a new ability again. Duya opened his eyes and said, "Oh, what ability?" Spiritual mark. In simple terms, I can mark anyone I have seen. Within 10 kilometers, anyone marked by me cannot escape my pursuit. The maximum number is 10 people. Oh, very good, practical ability. Zhang Chen was curious, but what is the principle of this ability? What do you use to mark? It's just using the spirit. I can't explain it clearly, but it's similar to how a dog marks its territory with urine. It can smell its own scent from far away, and I can sense my spiritual mark from a distance. Your analogy is very concise. Hee, am I amazing? Very impressive, but can others not discover it? Or erase it? Unless they are stronger than me, or they are spiritual types. To erase it, they need to be at least the same level as me. If they are only second-level spiritual types, they can probably discover it. Oh, it's quite useful. Zhang Chen nodded. Among the awakened, there are very few spiritual types. Second-level awakeners are even rarer, so it is generally very useful. In the following days, everyone continued to absorb crystal nuclei to become stronger. For those with insufficient contribution points, Zhang Chen allowed them to borrow from each other privately. After 5 days passed, Zhang Fei advanced to the second level and comprehended the control skill of vine entanglement. Mao Su also advanced to the second level and comprehended the defensive skill of rock wall, in addition to the previous offensive skill of stone throw, covering both output and defense. Metal type MOU did not level up and remained at the second level. Yanfeng advanced to the third level and comprehended the skill of ice pillar, which has strong control and killing power. At night, heavy rain poured down. The violent zombies came online again, with zombies breaking through both the front and back doors. Especially in front of the supermarket, there were many second-level zombies. However, these zombies couldn't break through the reinforced main gate. On the second floor by the window, everyone looked down at the frantic zombies below, feeling very content. Zhang Chen sat in a chair, glanced around, and ordered, "Clear out some of them. Otherwise, if the accumulated number increases, the main gate won't hold up. We still need to persevere for 2 more days." "Yes, boss." Fong Ping and Yanfeng exchanged glances. They provocatively raised a middle finger at each other and then acted together. Fong Ping activated his ability, and numerous soil spikes emerged from the first floor ground, crazily twisting and killing the zombies' heads. Yanfeng also did not show weakness and waved his hands. Splurt! Splurt! Ice blades shot out one after another, piercing the heads of over a dozen zombies with great efficiency. This is the convenience of being a ranged awakener, able to kill zombies from the second floor. "No way, your efficiency is not as fast as mine. I killed 15, and you only killed 12, Fong Ping deliberately provoked. Wu Yenong sneered, "If you didn't level up 3 times faster than me, I could have killed 15 in one go too. Blaming me for leveling up slowly? Just you wait." The two of them seemed to be full of fire, but in reality, the sense of competition was greater, both wanting to prove themselves in front of the boss. "Stop talking nonsense and quickly collect the crystal cores," Zhang Chen said speechlessly. "Yes, boss." Fong Ping smiled and activated Earth Spike again. Wu Yenong followed suit, quickly clearing out the second-level zombies below. Other members also helped, not to kill zombies, but to contribute points. The crow flew down with a small bag, taking advantage of the time when the zombies were cleared out to collect all the crystal cores. Flapping its wings, it returned to the second floor. The crow was a mutant creature, unaffected by the black rain, but it also didn't benefit from it. 102, well done, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Hee, am I amazing? Impressive. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. In just 5 days, they had accumulated around 325 second-level crystal cores. With the previous accumulation of 2,440 first-level crystal cores, it was estimated that they could reach the 4th level in another dozen days, and there were still plenty of second-level crystal cores left. The members were all enthusiastic, eager to accumulate contribution points and exchange them for second-level crystal cores. Everyone knew the difference between second-level and first-level crystal cores, with the efficiency of leveling up at least 3 times slower. And everyone's talents were different. Some people might only need a dozen days to absorb first-level crystal cores and reach the 3rd level, while others might take a month or even longer. With second-level crystal cores, it might only take 5 or 6 days. Everyone couldn't wait to finish in 7 days and sweep the zombies off the streets. By 3 a.m., Zhang Chen had already gone to sleep, and the other members had also fallen asleep. The crow, responsible for the night watch, let out a scream, alerting everyone. "Wake up, there are third-level zombies coming." Upon hearing the warning, everyone went up to the second floor. In front of the supermarket door, hundreds of zombies were roaring. Two third-level zombies rushed over from the opposite street, carrying a violent aura. Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly. Two third-level zombies. The strength of this level of zombies is completely different from the second level. If they rush over, they will break open the door. We must stop them. It seemed like they had to face the rain, and Zhang Chen was ready to jump down. For third-level awakeners, this height was as simple as jumping a step. He planned to quickly take out these two zombies. But Fang Ping stepped forward, with a determined look. "Boss, let me do it. You can't solve everything, and I haven't fought against third-level zombies yet. I think I can take them down. But these are two third-level zombies." Before he could finish, Fang Ping looked at Wu Yenong beside him. "I'll leave the other one to you. Do you have the guts? If you don't dare, then you're a coward." "Heh, what's there to be afraid of?" Wu Yenong also stepped forward, not the least bit afraid of the so-called third-level zombies. Everyone was at the third level, so what's so difficult about killing a third-level zombie? Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he finally nodded. "Go ahead, contact me on the walkie-talkie at any time." "Yes, boss." The two jumped down and headed straight for the two zombies. Although other team members couldn't join in, they were responsible for clearing out the nearby second-level zombies to prevent them from being disturbed. Zhang Chen asked, "Crow, do you think they can succeed?" "Hard to say. Ordinary zombies are fine, even awakened zombies are manageable, but if they are intelligent awakened zombies, then it's hard to say," the crow said very honestly. "Don't look at how Zhang Chen killed the same level of kitchen knife zombie so easily at the beginning. That's because he had rich combat experience from his past life, plus the mental attack from the crow. That's why it succeeded. Otherwise, any other second-level awakened person would have a hard time. If these two zombies were intelligent ability zombies, then the outcome would be hard to predict. In their past lives, Fang Ping and Wu Yenong had extraordinary combat power, but that was honed through countless battles. But now Fang Ping and Wu Yenong are too inexperienced. They simply don't have the experience to deal with ability zombies, but with him backing them up, they don't have to worry about their safety." On the street, the two of them stood in the rain, waiting for the zombies to approach. They both had excited looks, clearly not common side. Fang Ping chuckled. "Lao Wu, dare to bet with me? Bet on who kills faster. What's there to be afraid of? What are we betting on? Let's bet 100 contribution points. You must have saved up quite a few by now, right? Deal." Fang Ping suddenly thought, "I advanced to level 3 before you. You won't go back on your word if you lose, right? Do you really think battles rely solely on strength? Sometimes the ability system can be the key to victory. I don't think I'm that unlucky." Wu Yenong's words made Fang Ping take it a bit more seriously. What he said was indeed true. Just as they finished talking, the two zombies approached. Fang Ping and Wu Yenong's expressions immediately turned sharp. They moved in opposite directions, distancing themselves from each other to avoid hindering each other's performance. The zombies followed suit and separated from them. From this, it seemed that these two zombies were not intelligent. Fang Ping and Wu Yenong understood this, but they did not let their guard down. As they distanced themselves, they activated long-range skills, earth spikes and ice blades. Swish! Swish! Earth spikes and ice blades shot out through the air. Targeting directly at the head, their movements were decisive. However, the zombies surprisingly moved their feet, swiftly dodging what seemed like fatal attacks. Intelligent type? No. But why didn't they pay attention when we lured them just now? I understand, these zombies have some intelligence, but not much. They're nothing compared to the kitchen knife zombie the boss encountered before. Fang Ping and Wu Yenong's pupils slightly contracted. They had a guess in their minds. In an instant, they figured everything out. Roar! Roar! The zombies roared madly and lunged at them. Fang Ping drew a refined short knife, dodging to the side while slashing his arm. With a stab, blood flowed. But the damage was not significant. It didn't affect the zombies' movements at all. Indeed, it's not a physical type. The damage is a bit lacking, but it's okay. Fang Ping no longer hesitated and charged forward again. The zombie roared. 3 bone spikes emerged from its fingertips, looking extremely sharp. But Fang Ping showed no intention of dodging. The earth surged from the ground, covering his whole body in an instant. The powerful defense prevented the bone spikes from piercing through. At the same time, the short knife in his hand swiftly slashed at the neck, and the head fell with a thud. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. But it wasn't easy at all. His gaze then turned to the side. Wu Yenong's battle was completely different from his. He kept pulling and consuming the zombie, not letting it attack, while using ice blades for long-range consumption. The zombies spewed fireballs, but he blocked them with ice. In the end, when he was exhausted, Wu Yenong shot an ice arrow through the zombie's head. Fang Ping taunted, "You're so slow, much worse than me. What do you know? This is the safest way, your reckless fighting style is a disadvantage. TCH, you're just being a coward. What excuses are you looking for? I don't want to waste time with you, hurry back, the boss is getting impatient. Don't forget the 100 contribution points. I won't leave you out." The two collected the crystal cores, then returned to the second floor of the supermarket with their team members. Zhang Chen looked at them and praised, "Well done." "Hey, but am I better, boss?" Fang Ping boasted. "No, you're the worst." "Ha?" Fang Ping felt a bit down. Zhang Chen said seriously, "Your earth armor may have strong defense, but whether it can withstand the attacks of level 3 zombies is still unknown. If you get injured and turn into a zombie, what's there to be proud of? You should be like Wu Yenong, steady and controlled, using long-range skills to wear down the zombies slowly until they're defeated, or use burial to end them, instead of this way, understand?" "I understand, I was wrong." Fang Ping pouted. But Wu Yenong's fighting style is not without fault either. The battles drag on too long, not using higher damage skills when available. You're on the street, not fighting the zombies one-on-one. Zhang Chen criticized Wu Yenong again, "Your team should be clearing out nearby level 2 zombies. The longer it takes, the more dangerous it becomes. Instead, you're leisurely strolling with the zombies. When your team members die because of your delays, you'll regret it. Do you understand your mistake?" "I understand, boss," Wu Yenong muttered. "But both of you did well. It's impressive for the first time. Each of you will receive 50 contribution points, while the rest of the team will get 20 each. Keep up the good work next time." "Yes, boss." Everyone showed joyful expressions. Zhang Chun chuckled inwardly, this is a mix of criticism and reward. This criticism not only encouraged the team members to compete but also strengthened their cohesion and understanding of tactics. "I'm really clever." On the 6th morning, it poured rain. The black rain grew heavier, with water accumulating on the street up to 5 centimeters deep. Although Zhang Chen had closed the windows on the second floor, the evaporating black rain in the air was still inhaled by the team members. Awakening level 3 individuals like Fang Ping were hardly affected. But the other level 2 members who were already soaked yesterday had their physical fitness significantly reduced. While not completely weakened, their combat effectiveness had decreased by about 30%, and the situation was even worse for those struggling awakeners. Most level 1 awakeners were as weak as ordinary people. Level 2 awakeners were even unable to kill zombies, and although there were some level 3 awakeners, they were few and far between. In just 5 days, nearly half of the nearly 20 awakening teams near the supermarket had suffered losses. Across the street from the supermarket, in a residential building, the atmosphere was tense. They were a team of 10 awakeners, led by a rare level 3 awakener. 4 were level 2, and 6 were level 1, making them seem numerous, but everyone was exhausted. Initially, they were unaware of the characteristics of the black rain. While the rain killed many zombies, they also used level 2 crystal nuclei to help their leader reach level 3. Unfortunately, all team members had weakened significantly due to being soaked in the rain for too long. The zombie horde outside was watching closely, and if they didn't act soon, they would be in trouble. Moreover, there were abnormal zombies present. If the awakeners didn't unite, they would truly be wiped out. Something had to be done. Captain Jiang Chan gritted his teeth. "Wu, have you gathered the information?" "Yes, we have." Originally, there were 27 awakening teams nearby, but in 5 days, more than half of them died. Now, including us, there are only 12 teams struggling to survive, totaling 65 people. Except for the supermarket, there are no teams with level 3 awakeners. Manhwa spoke slowly. "How many people are at the supermarket? How many level 3 awakeners?" "There are 9 people, not sure about the exact number of level 3 awakeners, but definitely more than 1. "Have the invitations been sent?" "Yes." "Then let's wait. Everyone will be restless." Across the street, on the second floor of the supermarket, Fang Ping sat on the sofa, boredly watching a movie. It wasn't a serious film, but a martial arts movie with multiple men and women fighting. The female lead in it was highly skilled in martial arts, not falling behind at all even when surrounded by 5 men, and even using her lower body to control the water flow to splash the enemy's face. Zhang Chen walked over from the window and casually asked, "Is it good?" "It's good." "What's good about it?" "Everything is good. I can learn from their combat experience." Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. "You don't even have a woman. What experience are you learning? Watch less of these movies. If it weren't for your achievement yesterday, I wouldn't let you watch this kind of learning material." Hee hee, thanks boss. Fong Ping paid no attention to the presence of others. He watched intently, not willing to skip a single second of the scene. Zhang Chen shook his head, about to say something. Suddenly, a mouse appeared in front of them. The mouse emerged from a crack in the wall, its eyes shining brightly. What was most bizarre was that the mouse had a metal card in its mouth. Zhang Chen wondered, a mouse? Is it a mutant mouse? The mouse showed no fear of humans. It hopped onto the coffee table, placed the card down, and was about to leave. But it was suddenly pressed down by a crow, clearly startled, struggling a few times before realizing it couldn't escape, and the light in its eyes gradually faded. It became just an ordinary mouse, indistinguishable from any other. Zhang Chen asked curiously, Crow, is it a mutant creature? No, not a mutant creature? Then what is it? This is just an ordinary mouse, but there is a spiritual awakening controlling it from behind. It briefly controlled the mouse with its mind, which led to its actions just now, explained the crow. Controlling a mouse? A beast tamer? Well, you could say that, but fundamentally it's still spiritual. But why can he control the mouse, and you can't? Aren't you both spiritual? Zhang Chen didn't quite understand. Not everyone's abilities in the spiritual realm are the same. Just like the zombie crow we encountered before, it's also spiritual, but excels in creating illusions to confuse enemies. Some people are naturally adept at controlling the mind, like controlling small animals, the crow explained. But animals also have requirements. Rats are very intelligent animals, so they can temporarily implant the mind and control the central nervous system, similar to my spiritual mark, but I can't do it to that extent, I can only use it for marking. I see, this person is talented. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Being able to control a mouse wasn't impressive? Although not focused on combat, if scaled up, it could easily form an intelligence network. This talent must not be missed, better act quickly to recruit him. But before that, let's take a look at the card. The content on it was simple, stating that the black rain was getting heavier, and humans were becoming more dangerous. It hoped to band together and establish a post-apocalyptic alliance family. Everyone still operated in small teams, but in the face of great danger, they needed to help each other in the alliance to overcome challenges together. It was signed by an awakened individual named Zhang Chang, and he also indicated that he was a third-level awakened, which made Zhang Chen slightly raise an eyebrow. He wants us to meet at the residential building across the street before 3 o'clock today to discuss forming an alliance. Are you going? Zhang Chen asked. Fong Ping shrugged. I don't think we should go. This invitation makes it seem like he's already the leader, and I don't think this kind of alliance is reliable at all. Indeed, this kind of thing is unreliable. Zhang Chen shook his head. The organization is too loose if one side encounters danger. If the relationship isn't strong enough, who will care about you? Even if the relationship is strong, there's no guarantee that there won't be betrayal. As for being a leader, who cares who you are? In this post-apocalyptic world where survival is uncertain, do you really think that as a third-level awakened, you can make everyone submit to you? That's impossible. This kind of alliance is meaningless, at least in the early stages. Unless everyone unites under one leader. Only then does it have some feasibility. Otherwise, it's just a scattered mess. Dia couldn't care less, then don't go, it's not like we have nothing better to do. Zhang Chen shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips. We still have to go. It just so happens that our Dawn Society is also at the stage of recruiting new members, and we can take this opportunity to show our strength. By then, those awakened will know who to follow for a brighter future. Fong Ping asked, what if Zhang Cheng tries to stop us? Why even bother saying that? It's obvious. Everyone's will is free, why shouldn't he let others join other organizations? Just because he thinks he's better? If Zhang Cheng is sensible, he'll keep his life. If not, he'll meet his maker. In the afternoon, at 2:45, Zhang Chen led Fong Ping and Wu Yenong across the street with umbrellas. Of course, they brought some supplies, mainly to attract the awakened. The other second-tier members didn't come not because they were afraid of lagging behind, but to stay and guard the supplies at the supermarket, and to prevent zombies from breaking through the gates. They entered the residential building. They arrived on the third floor and knocked on the door. The other party had broken down the walls of 2 apartments, making the space much larger. All 12 awakened teams were present. Surprisingly, not a single person was absent. This was beyond Zhang Chen's expectations. Weren't they afraid of internal conflicts? A quick scan revealed the reasons. Some couldn't handle it anymore, as the zombies had killed most of the team members, leaving only 2 or 3. Others were hungry, having not eaten for several days. Killing zombies may make you stronger, but you can't survive on iron and steel. So they came here to see if they could exchange for some food. When Zhang Chen and his group entered, they saw the travel bags on their backs, which caught the attention of the others. Although only 3 people had come, Jiang Cheng had already communicated with them beforehand. The supermarket group was the strongest among them, so there was no thought of looting supplies. Seeing the newcomers, Jiang Cheng warmly approached. "This must be Jiang Chen, the boss, right? Ha ha, young and promising, I'm Jiang Cheng, 32 years old this year. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Jiang." Seeing Jiang Cheng being so welcoming, those who didn't receive the same treatment felt a bit sour. However, what no one expected was Jiang Chen's calm response, "Sorry, I do mind." This statement instantly stiffened the atmosphere. Jiang Cheng's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he held back. "It's okay, if you don't want to call me that's fine. Just make yourself at home, no need to be polite." Jiang Chen calmly took a seat. Fang Ping behind him felt a bit annoyed, thinking this person was too pretentious. Making the boss call him Brother Jiang? Everyone here was a prominent figure, all 3rd level awakened, not as handsome or charismatic as the boss. Why should they call him brother? Isn't that lowering their status? This person was trying to assert dominance as soon as he saw the boss, probably worried that they wouldn't be able to control the situation. Trying to use age to pressure them, showing dominance right from the start. Jiang Chen wasn't someone who would easily yield. Jiang Cheng at the front seemed unfazed, speaking passionately. "Everyone, the reason I gathered you all here is not just because the black rain hasn't stopped, but also because we've noticed that under this black rain, the zombies are revolving again. Second-tier zombies are terrifying, but they can still be killed. The terrifying thing is that the black rain will weaken everyone's physical condition, and the zombies at night will become aggressive and difficult to deal with. I don't know if this black rain will stop, or when it will stop, but we are preparing for the worst." According to the summary from my subordinate Xiao Wu, there were originally 27 squads nearby, but now it has drastically decreased to the 12 teams present. In less than 6 days, we have suffered heavy losses. We must face reality and unite. We don't have grand goals, only to survive. So I hope to establish an alliance, a big family where we can help each other, that's all. Some captains were not happy. Who will the alliance listen to? No one needs to listen. Manage your own squad, just need to follow the alliance leader's orders in times of danger. This is not for personal gain, but to unite everyone, Jiang Cheng explained. Jiang Chen was too lazy to argue. He stood up, his tone contemptuous. "In other words, you want to be the alliance leader? Regardless of whether you are qualified or not, if you said to listen to the alliance leader in times of danger, what if that danger is to solve your own danger? If others are in danger and need support, will you, as the alliance leader, go? And you say there is danger. What if this danger is a trap set by you to take advantage of others? Then when the other squads are wiped out, you can claim they were surrounded by zombies and died. There's no evidence of the truth, who would know? No rules at all, and you want to act like a big shot? What's the point of this disorganized organization? Are we looking for trouble? Treating everyone like fools?" Jiang Cheng couldn't contain his anger. You are slandering me. You started challenging me as soon as you entered. I'm just doing this for everyone. What did I do wrong? It's you who is thinking with a malicious mind. Is that so? Since it's all for everyone, then let me be the alliance leader, Jiang Chen sneered. Impossible. You don't understand the zombies at all. The speed at which they evolve is unimaginable. Some zombies even have special abilities, and some have intelligence beyond humans. Jiang Cheng said arrogantly, "With zombies of this level, what can you, Jiang Chen, do? Only I can lead everyone towards the future. Only I have this ability." Hearing this, Jiang Chen laughed. He was about to say something when suddenly, there were roars outside the door. Bang! The door was forcefully broken open, and 5 level 3 zombies blocked the exit, their mouths wide open. They were muttering, wanting to devour all humans, leaving everyone present stunned and horrified. Oh my god! What the hell? Level 3 zombies? And it's actually speaking? Have zombies really evolved intelligence? Jiang Cheng didn't lie to us. How can we kill zombies of this level? Run! What are you waiting for? To die? Damn it! We can only jump out the window. Manhwa whispered, "Captain, if you kill these zombies, you can rightfully take over." Smack! Jiang Cheng slapped him and said in a panic, "There are 5 of them, not just 1. This deviates too much from the original plan. I don't want to sacrifice myself. I'm running too. Good luck to you all. Jiang Chen is closest to the door, he's doomed. He deserves it for targeting me." However, a sneer came from the front. Jiang Chen's hands were covered in thunder as he wielded his battle axes, with electric arcs dancing around. Sizzle! Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, their necks were severed. These 5 seemingly powerful level 3 zombies were beheaded without even a chance to react. The speed was so fast it was chilling. In front of everyone's eyes, the 5 zombie heads rolled to the ground, and the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Zhang Chen scanned the crowd, looking disdainful as he said, "Third-level intelligent zombies? I've seen them before. Why are you so afraid? Even my subordinates have killed several of them. Look at you all, so pathetic." Jiang Chang, Meng Wu, and others were all dumbfounded. Goodness, the clown is actually me? First time writing a post-apocalyptic story, hoping that readers can support and bear with it. If the results are good, XIN can update thousands of words every day. It's important to follow the new book period. Please don't raise, I beg you. It will really be overfed. Sob 5 third-level zombies. And they were all intelligent types, yet they were killed so easily? We are all third-level awakened individuals. Why are you so awesome? Jiang Chang felt very unfair, while others were still in shock, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, a thin and weak young man walked over and cautiously asked, "Can I join you guys?" "Who are you?" Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "My name is Meng Wu. I am a second-level mental awakened individual." "Oh, are you the one who controlled the rats to deliver the invitation this morning?" "Yes." Zhang Chen couldn't help but become interested. He had originally wanted to dig into Jiang Cheng's corner, but he didn't expect this person to come to him voluntarily. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Cheng, full of anger, said, Hey, Xiao Wu, don't forget that you are mine. Without my consent, you can't join another team." "But didn't the captain just tell us to fend for ourselves? Didn't he mean to disband the team? Did I misunderstand?" Meng Wu chuckled lightly. I misspoke at that time. I meant for everyone to disperse and escape, so there would be better life protection." "Is that so? But how do you explain the slap you gave me just now?" "Jiang Chang, I have been working hard for your team all along. Even when mentally exhausted to the limit, I was still gathering intelligence for you. You want me to come back with just a casual slip of the tongue? Are you really treating us like monkeys?" Meng Wu's words struck a chord. Everyone present couldn't help but be moved, including the other team members who showed signs of discontent. Weren't they killing zombies in the rain just to help Jiang Chang reach the third level and establish an alliance for better protection? But as soon as they established it, the zombies came and they ran away? The team leader didn't even care? He didn't even look at his team members? What did he take them for? How could this not make them feel cold-hearted? For a moment, they couldn't bear it anymore. Exactly, Wu Gu is right. How can you just turn the page lightly with a slip of the tongue? We risked our lives for you, killed so many zombies to help you reach the third level, and this is how you treat your brothers? You must give us an explanation. The team members' accusations made Jiang Cheng extremely embarrassed, but he still held back and said, "Brothers, it was my fault just now. I neglected your feelings, but I know that mere words cannot calm your anger. So, how about this? I will compensate you. I will give each of you 3 cans of food and water, plus 5 second-level crystal cores. What do you think?" The team members looked at each other and accepted the apology. The food wasn't much, but compared to other teams, it was already generous. 5 crystal cores per person, totaling 45 for 9 people, was quite substantial. Jiang Cheng took out the food and crystal cores and gave them to his 9 brothers one by one. However, as soon as Meng Wu received the supplies, he immediately handed them over to Zhang Chen behind him. "Give it to Boss Zhang, this is my membership fee for joining you." "Membership fee? Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you out of these supplies?" "Not afraid, I trust your character," Meng Wu said confidently. "Thank you for your trust. Although joining our Dawn Society does not require a membership fee, I can help you keep it safe. These items can all be exchanged for equivalent contribution points. This is the rule for all of us. You can exchange them back later, so you won't lose anything." Zhang Chen's words made Meng Wu smile. Although he didn't understand what contribution points were, it was probably a kind of fair rule. This was much better than the regular teams in Zhang City. When the other team members saw Meng Wu doing this, although they didn't trust Zhang Chen, they trusted Meng Wu. So they all walked over. They eagerly handed over their belongings as the membership fee to join the Dawn Society. "I want to join too." "Me too. I don't understand what contribution points are, but if Wu Ji trusts you, then I trust you too. We have some skills, hope mister. Zhang won't look down on us." Zhang Chen naturally welcomed them with a smile. Awakening on the 5th day of the Black Rain meant they must have some skills. As for character, that needed to be observed slowly. Whether they were hidden spies, they could ask Hu Xiaonan to help with divination when they returned. Seeing this scene, Zhang City's face turned sour, unable to contain his anger. "Meng Wu, what do you mean? Didn't I give you supplies and crystal cores to make you stay? How come you turned to that idiot Zhang Chen? When did I say we would stay? Weren't the supplies and crystal cores just compensation for our mental losses? What does it have to do with whether we join others or not?" Manhwa smiled. Ha ha, Wu Ji is right. This is our mental compensation. If you want us to stay, you'll have to give us 10 times what you just offered. No, make it 20 times. Ha ha, you. Damn it. Have you all turned against me? Have you forgotten who the third-level awakener is? It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Zhang City couldn't contain his anger. As he took a step forward, Fong Ping walked up to him. Smack! A big slap was thrown. Zhang City, caught off guard, had his teeth knocked out. His face swelled up instantly. Before he could get angry, Wu Yenong also walked over and delivered a slap. Teeth splattered, both sides equally swollen. Fong Ping said calmly, "Dare to call my boss an idiot? This slap is payback." Wu Yenong sneered, "Dare to threaten the new members of our Dawn Society in front of the boss? This slap is to help you remember. You. Zhang City pointed at them, trembling with anger. He was a third-level awakener after all. 2 big slaps, what a huge blow to his pride. What? Do you have a problem? Or do you want to fight back? We're ready to accompany you. Seeing the 2 men acting so arrogantly in front of him, he knew they were both third-level awakeners, so he had to admit defeat this time. Seeing their former captain being bullied like this, the other team members felt no sympathy but rather a sense of satisfaction. Zhang City only cursed a few times before taking action, protecting their own interests. This kind of organization is a good organization. They were filled with emotion, wishing they could also deliver a few big slaps. This scene caught the eyes of other teams, and for a moment, they were also tempted and hesitant about joining. Third-level awakeners were like gods in their eyes. Even Zhang City, who they didn't dare to offend, had 2 strong peers under Zhang Chen, who seemed no weaker than Zhang City himself. And Zhang Chen himself was a terrifying figure who could kill 5 third-level zombies in an instant. How could they not be tempted? A female team leader finally couldn't resist and cautiously spoke up. Mr. Zhang, our team also wants to join your Dawn Society. But we really have no supplies at all. We only have a few level 1 crystal cores. Can we delay the fee? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Chen glanced over. He saw a stunning girl, her hands crossed clutching the hem of her clothes. Her expression was very tense, and a bit timid. Her skin was very dark but slightly different from her neck, obviously intentionally made up to look ugly. And this team was very strange, all the members were women. Each female member used makeup to conceal their appearance, obviously this was their way of protecting themselves. Seeing Zhang Chen observing them, Miao Xiaoxiao gathered courage and with a pleading tone said, "Boss Zhang, we didn't lie to you, we really have no supplies at all, our team members have been hungry for 2 days. We can go out to kill zombies and get crystal cores, we can quickly gather the fee, please be lenient with us, okay?" "No, I think you misunderstood." Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Manhwa voluntarily contributed supplies, but that doesn't mean it's a so-called fee. Our Dawn Society does not require any fees to join, and the supplies and crystal cores they turned in will be converted into contribution points. The so-called contribution points within our organization are a kind of universal currency. Whether it's crystal cores or food, they can be purchased with contribution points, understand? "I understand, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding," Miao Xiaoxiao apologized. "It's okay, what's your name? What system of awakened are you?" "My name is Miao Xiaoxiao, I am a 2nd-level awakened in the mental system. Although I am the captain, I currently have no combat ability. My ability is to communicate with plants, using my powers to activate some plants. The activated plants can only be used to alert enemies around, but they have no attacking power." Miao Xiaoxiao felt a bit uneasy. For a moment, she was nervous, her ability was not very reliable. She was afraid that if Zhang Chen found her strength lacking, he might not let her sisters join, which would be troublesome. Little did she know. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. "Another awakened in the mental system? So you're in the plant system? You could say that. My ability is indeed quite useless, but my sisters are very powerful. I hope you won't look down on us." "Very good. Your ability is great. Just as important as Manhwa's. I welcome your joining." Did you say we can join?" Miao Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. She had originally planned to withdraw herself and let other sisters join, but Boss Shang's approval was very enthusiastic, and it seemed he valued her ability. What's going on? Zhang Chen's excitement was actually quite simple. It was because this Miao Xiaoxiao had great potential in the future. In the early stages, the plant system didn't look impressive, but in the future, she could not only communicate with plants, but also control them. In the early days of the apocalypse, all living things mutated. Not just animals, but plants also had a chance to mutate, and some mutated plants were very powerful. In his memory, before he achieved extraordinary abilities, during his adventures outside the suburbs, he encountered a super willow tree that had reached advanced mutation. This tree was so powerful that it was almost impossible to approach, because each willow branch seemed alive. Many awakened who coveted crystal cores went one after another, but were pierced in the head by the branches, draining their brain marrow. Zhang Chen had a showdown with it, but ultimately failed. These mutated plants were almost impossible to tame, and they moved very fast. The key was that when they didn't attack, they were no different from ordinary plants. Only awakened in the mental system could perceive the anomaly, and only in the rare plant system branch of the mental system was there a possibility of taming them, because these people had a natural affinity with plants. If in the future, they could tame a large number of mutated plants and station them around gathering places, almost able to replace half of the guard duties. If the big willow tree can be tamed, one tree can cover half the sky. Of course, this is just one of the abilities of the plant system. In the future, after Miao Xiaoxiao's level increases, it may even awaken the ability to quickly ripen crops such as rice and wheat, doubling the yield. This kind of talent must not be missed. In the future, when the organization grows larger, crop cultivation will definitely be essential. And spiritual talents are already rare, with even fewer in the beast control and plant systems. Manhwa is currently only controlling some ordinary animals, but in the future, he will be able to control many powerful mutant animals, and the saying one person is worth 1,000 troops is not just a joke. The talents and infrastructure are also basically complete, such as Mausa from the rock system, Zhang Fei from the wood system, Fang Ping from the earth system, and Mou from the metal system. Intelligence gathering will also be quickly established, such as Mangwu from the beast control system. Agriculture is also without worries, with Miao Xiaoxiao from the plant system. Now everything is basically in place. This time, we really have to thank Zhang Chang, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to gather talents so quickly. When everyone heard that there were no fees, they all joined in one after another. Except for 3 small teams who were observing with a reserved attitude, the other 9 small teams all joined the Dawn Society, totaling 46 people. There are 28 first-level awakeners and 18 second-level awakeners. Some of the awakeners are so hungry that they have lost their composure. Zhang Chen instructed Fang Ping to distribute the bread, biscuits, and water from 2 backpacks to everyone, rallying their spirits once again. Soon, they devoured the food. Afraid that they wouldn't have food tomorrow, they have been having a tough time these days. Those who didn't know about the Black Rain at first killed many zombies and became stronger, but their physical condition deteriorated to the point where they didn't dare to go out to find supplies. They could only go hungry, hoping for the Black Rain to stop. "Thank you, President, we are full now," everyone expressed their gratitude. Seeing this pitiful sight, Zhang Chen felt helpless. "Now that you've eaten, what should we do about the welcoming banquet in the afternoon?" In the end, he didn't say it, fearing that the new members wouldn't be able to handle the emotional impact and would cry loudly. "You're welcome, let's go back." Zhang Chen waved his hand and led everyone away. The other 3 small teams that didn't join also returned to their own territories, leaving Zhang Chen alone. Everyone walked on the road with umbrellas. Except for Fang Ping and Wu Yenong, everyone was there. Mengwu hesitated for a moment, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "President, Zhang Chang is a person who will seek revenge for any grievances. By poaching him this time, you will definitely incur his resentment, and he may seek revenge in the future. Although we are not afraid of him, there is no need to deliberately leave a troublemaker. Why not let Brother Fang and Brother Wu take care of him?" Zhang Chen looked at him, increasingly appreciative. "Good lad, that's the spirit. An organization needs talents like you. It seems I didn't misjudge you. President, you flatter me. When should we take action?" Meng Wu asked. Zhang Chen pushed his non-existent glasses and said coldly, "We will take action as soon as everyone leaves the house, right? Otherwise, do you think Fang Ping and Wu Yenong left for no reason? If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Chang is probably already a corpse by now." Meng Wu suddenly realized. No wonder he didn't see Fang Ping and Wu Yenong. It turned out that when they left, they had already stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. Meng Wu lowered his head and apologized. "President, you had already thought of this. I'm sorry for overstepping my bounds and speaking out of turn." Zhang Chen looked at him with increasing satisfaction. "No, I like this kind of outspokenness. To be honest, it's been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out, and you are the only new member who has proposed the idea of rooting out the problem. None of the other old members have shown this kind of attitude. I will commend you at the welcoming banquet later and give you an important position." "Oh, this. President, is it not too good for me to have just joined? Will other members have any objections?" Meng Wu was surprised. "What's wrong with that? Power is earned through competition, whether it's new members or old members. If you don't have the ability, don't occupy a position and prevent capable people from contributing. Zhang Chen's words did not shy away from others. At this time, Fang Ping and Wu Yenong also returned, carrying Zhang Cheng's head in their hands. This immediately made other members roughly understand what kind of president they had, and some individuals felt regretful. They were not without the same thoughts as Meng Wu, but they were unsure of the president's character, so they didn't dare to suggest getting rid of Zhang Cheng. Now it seems they missed a great opportunity to impress the president. Everyone looked at Meng Wu with envy in their eyes, but not to the point of jealousy. After all, the organization has just been established, and there are plenty of opportunities like this. There may still be opportunities for them to advance in the future. It's just unknown. What will Meng Wu's position be? Fang Ping and Wu Yenong exchanged a glance, feeling more or less a sense of crisis. These new recruits are impressive. To win the president's favor so quickly, the group of old members also needs to step up their game. Fang Ping whispered, "President, it's done. This is Zhang Cheng's crystal nucleus. There aren't many supplies, just a dozen cans of food and water, all in the bag. Take it back to the warehouse, throw away the head, it's no longer needed." Zhang Chen made no comment. Killing a newly promoted level 3 like Zhang Cheng, in fact, Fang Ping alone would have been enough. But just to be safe, he let the two of them go together. If they both let the person escape, then it would be a waste. As for bringing back the head, it was also to show everyone. Understanding what kind of organization the organization is, if they don't understand the need to eradicate the roots, it would be best to withdraw early. After returning to the supermarket, more than 50 people were all on the first floor, making it seem crowded. And there were only 6 or 7 compartments, definitely not enough to sleep in. But there was a solution, as there were plenty of vacant shops next to the supermarket. They could clear out the space and place some furniture inside. However, because the front and back doors of the adjacent shops were not reinforced and had been broken open by zombies, they needed to be repaired. After some thought, Fang Ping, Mao Su, and Zhang Fei were called over. "What's wrong, President? I need to knock down the walls of several adjacent shops. Is there a risk of collapse? Do any of you understand this?" Zhang Chen asked. Mao Su quickly raised his hand and said, "I understand. I used to work in construction. It may not be possible to knock down the entire wall, as there is a risk of collapse for several shops, but one shop's wall should be fine. However, there is a risk of collapse for several shops. What should we do? Just open up one door, use rocks to support the beams, and there won't be any risk. Do we need to repair the doors of the damaged shops, or can we just block them with rocks? Can your earth abilities, along with Fang Ping's, withstand the destruction by zombies?" Zhang Chen asked again. "It's completely doable. It's no different from building a wall. Awakened individuals are more efficient and stable." "That's good. Instruct everyone to clear out the adjacent shops first, then you and Fang Ping block the doors. After that, break through the walls to allow members to communicate, but without compromising privacy." "Zhang Fei, can you make a wooden door, is that okay?" "No problem, President." Zhang Fei nodded. "Let's start now and try to finish before nightfall." "Yes, President." Everyone started mobilizing. The 50 or so people quickly cleared out the shops. There were some scattered zombies that came to harass them during the process, but they were easily dealt with. Building the walls was also not difficult, and by around 8 p.m., most of the work was done. Zhang Chen took some folding beds and furniture and placed them inside. The 5 shops were transformed into rooms, with each room accommodating 2 small teams. There was more than enough space, and it was no problem to accommodate over 100 people. Half of the first-floor supermarket compartments were converted into a collective meeting hall. In the middle were 3 large rotating tables for communal dining. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, everyone please take a seat." Everyone sat down, with smiles on their faces. Although it was a bit troublesome just now, moving beds and chairs and all. But everyone felt that this was the president valuing everyone's performance. After all, who didn't just sleep casually before, and even cared if there were beds? Zhang Chen scanned around and said loudly, "Although I gave a brief introduction earlier, it is still necessary to clarify the rules and regulations of our Dawn Society with everyone. Firstly, we have established many positions within the organization. In addition to the president, there is also the Legion commander who leads 100 awakened individuals, but that can wait for now. Below the Legion commander are 5 battalion commanders, each managing 4 squads, with 5 awakened individuals in each squad. Typically, squads operate independently, and all squads are required to turn in the crystal cores and resources collected from killing zombies, in exchange for corresponding contribution points. Depending on the position, the exchanged crystal cores and resources will vary. Regular members can exchange for level 1 crystal cores, Battalion commanders with over 500 contribution points and who pass the promotion assessment can exchange for level 2 crystal cores, and battalion commanders can exchange for level 3 crystal cores. After about half an hour of explanation, everyone roughly understood, the rules were fair, and there were no objections. However, where is Meng Wu? Wasn't the president supposed to give him a position? Could it be a battalion commander? That can't be right, there aren't even 100 people, and Meng Wu's combat power is very weak. If he became a battalion commander, they wouldn't accept it. Just now, the president divided everyone into 10 squads, with Fang Ping and Wu Yenong serving as battalion commanders, each temporarily managing 5 squads. When the team grows, outstanding members will be promoted to battalion commanders again. This gave them hope for advancement. Battalion commander, superior to battalion commander. Not only a symbol of power, but also the ability to exchange for better resources. In addition, for some special members, I will establish some special positions, Zhang Chen continued. For example, Meng Wu can control some special animals, such as using rats to gather intelligence for our organization, so I will establish an intelligence department, and Meng Wu will temporarily serve as the head of the intelligence department. Head of the intelligence department? What kind of position is that? Everyone was curious, how does it compare to Fang Ping and Wu Yenong's level? Meng Wu was also curious, should it be at the level of a squad leader? He had just joined, it couldn't be at the same level as Fang Ping and Wu Yenong, right? Although he still held on to hope. Zhang Chen said calmly, according to the hierarchy of positions, the department head is at the same level as the battalion commander. What is this? At the same level as the battalion commander? Doesn't that mean it's the highest position after the president? Not to mention Meng Wu and the others, Fang Ping and Wu Yenong were also stunned, feeling a surge of crisis for a moment. Could it be they have fallen out of favor? Yesterday, I couldn't sleep until dawn, maybe it was an anxiety attack, feeling very bad. I will try to update everyone as much as possible tomorrow. Don't stay up late, good night. The department head level, just below the president. This kid Meng Wu just arrived, and he's already above them? How is there no sense of crisis? Especially Fang Ping, who originally thought he had a unique position in the president's heart. After all, which member could watch action movies next to the president? And it was a movie recommended by the president himself? But now, this kid comes in and becomes the star? Higher than the two of them, the battalion commanders? Damn it! This kid named Meng, is he going to become the new favorite? This won't do. Fang Ping felt a little panicked inside. However, little did they know, Zhang Chen did it intentionally. It was to put pressure on Fang Ping and Wu Yenong, the senior members, so they could compete with each other. Only then could a good organizational atmosphere be formed. Meng Wu was also shocked, and said nervously, President, is this really appropriate? Other members may also have the ability to take on this position. Would you reconsider? Why wouldn't it be suitable? You are the only beast tamer in our organization. Are there other members who are more suitable for this position than you? Zhang Chen looked around and explained, until another beast tamer awakens, you are the most suitable candidate for the Minister of Intelligence, no one else. Although the Minister of Intelligence and the Commander are at the same level, the powers of the two departments do not interfere with each other, and you do not have the right to mobilize other members. Well, thank you, President. After listening to the explanation, Meng Wu also accepted it gladly. The Intelligence Department is obviously a very important department, and in the future, when the department is fully established, it may not necessarily belong to the Legion. Although others were shocked, they did not feel jealous, because what the President said was indeed true. Only Meng Wu, the beast tamer, was the most suitable for this position. Others were simply not qualified. When Meng Wu heard that he could not interfere with the Legion, Fang Ping and Wu Yenong also breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, I need to emphasize something about the exchange of resources. To prevent members from hoarding resources, each person's daily exchange of crystal cores cannot exceed the daily absorption limit. For example, a level 1 awakener can absorb a maximum of 8 cores per day, so they can only exchange 8 cores. If a member is unable to return to the base due to a mission, they can apply to me for additional resources. Zhang Chen continued, regarding food, there are 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all provided collectively, each meal costing 5 contribution points. I will also eat with everyone. Our organization's chef, Su Mengyan, will prepare whatever she wants, but if it doesn't suit your taste, you can request a separate meal from her, but you will need to pay additional contribution points of varying amounts. These rules left the new members present stunned. 3 meals a day? Is this the end of the world? Such great benefits. Suddenly, everyone felt like they were living in a dream. President, did you say we get 3 meals a day? Is that true? Do we have that much food? Isn't it too extravagant? How about just 2 meals? 1 meal would be enough. These new members, including Manhwa, were excited and their emotions were hard to contain. Each of them questioned further. Some were surprised, some were worried, and some even cried. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "No need to worry, just 3 meals a day. You don't have to worry about food." "Oh yeah. Long live the president. The president is awesome. I want to give you a monkey." "You idiot, why would a guy like you give birth to a monkey?" "I can give birth to a monkey for the president. You guys can't do it. I can offer my butt to the president." "That's disgusting. Get lost." Members were extremely excited. Many of them were moved to tears. There was no other way. They had been living a tough life. Forget about 3 meals a day, even 1 meal a day was considered a luxury. Shouldn't food cost contribution points? Wasn't that only natural? With just 5 contribution points, it was almost like getting it for free, right? What a great organization. They suddenly felt that joining the Dawn Society was the right choice. Alright, since we've talked enough, let's start our organization's first welcome banquet. De Pang, Air Pang, bring out the dishes. Zhang Chen waited quietly for their emotions to settle, then clapped his hands. Su Mengyan and Su Mo went to the kitchen and brought out dish after dish. There were cold and hot dishes, all colorful and delicious, such as kung pao chicken, spicy shrimp, sweet and sour spare ribs, boiled pork slices, braised lion's head meatballs, and cold shredded 3 delicacies, and so on. There were a total of 18 dishes, with over 20 plates on each table. There were also steaming hot rice, spare rib soup, and egg drop soup. Wow! More dishes? Wasn't the meal we had before leaving in the afternoon just some bread? Ah! What kind of divine meal is this? Why did I eat bread back then? The members were all dumbfounded. They never expected that the food supplied every day would be like this. They had always thought that each meal was just nibbling on bread, with some luck to have a bit of canned meat. Even Mang Wu, who had always had strong mental resilience, was stunned and asked uncertainly, "President, is the daily food really this generous? Isn't it supposed to be instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and the like?" "More or less, yes. Lunch and dinner are like this. Breakfast is a bit simpler, with items like steamed buns and fried dough sticks." "I hope everyone doesn't mind?" Zhang Chen said in a somewhat Versailles manner. "No, we don't mind." Mang Wu and the others swallowed their saliva. "Is every meal like this? Oh my god. The treatment organized for us is even better than before the apocalypse, right? Alright, let's start eating. Don't worry about wasting food. The leftovers can be reheated and eaten tomorrow. Thank you, President. Let's eat. Wow. This braised lion's head is amazing, so fragrant. Is this chili stir-fry meat? It's clearly meat stir-fried with chili, right? Is meat free? Why are there ribs in the rib soup? Isn't the soup supposed to be made from simmering ribs? Slurp. I'll have another bowl. These shrimp are amazing, so tender. Zhang Chen waved his hand, and everyone buried their heads and ate. The older members were the same, although they ate a lot at each meal, it couldn't compare to today's abundance. Fortunately, the new members had done a lot of hard work in the afternoon, so their stomachs were partially empty. Therefore, there were basically no leftovers from the meals. It was mainly thanks to Chef Su Mingyan's excellent cooking skills and the quick serving of dishes. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Chen said lightly, "Alright, rest well. When the sun sets, the zombies will become aggressive again in the post-apocalyptic world, and then we'll kill some zombies and relieve stress." "Yes, President." Meng Wu and Miao Xiao stay, the rest can leave. The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Chen led the 2 of them upstairs. Meng Wu and Miao Xiao glanced at each other, feeling uneasy inside. Why were they being left alone? In usual movies and TV shows, the newly promoted younger brothers and sisters had to offer up their innocence to the boss. Did the president have such a preference too? Oh my god, my chastity might not be preserved. But the president is so handsome, maybe it's not so bad? It seems like there might be some gains? Just as the 2 of them hadn't finished imagining, Zhang Chen interrupted their thoughts. Xiao, please sit." "Ha? Sit down? Is that appropriate?" "It's fine, be casual, I'm a laid-back person in private." "Laid back? Does that mean it's okay for both men and women?" "Damn. As a man, I should set an example, right?" Meng Wu gritted his teeth and sat on the sofa. As he was about to take off his clothes, his thin and dry frame looked like a monkey's. Zhang Chen's face immediately darkened. "No, why are you taking off your clothes?" "I said be casual, not that casual." "Ha? Do I need to take off my clothes to be casual? Isn't that inconvenient? What are you talking about? I told you to sit. I'm doing that." Meng Wu looked innocent, and Zhang Chen had a puzzled expression. After staring at each other for 5 or 6 seconds, combined with Miao Xiao's blushing face, Zhang Chen suddenly understood. Manhwa also realized his misunderstanding. He quickly put on his shirt, feeling so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear. "I'm sorry, President, it was my mistake. You guys are something else, don't let this happen again." Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Xiaoxiao was also blushing, but seemed a bit disappointed. The president is really handsome. What a pity. Alright, let's talk business. Zhang Chen said slowly, "Do you know why I appointed you as the head of the intelligence department? Apart from being suitable in terms of ability, the president should be stimulating competition, right?" "Correct, you see things very clearly. You flatter me. Aren't you worried about being envied by others? Or developing a sense of resentment?" Zhang Chen asked again. "That's not necessarily the case. Although the Minister of Intelligence is at the same level as the leader, they are not really a threat to us. Everyone wants to become a leader to lead more awakened individuals rather than enter the intelligence department," Manhwa said confidently. "Besides, my combat abilities are very poor. Even if the department has more awakened individuals of the beast tamer system in the future, they will only help the organization with some logistics tasks at most. They won't be jealous, let alone hostile." "That's not necessarily true." You underestimate your psychic potential. The beast tamer system is not just a support system. Right now, you can only control some ordinary animals. In the future, when your mental strength becomes stronger, you will be able to control more powerful mutant animals, forming an undeniable force, Zhang Chen said with a different look in his eyes. "This force is no weaker than the Awakened Legion, and even has some advantages in certain aspects. When the time is right, if your abilities remain sufficient in the future, I will make you the leader of our Dawn Society's Beast Tamer Legion." In Zhang Chen's future plans, a legion must have at least tens of thousands of people to be considered a legion. It's not just one legion, but a total of 6 legions: the Vanguard Legion, the Justice Legion, the Shadow Legion, the Beast Tamer Legion, the Radiant Legion, and the Guardian Legion. The Vanguard Legion is an awakened legion that combines output, defense, support, and control. Its future responsibility is to enter cities overrun by millions of zombies, exterminate the zombies, and collect strategic resources such as crystal cores. This legion is destined to suffer heavy losses and sacrifices, hence the name Vanguard. In the future, Fang Ping may be appointed as the leader. The Justice Legion's duty is to eliminate enemies when the organization's gathering place is attacked by other forces. The Dawn Society does not provoke trouble, but it is not afraid of it either. "If you provoke us, we will eliminate you first, as an act of justice." In the future, Wu Yenong may be appointed as the leader. As the name suggests, the Shadow Legion is a legion that operates in secrecy. It is composed of elite awakened individuals skilled in assassination, and their numbers will not be too many. When small forces that do not know their place provoke us, there is no need for the Justice Legion to act. It's like using a cannon to kill a fly. The Shadow Legion will assassinate the enemy's leader directly, and then the Justice Legion's show of force will make the enemy collapse. Sumo is a good alternative for Legion leader, provided he corrects his previous shortcomings. The Beast Tamer Legion is formed by the Beast Tamer system and is responsible for basic intelligence investigations as well as clearing various mutant creatures in the mountains and forests. The Beast Tamer system excels in complex terrains like forests and is able to recruit all those that can be controlled, while eliminating those that cannot. As for the Radiant Legion, it is composed of awakened individuals of the Light System. They are not only responsible for purifying water resources but can also become a strong support legion in the future. However, there are very few Light System awakened individuals, so it will take a long time to build up this legion. The last one, the Guardian Legion, is composed of awakened individuals of the Plant System. In the future, a new base will be established far from the city, requiring mutant plants to guard their homeland. Of course, these are all plans for the future. Right now, we haven't even gathered a 100-person group, so we need to plan for the long term. Also, the selection of leaders is not set in stone. If there are more outstanding individuals like Zhang Chen in the future, they will be considered, but they need to work hard to become stronger themselves. Leader of the Beast Tamer Legion? After listening to Zhang Chen's words, Manhwa's heart trembled continuously. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this title, he was greatly impressed. He could clearly feel the vast ambition in the president's heart, and he didn't feel that these were just empty words. Instead, he had a deep sense of conviction. "President, I have seen mutated animals before, but it seems like I can't control them. Can I really do it?" Manhwa expressed some concern. "You can definitely do it. You have to believe in yourself." "Okay, I won't let you down." Miao Xiaoxiao also received high praise from Zhang Chen. The two of them became very determined, and Zhang Chen later gained some understanding of their abilities. Manhwa can temporarily control 50 ordinary rats, within a range of no more than 20 kilometers, and is responsible for gathering nearby intelligence more than enough. Miao Xiaoxiao can animate 5 ordinary plants, such as green plants. These plants are vigilant against various abnormal behaviors. If they encounter a zombie attack, they will actively shake their leaves to alert, and the effect can last for 3 days. At night, everyone was sleeping. Suddenly, they were awakened by the sound of plants being shaken. A large number of zombies rushed towards them, with a quantity 5 to 6 times more than before. There were at least 400 to 500 zombies, with over 70% being second level. Standing by the window, Fong Ping's expression slightly condensed. President, because our numbers have increased, we are attracting more zombies. If 400 to 500 zombies rush over, they will directly break through the gate. I know, so we must stop them. Zhang Chen said. Shall I take people with me? No need, I will go myself. Zhang Chen twisted his neck, his eyes indifferent. These zombies cannot break through my defense. Later, you will be responsible for eliminating the remnants. It's been a long time since I've fought, it's time to stretch my muscles. He put on a leather raincoat and leaped forward. He charged into the group of zombies, wielding his battle axes. Splatter! Splatter! Heads were chopped off one by one. The zombies were crazily biting, but they couldn't break his skin. Faint electric arcs shimmered on his body, making him look like a war god, astonishing everyone. So powerful. The president is so strong. Did you see that? The zombies' teeth were all broken. The president's body is also very strong. Could it be a combination of physical and lightning abilities? The crowd discussed fervently. For the new members, it was the first time they had seen Zhang Chen in action. Just this one time left an indelible impression on them. Many remnants of the zombie horde rushed towards the supermarket, but were easily wiped out by Fong Ping and Wu Yenong's team, leaving the other new members dumbfounded. Watching the imposing figure ahead, someone chuckled. It seems like the president wants to show off in front of the new recruits. What show off? Clearly showing his prowess in front of others. Fong Ping corrected. They were not fools. The previous food had attracted a wave of new members, giving them enough weight on the crystal nucleus and increasing their loyalty significantly. Now it was time to show their strength. Let everyone understand how powerful the president of this organization is. Displaying strength, attracting resources, promoting members, had already gained a considerable level of recognition. With recognition comes loyalty. Fortunately, the new members were not just standing there dumbfounded, but were starting to contribute more. In no time, over 400 zombies were easily wiped out. After collecting the crystal nucleus, everyone returned to the supermarket. Although many first-level awakened individuals were not injured, the black rain had significantly weakened their physical condition. As long as the second-level awakened individuals wore the leather raincoat, they would not be greatly affected as long as it did not exceed a few hours, and the impact on third-level awakened individuals was minimal. Zhang Chen did not let the first-level awakened individuals go out to kill zombies again. They were still too weak. Even wearing the leather raincoat, they would become weak after a while. When the black rain ended, at least all members had to be promoted to the second level before anything else. The night grew deeper, with the bright moon overhead. Another group of zombies appeared, this time in smaller numbers, only over 200. However, among them, there were a male and a female zombie that were particularly eye-catching. The male zombie was wearing shorts on the lower body, but it couldn't hide the broadness between the two thighs at all, and the length was even wrapped around the waist. The female zombie was blocked by a large leaf, and her face was completely invisible. There was no beauty at all, only ugliness and disgust. The visual impact was overwhelming. Seeing this scene, the crowd discussed one after another. Damn! Look at those two zombies, have they mutated? Why do they look so ghostly? This male zombie is so long. Is it okay to wrap around the waist like that? The female zombie is not bad either. I've never seen anything so outrageous. Is this a new level? This is so damn outrageous. Zhang Chen patiently explained, these are level 3 physical system zombies. Unlike other systems that can display various abilities, they do not, but when their bodies reach a certain stage, they will continue to strengthen towards their pre-death obsession. Some people used to run fast before they died, so after becoming a zombie, their movement speed is very fast. Some people hope to be like Wolverine before they died, so after becoming a zombie, they will grow claws. Fong Ping complained, how outrageous were the obsessions of these two zombies before they died? Wu Yenong agreed, you can tell that one used to be an airport and the other a toothpick. You two take care of these zombies, be careful to avoid their attacks, physical system zombies are very fast. Yes, Captain. The two jumped down. The other level 2 members followed closely behind. They naturally took care of eliminating the remaining zombies, not letting them interfere with the captain's battle. Looking at the two strangely shaped zombies in front of them, Fong Ping looked disgusted. How about you take care of the male one? I'll handle the female. No, the male one is too disgusting. Just thinking about being attacked by that thing. The two felt a chill, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Then let's flip a coin? The loser takes care of the male zombie. Okay, heads or tails? You lost, haha. Fong Ping showed rock, while the other showed paper. Enjoy, he headed straight for the female zombie. Although the female zombie was also a bit disgusting, being attacked by a big leaf might be more acceptable, right? Watching from a few meters away, Fong Ping activated his ability. Soil spikes emerged one by one, piercing through the limbs of the female zombie, rendering her immobile. Die! Fong Ping raised his hand and pulled out a short knife. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for her head. Thinking he had the upper hand, the female zombie let out a roar. With a sudden swing of her broad chest, she completely blocked her face. Plun! The short knife pierced into her chest. The thick layer of fat only cut the surface, unable to penetrate further. Damn! This flesh is too tough. Fong Ping's eyes widened. He tried to pull out the knife, but found it stuck in the chest, unable to be removed no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, the female zombie's body shook. A huge force broke the soil spikes, and her hands clapped towards his head. Won't let me pull it out? Damn it! That's ruthless. I don't want it anymore. Fong Ping didn't dare to resist this blow. He decisively abandoned his weapon and retreated several steps. But his face showed a serious expression. This zombie was very strong. The defense in that area was very high, and it could even control the fat to seize weapons, indicating intelligence. It should be said that it was stronger than the last ability zombie killed, belonging to the level of elite monsters. Roar! Roar! The female zombie even took the short knife out. Holding the weapon in one hand, she staggered and lunged at him again. Can still use weapons? Like the intelligent zombie the captain encountered last time? Fong Ping's pupils contracted. But he didn't panic at all, pretending to fall. Just before the short knife in the female zombie's hand struck, he burrowed into the ground. The next second, he mysteriously appeared behind her. The dagger in the right hand stabbed fiercely into her head. The female zombie let out a miserable scream, apparently still struggling, and the two large pieces of flesh in front of her chest opened up. Die! Human! Like a gaping mouth, it was about to crush the human head in front of it. Although unexpected, Fong Ping remained calm. Layer by layer, the soil covered the head perfectly, leaving no gaps. At the same time, Fong Ping's right-hand dagger twisted wildly. Even though everything in front of him was pitch black, he showed no fear. With a thud, the female zombie fell to the ground. Fong Ping's head was covered in broken soil, and a little fresh blood oozed from his skin. It was obvious. He almost messed up, but fortunately, he resolved it. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly worried. Killing this zombie is not easy. I wonder how Lao Wu is doing. Could he have been strangled to death by the male zombie's long neck? This female zombie was too tenacious. Even though her head was pierced, she could still resist. If he didn't have defensive abilities, it would have been dangerous. Being strangled by a zombie would be too humiliating. But this was enough to prove the strength of the physical system in the early stages, even stronger than the ability system. On the other side, Wu Yenong was indeed in a tough battle. He was a long-range type of awakener, but this zombie could attack both from a distance and up close. Every time he tried to create distance to wear it down, the male zombie would swing its 10-meter-long neck and head straight for his neck. Wu Yenong could only dodge to prevent being strangled. Even if he wasn't strangled, being bound was a big problem. But in close combat, the physical system was stronger, and he couldn't win. He could only keep fleeing like a mouse, looking very embarrassed. You can't do it, Lao Wu. Do you want me to help you? Fong Ping gloated. Get lost. I don't need it, I can kill him soon. Wu Yenong raised his hand and threw out 4 or 5 ice blades. But they were easily avoided, and the zombie twisted its legs. Whoosh! An indescribable stick flew over. This time, Wu Yenong didn't dodge and directly used level 3 ice pillar. 5 ice pillars condensed, directly freezing the neck, making it unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yenong shot an ice arrow straight at the enemy's head. However, the zombie heroically broke its neck, avoiding the deadly ice arrow by directly breaking its lower body. Black blood flowed from the lower body, shocking the onlookers. Wow! Impressive! It actually broke its own body. A werewolf among zombies, I admire it. Fortunately, zombies don't feel pain, otherwise it would have fainted from the pain. Just as everyone was amazed, the male zombie rushed over at high speed. Just as it was about to disfigure him, Fong Ping's support arrived. With a swish, the short knife slashed horizontally. The zombie's neck was cut off, and it fell to the ground. Fong Ping proudly said, Thank me? Oomph. I could have done it too, meddling. Wu Yenong said arrogantly. Oomph, no need to thank me then. Fong Ping didn't care. Wu Yenong's potential was not lower than his, but since he entered level 3 later, it was normal for his strength to be slightly inferior. Alright, let's go back. Okay. Just as they were about to return to the supermarket, suddenly 2 level 3 zombies rushed from the corner of the street. They were still physical types, but compared to the previous 2, their physical development was more normal. One of them was about 2 meters tall, with extremely strong arms. The other one was crawling down on all fours, quickly climbing the wall. It looked like a spider. Oh, interesting, shall we continue? Bring it on. Fong Ping and Wu Yenong were eager for a fight. The zombie with strong arms suddenly smashed towards him. Even if your strength is strong, you are just a mortal body, let me break your hand. Fong Ping raised his short knife and struck, with a confident expression in his eyes. But the next second, his expression stiffened. The moment the short knife touched the opponent, it made a metallic sound. A huge force came through, causing the knife to fly directly. Puff! Fong Ping spat out blood. He flew backwards and crashed heavily into the wall. He could feel his internal organs churning, with at least several ribs broken from that seemingly light blow. How is this possible? Why couldn't even the defense be broken through? What is this force? I have only seen it on the guild leader before. Fong Ping's pupils contracted. Could it be a guild leader level zombie? Is the other one also this strong? The two of them were horrified, finding it hard to believe. The crawling zombie on the wall opened its mouth and spat out a long tongue of over 10 meters, with spikes on it, looking extremely fierce. Wu Yenong couldn't react to this speed, only able to helplessly await death. At the critical moment, a silver light broke through the air. A battle axe flew from the second floor of the supermarket at a very fast speed. The crawling zombie sensed the danger and promptly retracted its tongue. A figure landed in front of them, dressed in a black raincoat and holding a battle axe. You two step back. The liquor and giant arm are not something you can handle at your current stage. Liquor? Giant arm? Fong Ping and Wu Yenong didn't quite understand, but they were greatly shocked and knew that now was not the time to be curious. Under the protection of the team members, the two of them returned to the supermarket, watching the guild leader fighting the 2 zombies alone in the black rain. These 2 zombies were certainly not ordinary. Their level of evolution was quite high, almost reaching the level of a tier 4. They were not comparable to the 2 funny zombies from before. Their bodies had reached an unbelievable level, with the giant arm zombie's arms highly hardened, making ordinary weapons unable to harm it at all. If it weren't for Fong Ping's short knife, which was a refined equipment made of metal, it would have been shattered in an instant. The strength of this zombie was almost unmatched among tier 3 zombies. The liquor had highly evolved limbs, able to climb walls very flexibly, and its tongue could attack from a distance like a frog. With the 2 zombies working together, they were practically invincible in the early stages. The 2 zombies were obviously very intelligent, realizing that Zhang Chen was not an ordinary human, so they observed from a distance. But Zhang Chen didn't have that much patience. I know you can understand me. Now leave my territory and I might spare your lives, or else don't blame me for what happens later. Roar! Roar! His words were arrogant, provoking the giant arm zombie to charge towards him. Zhang Chen showed a triumphant smile. The provocation succeeded. The giant arm zombie threw a punch. Zhang Chen swung his axe with one hand, and the moment they made contact, both of them took 2 steps back. The giant arm zombie scratched its head, clearly shocked. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen licked his lips and showed a rare excitement. Finally, a zombie that matches my strength and power. Let me have some fun with you. Clang! Clang! The 2 of them kept colliding. The cement ground cracked, and Zhang Chen became more and more excited as he fought, while the giant arm zombie started to doubt its existence. Are you a zombie? Or am I a zombie? Ha ha, keep dancing. Zhang Chen danced wildly with his 2 battle axes. Lightning flickered on the axe blades, activating the thunder enchantment. The power of the giant arm zombie was completely suppressed, and cracks appeared on its thick arms like telephone poles. It chose to engage in hit-and-run tactics, no longer directly confronting the human in front of it. Although it was shameful, there was no other choice. This human was simply outrageous. With such a strong body, he could even enhance his weapon with lightning? Is he cheating? Watching the exhaustion growing, the giant zombie roared. Grabbing Zhang Chen's axe with both hands, he held on tightly to prevent the other from breaking free. Roar! Rough hands! Not far away, a liquor spat out its barbed tongue. It headed straight for Zhang Chen's face, the situation seeming extremely critical. But Zhang Chen decisively released his left hand. He easily dodged the head, grabbing the long tongue barehanded. It's your turn now, Don't think about escaping this time. Zhang Chen smiled. With a sudden pull, a huge force dragged the liquor over. Sizzle! Sizzle! At the same time, blue lightning flickered in his right hand, like a blue sun. The liquor showed a terrified expression, wanting to escape, but it was too late. With a splat, the lightning pierced through its head. Then it exploded, the crystal core falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity when Zhang Chen let go of his hand, the giant zombie punched him back 10 steps. Come on, shall we continue? A hint of blood trickled from Zhang Chen's mouth. But he didn't mind. Without the liquor's interference, he became even more excited. The giant zombie was being pushed back step by step, turning to flee. It was afraid. This human was too strong. It didn't understand why there was such a strong human at this stage. The third-level awakened they encountered before were almost killed instantly. Why was it the other way around this time? But Zhang Chen wouldn't let it escape. The giant zombie's arms moved as if it intended to fight to the death. But Zhang Chen's hands sparkled with lightning, and the thunderstorms pierced through its arms. Then with a swing of his battle axe, the giant zombie fell to the ground dead. Retrieving the crystal core, Zhang Chen expressed his joy. 2 zombies with bodies almost at the 4th level should shorten my progress to level 4 by several days, right? Not bad. These 2 zombies brought the crystal cores themselves, very considerate. Watching the entire battle, the members of the Dawn Society swallowed their saliva. So strong. Is our president this strong? Those 2 third-level zombies could probably wipe out all of them, right? One can climb walls, the other can break doors. No human can escape their clutches, but today they fell into the hands of the president. They seemed to see an immensely bright future. If there was a system, their heads would probably display something like this now. Loyalty +1, loyalty +1. Zhang Chen returned to the supermarket, and everyone bowed respectfully. President, you've worked hard. Not hard at all, everyone has worked hard too. There shouldn't be many zombies left, so everyone can rest now. Yes, President. Everyone dispersed. But the desire to become stronger grew stronger. Not to mention the new members, even the old members felt a sense of urgency. Such a promising organization cannot afford to fall behind. Zhang Chen took off his slightly dirty black coat and cleaned it up a bit. After cleaning, he sat comfortably in his chair, playing with a raven in his hand. The raven grinned. Dad, you're amazing. Right? I think so too. Can I go take a bath with Miss Mengyan? No, you can't. Don't you want to go too? I don't. Zhang Chen shook his head indifferently. Women are not interesting. Bathing with women is even less interesting. Without women in his heart, killing zombies is natural and divine. This supreme state is not something an ordinary person can achieve. So you praised me just to take a bath with a woman? Zhang Chen was not pleased. Of course not, Dad is the most powerful, whether you bathe or not. Oof. Zhang Chen said more seriously, a few days ago, I asked you to go to the northern suburbs. Did you find any clues? No, sorry. It's okay. A few days ago, he sent the raven to the northern suburbs to find the big willow tree that mutated in his past life. To be precise, it is a red willow, because after that big tree washed many people's brains, it turned red. Anyway, the style of the painting is very eerie, and sending the crow to find it was also to prepare for subduing it early. If this red willow becomes too strong in the middle and later stages, and its wisdom gradually matures, it may be difficult to subdue. But unfortunately, the crow didn't find it. Dad, is that willow tree very strong? The crow asked curiously. Of course, it's very strong. Compared to you? It depends on which stage of me you're comparing it to. If it's now, it's definitely not as strong as me, because it should not have grown up yet, and most likely hasn't even started to mutate. Zhang Chen said confidently, in the middle and later stages, after it becomes an advanced mutated plant, it becomes more difficult to deal with. Those willow branches are too many for me to get close, but I just don't want to get hurt, otherwise, with some effort, I can handle it. That's really amazing. Should I go look for it again tomorrow? The crow asked. No need, it's not easy to find, and even if found, there's no way to move it because early-stage mutated plants can't move on their own. It's easy to die if transplanted, so let's wait. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two fell silent. Zhang Chen fell asleep peacefully, and the crow continued to keep watch. Despite the vigilance of Miao Xiaoxiao's plant, it still didn't trust anyone. It had to ensure its father's safety. Fortunately, it was a mental type, so it didn't need to sleep too long every day. Black Rain, the 7th day. This night was the same as usual, but there were no powerful zombies like yesterday, so Zhang Chen didn't need to take action. During this time, the 3 remaining teams that hadn't joined died, and the remaining ones couldn't hold on and joined the Dawn Society. The Dawn Society's membership grew to 65 people. After 7 days, the Black Rain stopped. Everyone was cheering, but Zhang Chen didn't show joy. They thought the terrifying black rain had ended, and humanity would eventually see a new dawn. But little did they know, the black rain was just the prelude to the end of the world. The truly desperate moment had yet to come. Zhang Chen was not afraid either, as he had come over alone in his past life. This life had gathered so many elites, and once the 6 major legions were established, there was no reason not to make it to the end, right? Hearing the hopeful words of everyone just now, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, humanity's dawn? No, their fate has nothing to do with me, Zhang Chen. I just want to create my own dawn. So diligent xin, isn't it worth urging for more flowers? Although not many people are watching, pi after the black rain ended, Zhang Chen began to inventory supplies in crystal nuclei. There were about 600,000 tons of food, 2,400 first-level crystal nuclei, and 950 second-level crystal nuclei. In just 7 days, he had killed nearly 1,000 second-level zombies. Is that a lot? For ordinary people, of course, it is quite a number. But compared to the total number of zombies, it was just a drop in the bucket. The organization now had 65 people, with around 20 second-level awakened individuals and only 2 third-level awakened individuals, Fang Ping and Wu Yenong. The rest were first-level awakened individuals, and facing a sea of second-level zombies, they were definitely not enough. The early stages of the apocalypse were the easiest to obtain crystal nuclei. Killing low-level zombies with dull minds was not difficult, but as large numbers of intelligent zombies appeared in the middle and later stages, the difficulty of obtaining crystal nuclei would skyrocket. Should the first-level members be given second-level crystal nuclei? If they were given, as long as their talents were not bad, all members could advance to the second level in a few days. But would this be helping too much? The issue of spies and such had already been divined by Hu Xiaonan and did not exist. Loyalty was also okay, especially after he had killed many yesterday and provided various benefits, which had some effect. Zhang Chen fell into contemplation, and soon he made a decision. The problem of helping too much was actually easy to solve. Let everyone gradually improve during the process of killing zombies. The fact that we have made it this far today is partly due to a good foundation. The most crucial issue is that the first-level members are too weak in strength. Although the black rain has passed, the berserk mode of the zombies has not disappeared. At night, hundreds of zombies besiege the base, and the first-level members are easily overwhelmed. If there are injuries, it will not be worth it. Once all members are promoted to the second level, the organization can be reorganized more quickly. After deciding on a plan, Zhang Chen gathered everyone and announced the news: the black rain has ended, but all zombies have been promoted to the second level, and the berserk mode has not disappeared. The crisis is not over. Considering everyone's good performance these days, the channel for exchanging second-level crystal cores has been opened in advance for everyone. Members who need to exchange second-level crystal cores can apply to Fang Ping, and the exchange period will be maintained for 7 days. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. We can exchange for second-level crystal cores? The chairman is so kind. I can also be promoted to the second level. Great! We can exchange without assessment. The chairman is awesome. First-level members were all very happy. Although they did not have much resistance to the previous ban on exchanging second-level crystal cores, everyone wanted to become stronger to kill zombies, and upgrading without second-level crystal cores was too slow, so they felt a bit discriminated against. Now that they have second-level crystal cores, everyone's loyalty to Zhang Chen has risen to a new level. Zhang Chen was pleased to see this. As for why he set it for 7 days? It's simple. If they can't reach the second level in 7 days, then their talent is really average. After all, Fang Ping only took 2 or 3 days to upgrade to the second level using a first-level crystal core. With a second-level crystal core, it only takes half a day to upgrade. For ordinary members, 7 days is already long enough. Zhang Chen wanted elite members. Whoever could reach the second level faster would prove to have higher talent. If their loyalty was good, they would be nurtured. Members exchanged about 200 second-level crystal cores and there were still over 700 left. Alright, after absorbing the crystal cores, go out and kill zombies. Work in 5-person teams to slowly clear the zombies from the surrounding streets, but don't spread out too much, support each other. Yes, Chairman. The rest of you can leave. Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, Mou, Mao Su, Meng Wu, Su Mo, Su Meng Yen, Hu Xiaonan, you 8 stay. With a command, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Chen and they went to the second floor of the supermarket. Have a seat. Thank you, Chairman. The 8 of them sat on the sofa opposite, waiting quietly. Zhang Chen looked at them and said slowly, I won't beat around the bush with you. The task of the remaining members of our organization is to kill zombies and collect more crystal cores. If you can obtain supplies, that's even better, but don't force it. Now we have over 60 people in our Dawn Society, with 12 5-person teams. We need 3 team leaders. Xiaofan and Lao Wu have already been confirmed as team leaders, but we still need a 3rd team leader. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? At the words, everyone fell into silence. This was not an easy thing to say. If Xiaofan and Wu Yenong were mentioned, it would feel like they were trying to form their own faction. If others recommended themselves, would it feel like overestimating their abilities? If they recommended someone else? That wouldn't work. Who wouldn't want to be a team leader? And most importantly, they didn't know if the chairman already had someone in mind. If there was a target, recommending others might cause trouble. What's wrong? Do you not have anyone in mind, or are you afraid to speak? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Chairman, may I? Meng Wu asked. Not for now, Xiao Wu, you know the reason. All right. Meng Wu didn't push for it either. He knew his current task. He mainly focused on intelligence, and couldn't interfere with other affairs. When it reaches level 3, if you can control powerful mutant creatures, then you can try a bit. Anything else? Self-recommendation is also possible. Zhang Chen scanned the group. Mou and Mouse shook their heads together. One is a blacksmith, the other is not strong enough. The former has no intention, the latter has the intention but lacks ability, so it's better to let others have a chance. Seeing no one volunteering, Suemo finally gathered the courage and raised his hand. President, I would like to give it a try. When others saw Suemo raise his hand, it was within their expectations. After all, Suemo was an old member, fully qualified in terms of experience, and absorbing the 2nd level crystal nucleus would quickly elevate him to level 3. Shouldn't it be him? However, Zhang Chen shook his head. No. This sentence stunned everyone present. No? Even the senior member Suemo was rejected? Suemo was also taken aback, somewhat indignant. President, my abilities completely match this position, and I can quickly reach level 3, why can't I be the captain? I said no, that's it, think of the reason yourself. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Chen's tone was firm, not giving Suemo any face. Fang Ping and Wu Yenong, who knew the inside story, dared not speak more, probably because the siblings had clashed with the president last time? Suemo lowered his head, clenched his fists. Su Mengyan beside him also remained silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat suffocating. Ignoring his emotions, Zhang Chen turned to Mao Su. The 3rd captain, you take over. Me? Mao Su was dumbfounded. This good opportunity actually fell on him? Although he joined with Wu Yenong, his abilities were not really suitable. Mao Su couldn't figure it out. Why did the president choose him? Just because of Sumo's previous reckless behavior? Can't be, right? Mao Su reluctantly said, President, I think my abilities may not be a good match. It's you, I trust my judgment. Okay, thank you, President. The president's tone was firm. He couldn't refuse at all, and others hadn't expected it. The position of the 3rd captain unexpectedly fell on the inconspicuous Mao Su. Everyone looked at Suemo with pity. Indeed, whether before or after the apocalypse, one should not defy the leader. Little did they know that it wasn't Zhang Chen targeting him, but the role of the captain was crucial. Sumo's behavior last time was too idealistic. Doesn't he understand the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots, preventing any potential threats? Even if there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of the enemy posing a threat, it must be nipped in the bud. If he continued to be idealistic and caused harm to himself, it wouldn't matter, but if it endangered the entire team of 20 awakened individuals, who would bear the responsibility? He needed to prove himself, no longer the same as before. If he couldn't prove himself, Zhang Chen would never give him authority. Alright, the organization is on the right track. Ordinary members kill zombies and collect crystal nuclei, and we have more important tasks to do. You don't need to know the specifics of the task, but I need a few people to accompany me. Zhang Chen continued, Wu Xiaonan, Meng Wu, Mou, Wu Yenong, and I will set off at dawn tomorrow. The rest will stay to manage the base members. When I'm not here, all will be under Fang Ping's command. Same goes for the captain. Others didn't quite understand. Only Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan knew that the president was going to stock up again. But this time, Fang Ping, Suemo, and Su Mengyan weren't taken, and 2 new people were brought along? What's going on with this Meng Wu? Fang Ping felt a bit sour. Was he really falling out of favor? After giving instructions, Fang Ping stayed behind. What? Feeling jealous? Zhang Chen teased. President, what's so good about Meng Wu? Why didn't you bring me along this time? None of these people are 3rd level awakened. If you really encounter danger, no one will share your worries for you. Fang Ping said bluntly. Xiao Wu is not bad, but I didn't bring you along on purpose. The organization has just started to take shape, but the members have just joined. Who can guarantee their loyalty? Although Wu Yenong has changed a lot, it's hard to say how much he feels a sense of belonging to the organization. Hu Xiaonan is just a child. Who can trust him? De Pang and Air Pang are decent people, but their personalities are too weak to take on major responsibilities. If there is a problem at the base, what should we do? Xiao Feng, you are the only person I trust the most, and only you have the ability to hold the fort for me. Do you understand? With these words, Fang Ping was stunned, tears of emotion streaming down his face. He was so moved that he almost slapped Zhang Chen's face with snot and tears. Zhang Chen patiently said, although Hu Xiaonan also knows my secret, it's just speculation. Besides you and Crow, who else in the Dawn Society has seen it with their own eyes? Isn't that proof enough? President, please stop. I understand. The organization cannot do without me. I will definitely help you guard the supermarket. Fang Ping bowed solemnly, his eyes determined. He turned and left, his figure seeming even more towering. Zhang Chen shook his head, smiled, and sighed. This time, he set his sights on a food supplier on South Street. It may not be as large as the one in Shaling, but it's still considerable, about 18 kilometers from the supermarket. It's not too far, but the supplier is located towards the city center, which means the density of zombies will be higher. Unfortunately, there are many people who can be used, but few who can be trusted. Fortunately, this time the distance is not far, so taking a few people should be enough. First floor of the supermarket. The Su siblings whispered to each other. Brother, the third captain should have been yours. Su Mengyan whispered. I know. Are you angry? A little, but more at myself. Why? I'm angry at myself for being so confused at that time, sigh. There will be opportunities in the future. The president is not a petty person. As long as you prove yourself, it will be fine. Su Mengyan comforted. I know, I'm waiting. The siblings were somewhat helpless. Although it wasn't their turn to be the third captain, they didn't blame the president at all. They knew where the problem lay. But if they want to prove themselves, they need opportunities, right? It's not reasonable to just randomly kill someone on the street to prove that they are not saints, right? Masu approached with an apologetic tone. Sorry, Su, I didn't mean to take the position of the third captain. It's okay, since the president chose you, just do your job well. I will. Masu nodded heavily. Although his abilities were not great, isn't the purpose of abilities to improve? In the early stages of the apocalypse, many ordinary people have transformed. Since the position of the third captain is now in his hands, he cannot afford to lose it. After absorbing the crystal cores, the three captains led their team members to the streets to kill zombies. It wasn't nighttime, so the zombies on the streets were sparse, encountering only 3 to 5 zombies here and there, so there was no need to worry about the team being too scattered. In less than half an hour, the 8 streets near the supermarket were cleared. Just then, 2 dirty figures emerged from the corner street. It was a middle-aged couple in their 40s, rushing towards them. Suemo frowned and shouted, Stop! Who are you? What is your purpose? We don't have any purpose, my wife and I haven't eaten for 3 days. Can you give us some food? The middle-aged man pleaded. Give you food? Exchange it for crystal cores. We are just ordinary people. Where would we get crystal cores from? Oh, then find someone else. The food from our Dawn Society cannot be given away for free. Suemo directly refused. Middle-aged women suddenly felt unhappy. No, there are so many of you. There must be plenty of supplies. What's wrong with giving us a little food? Why won't you help us? Are you all so heartless? Heartless? Are you still talking about these things in the end times? Suemo laughed. Why can't I talk about it? The middle-aged woman said fiercely, the end of the world hasn't ended because of people like you, who could help the weak but choose to stand by and watch, a group of heartless people. I hope you all go to hell. Wife, stop talking, let's go. The middle-aged man tried to leave with his wife, but Suemo stepped forward with his team members blocking them, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. You insulted someone and now you want to leave? What? If you don't give us supplies, are you going to kill us? Is there no law in this world anymore? Bullying ordinary people, what kind of skill is that? You parasites are truly disgusting. People like you should die in the end times. Hey, someone is harassing a woman. The middle-aged woman shouted angrily. But the next moment, she couldn't make a sound. Suemo raised his index finger. The shadow behind him seemed to come alive, piercing through her body like a sharp blade. The middle-aged woman stumbled and fell to the ground, her face still looking disgusting. Why? Why did you kill my wife? We were just asking for some food. Why resort to such violence? The middle-aged man cried out hysterically. Why? Sister, you tell them, Suemo said. Su Mengyan looked them up and down and said, First of all, your appearance was too abrupt. We had just finished clearing the nearby streets of zombies, and you come asking for food? It's hard not to suspect your motives at a time like this. You said you hadn't eaten for 3 days, but apart from being dirty, your mental state doesn't seem too bad. Obviously, you lied. I suspect you are spies sent by another organization, so you must die. The middle-aged man couldn't contain his anger. You're going to kill innocent people based on a mere assumption? No, the main reason she was killed is that her mouth was too foul. You are her husband, although you didn't insult us, you have enough reason to resent us, so you must die with her. To eradicate the roots is the principle of our Dawn society, Suemo said coldly. The middle-aged man was scared, kneeling, and begging for mercy. No, please don't kill me. We are not a couple, we were hired by the South Street, Black Heart Party. We were just here to gather some basic information about you. I only took a little food from them. Does that warrant death? Please spare my life, I beg you. No, you must die. Suemo glanced at his sister. His sister understood, took out a dagger, and stabbed him in the neck. An ordinary person could never handle an awakened person, let alone Su Mengyan, who was a second-level awakened, even if she was a wet nurse. Looking at the two ordinary couples gasping for breath on the ground, Sumo's heart was somewhat turbulent, but he had already hardened his heart. Since you have intervened in the affairs of awakened individuals, you must be prepared to pay the price. Moreover, even if they were truly ordinary beggars, just by the way this woman was cursing, Suemo would not spare them. The president had mentioned before that every awakened person who survived after the Black Rain was not simple, but ordinary people were even more worthy of attention. With zombies rampant now, the number of people who died under the Black Rain was countless. Not to mention ordinary people, those who have survived unscathed until now. Which one is simple? These people may be ordinary now, but what about the future? What if they awaken too slowly? It's all possible. In the future, gaining power will inevitably pose a threat to the organization, so killing them is the only way to eliminate the threat once and for all. Su Mengyan smiled and said, "Brother, you did well this time. The president might promote you. Should I go report to the president?" "No need, it's too obvious with that intention." Suemo shook his head calmly and said, "The president will notice my changes sooner or later. I can wait patiently. Then let's go back." The siblings went back with the team. Before going back, the team members threw the bodies of the two people onto a street far from the supermarket. These bodies didn't have a chance to rot and smell because the nearby zombies would smell them and clean the bodies completely. Members on other streets had almost finished collecting the crystal nuclei and returned to the base. It was already afternoon. Night was approaching. On the second floor of the supermarket, after listening to Meng Wu's report, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. "So there's an awakened organization in Nan Street too? Called the Blackheart Party? What an unpleasant name." "Indeed, it's unpleasant. Our Dawn Society sounds more prestigious," Meng Wu echoed. "How many members do they have? What's their strength?" Zhang Chen asked. "Not many members, only 25 people. No third-level awakened, mostly second-level awakened, and a few first-level awakened. The leader of the organization is a young man named Chi Wei," Meng Wu replied. "Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. But those people have blocked off the streets in Nan Street. They might cause trouble intentionally. Do we need to send people to deal with them? It's getting dark soon." "Forget it, I'll handle it myself tomorrow morning. No need to make a big deal out of it," Zhang Chen said carelessly. "What about Su Gu? He did okay, but we don't have enough people to form a full team yet. We'll give him a position when we have more people." Zhang Chen already knew what Suemo did in the afternoon. Although this incident couldn't be fully proven yet, it had made some changes at least. Just didn't expect. The opportunity for proof came so quickly. Killing two ordinary people in the afternoon, the Blackheart Party appeared at just the right time. Might as well give Suemo this opportunity. Whether he can seize it depends on himself. If he still hesitates, Zhang Chen, the leader of the Shadow Legion, will have to consider other candidates. The next day, at dawn, Zhang Chen led Meng Wu and 3 others towards Nan Street. Sure enough, before reaching Nan Street, several main roads were blocked by many vehicles, making it impossible for electric cars to pass. Behind the vehicles, about 20 people were very arrogant, as if they didn't care about them at all. "President Zhang, I've heard of you, the leader of the Awakened in Central Street. Is it called the Dawn Society?" Chi Wei said sarcastically, gathering more than a dozen teams. "I, little Chi, am truly inferior. Today, seeing you in person, your aura is extraordinary, not something ordinary people have. I've heard so much about you. Just say what you have to say." "I'm in a hurry," Zhang Chen said indifferently. "You're in a hurry? How coincidental, I'm in a hurry too. President Zhang, I see your business is thriving. I truly envy it. I can't even afford a meal, so I want to borrow some food from you, can I? I don't have borrowing here, only fair exchange. If you want food, bring crystal nuclei for exchange. Crystal nuclei? Sure, we've accumulated quite a few crystal nuclei these days. I have 200 second-level crystal nuclei to exchange. President Zhang, how would you like to exchange? Give me a price, if your sincerity is enough, I'll agree. Qi Wei said boldly. I only have compressed biscuits, one big pack of 5 kilograms for 40 crystal nuclei. I'll give you 5 big packs totaling 25 kilograms, how about that? Zhang Chen's price was very reasonable. One big pack of 5 kilograms may not seem like much, but it contains 20 small packs, each equivalent to the energy of 4 large steamed buns, enough to sustain 20 people for a whole day. With 25 kilograms, if they eat sparingly, it would be more than enough to last a month. And his compressed biscuits now have a full 300 tons, if you want to exchange them for equivalent value, you can exchange for 2. For million second-level crystal cores, this is definitely a profitable business, so it is definitely not a loss. Crystal cores, this kind of strategic material, can hoard as much as you want. 25 kilograms? President Zhang, I'll take it. He had his subordinates bring out the crystal cores, and Hu Xiaonan also took out the compressed biscuits from his backpack. After checking carefully, both sides exchanged crystals for biscuits. The transaction is complete. Zhang Chen was very satisfied, exchanging 5 packs of compressed biscuits for 200 crystal cores. Rounded up, it's a pure profit. Qi Wei was also very happy, pointing to Hu Xiaonan with a greedy look in his eyes. President Zhang, I am very satisfied with this transaction. How about adding a little extra bonus? How about giving me this cute little girl? After all, there are women everywhere in the apocalypse, and I happen to like this type. Why not fulfill my wish? Hearing this, Zhang Chen looked strange. Beside him, Hu Xiaonan's face turned purple with anger. A girl? And cute looking? Are you blind? Still no one is looking, I cried, crying face, but I have to say, Hu Xiaonan himself is handsome. He is young with fair skin, and he hasn't cut his hair for nearly a month. From a distance, he really gives off a short-haired lowly vibe, so it's no wonder Qi Wei mistook his gender. Wu Yenong, Meng Wu, and others held back their laughter. Zhang Chen was also slightly stunned. Just as he was about to explain, Hu Xiaonan burst out cursing, Are you fucking stupid? I am a boy. A boy. The kind with a stick. Do you believe I'm bigger than you? You are really blind. Are your eyes green beans? Why not just dig them out and feed them to the dog? They are useless anyway. He cursed quite harshly. Having mastered the true teachings of the crow, Qi Wei's men were all angry. Before they could explode, Qi Wei licked his lips, his hot gaze fixed on Hu Xiaonan. A boy? A boy is even better, more exciting. If you dress up as a lowly, it will excite me even more. Come on, follow brother Qi. I will treat you well. I will buy you all kinds of sexy stockings, such as fishnet stockings, shiny stockings, semi-transparent stockings, pink, flesh-colored, you name it. In the future, you will be the boss lady of my Blackheart gang. This made Hu Xiaonan even angrier. Lady my ass. Let your mother wear them. I'll kill you, believe it or not. I'm so angry. Although Zhang Chen also found it a bit funny. But as the boss, he still had to take care of his members' feelings, so he stepped forward to refuse. Forget about it, I won't trade Hu Xiaonan to you. Not to mention Hu Xiaonan's own value. Even for any ordinary member, he wouldn't give them away. People are not goods, how can there be a trade? No, brother Zhang, just an ordinary boy, isn't it? I can give you another 50 crystal cores? How about this? Consider it as me buying him, give me Qi Wei some face. Qi Wei still didn't give up. In his opinion, 50 crystal cores were already a pretty good price. After all, shouldn't he give some face in this situation? But Zhang Chen was already impatient. Wu Yenong could see this, so he tactfully stepped forward and said, I said no, and I mean no. Who do you think you are? Does our president need to give you face? Hurry up and clear the way for us to pass. Qi Wei's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Does the Dawn Society not respect me? Just 5 of you dare to be so arrogant? I'm giving you face to trade with you. If I don't give you face, how will you deal with it? Fuck. Bullying my boss? My boss will get any woman he wants. If you want to pass, hand over that little lowly. Qi Wei's men started to make a scene. Zhang Chen sighed. Why do they have to act recklessly? If you don't want to trade, then I can only freeload. La Wu, kill them. Yes, President. With a command, Wu Yenong took action. He raised his hand and threw out 5 ice blades, instantly killing 5 people. The remaining people had no time to resist and were pierced through the head by the ice blades. It has to be said, Lao Wu's move was quite fast. Seeing his subordinates die tragically, Qi Wei gritted his teeth and said, you guys are indeed third-level awakeners. No wonder Zhang Chen was able to gather so many squads and become the largest organization of awakeners in Central Street. Since you know, why do you still want to die? Lao Wu, send him on his way. Zhang Chen said indifferently. Wu Yenong nodded and once again threw out the ice blades. However, a sudden change occurred. Before reaching Qi Wei, the ice blades exploded. Wu Yenong looked alert, and at this moment, a red-haired girl under 10 years old appeared in front of Qi Wei. The girl's face was dirty, with only a piece of clothing on her body. Expressionless, her eyes seemed vacant. Ha ha, did you really think I was unprepared? Since you don't know what's good for you, I will eliminate you, then go and take over your Dawn Society, making my Blackheart Party the largest organization in South Street. Attack, kill them. Qi Wei stood with his hands on his hips, looking smug. He had a feeling of being a bully. Upon hearing the command, the girl rushed towards them without hesitation. Relying on a girl to turn the tables? Wu Yenong sneered. Then he engaged with the red-haired girl. After the last tragedy, he was now able to be ruthless towards anyone. Even if they were underage, he would not show mercy. Take this. Sonic ice blades, 10 in a row. Swish, swish. Wu Yenong clenched his hands. 10 ice blades shot out through the air. His continuous movement completely blocked the girl's path with the ice blades. Even a third-level awakener would be severely injured by this move, and he was confident he could take down his opponent. However, the red-haired girl didn't move. With a light flick of her finger, the blood vessels of the corpses on the ground burst. Crimson blood swirled around, eerie and bizarre, deflecting all the ice blades. Then, the swirling blood turned into dozens of blood spikes, flying towards him at a rapid speed. Blood? What kind of ability is this? Wu Yenong's pupils constricted. Not daring to be negligent, he decisively used Ice Pillar. Ice pillars appeared in front of him, but the opponent's attack exceeded his expectations. Crack! Crack! The ice pillars shattered inch by inch. The blood spikes pierced his body, leaving several bloody holes. Wu Yenong spat out blood, his face turning pale. Damn it! It actually pierced through my ice pillars directly? Who is this red-haired girl? How can she be so powerful? Only the president can probably subdue a third-level awakener of this level, right? The red-haired girl was about to strike. At this moment, Zhang Chen's voice reached her ears. Holian, that's enough. The red-haired girl stopped her actions. A look of confusion appeared on her face, murmuring softly, Holian? It sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere? Of course it's familiar, that's your name. Don't you remember? Name? Right. My name is Honglian. The red-haired girl's vacant face showed some emotion. She turned to look at Zhang Chen, hesitating. Do you know me? Of course I do. Zhang Chen smiled. He not only knew her, but he was very familiar with her. In the previous life, he dared to return to Linhai City alone to seek revenge on Lu Yun because he had advanced from 9th to 10th level, and the 10th level represented transcendence. This level proved that the awakener had completed the first transformation of life. It was not something that could be defeated by simple quantity, and at that time, Linhai City also had awakeners who had reached transcendence. But they were very few, not exceeding 10 people, and one of them was Honglian. Her title was Crimson Queen. Her awakened ability is a rare bloodline. As the name suggests, the Red Lotus can manipulate fresh blood to attack enemies. In various senses, fresh blood, whether human, animal, plant, alive, or dead, is no exception. She can even make the enemy's blood flow backwards. In her past life, Red Lotus, like Zhang Chen, was also a lone wolf. Because of the troubles caused by her exquisite beauty, many awakened factions wanted to capture her alive, but they all ended up as dried-up corpses. The title of Crimson Queen came from this. Of course, in her past life, Red Lotus had a lot of dealings with him and gradually became friends. Just like that advanced mutated red willow tree that bullied him several times, Zhang Chen was unwilling to let it go. But he didn't want to get hurt, so he asked Red Lotus to join him in beating it up. In less than 10 minutes, Red Lotus remotely drew a large amount of blood from it, directly reducing its state to half. Then Zhang Chen used thunder to blast its roots, not sparing a single willow branch, leaving almost nothing behind. TSK, it died miserably. Later on, they got along well, and Red Lotus gradually revealed her childhood to him. She grew up in an orphanage without parents and suffered from mild autism, living a lonely life until she was adopted by Qi Wei at the age of 9. But Qi Wei was not a good person, he adopted her to satisfy his quirks. Fortunately, in the pre-apocalyptic society, he didn't dare to act out at first, and after a few months of building a relationship, he planned to molest her. But then the apocalypse suddenly broke out. Although they were both ability users, Red Lotus was much stronger than him. And she had more potential, so Chi Wei could only gradually persuade her with reason and emotion. Slowly, Red Lotus was deceived into developing feelings, being young and naive about matters between men and women. Although she never let her guard down, she was inadvertently drugged and violated. As Red Lotus grew up, she became aware of the shadows of her childhood. And then she killed Chi Wei 100 times. Therefore, Red Lotus harbored a great deal of hostility towards any man, cruelly exploiting the scum who had ill intentions towards her. She would then slowly drain his blood, causing him to die in agony. From then on, Red Lotus became the chilling Crimson Queen. Zhang Chen was the only person who could enter Red Lotus's heart, and Zhang Chen also regarded Red Lotus as a brother. In their past life, the two encountered insurmountable obstacles, so they united to fight against all odds. Although Liu Yan's faction of awakened individuals did not have any transcendent awakened individuals, with a large number of them, there were inevitably some who slipped through the cracks. So Zhang Chen asked Red Lotus to assist him and easily completed this revenge. Not to mention the debt of gratitude, just based on their strong bond from their past life, he had to save Red Lotus. But the problem was, she didn't even recognize him now. So Red Lotus looked at him, her expression puzzled, and asked, "Do you know me? What is your relationship with me?" This question left Zhang Chen speechless. How should he answer this? Should he rely on deception? Red Lotus was a very intelligent child, and deceiving her would only make her more vigilant. Especially for children with autism, their minds were sharp, and if you had bad intentions, she would sense it to some extent. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and said, "I am your friend." "Friend? But I have never seen you before." Red Lotus shook her head. "I don't know how to explain it to you. Do you believe in reincarnation? In our past life, we were good brothers who shared weal and woe, but your childhood was not happy." Zhang Chen said seriously, "It could even be described as tragic. This life, I have come to rescue you. Come to my side, Red Lotus, I need you." "I see." Red Lotus fell into silence. Chi Wei not far away was furious, hysterically shouting, "What are you doing? Brats! Kill them now! I provide you with food and clothing, and this is how you treat me? Don't you want to eat meat anymore?" Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Red Lotus lowered her head and pointed at Chi Wei. "Is my unhappiness because of him?" "Yes. Can you let me eat meat?" "I don't eat much, just a little bit." "Sure, you can eat as much as you want, there's plenty of meat. Then I'll go with you." Red Lotus walked over, reaching out her dirty little hand. But Zhang Chen didn't mind at all, gently holding her hand. Seeing this scene, Chi Wei couldn't contain his anger. "Bastard! How could you turn her with just a few words? Are you a fool? I shouldn't have adopted you in the first place. You're wasting my food, wasting my energy." But no one paid any attention to him. Red Lotus and Zhang Chen were locked in a deep gaze. The red-haired girl's eyes gradually showed color, and the black-haired young man's mouth curved into a rare smile. "Red Lotus, do you want to kill?" "Zhang Chen, let's kill." "Red Lotus, okay, I'll follow your lead." Put! Another body exploded. The blood transformed into spikes, piercing Chi Wei's head. The headless body staggered and fell to the ground. Chi Wei never understood. Why? Why could Zhang Chen turn Red Lotus with just a few words, while he couldn't make her relax her guard after months of being together? Little did he know, this was not a seduction at all. In the heart of an autistic child, only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. Lies will only bring more lies. Who could see that this seemingly false cycle of words was actually true in the young Red Lotus's heart? Killing Chi Wei settled the grievances from past lives. And Wu Yenong's injuries were not light. He pleaded, "President, you didn't bring a wet nurse this time. It seems like a wrong choice. If my injuries are not treated, I'll be done for. I don't want to die yet. I'm so handsome, yet still a virgin. This is the biggest insult to society. Please save me, President." Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and looked at Red Lotus beside him. "Stop talking nonsense. You won't die, Red Lotus. Can you heal him? Can you control the bleeding now?" "Yes." Red Lotus activated her ability. Her eyes flashed red, and the bleeding holes on Wu Yenong's body stopped. His injuries were quickly healed as long as the penetrating wound was gone. The minor injuries could be recovered quickly with the physique of a third-level awakened. Wu Yenong moved his muscles and bones, somewhat surprised. "President, Red Lotus is really strong. I couldn't even block a move. We have gained a great general in the Dawn Society." "No need to say that. Red Lotus can easily handle 10 of you. Now they could even exchange a move." When Red Lotus's bloodline ability reached its peak in the future, handling thousands of troops alone would be no problem. She could easily drain a person with a wave of her hand. Who wouldn't be awesome to achieve such a feat? Wu Yenong, no matter how powerful he was in his past life, never became extraordinary. At least during his time in Lehigh City, Wu Yenong was just a 9th-level killer. Fong Ping? He died a long time ago. But in terms of potential, he was no match for Red Lotus. Zheng Chen was in a great mood. With Red Lotus, the rise of the Dawn Society was not far off. If they could persuade a few more extraordinary individuals, wouldn't becoming the uncrowned king of Lehigh City be a sure thing? Zheng Chen even had a plan for Red Lotus in the 7th Legion. The name would be Crimson Legion. Although bloodline awakeners were rare, they did exist. And once Red Lotus stepped into the realm of advanced awakeners, she would possess a very powerful ability, Gift of Blood. This ability had no combat bias, but could merge her refined blood with ordinary people, awakening their bloodline abilities without much delay. It was effective for awakeners as well, but it would replace their original ability system, requiring them to start from scratch. Yes, it was that twisted. It was that unreasonable. It was very much like the methods of the vampire elite in novels, bestowing bloodlines upon ordinary people. Mass-producing bloodline awakeners would be a piece of cake. If it weren't for being used to being a lone wolf in the previous life, it would have been a breeze to establish a transcendent-level power. After overthrowing the corrupt party, the resources naturally couldn't be missed. Not only did I freeload more than 300 second-level crystal cores, but I also took back the compressed biscuits from before. I'm really happy about freeloading. However, that bastard Chi Wei abducted many girls. Most of these girls were 17 or 18 years old, naked, with hollow eyes, and not a single intact spot on their bodies. Obviously, they had suffered inhumane torture. They were not as ignorant as the Red Lotus, so their resistance would be stronger, but that also meant the torture would be heavier. What is this? Red Lotus didn't understand. Why aren't these big sisters wearing clothes? And why aren't they crying or screaming? Do they have autism too? Zhang Chen slowly said, "This is the darkness of the apocalypse. I don't understand." "It's okay, you will understand sooner or later." Wu Yenong asked, "President, what should we do? Can they still speak? Or do they still have the will to survive in their eyes?" "No. Then let's free them." "Okay, President." Zheng Chen took Red Lotus and left. The next scene, you can actually guess without trying. Perhaps some people think that they shouldn't decide life and death for them, but what's the difference between killing them and being a devil? But what can you do if you don't kill them? Take them back? These people have lost even the will to survive, so what's the point of taking them back? Not taking them back, just ignoring them like this? This will only make other awakened with bad intentions find them, and their painful lives will continue. Is this what they want? Zhang Chen has never been one to meddle in others' affairs. In his view, sending them on their way is the kindest way for them. Zhang Chen has never considered himself a good person. He is very selfish. In the past, he might have really not cared. Because he has seen too many tragedies like this, if it weren't for the young Red Lotus touching the soft spot in his heart this time, he might have really not cared. Removing the obstacles on the road, Zhang Chen and the others continued on their way. Red Lotus can't drive, so she naturally rides with the president. Zhang Chen is behind, Red Lotus is in front. Just now, he cleaned Red Lotus with some purified water, changed her into a pink dress, and her little face was blushing. Her red hair was very eye-catching. Without looking, this child has been a beauty since she was young. Those sisters look so painful, Red Lotus pouted. Yes, that's why I sent them to heaven. Then you are a good person. I'm not, I have never been a good person. Seeing Zhang Chen suddenly in a low mood, Red Lotus pouted, not quite understanding why he was suddenly unhappy. Can't she praise him? Red Lotus's eyes turned and she said, "How did you know that I have the ability to stop bleeding? We were good brothers in our previous life, so I know all your abilities." Zhang Chen said matter-of-factly, "But I'm a girl." Red Lotus was a little confused. Why are girls and boys called brothers when they are together? Zhang Chen almost forgot that Red Lotus was still a child, so he patted her little head. "I used the wrong word, I am the big brother, and you are the little sister, is that okay?" He, then I have a big brother. I have a little sister too. Are you happy?" "Happy." The two smiled at each other. The scene was very beautiful. In the previous life, the two were brothers. In this life, they are siblings. Is there a difference? There is no difference, but it seems like there is a bit of a difference. But no matter what, when the two meet again, who can say for sure what the future holds? Along the way, there were surprisingly few zombies. Only 2 or 3 every 100 meters, even less than the Central Street supermarket. "President, this is not right. Although this southern street is not in the city center, it is closer to us than the Central Street. Why are there so few zombies?" Wu Yenong frowned. "It's a bit strange. It looks like it has been cleaned up by someone. Maybe there is a sizable organization in the southern street." "Everyone, be careful," Zhang Chen reminded. "The zombies in this area have been cleaned up so thoroughly. The most likely scenario is the emergence of a sizable group of awakened individuals. These organizations may also resort to looting resources when faced with small groups. However, after passing through the main road of the southern street and seeing the suppliers building, no one made a move. President, no one is taking action. Could it be that these people are more conscientious? Wu Yenong whispered. Not necessarily. Xiao Wu used the rats to investigate. Zhang Chen turned to Mengwu. Okay, President. Mengwu lightly tapped the floor. 10 rats scattered from the corner, moving very quickly. Wow, this is the first time I've seen this. It's amazing, Wu Yenong exclaimed. Each has its own strengths. Brother Mou's metal abilities are more powerful, and I admire them too, Mengwu modestly said. It's nothing worth mentioning, Mou replied succinctly. After chatting for about 10 minutes, the 10 rats returned one by one, having completed their reconnaissance. Zhang Chen asked, how is it? There are no awakened individuals nearby, neither small nor medium-sized organizations. Moreover, there isn't even a single ordinary person in those residential buildings, which is very strange, Mengwu replied. No awakened individuals? And no ordinary people? Zhang Chen's expression slightly hardened, becoming serious. This is not a good sign. The zombies have been cleared out, and there is not a single person. This indicates the presence of a very dangerous entity here, making everyone reluctant to set foot in this area. Zombies act without thinking, but humans avoid risks and simply evacuate from here. Gradually, an uninhabited zone is formed. This is not simple. The crows can smell decay from several kilometers away. Both humans and zombies have nowhere to hide, indicating that the dangerous entity is most likely some kind of mutated creature. But where is their lair? There's no need to think about it. It must be the food supplier with the most reserves. Only here can the other party stay and thrive without worrying about survival. To confirm his speculation, Zhang Chen had Mengwu control the rats to sneak into the supplier's warehouse. However, none of the rats returned because as soon as they entered the warehouse, the 10 rats were quickly eliminated. Mengwu could only see a blur of white. With limbs on both upper and lower parts, it seemed to be some kind of upright walking creature. Zhang Chen's expression changed dramatically, unable to conceal his excitement. White? Limbs? Upright walking? Could it be? My luck can't be this good, right? The rats were killed as soon as they entered. The creature inside must be very strong, most likely a third-level mutated creature. President, what should we do next? Should we continue to probe? Mengwu asked. No need. This mutated creature has a strong territorial awareness, Zhang Chen instructed. Ordinary rats cannot investigate it clearly. The next course of action is simple. Xiao Wu and Mou, you stay here. There are very few zombies nearby and no awakened individuals, so there are no safety issues. Lao Wu, I, Hong Lian, and Duya will enter together. If that mutated creature can communicate, then let's tentatively test its attitude. If it comes to a fight, Lao Wu, you are responsible for harassment, I will support Hong Lian, and Duya will stand by from a distance. Yes, President, Mou and Mengwu nodded. Their combat capabilities are very weak, so they will not forcefully join. Although they can also see that the President seems to have something else to do, they are very tactful and do not ask further. The Red Lotus blinked her beautiful eyes. What is the role of the town? The role of the town is to watch the battle from a distance and provide support in case of emergencies. What about output? Output means being responsible for the main combat. I can also fight, I am very strong. The Red Lotus clenched her small fists. Her face blushed, looking extremely cute. I know you are strong, but I'm worried you might get hurt, maybe next time. Okay then. Zhang Chen touched her forehead. Although the Red Lotus was reluctant, she still nodded, pouting. Is that the mutated creature? Zhang Chen couldn't be sure, so he had to witness it with his own eyes no matter what. The three of them were ready to go, entering the headquarters of the food supplier, and found the location of the warehouse in 5 minutes. Just as they opened the warehouse door, whoosh! A metal rod fell down at a very fast speed. Wu Yenong, who hadn't shown himself yet, was a bit annoyed. Damn! Hitting with a stick? Do you really think I, Wu Yenong, am an easy target? He activated his level 3 skill again. Ice pillars surrounded him, protecting him firmly. This move combined offense and defense, making it impossible for an ordinary level 3 awakened person to break through. Ha. Do you think everyone is like this little freak Red Lotus? Old Wu once again showed a confident look. However, bang! The ice pillars were shattered by a strike. The metal rod was about to hit him on the head straight. What's this? It broke again? Is my ice pillar made of ice cream? So fragile? Wu Yenong was dumbfounded. He suddenly doubted his own strength. The opponent's attack was fast, but Zhang Chen behind him reacted quickly as well. He grabbed the iron rod that was about to hit Wu Yenfeng's head with one hand, holding it tightly to prevent the opponent from pulling it away. The majority of the creature's fur was white, with a unique pointed black crest on top of its head. Its body, limbs, and tail were gray-black, with a bluish-gray color around the eyes and nose, and a deep blue color at the tip of the nose. It was about 1 meter tall. Its sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked face revealed a glint of intelligence in its eyes. This was no ordinary monkey. It was a black and golden monkey, also known as the Yunnan golden monkey. Hitting with a stick as soon as we meet? Looks like it's really you? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm. But inside, waves of excitement were stirred up, with emotions that were hard to conceal. This black and golden monkey was a level 3 mutated creature. It used to be part of the Southern Street Circus, looking unremarkable, but in fact, in its previous life, this monkey was also extraordinary. And it was the most unique extraordinary being, without a doubt. Because this monkey had a very rare dual ability, belonging to both the mental and physical categories. Shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse, it self-taught itself the basic human language, and then reading a large number of books made its wisdom far surpass that of ordinary people. It was almost no different from a raven. The only difference was that the raven was lazy and didn't bother using its brain. The physical aspect allowed this black and golden monkey to fearlessly face most dangers from the beginning, while the mental aspect had no effect on it at all. In its previous life, this guy seemed to have read Journey to the West and became very resentful and unwilling, with a fierce personality. It believed that its fate was in its own hands, not controlled by the heavens. What was the point of a life controlled by others? Thus, it named itself Sun Outyen and decided to become the unrivaled monkey king of this post-apocalyptic world. In its eyes, whether human, animal, or zombie, they were all monsters, either dying under its big stick or submitting to it. Unfortunately, for some reason, it later failed. But the combat power of Sun Outyen's dual abilities was not to be underestimated. Even at the peak of Red Lotus's power, she could only barely match it, showing how powerful it was. Today, they encountered two extraordinary beings. How could they miss this opportunity? They had to lure them in and train them slowly. Sun Outyen struggled with the iron rod, gritting his teeth. Let me go. You stinky monster. Just won't let go? What can you do? Smash your head with a stick, believe it or not? You can try. Zhang Chen remained calm. Lao Wu regained his senses. A cold light suddenly appeared in his right hand. 10 ice blades shot straight towards Sun Outyen's head, but his head was as tough as steel. Upon contact, the ice blades shattered into pieces. Hee, scratching me feels so comfortable. Then why don't you try this on me? Sun Outyen grinned, but before he could finish, Zhang Chen's left hand axe came down fiercely. Sun Outyen raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of danger, and decisively abandoned his iron rod to dodge the attack. You think you're so tough? You still won't directly face my attacks? Are you treating yourself like Sun Wukong? Wu Yenfeng mocked. What do you know? Even Sun Wukong, with his indestructible body, is afraid of pain. Why else would he dodge? Sun Outyen retorted, a bit annoyed, but his eyes gradually became serious. If he can hurt me this time, of course I have to avoid it. Stop with the nonsense. Who are you guys? Why did you intrude into my territory? Zhang Chen replied calmly, who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you have to come with me. Come with you? Why should I? Because your stick is bigger than mine? No, you don't even have a stick. You're a poor monster without a stick. Ha, how pitiful. Sun Outyen sneered. Zhang Chen continued persuading, your stick is too weak. I can easily break it with a few strikes. I have someone who can forge metal under my command. He can help you create a perfect stick. Maybe it will be like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel in the future, able to extend, shrink, grow bigger, and smaller. Is there really such a person? Sun Outyen was surprised. Of course. What are your conditions? The condition is for you to join us and become a member of the Dawn Society. Daydreaming. Upon hearing this, Sun Outyen flew into a rage. His fur stood on end, and a glint of gold seemed to flash in the depths of his dark pupils. You want to put a collar on me? Like the tight hoop on Sun Wukong's head that he can't escape from fate? You guys are indeed a group of damn evil monsters. Oh my, take this hit from me. Sun Outyen picked up another iron rod. With a leap, he soared into the air, his momentum piercing like a rainbow. The strike seemed as if it could pierce through the earth. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. At this stage, Sun Outyen was not listening to reason at all. He was as stubborn as a mule, so maybe a show of force was needed. Clang! Zhang Chen raised his axe horizontally to block. The clash of the weapons between the man and the monkey produced a violent sound. The ground cracked, but Zhang Chen stood firm as a rock. You can block my full force strike with just one hand? This human monster is indeed very strong. completely different from the humans I've killed. Sun Outyen was surprised. The little female monster next to him is also not simple. She must be formidable too. I must win with one strike, otherwise, if they team up, I will undoubtedly lose. Making a quick decision, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A glint of gold flashed in the depths of his black pupils. A powerful mental invasion entered Zhang Chen's mind, causing him to be stunned for a few seconds. Ha ha, die! Sun Outyen was triumphant, about to strike. But the next moment, his expression froze, because he too was now in a state of stupor. The other side also has mental support? Damn it! Sun Outyen looked towards the direction of the raven, his expression angry. We are all monsters, why are you helping these humans? Traitor to our ancestors, you just wait for me. What an idiot! The raven rolled its eyes. This guy's brain is completely messed up. Has he been too influenced by Journey to the West? Who said we are monsters? Who are you trying to relate to? Shameless. Alright, let's continue. Zhang Chen once again engaged in battle with Sun Outyen, and decisively enchanted thunder on his axe, increasing its power instantly. Sun Outyen's ordinary iron rod was cut into several pieces after just a few strikes. Without a weapon, he was no match for Zhang Chen and was quickly captured. It was restrained by a pair of handcuffs, refined handcuffs reforged by Mou the blacksmith. Sun Outyen was very indignant, shouting, "You're cheating! Your weapon is better than mine, otherwise, I, Sun Wukong, wouldn't have lost. Cunning human monster, if you have the ability, release me, give me a better stick, and I can definitely fight you for 300 rounds. You must be kidding, 300 rounds? Even 3 rounds are too many, mocked Wu Yenong beside him. As I said before, join our Dawn Society, I'll give you a weapon and a chance to challenge me, Zhang Chen repeated. No way. Daydreaming. Sun Outyen still refused. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, planning to take him back first. The reason why Sun Outyen was so extreme was not really related to reading Journey to the West. Its nature was not violent, probably due to the awakening of its dual abilities, causing some abnormalities in its mind. This was not irreparable. It's just a monkey, right? Zhang Chen really didn't believe he couldn't handle it. Honglian squatted down, curiously examining it. Brother, how, it's so ugly. Sun Outyen, frustrated, said, You're the ugly one, your whole family is ugly. I am the most handsome in our group, no one can compare, no female monster with poor taste. Honglian, without reservation, said, Anyway, it's ugly, can I eat it? Eat? No, Zhang Chen was taken aback. Was Honglian so fierce? But I'm so hungry, brother how, I'm hungry, I'll give you meat when we get back, eat some bread to fill your stomach, be good. Okay. Honglian obediently nodded and quietly started nibbling on the bread. Seeing Honglian calm down, Zhang Chen dismissed the others and had to keep an eye on them. He then began his hoarding behavior. The warehouse of this food supplier was not as large as the last one, but it was not too small either. It covered an area of about 8,000 square meters, but since this supplier mainly provided snacks, there weren't many staple foods. It mainly consisted of dried fruits such as raisins, apple slices, kiwi slices, mango slices, etc. Nuts and roasted seeds such as peanuts, walnuts, pistachios, melon seeds, almonds, etc. Puffed and fried snacks such as potato chips, shrimp crackers, popcorn, rural rice crackers, Kong Shui Fu instant noodles, self-heating hot pot rice, onion rings, etc. Drink mixes such as orange powder, cola, Sprite, sesame paste, lotus root powder, mingmyo milk, yogurt, oatmeal, etc. In total, there were about 130,000 tons. Although these supplies were not staple foods, they were still useful. If the Vanguard Legion were to go on long-term missions in the future, it would be more convenient to bring these along as provisions. Together with the previous 600,000 tons of supplies, they had accumulated 750,000 tons. They were about to break the 1 million mark. Not bad, the feeling of hoarding is really satisfying, can't stop at all, continue tomorrow. But it's almost time to go back, it's almost afternoon, it's annoying when the zombies go crazy at night. Zhang Chen sighed. He led the members back to the supermarket base. Although everyone was a bit surprised that the president had brought back a talking monkey, they weren't too shocked, as they had already seen Duya. Second floor of the supermarket. The monkey was locked in a refined large iron cage, but it never stopped moving. Dare to imprison me, Sun Wukong? Do you believe I can kick over this gossip furnace with one kick? Burn all of you to death? Sun Outyen shouted, singing, Ha, ha ha, one somersault, 108,000, fiery eyes, copper head and iron shoulders, majestic and imposing, great sage equal of heaven. None of you can subdue me. Fong Ping commented, Is this monkey crazy? They're all starting to sing now? Still using the iron cage as a gossip furnace? Are you considering yourself as the great sage equal to heaven? It is indeed a bit abnormal, but it needs to be slowly trained. Do any of you have a way? Zhang Chen asked. This is a bit difficult. Everyone was very troubled. If this thing was just a monkey without strength, it would be fine. But with strength and a twisted mind, how do you train it? Isn't it easy to get killed? Is there really no way? Zhang Chen was somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to say something, Manhwa stepped forward, with a firm gaze. President, I want to give it a try. You are not even at the 3rd level yet, can you do it? Zhang Chen asked. I can. Okay. After getting permission, Manhwa walked into the large iron cage, looking at Sun Outyan from a distance of 1 meter. His expression was calm, showing no joy or sorrow. Although Sun Outyan's limbs were restrained, his eyes were fierce and provocative. Do you dare to come closer? If you dare to approach even half a step, I will bite your throat and make you die in pain. Do you dare to come over? Do you dare? Fong Ping and Lao Wu frowned. Such an obvious provocation, Manhwa wouldn't fall for it, right? Even Zhang Chen gave a slight reminder. Xiao Wu, don't get close to it, this monkey is very fierce, it will really attack. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Manhwa walked over, taking 2 steps. He directly faced the monkey at close range, surprising everyone with his courage. Ha ha, fool! Go to hell! Sun Outyan laughed ferociously. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced. Opening his fangs, he was about to cruelly tear his neck apart. Do you dare? Zhang Chen's face darkened. He was about to step into the iron cage to save him. However, something unexpected happened. Manhwa remained calm, suddenly shouting loudly, "Evil beast! How dare you defy your master? Kneel down now?" This seemingly ordinary shout had no power, but strangely enough, Sun Outyan really froze in place. A hint of fear appeared on his face, but soon his eyes turned fierce again. I am not Sun Wukong, and you are not Tang Sanzang. I don't have a tight headband, and you think you can subdue me with just words? Even the Buddha wouldn't be so arrogant. You may not have a tight headband, but you have it in your heart. Manhwa said calmly, what is this tight headband? Is it your tragic experience in the circus? It should be, right? Shut up. Shut up. Were you abused by those humans? Bullied by other animals, so you hate everything, right? Bastard. I will kill you now. Can killing solve the problem? No. The president said your dual awakening caused mental abnormalities, but I know you don't have that. Your mental state is very good. You just use killing to cover up past sorrows, right? Manhwa continued to ask. Shouldn't those people die? Why did they treat me like that? Sun Outyan gritted his teeth. They should indeed die. You did nothing wrong, but not all humans are bad. The president wants you to join us not to imprison you, but to heal your inner wounds. I don't believe it. He just wants to use me. What about me? You? Sun Outyan was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this human in front of him. But his spirit was peaceful like the morning sun. He felt no malice, only infinite warmth, a feeling like being embraced by a mother, making it hard to let go. I can trust you, but I can't trust others, and I don't want to obey anyone's orders. Sun Outyan said bluntly. That's enough. You don't need to obey anyone's orders, but you can intentionally harm anyone in the organization. I promise you. Can I stay by your side then? You can. Can I call you master? We are friends. You don't have to call me master. But I want to. That's fine, as long as you're happy. Master, hello. Outyan, hello. Manhwa unlocked Sun Outyan's iron chain. Then, holding its monkey hand, walked down the stairs, the back view resembling that of a father and obedient son. This scene left everyone present stunned. What the heck? What's going on? No way, Lao Meng did it. Actually tamed this unruly monkey? Is this the beast taming ability? A 2nd level can tame a 3rd level? And such a powerful 3rd level monkey. It's like a little cow riding a plane, so amazing. Fong Ping, Lao Wu, and Su Mo sighed repeatedly. To be honest, Zhang Chen did not expect it either. He was just trying it out, without much hope. After all, Manhwa was a beast tamer, the most suitable for this task. But Sun Outyan is a 3rd level spiritualist, with a strong immunity to the abilities of beast tamers. It was almost impossible to succeed. Never did they expect Comrade Xiao Wu to actually succeed? It seems that Manhwa's talent in beast taming is definitely top-notch. But, for someone with such talent, Zhang Chen had never heard of Manhwa in his past life? This is quite strange. Could it be that Manhwa died young in his past life? Dismissing the others, only Fong Ping and Hu Xiaonan remained. Fong Ping looked worried and said, President, is this really okay? Leaving such a dangerous entity in the organization. What if that monkey suddenly goes berserk and kills someone? Isn't it simple? Just let Hu Xiaonan divine it. Zhang Chen said casually. Oh, I'll give it a try then. From now on, is it dangerous to leave Sun Outyin in the Dawn Society? Hu Xiaonan raised her hand and tossed a coin. The coin spun and landed in her palm. The light shone, revealing a yellow color. The danger level is very low? That means Xiao Wu's method just now was effective, so there's no need to worry too much. I'm just curious about how he did it. Zhang Chen's eyes were different, turning to look at Duya. Yeah, where are Xiao Wu and Sun Outyin? They are wandering around the nearby shops. Wandering? Then let them wander for now. The nearby zombies have been cleared, and with Sun Outyan's protection, there's no danger. Dad, what are they doing? What else can a person and a monkey do? Probably teaching that monkey how to behave. Inside a clothing store, a person and a monkey were wandering around, talking to each other. Master, why are we shopping in the store? Because I want to teach you the first lesson, etiquette. Etiquette? I think I'm quite polite, no need for lessons. Sun Outyin said arrogantly. But you're not dressed properly, that's not called etiquette. You need to learn how to dress first, don't worry too much about gender styles, comfort is the main focus. Mengwu said patiently. Why do I have to dress like a human? It feels awkward, I'm not used to it. Even if you're not used to it, you have to get used to it. You're scaring the female members with your current appearance. I don't want to be scolded by the president. Then I'll wear it, I don't want my master to be scolded. Sun Outyin pouted. I'll find you some suitable children's clothes, you can also look around and see if there's a style you like. After saying this, Mengwu began to look for children's clothes, while Sun Outyin started to examine human clothes. After a while, it seemed to have found a type of clothing it liked. Master, can I wear this? It has very little fabric, it won't make my fur uncomfortable, and it should fit my chest very well. Sun Outyin lifted up a lace bra with an A cup, in a very pink color, the monkey's expression full of joy. Mengwu's forehead twitched. This is women's underwear. What's wrong with women's underwear? Master, didn't you just say that as long as it's comfortable, don't worry about gender? I really like this piece of clothing, I have to try it on. Sun Outyin put it on and felt it, eagerly saying, wow. It seems like my chest has become firmer, this feeling is great, as if my whole monkey life has become more confident, I think I really love it. Can you fulfill my wish, master? I also want to fulfill your wish, but I really can't. Why? Because the way you are, it will make the master be seen as a big pervert by everyone. Sorry, Xinxin arrived home by train late today, typing nonstop, still a bit late, and the train of thought is stuck, the writing is rushed, but I promise there will be 5 updates tomorrow. Sun Outyin said seriously, what's wrong with being a pervert? I don't care if the master is a pervert or not. Meng Wubu stopped in his tracks, you don't care, but I do. Never expected. This monkey with shallow worldly experience actually fell in love with a bra at first sight? The key is that he likes the kind that is pink and lacy and semi-transparently seductive? Isn't this something that shouldn't be worn in a serious setting? Mengwu didn't quite understand. Outyin, aside from why you like lace, I don't understand why it has to be semi-transparent. This way, I can show off my strong chest muscles, the female monkeys will be obsessed when they see it. Sun Outyin said confidently. I don't remember, is this how male and female monkeys attract each other? Mengwu asked in surprise. Of course not, ordinary monkeys rely on grooming each other's fur and scratching each other. With good technique, the female monkey will raise her buttocks when she feels comfortable, or the male monkey will give the female monkey some fruits, and then they can mate. Sun Outyin said proudly, but am I an ordinary monkey? I am destined to become the monkey king of this world. How can I show off my masculine qualities in such a primitive way? Humans are progressing, monkeys should also progress. You make sense, but a bra doesn't show off any masculine qualities, so take it off. Really? Can I keep it? Really? Mengwu coaxed, I know you've always looked up to Sun Wukong as a role model, look at the great sage equal to heaven wearing a purple gold 7-star crown on his head, stepping on lotus silk cloud shoes, wearing a golden armor, and holding a golden hoop rod. How majestic! How masculine! If there's a chance in the future, I'll get you a set too. It's 10 times better than a pink bra, 100 times better. Wow! Can you really? Sun Outyin was excited. Why not? It's the end of the world now, anything can happen. Mengwu chuckled, and our Dawn has a master blacksmith who can make all kinds of refined weapons. No matter what, I'll help you get a good iron rod first. It's much better than your old junk, right? That's great. Master is so good to me. It's my duty. Sun Outyin put down the bra. Although he was a bit reluctant, he was more looking forward to his new weapon. Sun Outyin thought to himself, with a new stick, can I defeat that monster Zhang? Wait. I'll make you pay back for the beating last time, I'll smack your butt until it's swollen. Back on the first floor of the supermarket, everyone was resting or chatting. Mengwu found Mo in the corner and went straight to the point. Brother Mo, I need a refined iron rod, about the same size as Outyan's height. Can you help me forge such a weapon? Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our dawn now has more than 60 people. The orders are almost all scheduled for half a month later. You have to make an appointment in advance. Mo was in a dilemma. What should we do? Master, I want it. Sun Outyan tugged at his sleeve and acted out. Don't worry, Outyan. Mengwu calmed the monkey's emotions and turned to Mou, saying, Brother Mo, we completed a mission together yesterday. Can't you give me a little face? Other brothers are also brothers, there's no distinction, unless you pay. How much? You've skipped over too many people after all, so how about 30 contribution points? 30 points? Mengwu felt a bit reluctant. For the average member, 30 contribution points were not much. But the problem was that he was not a combatant. With his whole body, he only had 30 contribution points. What would he eat after spending it all? Brother, I don't earn many contribution points. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Alright, how about 25 points? I'll earn a bit less. Thanks, brother. Mengwu was grateful. Mou waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. Mengwu thought Mou was giving him a special privilege, but little did he know that everyone had it. As long as you give enough contribution points, they will make it for you immediately. If it's just 5 points, then you'll have to wait in line. The entire Dawn Society only had one blacksmith. This was a complete monopoly. Have any complaints? Even if the president comes, you still have to pay. Ahem, that's enough. Of course, the president is free. He's really raking it in now, earning over 100 contribution points in just 3 days. This was even more popular than the combatants, truly grateful to the president. Mou looked at Sun Outyan and asked, Little monkey, what style do you need? Like color? Style? Or adding words? Can you add styles? Then I want something like the golden cudgel, with gold on the top and bottom, black in the middle, and the words Monkey King Sun Outyan on it. Got it. Wait a moment. He took out over 20 iron rods, with a piece of gold placed beside them. Then, with a touch of his hands, the iron rods and gold turned into molten iron, forming a long stick as they flowed. The gold covered the top and bottom surfaces, with the remaining gold forming the 5 big words Monkey King Sun Outyan, looking quite cool. Although he was still a second-level awakener, his mastery of metallurgy had become more proficient, able to control a variety of metals simultaneously. This made weapons more diverse and colorful. After receiving it, Sun Outyan danced with joy. Ha ha, great! The feel, size, and style are all impeccable. I really love it. The Iron Master is truly amazing. I'm glad you like it. Outyan, aren't you going to say thank you? Thank you. Although Sun Outyan was reluctant, he still nodded in thanks. Mou was indeed a good person, which slightly changed some of its original views. Why not write the as-you-will golden cudgel? Don't you admire Sun Wukong? Mengwu wondered. Admiration is one thing, but I don't want to be Sun Wukong. I am me, different fireworks. Although Sun Wukong is a legend among the people, I, Sun Outyan, will also create my own legend. Sun Outyan showed a confident smile. I know you can do it. Mengwu smiled. Thank you, Master, you don't need to worry about the contribution points. When the zombie horde attacks at night, watch me earn it back tenfold for you. Ha ha, I'll look forward to it then. Mengwu showed a relieved smile. Now that you have the golden cudgel, what are you planning to do? Do you even need to ask? I, Sun Wukong, will go reclaim my territory. Dare to challenge me? Zhang Yao, you're finished. Sun Outyan's eyes were resolute. With a flourish of his stick in one hand and a few jumps, he headed aggressively towards the second floor of the supermarket. What? You're going to challenge the president? The smile on Mengwu's face stiffened as he watched his departing figure, shouting in frustration, You rascal, get your ass back here. Of course, Mengwu wasn't worried about the safety of the president. But the problem was, this would offend the esteemed president. He finally managed to become the Minister of Intelligence, and he hasn't been in office for a few days yet, so don't mess it up for me. Seeing Sun Outyan ignoring him, Mengwu hurriedly chased after him. Evildoer, you're making me so angry. Supermarket's second floor. On the living room sofa, Zhang Chen had just absorbed the crystal nucleus. With the promotion of the 3rd level crystal nucleus, he should be able to reach the 4th level in about 5 days. 4th level awakened, that's different. His physical strength will increase significantly, and the dual defense of thunder armor and body is about to be achieved. And he can preliminarily stimulate his brain cells with thunder and lightning, thereby accelerating his own nerve reaction speed, surpassing the limit of the 4th level awakened. According to the experience of his past life, At the 4th level, he will comprehend a very powerful skill, named Thunderous Fury. This skill can release diffused high-voltage thunder and lightning through the pores of the whole body, and it can cover a distance of hundreds of meters nearby, indiscriminately attacking everyone. With this skill, it is considered to make up for his shortcomings in long-range attacks. In simple terms, he now has a powerful move. At the 4th level, he doesn't need to be too careful. As for the other members, all the 2nd level members are enough to hold the scene, and the few 3rd level members are also completely sufficient. But forget about the 4th level. After all, the organization was just established 3 days ago. Fong Ping and Hong Lian can be considered for cultivation. As for the others, forget it. People like Su Mo and Lao Wu are not loyal enough. You can't relax just based on the character of your past life, as people's hearts are fickle. Just as he was still pondering, bang! The stubborn monkey broke in through the door. "Young monster, settle the account with me. It's time to pay up now. Hey, take a hit from my old grandson." Sun Outyen lifted the golden hoop and smashed it down. But Zheng Chen remained calm. He raised his battle axe with one hand to block the opponent's iron rod. "Oh, got a new weapon? No wonder you're so arrogant. But you're still going to lose, do you believe that?" Zheng Chen chuckled. "I don't believe it. Then let's go outside and fight? It wouldn't be good if we damage the furniture. A little broken furniture, my old grandson can afford it. Let's fight now." "That's what you said, don't play dumb later." "I won't play dumb. Let's fight." Clang! Clang! Sun Outyen picked up the stick. A tyrannical aura spread out, and the golden hoop continuously stabbed. But Zhang Chen easily resolved them, either deflecting or avoiding them. During the scuffle, most of the sofa floor was shattered, and the tea table was overturned. "This time, you will definitely lose." Sun Outyen's eyes shimmered with golden light. But it was no longer the sluggishness of the last time, but a different kind of ability. Just as the golden light disappeared, his physique continued to grow taller, from 1 meter to 1 meter 5. Muscles bulged all over his body, full of strength compared to his previously thin figure. It was like two different people. "Take this move, great sage staff technique, sweeping through the army." Sun Outyen lifted the stick. With a horizontal swing, the airwaves shattered all the glass. Zhang Chen crossed his battle axes to block. Feeling the immense force, both of them retreated 5 steps. The strength has increased? Is it related to the golden light just now? It should be a skill that stimulates the body with some kind of mental stimulation. In his past life, Sun Outyen was quite famous, but Zhang Chen had hardly interacted with him, so he didn't know much about the other party. Although it was unexpected, but Zhang Chen was not flustered at all because he still had many cards to play. Moreover, his combat experience from his past life was not to be underestimated. Sun Outyen charged again. Zhang Chen decisively covered his axe blade with thunder and lightning, raised his hand and thrust it down. With a piercing sound, the stick was wedged into the ground. Sun Outyen panicked, trying to pull out the golden hoop. But Zhang Chen's axe in his right hand came attacking, and he could only dodge again. Without any surprises, Sun Outyen, who had lost his weapon, was defeated again. "What? Not satisfied?" Zhang Chen laughed. "I'm not satisfied. You disarmed me without any sense of martial ethics," Sun Ao said angrily. "Didn't you just call me a monster? What martial ethics does a monster need? I've been going easy on you, otherwise I could have used my lightning 5-chain whip and you would have been kneeling on the ground." "Lightning 5-chain whip? Are you trying to scare me? Believe it or not." Although there was no lightning 5-chain whip, there was still thunder burst, and his thunder armor was also ready for use. Even though it could only be maintained for less than a minute before reaching the 4th level, it was more than enough to teach Sun Ao, this unruly monkey, a lesson. What if he's an extraordinary seed? Isn't he still no match for him? However, somewhat unexpectedly, this guy didn't listen to Mang Wu's words and came straight up to fight. It seems that Mang Wu's beast control skills are still lacking. If he could reach the 3rd level, it might be slightly better, right? Having to endure this monkey's beatings every day, Zhang Chen also felt quite troublesome. Mang Wu hurriedly went upstairs and, seeing the mess on the 2nd floor, apologized to Zhang Chen. "I'm sorry, President. It's my fault. I should have taken care of it and caused you so much trouble." "It doesn't matter. The monkey said it would compensate for the rotten things. You are its guardian, so this account falls on you. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Chen said calmly. "No, President." "Well, then let's talk about compensation for the losses. The sofa, coffee table, and door are all broken, estimated at 100 contribution points. 8 pieces of glass are broken, estimated at 40 contribution points. 25 pieces of the floor are broken, estimated at 120 contribution points, and the rest of the miscellaneous items are estimated at 60 contribution points. totaling 320 contribution points. After hearing this, Sun Ao was immediately furious and complained, "So much? My golden cudgel is only worth 25 points, and these broken things are worth 320 contribution points? This is blatant extortion. I refuse. Who asked you to fight here? Is it my fault? But your pricing is unreasonable. Do you care if my pricing is reasonable? It's my stuff, and I decide how much it's worth. You skinflint." Sun Ao was about to curse, but was stopped by Meng Wu, who sternly said, "Enough. Monkey, is playing around not enough for you? Are you only satisfied when your master gets angry?" "Master, I." Sun Ao felt guilty, lowered his head in silence. Meng Wu sighed, "I'm sorry, President. I acknowledge the compensation. It's my fault that Sun Ao has a stubborn nature. I didn't teach it well, and it won't be disrespectful to you again in the future. It's only the first day, I understand. Let this monkey go down. I have some questions for you," Zheng Chen said slowly. "Yes, President." Meng Wu glanced at the monkey. Sun Ao left the second floor dissatisfied. "Well, I think you should know what I want to ask. How were you able to subdue him?" Zheng Chen asked curiously. "I didn't actually subdue him. I just talked to him as a trusted friend," Meng Wu explained. "Oh, what do you mean?" "I recently gained a new ability, called Beast Affinity. Whatever I say or do can create a sense of closeness with mutant animals, but it requires sincerity, otherwise, even if someone with a similar skill in beast control tries, it won't work." Meng Wu's explanation made Zhang Chen suddenly realize he was very familiar with this ability. The so-called Beast Affinity is a standard skill for beast tamers. Every beast tamer naturally feels a closeness to mutant animals, but not every beast tamer is free of ulterior motives. To be as pure-hearted as Meng Wu is truly rare. In his past life, he knew a master beast tamer who happened to encounter the unruly Sun Ao. After the most sincere exchange, Sun Outyan and the master became close friends, gradually changing their previous hostile views. With Sun Outyan's help, they established an extraordinary force, the Beast Alliance. The master of the Beast Alliance, with extraordinary potential, quickly achieved greatness like Sun Outyan. Naturally, he became the leader of the Beast Alliance. He recruited a large number of elite beast masters, commanding thousands of powerful mutant animals that made everyone fearful. In a previous life, Zhang Chen had dealings with the Beast Alliance. Initially, to investigate the power of Lu Yun, whether there was an extraordinary existence, he hired some beast masters to obtain relevant information. Later, he sought revenge on Honglian recklessly. Although they had not met face to face, Zhang Chen knew that the leader of the alliance was also surnamed Meng, named Meng Hui. Meng Wu, of course, had no relation to him, but he always felt that something was amiss. In the previous life, many high-level beast masters tried to subdue Sun Outyan, but all failed. Meng Hui succeeded because of his pure heart, and Meng Wu was the same. But is a pure heart so common? Am I just lucky? Did I happen to meet one? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Wu, is your real name Meng Wu?" "No." "No? Then what is your real name?" "I'm Meng Hui." Zhang Chen was stunned. "My goodness, your name is Meng Hui? Is there such a coincidence in the world? Then why does everyone call you Wu Gu? Initially, Jiang Chang also called you Xiao Wu? Why wouldn't they use your real name?" Because I'm the fifth in my family, and when I entered society and worked with Jiang Cheng in the central street, we gradually became familiar, so they started calling me Wu Gu and Xiao Wu. Later, when the apocalypse broke out, we gathered together because the black rain was too terrifying. I originally thought it could unite everyone, but Jiang Chang was not up to the task. Meng Wu shrugged and said, "The zombies scared me so much that I almost peed myself. Fortunately, you appeared and killed the zombies, so I decisively joined our Dawn Society. Because of the last invitation meeting, everyone knows me as Meng Wu, and I have no objections, so I let everyone call me that." Zhang Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Now it's confirmed. Meng Wu is Meng Hui, one of the extraordinary seeds. With the addition of the Dawn Society, Honglian, himself, Sun Outyan, and Meng Wu, there are already 4 extraordinaries. How many extraordinaries were there in the previous life? Is this collecting half of them? How lucky is this? It's settled now. Meng Wu is undoubtedly the leader of the Beast Legion. What's wrong, President? Why aren't you saying anything? Meng Wu wondered. Nothing. Should I call you Meng Hui or Meng Wu from now on? Just call me Meng Wu, I'm used to it. Okay, let Sun Outyan educate you slowly, no need to rush, your contribution points will help you earn. With his strength, he might settle it in a day, go ahead. Yes, President. Meng Wu laughed. Zheng Chen was in a great mood. Honglian blinked her beautiful eyes. What are you so happy about? I'm happy to have met you. Hee hee, I'm also happy to have met Brother Hao. But when you say that, Can you put down the braised pork in your mouth first? It seems insincere. Why? Meat is delicious so are you following me because there's meat to eat? Of course not, the meat can't compare to brother Hao, you are the most important family member. Hong Lian giggled. But at the same time, she opened her mouth and stuffed the remaining braised pork in. Her mouth bulged, extremely cute. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile, looking at her slightly dirty neck. Little Hong Lian, I only had time to wash your face, how about taking a hot bath? You are indeed a bit dirty. Then I want brother Hao to wash me, Hong Lian coquettishly said. Do you not know how to do it yourself? I don't know. Then shall I find a big sister to help you? How about the one who made braised pork for you, Sister Su? Zhang Chen patiently said. I don't want to, Hong Lian resisted strongly. Although her mild autism was getting better quickly, she still clearly didn't like being with strangers. Hauga, do you think I'm dirty? I'm clean and fragrant after washing. Hong Lian pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Feeling wronged, she was on the verge of crying, and Zhang Chen couldn't resist the little one's crying. What else could he do? He could only agree. Alright, I'll wash you, okay? Hee, thank you. It's not a problem. Hong Lian was very quiet, not crying or making a fuss, so bathing went smoothly. And Zhang Chen was also focused, without any extra thoughts. Even though they were siblings in this life, he still held on to the idea of being good brothers from the previous life. Brothers bathing brothers. Isn't that reasonable? Moreover, it's the end of the world, sometimes being too serious is a bit melodramatic. Over the next few days, Zhang Chen and the others went out during the day to scavenge for supplies. They would come back in the evening to play with Hong Lian, and as for the night attacks by the raging zombies, the nearby zombies had already been cleared out quite a bit, so even though the zombies' sense of smell was sharp at night, it was still limited in range. So each time they attracted zombies, it was only 200 to 300 a day. At most, there were over 400. With Fang Ping, Lao Wu, and others coordinating with the members, these zombies posed no threat. After 5 days, he had collected nearly 250,000 tons of supplies, surpassing 1,000,000 tons in total. Most of it was food, obtained from different food suppliers' warehouses and 2 small-scale grain depots. There were also many semi-finished food items, such as chicken skewers, pork loin, pork chops, chicken burgers, milk-flavored steamed buns, Shishan cold skin, and more. Of course, there were also some semi-finished fast food meals, such as stir-fried beef with shiitake mushrooms, salt and pepper crispy pork, roasted chicken, braised ribs, and so on. These dishes were sealed in plastic bags and ready to eat after heating. They might not be as nutritious as freshly cooked food, but the focus was on convenience and ease of consumption, which could be used as marching rations for the Vanguard Legion in the future. As for the crystal cores, there were still over 2,000 first-level crystal cores and nearly 2,300 second-level crystal cores. During these 5 days, all members of Dawn Society had advanced to the second level. Su Mo and Mao Su had reached the third level, becoming core members. During this time, Zhang Chen gathered 7 squads from other streets, and Dawn Society finally exceeded 100 members. Su Mo successfully became the captain of the 4th squad. The captains of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads were Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and Mao Su respectively. However, for some reason, Zhang Chen reduced the number of captains to 5. Each captain led 5 squads, with 5 awakened individuals in each squad. At night, the raging zombies arrived as expected. Sun Out Yen wielded the golden hoop rod, fiercely swinging it around. Crack, crack. One zombie after another had their heads smashed, looking quite miserable. Zombie monsters, all die by my hand. This rod is still not quite there. If it could change size it will, crushing thousands of zombies with one blow would be no problem. Sun Out Yen charged recklessly, constantly muttering to himself. With its killing intent soaring, who cared about coordination? Just go straight for it. But, after killing more than 300 zombies, they still didn't see a decrease in their numbers, which was quite strange. Something's not right. The number of zombies is off. Out Yen, come back. Manhwa stood at the back, shouting loudly. Sun Out Yen was not happy about it, but since it was his master calling, he obediently retreated. Fang Ping frowned, the quantity is a bit too much. Even though we've killed over 300, the zombie population doesn't seem to be decreasing. Could it be that there are too many attacking zombies this time? It's possible that if we continue like this, we may have to retreat. Mao Su said. I'll go consult the president. Wu Yenong made a prompt decision. Turning around and leaving, the others remained calm. They didn't feel any danger this time, just a few more zombies, right? There's no problem the president can't solve. Second floor of the supermarket. After hearing Wu Yenfeng's report, Zhang Chen frowned. More zombies? How many exactly? I estimate there are over 700, and the number is still increasing. 700? That's indeed abnormal. Despite recently clearing out so many zombies from the central street, there are still this many zombies? Could they be from other streets? But that shouldn't be the case. The central street refers to the main road district of the supermarket. The north, south, west, and east streets are at least 8 or 9 kilometers away from here. Even with the keen sense of second-level zombies, it's impossible for them to smell the human scent from the central street from that far away. It must be seen with one's own eyes. Lao Wu, take me to see. Yes, President. Zhang Chen, Wu Yenong, and Hong Lian left the supermarket. Riding electric bikes, they arrived at the southern end of the main street in a few minutes. At this moment, nearly 200 zombies were trying to break through the defense line one after another. Ordinary second-level members are not immune to infection. They all held riot shields in one hand and weapons in the other. This is just one direction of the main street. The other 3 directions have more or fewer zombies. Each direction has a team responsible for defense. Fang Ping is in charge of the east, Suemo is in charge of the north, Mao Su is in charge of the west, and Wu Yenong is in charge of the south. Indeed, the zombies are from the south street, and the other teams should be in the same situation. Zhang Chen raised his binoculars. After a brief look, he came to a conclusion. Although it's unclear what's going on, if the zombies continue to increase, they will definitely need to consolidate the defense line. Concentrating everyone's strength together is definitely better than being separated. However, Zhang Chen's concern is, what if they can't kill all the zombies? President, what should we do now? Wu Yenong asked. Are there any third-level elite zombies? Similar to the giant arm and liquor we encountered last time. Not at the moment, but I think they'll appear soon. As expected. Just as Wu Yenong finished speaking, Mouse's voice came through the walkie-talkie in a panic. The third team reports an emergency situation. We have third-level physical system zombies here. In addition to the Nai-Z and GG zombies, there are 2 zombies with mutated heights in their heads and feet. Report complete, please advise. Send Sun Outyin to eliminate them, Zhang Chen said. Yes. After a dozen seconds, Mouse's joyful voice came through the walkie-talkie, eliminated. Trash zombies, trying to entangle me with GG? I smashed one with a big stick, and pushed Nai-Z in with an elbow strike. Sun Outyin snatched the walkie-talkie and said arrogantly, can a zombie with a hard head outlast my golden hoop? Can it move faster than my pace? Such trash zombies? I can take on 100 of them. Zhang Chen was not surprised at all. Although Mao Su is also a third-level awakened, he was promoted not long ago. Although his combat power is not weak, he is still not as strong as Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and the others. He can only be considered frontline combat power, while Fang Ping and the others are frontline, and Hong Lian and Sun Outyin are super frontline. To be on the safe side, Zhang Chen placed Sun Outyin and Mangwu in Mouse's team, which could also remedy most crisis situations. Just then, Fang Ping's anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. The first team reports an emergency. 200 meters away from me, there are giant arm and liquor requesting support. Repeat, requesting support. With your current strength, dealing with 2 should not be a problem, right? Zhang Chen frowned. After a few seconds, Fang Ping's tone gradually became anxious. President, the key here is not 2, but 10. Almost done, wait a moment O_O. 10? Zhang Chen was shocked. How could there be so many? Third-level zombies are already rare. Those with mutated body parts are even rarer. And the giant arms and liquors are almost the top existences among the third level, yet 10 of them appeared at once? Although there are millions of zombies, under such a large base number, there are definitely more third-level zombies than humans. But this supermarket is in a remote area, how could this be so outrageous? 10 giant arms and liquors? President, requesting backup. They are fast, they will be here in a few minutes. Fang Ping shouted again. I'm leaving now, hold on. Zhang Chen ended the call and was about to act. Hong Lian said seriously, I'll go, brother Hao, I can help you too. But, Zhang Chen hesitated. You know my strength, they can't do anything to me. Okay, I'll have someone drive you there. There's no time to hesitate. After the nearby streets were cleared, vehicles were able to move. So Zhang Chen had an ordinary member drive her there, which should be in time. South of the supermarket, the giant arms and liquors had arrived. Fang Ping held a short knife and cooperated with a small team to move around and attack. But soon they were at a disadvantage. Dealing with just these 10 zombies would have been fine. The key was the large number of ordinary zombies. He couldn't pull all the team members to kill the elite zombies, which meant he had almost no chance to move around and consume them. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll find someone to take my place. Fang Ping's earth armor protected him. Quietly, he appeared behind a giant armed zombie. With a swift motion, his knife swept across, causing its head to fall. But the other 4 giant armed zombies reacted quickly, and their fists, several times larger than sandbags, came crashing down. Crack! Crack! Fong Ping took a heavy blow. Cracks appeared in the earth armor. He once again disappeared into the ground, beheading another zombie. The second giant arm fell to the ground, just as he was about to strike again. Swish! The lickers spat out their tongues. They firmly bound Fong Ping's limbs, making it impossible for him to break free. The fist of the giant armed zombie descended. The earth armor suddenly exploded, turning into debris. The remaining force made him spit out blood, looking very miserable. The earth armor actually broke? I am indeed weak. If it were President's strong body, he could have easily withstood it, right? I'm sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to follow you in the future. Fong Ping closed his eyes, allowing the giant armed zombie's fist to strike his head. At that moment, suddenly, the blood vessels of the giant arm's body burst. The black blood turned into 3 sickles, swiftly flying out. Puff! Puff! The black sickles turned into black light. With extreme speed, they cut off 3 giant armed zombies. Then the 3 black sickles flew out again, about to help Fong Ping break free. However, the lickers were also smart. They promptly retracted their tongues and climbed the wall to observe from afar. Humans are strong, let's go, the leading licker hoarsely said. The others followed suit, ready to climb the wall and leave. But a faint killing intent appeared on Hong Lian's young face. If I let you escape, how can I explain to Brother Hao? All of you stay here. Hong Lian clenched her hands in the air. These 5 lickers suddenly trembled and froze in place. Confused face, the lickers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't their bodies move suddenly? The leading licker tried to break free, but with all its effort, it could only move its tongue slightly. Trying to break free from my control? It's not that easy, Red Lotus said with a slight smile. With a flick of her index finger, the black sickle blade cut through the air. With a few swift movements, the creatures that were feeding were chopped into pieces as if they were lambs to be slaughtered. Fong Ping, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. So powerful. What skill was that just now? Why did their bodies suddenly stop moving? I controlled the fresh blood of the feeders just now, immobilizing them in place, which allowed me to kill them, Red Lotus said with a smile. Feeders are also zombies, their bodies are dead and their blood doesn't circulate, so even if you draw their blood, it won't cause fatal injuries. This is actually one of the best ways to deal with them. Drawing blood? Wouldn't it be easier for you to deal with awakened ones? Fong Ping swallowed nervously. It's not that easy to draw blood from living people, and I can only control a few individuals. But when I reach level 4, I should be even more powerful. Wow, Fong Ping gasped. This ability was too amazing. How did the president bring back such a freak after a trip outside? That feeder was also too ruthless, killing level 3 elite zombies as if they were children. It made them, as team captains, feel very insecure. After learning that Fong Ping was rescued, Zhang Chen simply had Red Lotus stay in command of the first team. He himself took charge of the second team, while only the fourth team, Sumo, who had not exceeded the frontline combat power, remained stationed. Manhwa was destined to be extraordinary, but he was still weak at the moment. And over at the third team, Mao Se needed Manhwa to discipline the arrogant feeder, otherwise no one could control Sun Outyen. Fortunately, there were no incidents in the fourth squad. However, the number of zombies in every direction continued to increase. Fong Ping anxiously reported, President, the number of zombies is increasing rapidly. We estimate that there are nearly 300 zombies on our side, 12 times the total number of our first team. If we don't retreat, there may be casualties. Mao Su added, we are in a similar situation. Sun Outyen is already tired from killing and needs rest. Suemo said, there are also no less than 300 zombies on our side. President, please give instructions. Wu Yenong's second team was in a similar situation. Zhang Chen looked at the countless zombies in front of him, his expression slightly grim. From dusk until now, they had already killed 600 to 700 zombies, but there were still at least 1,000 more besieging them. And the number of zombies was still increasing. Zhang Chen made a quick decision and ordered, immediately shrink the defense line. Logistics personnel, push the idle vehicles to 300 meters outside the supermarket to form a semicircular roadblock to block the zombies. The Dawn Society members will retreat behind the vehicles for defense. Yes, President. Everyone started to act. Soon, a new defense line was set up, and the forces were concentrated. But Zhang Chen was not happy at all. In just a short time, the number of zombies had accumulated to 1,500. Everyone was doing their best to kill the zombies, but the numbers showed no sign of decreasing. Why was that? Had the zombies from the 4 major districts suddenly gone crazy and rushed over? It couldn't be that their sense of smell had strengthened. He knew better than anyone about the details of the second-level zombies in berserk mode from his past life. There must be something special that is continuously attracting the zombies to pour into the central street. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression serious. Is it you? Ran Dang. Hee, Xinshin delivers as promised. It's time for some exciting plot twists. As long as there are no hiccups, I will continue to update tomorrow. Please support with flowers, and don't forget to encourage me. Hearts Red Heart, Ran Dang. It's also a type of zombie. Unlike other systems, it is a mental type zombie. And it is a very special mental type, with almost no combat power of its own. In the initial stages, it is even inferior to ordinary zombies. But the problem is that it often carries an ever-burning kerosene lamp in its hand. It has no fuel or wick, but relies on the spirit of the burning lamp zombie as fuel, which is its unique and perverse ability. Because as long as the lamp is lit with the fire of the spirit, any zombie within a radius of 10 kilometers will be irresistibly attracted to it, crazily rushing in one after another. Perhaps some people think, since this kind of zombie has almost no combat power, why not just kill it directly? The problem is that the intelligence of the burning lamp zombie is very high, extremely cunning. Even the dumbest ones know to hide themselves in the zombie group, while the slightly smarter ones hide in nearby residential buildings, making it extremely difficult to be discovered. Some burning lamp zombies even have other system zombies as bodyguards. Once someone approaches, they immediately abandon the bodyguards and run away. If the burning lamp is hidden in the zombie group, it is relatively easier. But if it is hidden in a residential building, searching through so many buildings nearby is like finding a needle in a haystack. Low-level burning lamp zombies can only attract zombies within a radius of 10 kilometers. But intermediate and above can even attract zombies within dozens of kilometers, with tens of thousands of zombies gathering around them. Even the most powerful awakened individuals have to retreat in the face of this situation. After the zombie group underwent a high degree of mutation in the previous life, the reason why people dared not establish gathering places in the city was also out of fear of the burning lamp zombie. Not in the zombie group? What should we do now? Zhang Chen's gaze kept scanning. He did not find any special zombies carrying kerosene lamps. What should we do now? Do we really have to search through residential buildings one by one? Zhang Chen expressed his speculation, immediately causing shock among everyone. Mausa took a cold breath. Damn, there are still such scoundrel zombies? They can attract zombies within a radius of 10 kilometers? No wonder there are suddenly so many zombies around us. Spirit-based zombies? This kind of spirit-based is too special, right? Can they ignite the fire of the spirit with a kerosene lamp? This kerosene lamp is probably not an ordinary lamp, right? Otherwise, why can it carry the spirit? Manhwa exclaimed. Hey, this is not the point. The problem now is how to find the burning lamp? Fong Ping said in a low voice. I think we should retreat, right? There is no need to fight these zombies to the death. Now is the time to leave while there are only over 1,000 zombies. Before it reaches 4 or 5,000, then we really won't be able to leave. Hu Xiaonan said fearfully. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Hu Xiaonan's words were a bit demoralizing, but they were also realistic. The burning lamp zombie is hidden in a residential building. Even if we know which building it is, searching through them one by one will take a lot of time. By the time we find it, the opportunity may have passed. Moreover, it is currently impossible to confirm where the burning lamp zombie is. How do we find it? Just then, the raven on the shoulder grinned and said, Isn't it simple to find a zombie? Let me help you. Raven, do you have a way? Zhang Chen exclaimed. Of course, the raven can smell the scent of decay within a few kilometers. Even the slightest hint of decay from just dead bodies cannot escape our sense of smell. The bodies of these zombies are also decaying. Why can't I find them? What's so difficult about that? The raven said confidently. Great! The raven is indeed the best. Zhang Chen praised. Not bad, just third in the world. The raven modestly said. But raising its proud raven head, it revealed its satisfaction. Impressive. Little black chicken, didn't expect you, the salted fish, to be useful at times? Hu Xiaonan said with a light laugh. Idiot, you're the chicken, your whole family is chickens. Getting impatient, huh? You son of a b***********. Alright, now is not the time for joking around. Zhang Chen stopped the two of them, looking serious as he said, although Yada can smell the scent of zombies, the zombies in the nearby residential buildings may not have been completely cleared out, so it's not possible to find the Randang right away. Hu Xiaonan, you do a divination to determine the level of danger after I and do you leave? Okay, President. Will Zhang Chen and Duya's departure from the supermarket to find the Randang zombies bring danger to all members of the Dawn Society? Hu Xiaonan flipped a coin. While muttering to himself, the coin fell into his palm. Snap! A yellow light appeared, indicating that the danger level was negligible. At this moment, it showed how important Hu Xiaonan was in the organization. Faced with any dangerous situation, a divination could provide a rough idea. If it was dangerous, they would evacuate directly. If not, they would deal with the Randang. Doesn't this mean having a quasi-god's perspective? Hu Xiaonan was still at level 2. This was just the most basic divination ability. After reaching a higher level, there would be even more outrageous prophetic abilities. If they had the ability to dream of the future, it would be even more satisfying. It seemed necessary to promote the future prophet properly, first raising him to level 3. Alright, Duya and I will go quickly and return quickly. Fang Ping, you will be in charge of everything. Remember to prioritize defense. As long as the zombie horde cannot break through the defense line, there will be no risk. Yes, President. Fang Ping replied solemnly. I and Duya will leave now. Contact us anytime using the walkie-talkie. Zhang Chen left through the back door. One person and one crow appeared in the alley. Because Zhang Chen had blocked the roads on both sides of the supermarket with a large number of vehicles, there were currently only a few scattered zombies here. After easily dealing with them, Zhang Chen asked, "Yeah, it's up to you now." "Okay, Dad." Duya closed his eyes. Using his super strong sense of smell, he continuously scanned the surroundings. Then he opened his eyes and slowly said, "First, there is the smell of zombies in the Jinyu community behind our supermarket. Although it has been mostly cleared by the awakened ones before, there are still a few zombies in the dozen or so buildings, and each zombie is quite far apart. What should we do? This will definitely take a lot of time, right?" Zhang Chen frowned. "Don't worry, let me finish. Although there is the smell of zombies in the Jinyu community, I don't think the Randang zombie is there because I also smelled the scent of zombies in the old unit building above our supermarket." "The rooftop of our supermarket?" "That's right. We had already cleaned that building, but now there is one more zombie, and it happens to be in the unit directly above us, roughly between the 5th and 7th floors." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he muttered, "Right above us? So bold? Is this Randang so brave, thinking I, Zhang Chen, can be easily manipulated?" In fact, the Randang zombie dared to do this not out of bravery, but out of confidence that it wouldn't be found. Because there were very few early-stage mutant creatures, and even fewer like Duya with psychic abilities. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have taken it lightly. Fortunately, Duya had a very powerful sense of smell, able to keenly detect the scent of decay, which happened to naturally counter the Randang zombie. But the fact that this zombie was on the rooftop of their own supermarket still made Zhang Chen a bit unhappy. It felt like a sense of arrogance, as if someone was urinating on their heads, and they had to teach it a lesson. Zhang Chen turned left directly and entered the unit building. Following Duya's guidance, he headed straight to the 5th and 6th floors. The anti-theft doors of 2 households had long been broken open, but after searching, there was no trace of any zombies. It must be the 7th floor, specifically 702. At such a close distance, Duya could already confirm that the zombie was in this room. It was quite a coincidence that it was the same room where Zhao Hai was killed. They climbed to the 7th floor and saw a zombie sitting on the sofa, wearing a black tailcoat, with no black liquid flowing from its mouth. If it weren't for the pupils focusing into black dots and the dark veins clearly visible on the neck, it would be hard to tell that this is a zombie. This guy was very relaxed, even crossing his legs. He held an oil lamp in his right hand, with nothing inside the lampshade. But in the eyes of the raven, there was a black flame burning inside the lampshade, the flame of spirit. Next to it stood a huge zombie. It was almost 3 meters tall, its head reaching the ceiling. Its entire right hand was a huge piece of metal, like a pair of pliers, visually stunning. Compared to this zombie, the giant arms seemed trivial. When the lamp zombie saw a human appearing at the door, it was stunned for a moment. Human? Impossible? Obviously. It didn't think anyone could find it. Die, lamp! Zhang Chen made a move as soon as they met. He swung a silver battle axe, turning it into a silver light heading straight for its head. However, clang! The giant zombie raised its metal pliers and deflected the flying axe. Iron Hand, kill him, I'll retreat first. The lamp zombie reacted immediately. After saying a word, it chose to jump out of the window directly. Even if the zombie protecting itself was strong, it might not be able to kill the human in front of it, but it chose to escape first. What if this human is very powerful? Maybe he has some very powerful means to find it. The 7th floor was high, maybe it would break a leg. But for a zombie, a broken leg was nothing? Surviving was the most important thing. It had just understood the flame of spirit and didn't want to die so soon, so it would do whatever it takes to survive. Hearing the command, the Iron Hand zombie rushed over and fought with Zhang Chen. Clang clang! The huge metal pliers swung continuously, constantly colliding with Zhang Chen's battle axe. It showed no sign of weakness. Iron Hand? Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, looking surprised. This lamp zombie actually had a bodyguard? And not just any ordinary one, but a metal-based Iron Hand. A zombie with arms mutated into metal, with a body covered in copper skin. Its defense and strength were extremely high, slightly inferior to giant arm and flesh liquor. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Chen could play with it, but after finally finding this survivor, he couldn't let it escape. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Chen made a quick decision. Lightning flashed in his hands, and lightning burst out of his pores. Dazzling lightning armor covered his whole body, with electric arcs constantly flickering. Very cool, full marks for special effects. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of thunder echoed. Zhang Chen dashed towards it. The metal arm of the Iron Hand zombie came crashing down with great force. Clang! Zhang Chen forcefully inserted both battle axes. With sheer strength, he managed to jam its metal arm in place. Then, Zhang Chen jumped up. The electric arcs in his hands condensed into a dazzling lightning ball. Die for me, double thunder burst. Roar! The Iron Hand zombie let out a roar. The crisis of death descended upon it. It could only fight to the death, its left hand swelling up, preparing for a powerful strike. Bang! Zhang Chen had no intention of dodging. The thunder burst pierced through its copper skin, shattering its head. The Iron Hand's fist hit his chest, but the dual defense of the lightning armor in his flesh made it impossible to penetrate even a bit. Zhang Chen was unharmed and directly killed the Iron Hand. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Dad, you're so amazing. The raven praised repeatedly. It's nothing, how about lamp? Zhang Chen asked. It's very unlucky. This is our main camp if we jump down here. It's still not moving downstairs, most likely it's been captured alive. Even if it runs away, it doesn't matter because I planted a spiritual mark on it. That's good, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The luck of this burning lamp zombie is really bad. If you didn't cause trouble so blatantly in the old unit building, even jumping off the building would have a chance to escape. Now it's different. The main camp is right downstairs, within easy reach. After confirming that the burning lamp couldn't escape, Zhang Chen found Iron Hand's crystal core. After some thought, he cut off Iron Hand's metal arm. This thing is a highly mutated metal, extremely hard. Even Zhang Chen's refined battle axe couldn't compare to it. Giving it to Mo, you might be able to forge a higher level weapon, so he decided to take it back. At this moment, Fong Ping's voice came through the intercom. President, we found the burning lamp zombie with a broken leg from jumping off the building, captured by Red Lotus. Should we kill it? Not urgent for now, wait for me to come down. Okay. How many zombies have gathered so far? There are 1,700, and it's still increasing. It's estimated to reach 2,000 in 10 minutes. Can you hold them off? If not, kill the burning lamp first. We can hold them off for now. That's good. Zhang Chen went downstairs. On the first floor of the supermarket, he found the captured burning lamp. There was obviously resentment and unwillingness on its face. But unlike those irritable zombies, even if they were all captured alive, it still tried to maintain its dignity, with a polite smile on its face. Hello, burning lamp, Zhang Chen smiled. Hello, human, the burning lamp zombie replied. Human, how did you find me? I'm curious about that. That's none of your concern, and I won't tell you. I don't feel like beating around the bush with you. Tell me the method to extinguish or ignite the spiritual fire, and I'll let you go. Ha, you're delusional. The burning lamp zombie sneered. Your intentions are too clear. Want to attract the right number of zombies through this? So that you humans can evolve faster? It's a good method, but I regret to inform you. The spiritual fire cannot be separated from my preservation, let alone extinguished or reignited. As long as I die, the spiritual fire of this lamp will be extinguished. I suggest you go to sleep and dream about everything. Faced with the burning lamp's sarcasm, Zhang Chen didn't care. Many people thought that this lamp was extraordinary, but in reality, it was just an ordinary kerosene lamp. What's extraordinary is the spiritual fire, which can be carried on ordinary items. It was right. When the burning lamp dies, the spiritual fire will be extinguished. But in the previous life, someone managed to preserve the spiritual fire even after the burning lamp's death, and they could extinguish and reignite it. It was truly a tool for attracting monsters. With a little control, one could harvest crystal cores to the maximum every day. How could Zhang Chen not be tempted? You really don't know? Or are you pretending not to know? Zhang Chen pressed. What's the point of your words? Whether I know or not, I won't tell you. You are human, I am a zombie, our positions are different. Why do you think I would tell you? The burning lamp laughed. I see. Zhang Chen's probing was almost over. He also roughly understood that the burning lamp zombie should have a way. In the previous life, someone probably obtained the method to preserve the spiritual fire from its mouth. As for what they had to give in return, that was hard to say. To make the burning lamp zombie speak, it was probably a quite powerful character. Of course, it could also be that they figured it out themselves, which would be even more impressive. Although this guy was cunning, it wasn't afraid of death. Because it attracts zombies every time, it is to eliminate the human elites. Dawn will be targeted as the largest awakening organization in the central street, which is reasonable. It looks like you don't intend to talk, so I'll send you on your way, Zhang Chen said lightly. Ha ha, as you wish. Kill me, Randall. There is a second Randall, a third Randall. What's the use of struggling? The shackles of fate have long choked your throats, and humans are destined to perish. Crack! Zhang Chen's axe fell. Randall's head dropped, and its crystal core was removed. The color of the crystal core is translucent, and the iron hand just now was golden. At the moment of Randall's zombie death, according to the reminder of the raven, the flame in the kerosene lamp next to it had already extinguished. Zhang Chen did not feel regretful. There is not only one Randall, there will be opportunities sooner or later. Feng Ping, how many zombies are there now? Are there many zombies like the giant arms? Zhang Chen asked, turning his head. More than 1,900, expected to exceed 2,000, not many, only 3 or 2, and they have all been dealt with by Honglian and Sun Outyan. Any casualties among the personnel? Not yet, but everyone is already very tired, and a lot of psychic energy has been consumed, unable to use long-range skills anymore. Next, we may have to engage in close combat with the zombies, and there may be some casualties. Zhang Chen said succinctly, leave it to me. President, can you really do this? These are 2,000 zombies. What if you get scratched by a level 3 zombie? You might get infected and turn into a zombie, Feng Ping worried. A level 3 zombie can't break through my defense. Zhang Chen showed a confident smile. Before leaving the old unit building, it was already past midnight. He absorbed another crystal core, finally stepping into level 4, which is an intermediate awakened. And he also comprehended a powerful move. So what if it's level 3? What about 2,000 zombies? Now he can basically do whatever he wants. In his previous life, he single-handedly faced tens of thousands of zombies, and was revered as the Thunder God. Today is almost the same, about to achieve 1/5 of his small goal. Just 2,000 zombies, right? Today, Zhang Chen will see whether it's your death or mine. He walked out of the supermarket's first-floor door, looking at the zombies constantly pouring in front of the roadblock, hands tightly gripping the battle axes. Without any foreplay, he plunged directly into the zombie horde. Rough, direct. Swish, swish. The battle axe swung, and one zombie fell after another, either cut in half, or their heads chopped off. Fierce momentum, like a war god. It had the imposing manner of one man guarding the pass against 10,000. Damn! Damn! The president is so fierce. These zombies are as weak as tofu, crumbling at a touch. It's not that the zombies are weak, it's that the president is awesome, didn't you see it? Those giant arms and lickers are scared and running away. Ha ha. Most importantly, these zombies are completely unable to break through the president's defense. This is outrageous. Is this still level 3? Could the president be level 4 now? Do we even need to say? Definitely. Tisk tsk, this is simply like a cow coming into heat, so damn awesome. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. They were not completely indifferent. Those who could use long-range attacks did so, and Honglian and Sun Outyan were also providing support. In less than 10 minutes, the number of zombies had halved, leaving just over 1,000. But Zhang Chen was not satisfied with this efficiency. Too slow, too slow. This number is enough for this move. Everyone retreat 100 meters away. Zhang Chen ordered. Feng Ping and the others were puzzled, but they complied. When everyone retreated, blue light suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. Sizzle! Sizzle! At that moment, he seemed to transform into the Thunder God. Thunderous fury! Boom! With a low drink, a large amount of lightning spread out from his pores. Each lightning bolt was thick and long, terrifying. A large number of zombies had their heads smashed, or their bodies blown to pieces. Within 100 meters, all the zombies were wiped out. Only a few weak chicken zombies remained, outside the range of the skill coverage, almost completely wiped out. Quiet. The scene fell silent. The people at dawn were completely shocked by this move. My god, is this the supernatural power that humans can unleash? Hundreds of lightning bolts were released from the body, instantly clearing out almost all the zombies? This is simply like the god of thunder in the world. Excuse me for being straightforward. Besides being awesome, the guild leader deserves a higher level of praise. That is amazing. Afternoon xin was too sleepy, closed her eyes for a while, sorry. Waking up, the brain might be a bit short-circuited, we'll update for everyone tomorrow, everyone should rest early, good night Redheart. Not only ordinary members, even Honglian and Sun Outyen were stunned. Only 1,000 zombies left, and a big move solved it? Damn! Isn't this too awesome? Is this the strength of a 4th level awakened person? It's truly terrifying. Honglian smiled and said, brother, how is really amazing. Sun Outyen secretly became nervous, Zhang Yao's strength has improved so quickly. When can I beat him? But in any case, he must quickly advance to the 4th level. Even if he can't beat Zhang Yao by then, he must at least injure him once, right? Otherwise, where would Sun Outyen's face go? But this guy is improving so fast, what if he advances to the 5th level after finally reaching the 4th level? This is entirely possible. Sun Outyen suddenly became worried. How much sorrow can one have? It's like a eunuch entering a brothel. Zheng Chen glanced at everyone in Sun Outyen and ordered, alright, the crisis has been resolved, other members return to the supermarket to rest and recover. Monkey, you clean up the remaining zombies and keep watch around. Yes, guild leader. The crowd responded. But Sun Outyen was not happy. Why should I keep watch? I'm also tired and need to rest. Because this is my order. I want you to keep watch, understand? Do I have to listen to your orders? Why are you so arrogant? Monkey, are you not considering yourself a member of the Dawn Society? When did I join you guys? I'm staying here for my master, not for the Dawn Society. Sun Outyen grinned. You are eating the food of my Dawn Society, using the weapons of my Dawn Society, and now you say you are not a member of my Dawn Society? Do you have no shame? I earned these by killing zombies. I got them by my own skills. What does it have to do with you guys? But these are the resources we worked hard to gather. I let you exchange them to acknowledge that you are a member of my Dawn Society. Do you really think you can just exchange weapons and food for anything? Zhang Chen's face darkened. Do you think in other organizations, killing zombies can get you enough food and weapons? They don't even have enough to eat, will they exchange food for others? Only my Dawn Society is rich and resourceful, otherwise what do you have to exchange with? Monkey, do you have the ability to repeat that you are not a member of the Dawn Society? I am not. Although Sun Outyen was in the wrong. But with his stubborn character, how could he admit defeat? Just as he was about to retort, Manhwa stepped forward to stop him. Enough. Outyen, didn't I tell you? Stop arguing with the guild leader. Why do you keep making the same mistakes over and over again? When will you change your stubbornness? Do you want to make me angry? Me stubborn? Make you angry? Sun Outyen felt more and more wronged, biting his lip and arguing, where did I go wrong? I don't want to stay in this damn Dawn Society at all. That Zhang Yao is untrustworthy, trying to put a collar on me. If it weren't for you, master, I would have left long ago. Why do you always listen to Zhang Yao? We two disciples can survive without them. I am confident that I can help master establish an organization that is not inferior to theirs. Why should we be inferior to others? Everyone gasped in shock. They never expected the monkey to really lose his temper. But can the president, who is known for his integrity, tolerate this monkey? Definitely not. No one can publicly challenge the president's dignity and get away with it. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. As expected, when Sun Outyen spoke these words, Zhang Chen walked straight to him and kicked him out with one foot. Puff! Sun Outyen spat out blood. The monkey flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. At the same level, it could still exchange a few moves, but crossing a level, it had no power to fight back at all. Zhang Chen was truly angry this time. He could tolerate Sun Outyen's mischief, or his lack of respect in private. Even if he scolded Zhang Bapi a few times, Zhang Chen never cared about it. But he was the president of the organization, the only leader. In front of hundreds of members of the Dawn Society, if you don't give me face, Zhang Chen, why should I give you face? Monkey, do you think I have ulterior motives? Do you think I want to put a collar on you? Do you really think highly of yourself? Even without you, the Dawn Society can rise, and I can still become the uncrowned king of Linhai City. Zhang Chen walked step by step, his tone gradually becoming cold. You have repeatedly tested my patience, challenged my dignity time and time again. If it weren't for Xiao's sake, you would have died 100 times over. Taking advantage of others' tolerance as your capital for arrogance? Sun Outyen indeed had great potential. He could become extraordinary in the future, but so what? Without the seed of the extraordinary, could Zhang Chen not continue? It's better to have the extraordinary, but it doesn't matter if not. Although Manhwa had subdued Sun Outyan, this guy had no loyalty to the Dawn Society. Loyalty to one person is unacceptable, because such loyalty comes with a small price for betrayal. Perhaps if Manhwa was in danger, this monkey would turn against the Dawn Society, which he didn't want to see. At first, he gave Manhwa time, but after a few days, Sun Monkey showed no change, still acting cowardly. Since this guy was unwilling to accept the Dawn Society, and even harbored hostility towards him personally, he might become a potential threat in the future. Zhang Chen had no reason to persist. It's better to deal with him once and for all. He walked over slowly. Electric arcs flickered on his body, and the killing intent was shocking. Sun Outyan was severely hit with one blow, completely powerless to resist. All members held their breath. Suddenly, with a thud, someone knelt down in front of Zhang Chen. Manhwa pleaded, "President, please spare his life." Seeing Manhwa pleading for him, Zhang Chen was not surprised. After all, they had a close relationship as master and disciple. "Xiaowo, I have given this monkey too many chances. I can tolerate his antics in private, but in such a public setting, he still acts lawlessly, disregarding my words. This cannot be tolerated." Zhang Chen's eyes were indifferent. If Sun Outyan can ignore me today, then new members who join will follow suit. The Dawn Society is an organization that must unconditionally obey orders. If that happens, won't it be chaotic? Don't you think so? President, you are right. Manhwa said bitterly, I understand all the reasons. Outyan did indeed do wrong, but he is inherently kind. His current mischief is due to a tragic experience in his early years, which has made him deeply hostile towards humans. Give me some time. I can make him change, make him accept our Dawn Society as a big family. How long exactly? I can't wait forever. Wait until I reach level 3 tomorrow, then please give Outyan one last chance. Manhwa's attitude was very sincere. His eyes were firm, and it seemed like he really had a way. So Zhang Chen agreed, saying lightly, I promise you, but remember, this opportunity is not for him, it's for you. If you can't do it, then you shouldn't be the Minister of Intelligence. Thank you, President. You can all go rest now. Everyone dispersed. The logistics personnel stayed behind to clean up the scene. Gathering all the crystal nuclei, this harvest was destined to be unprecedented. Manhwa helped Sun Outyan back to the first floor of the supermarket, because the monkey relied heavily on his master, so they shared a room. Ouch, Zhang Yao really went hard this time. Ow, that hurts so much, master, be gentle, you're hurting me. Sun Outyan cried out in pain. Manhwa had just made him some medicinal soup in a pink electric pot, and the monkey had just finished drinking it when he started applying ointment, but he wasn't paying attention to the pressure. Manhwa rolled his eyes. If the president really wanted to kill you, that kick just now would have done it. But he was really angry. If it weren't for me kneeling down for you, do you really think the president would forgive you? Still complaining about the pain? Why don't you apply it yourself? Oh, master, I was wrong. Sun Outyan said a bit annoyed. Wasn't that Xu Yao the one who could heal? I saw her heal a broken bone with just one touch. She seemed very powerful. Why do I have to use this ordinary medicine? Won't the recovery be slow? Why should she heal you? I can offer her some contribution points. Contribution points? The president has already cleared your contribution points. Are you going to use air for treatment? Why? Isn't that Zhang Bapi too shameless? Shameless? Didn't you say you're not part of the Dawn Society? Why shouldn't they clear your contribution points? Sometimes you're very smart, sometimes you're as dumb as a donkey. I don't know what to say to you. Manhwa sighed. But I have crystal nuclei, I can use them to ask Xu Yao to treat me. Sun Outyan suggested. You have crystal nuclei, but she has to be willing. You keep mentioning Xu Yao, why should she heal you? Manhwa said irritably, besides, all the members of the Dawn Society see the president as their spiritual pillar. No one dares to disobey his orders. Who would dare to offend him? Now that you've offended the president, Zumenjian may not be willing to treat you either. Oh, Sun Outyan suddenly felt discouraged. Why do these people listen to Zhang Yao? Just because he's powerful? Sun Outyan didn't quite understand. Master, why do you obey Zhang Yao? Master, you will also become strong in the future. The two of us can dominate this post-apocalyptic world, maybe even subdue more mutant animals. Why do we have to rely on others? This is not obedience, it's gratitude. Gratitude? What do you mean? Because the president has been kind to me. Under the Black Rain, it was very difficult for small-scale awakeners to survive. At that time, my team leader Jiang Cheng was on the verge of disbanding the team. I suggested to him to gather nearby small teams and form a cooperative group. Manhwa reminisced, if a level 3 zombie appeared at that time, Jiang Cheng could have rightfully become the leader by killing it. But unfortunately, there were 5 level 3 zombies, and Jiang Cheng, lacking in strength and courage, fled in fear, only to be easily dealt with by the president. Jiang Cheng is so pathetic. Why didn't you betray him earlier, master? Sun Outyen asked. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Jiang Cheng took a few of us to work in society. I remember this favor, so I couldn't betray him until he abandoned us in the end, and that's when I chose to join the guild leader. Manhwa's eyes were different, saying, at that time, the guild leader promoted me to minister because he saw my abilities. Although he had the idea of motivating competition among members, this is still a favor I cannot let go of. You want me to leave the Dawn Guild and create my own organization? Isn't that ungrateful? Do you want your master to become that kind of person? Sun Outnan lowered his head, saying, I don't want to, but Zhang Yao really has ulterior motives. My mind is very sharp, and I can vaguely feel it. Other members also have some negative thoughts about me. That's not ulterior motives. The guild leader is just for the Dawn Guild as a whole. Meng Wu emphasized, he values your potential, but that doesn't mean he wants to harm you. On the contrary, as long as someone contributes to the Dawn Guild, he will promote and favor them without reservation. As for the other members, it's easy to explain. If you call everyone a monster, can they be happy? Isn't it normal for them to have opinions about you? Doesn't that make sense? It does. Sun Outyen nodded in a daze. Indeed, humans definitely don't like being called monsters. But he was used to it, so he didn't realize that it was impolite in the first place. Master, what should I do? Sun Outyen asked. First, get rid of the habit of calling others monsters, and don't show your teeth all the time. This will gradually change how people in the organization view you, Manhwa said slowly. In the future, if members need help in killing zombies, don't hesitate to use your abilities. They're not commanding you, but because you're strong, they ask for your help. And most importantly, respect the guild leader. Even if you misbehave in private, he can treat you like a child, but at least in public, give the guild leader enough face. That's the key to integrating into the Dawn Guild. Sun Outyen looked troubled. Respect? I feel it's difficult. He's not my master, so I can't genuinely respect him. Then pretend if you have to. The guild leader won't deliberately make things difficult for you. Okay. Sun Outyen compromised. After all, the master was the most important person to him. Since he couldn't leave the Dawn Guild, he could only try to integrate. It was also for the master. He didn't want the master to be unhappy because of him. Isn't it just integrating into the Dawn Guild? What's so difficult about that? I, Sun Outyen, will become the most popular in no time. Tired from the day's work, Sun Outyen fell asleep. In the past, he had to hold his weapon close to prevent bad people from approaching him. Now, the golden cudgel hung on the hanger, never leaving his side. Only in the master's room could it sleep so unguardedly. Outyen, I'm sorry, I hope you don't blame me. Mengwu looked at his young face. With a sigh in his heart, he absorbed 15 crystal nuclei. Then he reached the level of a third level awakened, with a faint golden light in his eyes. Gently touching his forehead, a golden light appeared, leaving a mark on Sun Outyen's forehead. It was circular with 2 curved lines above, somewhat resembling a golden hoop. After half a second, it disappeared. Sun Outyen didn't notice a thing. What was this golden hoop mark? It was Mengwa's new skill as a third level awakened, the beast control seal. This mark was a mental imprint that wouldn't harm his body. Usually, this mental imprint would be implanted with terms that prevent controlled mutant animals from turning against their masters. But Mengwu was different. He implanted the term of not betraying the Dawn Guild. Mengwu knew very well that the guild leader valued loyalty. Sun Outyen can't just obey himself. As long as he is not disloyal to Dawn, Zhang Chen will definitely not reuse him. With this mark, there is no room for error. Even if he is in crisis one day, Sun Outyen will not betray. Originally, he didn't want to use this. Because in his view, controlling beasts is not enslavement, but truly making friends. But today, Outyen almost died. With this mark, it is also a way to protect him indirectly. Gently touching the hair on his forehead, Mengwu lay down next to Sun Outyen and also entered dreamland. One person and one monkey, dreaming different dreams in the same bed. It's quite a different atmosphere. The next day, Zhang Chen began to inventory the supplies. This time, they harvested 2,800 second-level crystal nuclei. Adding the previous accumulations, there were a total of 4,800. First-level crystal nuclei, 1,500, far fewer than the second-level crystal nuclei. But there's no way, because almost all the zombies now are second-level. Unless they are humans who have just been infected, they are first-level. With so many second-level crystal nuclei, when the first-level crystal nuclei are depleted, they can permanently open the exchange channel for second-level crystal nuclei. And after this battle, many members showed their unique talents. Several of them, as long as they reached the third level, would be more than capable of being a captain. The cohesion of Dawn Society is also increasing. This also means that everyone's loyalty is skyrocketing. Zhang Chen handed the metal arm of the iron hand to Mou, but he said the level of the metal arm was too high. He needed to reach the third level to melt a new battle axe, so Zhang Chen could only wait patiently. Later, Manhwa privately told him about using the beast control mark, which finally made Zhang Chen feel relieved about Sun Outyin. On this day, everyone had a day off. All members stayed in their rooms, either resting or watching movies. Zhang Chen took out his phone and opened his favorite anime. The screen showed a female knight fighting evil monsters with all her might, and he was engrossed in watching. Beside him, Hong Lian asked curiously, "Brother Hao, what are you watching?" "Watching anime. What's the name?" "HS. I don't understand. This elf lady looks so pitiful." "Indeed, she is pitiful." Zhang Chen agreed. "Wow. What's wrong with the lady elf?" Hong Lian asked again. "Probably a cramp." Zhang Chen made up. "The elf lady's water magic is really powerful." Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes. "Ahem. Can I do it too?" I don't know." "Then can I try?" Seeing the conversation going off track, Zhang Chen had to turn off his phone. Hong Lian's face was full of curiosity. Zhang Chen could only helplessly say, "This is not a serious anime. Don't learn anything from it, okay?" Hong Lian blinked her eyes and blurted out, "Then why do you watch it, Brother Hao?" "So you're not a serious person?" "Not serious?" He never thought he would be called not serious by Hong Lian. Although he didn't yearn for love, it didn't mean he had completely lost his desire. Sometimes watching a movie to pass the time is reasonable, right? Zhang Chen blushed and retorted, "How can that be? I'm an adult, I can watch these anime." "I don't believe it, unless you let me watch." "But you're a child." "I don't care, or else I'll cry." Hey, isn't that unreasonable?" "Little Hong Lian, you're being unreasonable now, you know?" "Wow, 3, okay, you can watch." Zhang Chen gave in. This little guy always threatens him like this every time. Sometimes he knows Hong Lian is fake crying, but when tears roll down, he can't bear it. What can he do with his own child? Just spoil her. As for whether it will affect her physical and mental health, just watching a little anime, right? Could it be that this rotten end of the world is more detrimental to physical and mental health than being timid? It could be considered as previewing knowledge in advance, to prevent Little Red Lotus from being deceived by some scumbag in the future. Zhang Chen no longer cared about Little Red Lotus. Zhang Chen planned to send out the raven again to search for a red willow tree. It's been a month since the end of the world, it should be time for awakening soon, right? But after looking around, the raven was nowhere to be found. Even after calling out several times, there was no response. "Where did you go to play? Why do you disappear every time at this hour? What is this guy up to?" Zhang Chen was puzzled. I'm back. Dad, what are your orders?" At this moment, the raven flew back in through the window. Obedient as usual, Zhang Chen became wary. "Where did you go? Why are you never around at noon? It took you half an hour to come back? Didn't Dad ask me to find the mutated red willow? So I went." "You went every day?" "Yes." The raven nodded. "You went every day, and your feathers are so smooth?" Zhang Chen squinted. "You probably didn't even fly 3 kilometers out, did you? Tell me the truth. What have you been up to? Otherwise, I'll confiscate your phone, and you won't be able to look at the pretty girl's pictures anymore." "No, I just watched The Legend of Jinhuan." "That show again? Didn't I tell you not to watch it? Why don't you listen to me? Do you want to get punished?" "I didn't watch that, I watched The Legend of Jinhuan too, it's not the same show." The raven retorted. "What's the difference? Are you making fun of me? I'm confiscating your phone now. You won't be able to play for 3 months. Zhang Chen was about to open its little backpack. He took out the phone from inside. The raven prostrated on the ground, crying, "Dad, I was wrong. I really was. I can't live without my phone. I still need to study the proper materials on it. I'm in the middle of it now." "Didn't you want me to become an encyclopedia of ravens? How can I do that without a phone?" "I really know I was wrong. Please don't banish my phone to the cold palace, please, Dad." Zhang Chen thought for a moment. He felt that the raven was right. This little guy's brain was very clever. He could grasp a lot of knowledge at a glance, almost like photographic memory. He might need it in the future, and confiscating it for 3 months seemed a bit excessive. "Then not a week, but you have to promise me not to watch Jinhuan 1 and Jinhuan 2 again." "I absolutely won't watch them." "That's more like it, Go check if the red willow has appeared in the northern suburbs. If it has, don't alert anyone, come back and report to me promptly. Yes, I'll go. The raven flew out the window. Spreading its wings, a smug smile appeared on its beak. Not let me watch? How is that possible? Jinhuan 1 and 2 are over, there are still 34 more. As for being caught again next time? Just admit the mistake? If that doesn't work, be a bit tough, Dad will forgive himself. Hee, this raven is really clever. Northern suburbs. Everything beyond the ring road is considered the northern suburbs. It's not completely devoid of buildings here. It's just relatively sparse, mostly low-rise old buildings, or some private villas. Further into the northern suburbs, it's truly desolate, with no signs of human presence. In a standalone villa, in the center of the courtyard, stands an 8-meter-high willow tree, surrounded by 7 or 8 awakened individuals, looking worried. Boss, the food is really too scarce. Yeah, I think it'll be gone in 3 days. We've already scavenged all the nearby residential buildings, either expired or too many zombies. I think we should head into the city area, there must be more food there. Exactly, as long as we don't enter the city center, there shouldn't be any problems. Boss, give us some advice? The leader Lu Guang scanned the crowd and pondered for a moment before saying, you are right, we indeed need to head into the city area. The resources near the suburbs are too scarce. But I am thinking about a problem. What problem? Lu Guang pointed at the willow tree above his head and said, don't you feel that there is something off about this willow tree? I always feel that something is strange. What's the problem? It's just an ordinary willow tree. Can it turn into a zombie? It's impossible to even think about it. Leader, you are too sensitive, Wang San said nonchalantly. Is that so? Lu Guang furrowed his brows slightly. Unlike the others, although he was not from the beast tamer lineage, he had skills on the spiritual level. Although the effects were mediocre, he could roughly sense the spiritual fluctuations of living beings. The willow tree looked normal, but he always felt that something was off, as if there were spiritual fluctuations, as if it were alive. Unfortunately, it was too weak, and he couldn't be sure. People turning into zombies could be understood to some extent, but plants turning into zombies? That just doesn't seem scientific. Then let's go, let's leave now, no time to waste. Yes, leader. Just as the group was about to get up, suddenly, the willow branches above their heads rustled. Thud! A branch forcefully pierced Wang San's head. What is this? Ah! Mother *****. Wang San screamed in pain. He tried to struggle but was suspended in the air. The willow branch kept wriggling, continuously sucking his brain marrow, and soon he fell silent. Lu Guang was dumbfounded. Oh my god! Is this willow tree really alive? Before he could react, the brothers around him also screamed in agony. One by one, they were pierced through the head by the willow branches, their brain marrow sucked dry as they hung in the air. Without thinking, Lu Guang turned and fled. Although he was a second-level awakener, he didn't dare to resist against such a bizarre living willow tree. Little did he know, the willow tree had just mutated. It was just a first-level mutated plant, and if he had resisted, he might have had a chance to escape. But unfortunately, he had lost even the courage to resist. With a sharp sound, a willow branch swiftly came towards him, directly piercing the back of his head, struggling as he hung in the air. However, he didn't die on the spot. After all, he was a second-level awakener, and it would take some time for the other party to suck his brain. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary crow landed on the wall. Looking at the frenzied willow tree in front of it, the crow was surprised. Wow! It can kill so many awakeners right after mutating? And it can even kill a second-level awakener. It's really powerful. No wonder Dad asked me to find you. Rustle! Rustle! The willow tree continued to make strange noises. Willow branches danced in the air, looking very fierce. Are you trying to intimidate me? But you can't reach me, and you may not even be my match. I am a third-level mutated creature, the crow chuckled. At that moment, the willow tree suddenly quieted down. Lu Guang opened his eyes and saw the talking crow. The desire to survive made him instinctively shout, despite the unbearable pain. Save me! Save me! However, the next moment, with a bang, Lu Guang's head exploded. The crow remotely blew up his head, smiling. Are you relieved now? No need to thank me. Sucking brain marrow must be quite painful, right? Ending your pain is also a way for my dad to accumulate merit. Hoping for it to save him? They were not related, so why should it save him? Killing him would also be considered a good day for finding the willow tree, so it would take his crystal core as a token of gratitude. Just as it was about to take the crystal core, a willow branch snatched it away, absorbing the unique energy inside. The brain marrow that fell to the ground did not escape the willow tree's notice. Soon, more than a dozen of its branches began to emit a red glow. Trying to steal my crystal core? Do you think you can take advantage of this crow? Watch me explode your brain in an instant, the crow said, a little angry. Launched the spiritual piercing decisively. But this time, the all-pervading spirit seemed to hit a wall and returned without success. Honglu was not affected at all. Failed? Is it because your mutation level is very low? Although there is a crystal nucleus, there is no brain at all? There is a slight spiritual fluctuation, but it's like a rootless duckweed. When you absorb more crystal nuclei and reach level 2, you should be able to communicate at least, right? 2 level 2 crystal nuclei should be enough, right? Give it a try. The raven opened the zipper of the backpack. Threw 2 level 2 crystal nuclei over with its mouth. After receiving the level 2 crystal nuclei, Honglu quickly absorbed them. After half an hour, more than 30 of its willow branches had turned red, and its level had also risen to level 2. The raven, with its powerful spirit, keenly sensed that the other party seemed to have given birth to a special core. Similar to a brain, but completely different from a brain. Dad called it the tree heart. This is the core of mutant plants, the crystallization of wisdom belonging to mutant plants. With it, mutant plants can think and communicate. Without the tree heart, Honglu would just be an empty shell of a mutant creature, only knowing how to kill, similar to those brainless zombies. Although it cannot speak now, it can convey its thoughts through spiritual fluctuations. Honglu inquired, "Hello, who are you?" "I am the raven messenger responsible for guarding you. I have been looking for you for over half a month. According to my master's prophecy, you are supposed to awaken today, so let me check on your situation to ensure your safety," the raven solemnly explained. "I don't quite understand," Honglu said, feeling confused. It had just mutated, essentially just born. It couldn't comprehend overly complex words, so it could only make rough guesses. This black chicken was here to protect it and prevent outsiders from interfering. Why call it a chicken? Because there were only chickens in the yard, it had never seen other birds. "You don't need to understand. I am your guardian and will not harm you," the raven reassured. "So, are you my mother?" "I am not," the raven wanted to answer yes. After all, getting closer would be beneficial. But the problem was, it wasn't a willow tree, so it was easily exposed. "What? You're asking why Zhang Chen and I look different? Why not question if he is your father? Does that need questioning?" He already knew he wasn't biologically. After all, Zhang Chen is not a raven. But psychologically speaking, that's it. After all, with a dad who takes care of you like this, who can laze around every day, watch Legend of Zhenhuan every day, isn't that all thanks to such an awesome dad? Where else in the world can you find a better dad than this? Questioning that would be a bit off, right? But plants and animals are different. They judge based on external features, so it's impossible to impersonate. Unless it's a plant-based awakener. To get close to Honglu with unique talents, otherwise it would be impossible to succeed. The most crucial thing now is to ensure that Honglu protects itself and doesn't get fooled by other plant-based awakeners. You are currently unable to move. There may be bad people nearby trying to bully you. No matter what they say, don't believe them, the raven continued to induce. "When I go back to report to my master, I will have your mother come to find you." "Why isn't my mother by my side?" Honglu didn't understand. "Yeah, why isn't she by my side?" This question stumped the raven. But with its intelligence, it quickly came up with a solution. "Because your mother has more than one child to take care of, she must be too busy to come, right? More than one child? So I'm not my mother's only child? And not her favorite child? So when I was born, my mother hadn't come yet? Just sent a black chicken to comfort me?" Thinking of this, Honglu went completely berserk. Crack, crack, countless willow branches waved incessantly. The bodies were smashed to pieces. The scene was very brutal. "No! I want to kill all my other brothers and sisters. I want to create a world with only Mom." Although it is a transitional chapter, I still hope to write it in an interesting way. Asking for free gifts, asking for flowers. "Good night, carrot oh carrot?" The raven was puzzled. What's wrong with this tree? Is it going crazy? Why did it suddenly go berserk, saying it wants to create a world with Mom? Hey, you don't actually have a mom. But the raven really didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, this tree had just been born. It's quite normal to have some emotions, in case it really provokes Red Willow's hostility, leading to the failure of taming Meow Xiao Xiao. That would be troublesome. The task assigned by Dad cannot be messed up. "Mom! Mom! I want Mom!" Red Willow kept waving its willow branches. Wooden chairs and benches were smashed, and the table was overturned on the ground. The courtyard quickly became a mess. The raven could only change its tone and said, "I was just joking with you earlier. Your mom only has you as a child. She likes obedient children the most. If you're not obedient, she will get angry." "Then why doesn't Mom come to see me?" Why did she only send you, this black chicken, to guard me? Black chicken? Hey, I'm a raven. A raven. Raven? What's a raven? A raven is another type of bird. I don't understand. The raven felt tired in its heart. Indeed. As a smart mutant creature like him, they were indeed few and far between. Red Willow started shouting for Mom again. The raven had no choice. It could only plant a mental marker to prevent it from being stolen, give a few reminders, leave a mobile phone, and return the same way. The role of the mobile phone, of course, was to console. Upon learning that the raven had found Red Willow, Zhang Chen, Hong Lian, and Miao Xiaoxiao immediately set off for the detached villa in the northern suburbs. Along the way, the raven kept chattering incessantly. "Oh, Dad, you didn't see it." The raven said disdainfully, "That tree's temper is just too bad, just like that naughty little brat. It doesn't listen to a word of raven talk, keeps shouting mom mom mom, I just can't stand it. But there's no way, not every mutant creature is like you, and besides, the possibility of plants mutating is much smaller than animals. After all, you have brain structures, they don't." Zhang Chen replied, "Even if they mutate at the beginning, they will only follow their instincts. Even if they have a tree heart later, it still needs to be nurtured slowly, let their intelligence develop slowly, so they won't go astray. So early guidance is crucial." In the previous life, Red Willow had no one to guide it. It seemed to have been misled by some unscrupulous people, leading to a strong hostility towards humans. In the end, it killed countless people, and the entire willow tree turned blood red. Regardless of right or wrong, it engaged in a fierce battle. When it became an advanced mutant plant, its intelligence was already complete. Many outstanding plant awakeners tried to tame it, but all failed. Their brains were sucked dry, and they were hanged in the air. Now is the best time to subdue it. But even at the beginning, it shouldn't have been so irritable, right? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. "Raven, did you provoke it? Did you say something you shouldn't have said?" I didn't." The raven shook its head vigorously. How could it admit to such a thing? No. It had nothing to do with this raven. Its own brain was immature. How could it blame me? Although Zhang Chen guessed it, he didn't blame it either. Miao Xiaoxiao had already become a third-level awakener. Taming a red willow shouldn't be a problem, right? They would know once they got there. Soon, the two of them, along with the raven, arrived at their destination on an electric bike. "Mom, is Mom here?" They hadn't even entered the door yet. Red Willow was anxiously calling for Mom. They walked in again. Miao Xiaoxiao walked to the front gate. Seeing the 8-meter-tall big willow tree, her heart was filled with complex emotions. To be honest, at first, she thought her abilities were useless. Even though she was encouraged by the president once, she still felt a bit insecure. Could she really tame such a powerful mutant plant? What if she failed? Would the president no longer value her? Or would he just kick her out of the Dawn Society? But worrying was useless. She could only brace herself. Although she had never raised a child, she had watched a lot of TV dramas. Isn't it just a few tricks to soothe a child? Toys, storytelling, lullabies, and so on. "Yes, it's me." Miao Xiaoxiao smiled. "Mom, why did you only come now? When I was born, you weren't by my side. I was so scared, I was trembling with fear." Hong Lu whispered. "Wow, trembling with fear? You took down 7 or 8 awakened ones in one go? And directly sucked out their brain marrow, and crushed their bodies?" Miao Xiaoxiao chose to avoid this question and comforted her with words. "It's okay, don't be afraid. With Mom here, no one will bully you in the future." "Mom, do you have other children?" "No. Will you have any in the future?" "It's hard to say, it may happen or it may not." Miao Xiaoxiao couldn't give a definite answer. After all, the president said that in the future, after the plant system becomes stronger, it can control multiple mutant plants. If there are good seedlings in the future, would she just give up? Obviously, that's not possible. Hearing the answer, Hong Lu fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Miao Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhang Chen, feeling a little uneasy. But the encouragement in his eyes, along with that handsome face, gave Miao Xiaoxiao courage again. "Although you were just born, I can't lie to you." Miao Xiaoxiao said slowly, "Every child wants a mother's complete love, but in this world, it's not just you who needs to be saved. If there is no mother's guidance, they may go astray and become bad children, used by bad people, and may even cause the mother to die in the future. Do you agree?" "I don't agree. I don't want Mom to die." Hong Lu took a step back. Then, "Can Mom promise to only treat me the best? In the future, if there are other siblings, I will be their only big brother, and they all have to listen to me." "Of course, no problem, Mom promises you." Hee, Mom is so good, come and hug me, I can't move." Zhang Chen frowned. Could this Hong Lu be bluffing? Intentionally getting Miao Xiaoxiao closer so it can strike? But what if this Hong Lu really just wants a hug? This kind of thing, let her decide for herself. Okay. Niao Xiao took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, she walked to the tree. She hugged its thick and strong trunk, and the willow branches of Honglu fell down one by one. It actually lifted Niao Xiao up and kept swinging her, just like on a swing. She was briefly panicked, but she eventually relaxed because Honglu just wanted to play with her. And Miao Xiao, with her extremely friendly plant spirit, established an emotional bond with the heart of Honglio's tree, and at that moment, they truly succeeded. Mom, is it fun? It's fun. Mom, my willow branches are a bit tired, they need some nutrients. Do you want to drink something? Shall I water you? Miao Xiao asked with concern. I don't want water. Then what do you want to drink? Mom, I want to drink nectar. Miao Xiao blushed suddenly, but hearing Honglio's voice, full of innocence and curiosity, Miao Xiao didn't understand. You want to drink my nectar? Are you sure? Little Honglu, did you forget that you are a tree? Trees don't drink nectar, right? I know, but don't humans drink their mother's nectar when they are born? Mom, why can't I drink nectar like you, a human? Honglu asked innocently. Where did you see that? I saw it on my phone, the one the black crow gave me. It's a raven, not a crow. Emphasized, do ya? But you just born and already want to drink nectar, isn't that good? Why not? I can absorb brain marrow so quickly, it shouldn't take long to absorb nectar. Does mom have a lot of nectar? Then I can keep absorbing, until mom has no nectar left. Confused face. Although Honglio's words were flawless, they sounded a bit explicit to the adults. What does it mean to keep absorbing? Absorb until there's no nectar left? Wow. You're really fierce, I'm scared. I'm afraid you'll absorb all my nectar. It seems that Neoshio is very embarrassed. Honglu said with a grievance, actually, I'm not just curious. I feel sad at the thought of future siblings sharing mom's love, so I wanted to be the first child to taste mom's nectar. Even for this small request, mom doesn't want to fulfill it? Neoshio was in a dilemma. Zheng Qin glared at Duya, whispered, look at what you've done, leaving the phone behind, poisoning the newborn Honglu. Knowing how to absorb nectar at such a young age, won't he soar in the future? Dia shrugged, if there weren't nectar-feeding videos on this phone, would Honglu be like this? Blame me? Aren't these data in the phone hoarded by dad? And it's not just these videos. There are more explosive, unexpected videos. Feeding nectar is just the lowest level. Still talking back? 2 weeks without the phone. I'm sorry, Dad. Poof. The two were arguing. Honglu also started to act like a child. I don't care, I want nectar. I want to eat nectar. If mom doesn't give me nectar, does it mean she doesn't love me? It's not that mom doesn't give you, mom really doesn't have nectar. No nectar? I saw it. It's so big, how could there be no nectar? Let me see. Honglu was about to start fiddling around. The willow branches swayed, ready to uncover the truth. Goodness. It looked like a scene from some kind of tentacle monster. No messing around. I'm your mother, you have to respect me. Neoshio felt flustered inside. Ha? Is this not respecting? I just want to see. Honglu was puzzled. This is not respecting, at least you need to get permission from others before you can see. Oh, can I see mom's nectar? No. Why? Because it's too big, I'm afraid it will scare you. Oh, then big nectar must have big nectar water, little Honglu wants to drink. Big doesn't mean there's nectar, I'll have it 3 days after giving birth, and everyone's body is different, maybe I won't have nectar at all. Neoshio blushed, helpless and helpless. She was only 20 years old, not yet able to discuss this issue as calmly as a pregnant woman. 3 days after giving birth? Didn't mom already give birth to me? It's different, you were spiritually conceived, I'm talking about physical birth. Ha? I don't understand. You'll understand later, it's not that mom really won't give you, it's really impossible. Neoshio explained earnestly. Then I want to drink. How about some milk powder? It tastes good too. Milk powder? Is it delicious? Which one is more delicious compared to mom's nectar? Neoshio was stumped by this question. I don't know, after all, no one has drunk it. She glanced slightly red at the leader, then abandoned this dreamlike idea. The leader is so handsome, so powerful. He probably wouldn't be interested in me, right? She's not to blame for being infatuated. Which female member of Li Ming's team doesn't have a crush on him? Who wouldn't want to drink his nectar? But one must have self-awareness, they are not worthy of the leader. Powdered milk should taste good, generally speaking, nectar is very fishy. Niao Xiao took out her backpack. She prepared the powdered milk in advance, stirred it with a battery-powered water heater, and poured some for the roots of the red willow. But the red willow didn't feel satisfied, several willow branches pierced in, and with a slurp, it was all gone. "Mom, this powdered milk is really delicious, I want more." "Alright, I'll give you more." Miao Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she managed to deceive her. Taking care of a child is not easy. However, Hong Lian, who had watched the whole process, now had a curious look on her face. "What's wrong, little Hong Lian?" Zhang Chen asked. Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes, licked her lips, and said, "How gidge, I also want to drink your nectar." "Why? Because you are my brother, isn't it natural to give it to your sister?" "You make a good point. I can't argue against that." "Little Hong Lian, the key is that men don't have it," Zhang Chen laughed. "But in anime, those boys can," Hong Lian said. "In anime? What have you been watching?" Time-stop series, Black Beast Quartet, Man and Nectar. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. It's only been an hour. This little silly girl actually watched 3 of them? And of this type? Although he downloaded them, he didn't expect her to watch them. It was mainly to preserve the diversity of human spiritual food. "No, anime is all fake," Zhang Chen argued. "No, I've checked the information, men can do it, as long as there is an excess of female hormones," Hong Lian said with a grievance. "But my female hormones are normal. Just inject a little hormone, right? You want me to inject hormones? It will harm my body." "Ah, then forget it." Hearing that it would harm Hao Gidge's body, Hong Lian gave up. Zhang Chen was not exaggerating. Excessive female hormones can cause breast development, slow down body hair growth, and make the voice thin. Everyone must not imitate. How could this handsome young man do such a thing? Zhang Chen laughed. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Don't be upset, anime is all fake. That thing doesn't taste good at all." "What about the girls? Don't they taste good either?" "I don't know about that, I haven't tried it, so I can't judge." Hong Lian smiled mischievously. "How gidge, do you want to try it?" This. What kind of words are these? Oh my. Even Zhang Chen, who was thick-skinned, felt a bit shy. "What's wrong? How gidge, don't you want to? Do you not like me anymore?" Hong Lian pouted. "No, I didn't say I don't like you. But you didn't say you like me either." "Well, how can I say this? It's too embarrassing to say it out loud. You really don't like me anymore. Do you like the big nectar sister?" Hong Lian asked again. "No, I don't. I don't believe you. Those sisters in anime are all big nectar." "Really, I'm not lying to you. Then why don't you want to? Anime says men are not trustworthy, it's true." "Where did you hear that?" "Fine, I'm willing, okay? That's more like it." Hong Lian's tears disappeared in an instant. A happy smile appeared on her little face. Zhang Chen sighed leisurely. "I hope that when you grow up, you can still say such things. Then I, Zhang, will admire you." After finishing, Miao Xiaoxiao asked, "Leader, how should we handle it now? Red Willow can't move temporarily, and transplanting may damage its newly born heartwood. Then stay here and keep it company. Although it's in the suburbs, there may still be dangers. I will send a small team to protect you." Zhang Chen ordered. "There shouldn't be too many zombies nearby. I will give you a batch of crystal cores to help Red Willow grow quickly. We can talk about transplantation when the time comes." "Yes, President," Miao Xiaoxiao said. Zhang Chen had other ideas as well. Moreover, this place is very remote, and the nearby old residential buildings are sparse. It's about 40 kilometers from the city center. The villa is large, and it can be cleaned up for use. It wouldn't be a problem to use it as a temporary evacuation station, but the new gathering place definitely cannot be built here, because this distance is nothing for the mid to late stage zombies. If discovered by a flaming zombie, it could attract thousands of zombies, which would be a big problem. Therefore, it must be established deep in the mountains and forests. The distance there is far enough and not easily discovered. As for construction, it's actually quite simple. As long as there are enough materials, the efficiency of the awakened individuals is doubled. Riding on an electric bike, the two returned the way they came. Not long after they left, they were blocked by 5 people. "Get off! Get off the bike!" But Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered. He planned to push through, but the ground suddenly protruded. A clod of earth flipped the motorcycle, but luckily Zhang Chen was agile. With a somersault, he landed safely holding Red Lotus. The 4 henchmen were not surprised but rather pleased, eager to act. "Boss, this guy is quite skilled. Looks like we've caught a big fish. We can make a good profit this time. Their bags should have some good stuff. These 2 newcomers, don't they know they can't take the main road? Are they here to deliver food to us? This little girl is not bad either, can satisfy our cravings. Hee hee, what luck." These 3 henchmen were arrogant. But just as they finished speaking, Zhang Chen disappeared from where he was standing. Swish, swish, the battle axe in his hand swung continuously, easily dealing with his 4 henchmen. "You fools, do you really think we are newcomers?" Zhang Chen sneered. The 4 henchmen were instantly defeated, and Zhao Wu remained unfazed. Interesting, a level 3 awakened? No wonder you dare to be so reckless on this main road. Aren't you afraid of death? Are you a level 4 awakened? I'm not. Then why are you so brave? Because. Before he could finish, Zhao Wu raised his hand in a faint, inexplicable wave blade attack towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen raised his battle axe to defend, but with a crack, the indestructible axe was cut in half. The eerie wave blade continued its attack unhindered, heading straight for his head. Ha! What's this? Zhang Chen sensed something was wrong. He stepped back, avoiding the attack. The wave blade raced past, slicing the electric bike behind him in half. The cut was very clean, as if it had been sliced. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's actually a space blade. Are you a spatial awakened individual? Cherish the moment _ XIN is taking a break today, updating too much is exhausting. That move just now. Undoubtedly, it was the skill of a spatial awakened individual, Spaceblade. The Spaceblade is a powerful attack triggered by activating abilities on the spatial level, with tremendous destructive power. Unless there is an equal level of power, or far superior in rank, no one can stop it. Moreover, the Spaceblade is a very practical skill for spatial awakened individuals. Because this skill is almost invisible, if one's mind is not sharp enough, they won't even notice it and will be cut in half. Zhang Chen was able to dodge because in his past life, he had dealt with many spatial individuals. He had also killed many spatial awakened individuals who thought they were the chosen ones of the apocalypse. The awakening of spatial system users is not common, but it's not non-existent either. However, there are very few with extraordinary potential, as the spatial system poses dangers to enemies and risks to oneself. Apart from experienced individuals like Zhang Chen, whose leadership abilities are akin to gaining skills in a game as they level up, other awakeners have to slowly explore on their own. Those with insufficient talent may only have one skill at level 3 or 4. Especially in the spatial system, one might accidentally kill themselves by triggering the power of space. Therefore, most spatial system awakeners initially tend to lean towards auxiliary abilities, and only gradually explore offensive abilities as they become more proficient in their powers. For example, abilities like pocket space for storing small items or telekinesis for short-distance item retrieval. However, the current Zhao Wu, at level 3, has already mastered Spatial Blade. Clearly, he ranks among the top in terms of talent. Zhang Chen dares to assert that this person has extraordinary potential. Oh, you figured it out? Then I won't beat around the bush. Drop your supplies. I can let you go, Zhao Wu said confidently. Let us go? I just killed your men earlier. And you're not even a bit angry? Aren't my men just cannon fodder? They deserve to die, Zhao Wu said indifferently. His expression was genuine, making him appear ruthless. Just dropping supplies is enough? I think we can delve deeper into this, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Delve deeper? What are you trying to say, kid? Zhao Wu frowned. You must have been hungry for a long time, right? After all, resources are scarce in the suburbs, Zhang Chen calmly introduced himself. I am the leader of the Dawn Society in the central street of the 5th Ring Road. My name is Zhang Chen. Currently, I have around 100 people under me, including 7 or 8 level 3 awakeners. Your talent is impressive. Would you like to join our organization? I can ensure you have enough to eat, not just for one meal, but for every meal in the future. Interested? Eating to my fill every meal? You sure know how to boast. Even if what you say is true, why should I join you? Zhao Wu sneered. We are all level 3 awakeners, and I am the only spatial system user. Are you really stronger than me? I doubt it. So why should I join you? So, you mean as long as I can defeat you, you'll join the Dawn Society? Of course. But if you make me go hungry once, I'll leave. Alright, it's a deal. A promise is a promise. The two locked eyes. Zhang Chen remained still, gesturing with one hand. Full of provocation, Zhao Wu sneered and made a slashing motion with his hand. Swish! The spatial blade cut through the air. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to perceive. However, Zhang Chen effortlessly evaded it by stepping back with his left foot. He quickly closed the distance and kicked towards Zhao Wu. Bang! Zhang Chen's foot was blocked. In front of him, there was nothing, as if an invisible wall had appeared. Spatial barrier? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His inner joy grew. Zhao Wu was definitely a top-tier genius. A spatial barrier user? Although this move was defensive in nature, it was equally difficult to comprehend as the spatial blade. Moreover, as one progressed, this skill became more powerful. He vaguely remembered from his past life that in the city, zombies had evolved to extremely high levels, with numerous evolved zombies possessing abilities. It had reached a point where many awakeners had to evacuate the city. At that time, there were tens of thousands of zombies, flooding like a tide. They easily overwhelmed one awakening force after another. Even the larger factions could only watch helplessly. Some of them could slightly hinder the zombie tide, but the cost was too high. And at that time, a senior spatial awakened individual made a sky-like spatial barrier with all his might, blocking the zombies behind him for 3 minutes. In just these short 3 minutes, it gave the weak a hope of escape. It can be said that he turned the tide. The spatial barrier in front of him was very weak, although somewhat unstable, but it was enough to prove the strength of Zhao Wu's talent. So Zhang Chen was moved by admiration. No one can break through this spatial barrier. I advise you not to bother, we are all third-level awakened individuals. If you give me the position of vice president, I can consider joining you, Zhao Wu said proudly. Third level? I never said I was a third-level awakened individual from start to finish. Isn't it just a spatial barrier? I don't know if you have heard that any defense is not absolute. When power exceeds its limit, all defense measures become meaningless. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and arcs flickered. Bright lightning suddenly appeared on his fist, like a blue mini-sun. Bang! The spatial barrier trembled violently. Then, it shattered completely. Like a broken mirror, it shattered into pieces. My spatial barrier was broken? How is this possible? Zhao Wu's pupils contracted, looking horrified. Is this the terror of a fourth-level awakened individual? And he could tell. Zhang Chen didn't even use his full strength. It seemed he was worried about the extra power harming himself. For a moment, Zhao Wu was struck. He thought that awakening in the spatial element and becoming a third-level awakened individual made him the strongest. Who could have thought that he would be defeated today? What skill is this? Thunder Fist? Thunder Explosion? Or what? Zhao Wu asked unwillingly. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. This is not a skill, just an ordinary punch, commonly known as one force breaking 10,000 methods. Indeed. Just now, Zhang Chen released lightning through his pores, then covered his fist, increasing its power. It was far from the power of Thunder Explosion, let alone Thunder Fury. This was actually normal. After all, Zhao Wu was just a third-level awakened individual. Even Sun Outyen, as an extraordinary seed, couldn't handle a single move in his hands now. On the other hand, Zhao Wu could rely on his spatial skills to hold on for so long, which was already a very high talent. No skill? So I'm this weak? Zhao Wu said dejectedly. You're not weak, the difference between fourth and third level is already a big watershed. I have fought with many third-level awakened individuals, and only you could hold on for so long against me. Isn't that impressive? Is that so? Can I beat you if I reach the fourth level? That's hard to say, probably not. Even if I can't beat you, I definitely can't be as miserable as today. If I, at the same level, can hold on for half an hour against you, can you give me the position of vice president? Zhao Wu asked eagerly. Half an hour? Of course. Just agreeing for now. Whether it can be achieved later depends on the situation. If Zhao Wu can hold on for more than half an hour, what's wrong with giving him the position of vice president? However, the condition is at the same level. When he reaches the fourth level, I might be at the fifth level. When he reaches the fifth level, I'll be at the sixth level. It's probably hopeless for a lifetime. Great. Then I'll join you. Do I have any position? Your organization is so big, there must be some position set, right? Zhao Wu asked excitedly. Of course, we have. We have formed a 100-person level legion now, with 20 squads and 4 battalions. Besides the legion commander, we already have squad leaders and battalion commanders, Zhang Chen explained. Can I be the legion commander? No, you're not suitable. Why? Isn't my strength enough to be a commander? But you don't care if your subordinates live or die. I won't let you lead so many people. Then you have to give me a position, right? No rush for now. Anyway, in the future, you will definitely be at the same level as the leader, but the team will be very special. Very special? How special? Keep it secret for now. You will know when the time comes. It will definitely suit you. All right. Zhang Chen smiled ambiguously, his expression meaningful. Zhao Wu, the kind of person who doesn't care about his subordinates, actually just fit into his new army corps plan for the future. That is, Death Warrior Corps. In the future, there will be numerous crises in the post-apocalyptic world, with a great threat from marine life. The mutations on Blue Star are not limited to land-based creatures. There are countless mutated creatures under the sea, and in the later stages, marine life may no longer fear the environment on land. And the coastal city, as a large city bordering the sea, will face a huge crisis. This requires an army corps to act as a suicide squad to deal with them. In other words, cannon fodder. As for the selection of personnel for the Army Corps, it's even simpler. When the Dawn Society becomes a behemoth, there will inevitably be some heinous scum, or prisoners of other hostile forces. They can easily be filled as members of the Death Warrior Corps. This corps will be very special, and the corps leader needs to have a very tough heart. Zhao Wu is just the right person for this, but it's definitely not something to tell him now. After all, he has just joined, and they don't know each other well yet. They didn't need to take a taxi like before. They found 3 motorcycles on the road and 3 of them returned to the supermarket. Zhao Wu was very uneasy, not worried about fitting in, but worried about food. He was just trying it out, not expecting to eat his fill every day. After all, it was very difficult to have food every day in the post-apocalyptic world. Isn't it normal to skip a meal every few days? He also realized that with such a powerful leader, scavenging for supplies would be easier, and he wouldn't have to be on edge every day, fearing robbery or running into trouble, as long as the leader provided him with food every day. His demands were not high. 2 steamed buns would suffice, right? It would be even better if there was some pickled vegetables. Otherwise, it would be really painful to gnaw on steamed buns. The 2 of them entered the supermarket. On the first floor of the supermarket, at the revolving dining table. Although the meal had not been served yet, it was obviously mealtime. Seeing Zhang Qin coming in, all the members stood up, showing respect. "Hello, leader." "Leader, you're back?" Wu Yenong said. "Who is this?" Fong Ping asked curiously. "Let me introduce you all. This is Zhao Wu, a 3rd level awakened of the spatial element, very powerful." Zhang Chen smiled. "Spatial element? Very powerful?" The others were surprised. A new member with the spatial element? And at the 3rd level? Since the leader acknowledged it, it must be impressive. "I'm Fong Ping, a 3rd level earth element awakened." "I'm Wu Yenong, a 3rd level ice element awakened." "I'm Meng Wu, a 3rd level beast control element awakened." "I'm Su Mo, a 3rd level dark element awakened." "Hello, Zhao Wu, a new member, please take care of me." Zhao Wu shook hands with each of them. Beneath his smile, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. So many 3rd level awakened individuals? The Dawn Society is quite strong. The leader didn't exaggerate at the time? It seems that the future is promising. With such a large table, the food should be good, right? Eating steamed buns together on a revolving table? That would be too ridiculous. At the very least, it should be instant noodles with a sausage, right? If lucky, maybe even an egg? Goo goo lost in thought, Zhao Wu's stomach unexpectedly made a growling sound. His face turned red all of a sudden. "Sorry, leader, I didn't eat yesterday, I couldn't resist," Zhao Wu said embarrassedly. "It's okay, hurry and have Air Pang serve the food." "All right." Su Mo hurried to the kitchen. Greet a few people and start serving the meal. First, there is a large iron basin filled with crystal clear and translucent liangfen. Next to it are dipping sauces like chili oil, chopped green onions, and fragrant vinegar, all full of aroma. "My sister made the liangfen, so please have some to fill your stomachs," Su Mo smiled. "Oh my god. Liangfen, my favorite dish from my hometown. Thank you for the hospitality. Your sister must have worked hard to make liangfen just for me." "I'm so grateful," Zhao Wu exclaimed. Surprised and grateful, he continued to express his thanks. The other members couldn't help but chuckle, and Su Mo cleared his throat, saying, "It's not just for you, my sister thought of making it because of the hot weather recently, and there's more than just liangfen." "Not just liangfen?" Zhao Wu was stunned. Watching Su Mo head to the kitchen, several dishes were brought out one after another, all cold dishes, such as rolled noodles, fish in starch water, cold mixed potato shreds, sour and spicy ice powder, and a cooling iced plum soup. My sister thought liangfen alone was too plain, so she made a variety of dishes for everyone to enjoy. "Ha, thanks to my little sister, your cooking skills are amazing." Everyone burst into laughter. Seeing these dishes, Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. "Do you always eat so extravagantly? Is every meal like this? Is it enough?" "Of course, we eat like this every meal," Su Mo smiled. Fong Ping added, "Zhao Wu, if you're hungry, eat more. Our meals are always great, so let's dig in." "All right, I'll start with a bowl of liangfen. This chili oil is so authentic and fragrant. The potato shreds are steamed perfectly, the ice powder is just the right level of sour and spicy. The iced plum soup is so delicious, I feel like I'm flying." Wu Zhao Wu ate voraciously. As he ate, he was moved to tears. What kind of delicious food is this? Is this still the end of the world? At first, he thought about quitting if the treatment was poor. "Now you want me to quit? Sorry, even if I jump off a cliff or eat shit, don't expect me to quit. I, Zhao Wu, have decided to stay with the Dawn Society. Even if Jesus comes, I won't leave, I'm telling you." Seeing Zhao Wu crying like a baby, no one mocked him, they were all calm. "Wasn't their first meal like this too?" The leader is handsome, the strength is strong, and the treatment is good. Who would want to leave such an organization? Unless they're crazy. After eating almost everything, Zhao Wu felt embarrassed. I'm sorry for making a scene. It's okay, many newcomers are like this, we understand. Is the food free? No, it requires contribution points. Killing zombies and turning in crystal nuclei, as well as materials collected outside, can be exchanged for contribution points. A level 1 crystal nucleus is worth 1 contribution point, a level 2 crystal nucleus is worth 2 contribution points, and 5 contribution points for a meal. How is that different from being free? Zhao Wu was puzzled. Yes, the leader is very kind. Now everyone is a level 2 awakened. The number of mutant zombies and intelligent zombies is ultimately small, so killing zombies is not difficult. Especially after the attack of over 3,000 zombies last time, they accumulated a lot of contribution points, and eating was just a small part of it. For level 3 awakened individuals, level 2 zombies are like serving dishes. Seeing everyone's thoughts, Zhang Chen fell into contemplation. Is 5 contribution points too cheap? Should we raise the price? But it doesn't seem cheap either. 5 points for 1 meal, 15 points for 3 meals, 450 points a month, equivalent to over 200 level 2 crystal nuclei. Isn't that a lot? But everyone can't even eat, living a very hard life. Even instant noodles taste delicious. After all, killing zombies doesn't mean you won't go hungry. No matter how many zombies other organizations kill, without food, it's useless. Now killing zombies is not difficult, and you can eat delicious food, so they don't think it's expensive at all. The value of food before and after the apocalypse cannot be generalized. After eating, Zhang Chen and Hong Lian went upstairs. They exercised a little to aid digestion. As for what exercise? Do you even need to ask? After the exercise, Hong Lian, panting with a red face, said, "Oh, I'm so tired, Hauga, aren't you tired? Maybe my body is too strong? This exercise is nothing." Zhang Chen showed off his muscles. "So, is the exercise over now?" "Yes, it's over." "Hee, then I'll go watch anime." "What do you plan to watch?" Zhang Chen asked curiously. ****, maybe you shouldn't watch it. Why? Is it hard to watch? It's not about being hard to watch, it's just too heavy for you, not suitable. What is it about? How should I put it? Anyway, it's not quite suitable for you, Zhang Chen explained. Okay, underscore? Seeing Hong Lian's excited expression, Zhang Chen suspected if this little girl had unlocked some strange attribute. At this age, she shouldn't be saying she's scared. Either she should throw herself into her brother's arms, or simply not watch the other 2 series? What's with all this excitement? The fan doesn't work, sweating all over, going to take a shower. Don't ask why the air conditioning isn't on, because there isn't one at home. Xinshin is so angry, underscore. Tomorrow will be updated 5 times. This is a promise to you, heart red heart. Since Xiaohan Lian insisted, Zhang Chen no longer insisted on anything. Fortunately, the other 2 series are still good, considered very classic and exciting anime, simply irresistible. At this moment, a knock on the door was heard. The blacksmith arrived. MOU brought a large box, showing excitement. President, I have reached level 3, the 3-level metal arm you entrusted to me has been smelted, and the new weapon has been born. Oh, let me see. Opening the box, there were 2 brand new battle axes inside. Unlike the previous silver battle axe, this time the battle axe was mostly gold. There were black decorations in the middle, and the handle was surrounded by black and gold. The golden dragon pattern on it was very eye-catching, giving a completely different icy feeling. The size was the same as before, but the layers were definitely different. Zhang Chen casually waved it and found that the weapon had become heavier but more handy. The new weapon is called the Dragon Pattern Battle Axe. Very good. The battle axe feels good, and the style is what I wanted. Mo, you've worked hard. Zhang Chen praised. Not hard, Mo smiled awkwardly. I'll give you 50 contribution points, this weapon is worth it. No, President, how can I accept contribution points for the weapon you wanted? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a big contribution to our Dawn society. I really can't accept these contribution points. Mo was sincere in his words. There was no hint of falsehood, he was truly grateful to the president. Now he was living without worries, making weapons every day, or studying smelting techniques. He didn't even have to kill zombies, it was even easier than before the apocalypse. Okay, if I give it to you, it would be disrespectful, but your words have reminded me. Zhang Chen smiled ambiguously. These days someone reported to me that you deliberately cheated them out of their contribution points when making weapons? Is there any truth to this? No, absolutely not. Mo denied repeatedly. Then why are there so many reports? This can't be baseless, right? Because the members all want to get the weapons as soon as possible, the number of weapons I smelt every day is limited, so I have to charge them a little more contribution points, otherwise it would be chaotic. Oh, that makes sense. Do the queue jumpers pay more? Not much, just 10 or so points. That's fine, we're all on the same team, so let's not take advantage of each other. Of course not, MOU promised. Then you can go. Alright, President. MOU left. Zhang Chen fell into contemplation. There were still some loopholes in the rules regarding weapons. Currently, the metal used by members to make weapons was obtained by him during his previous outings. In reality, the members only paid for the production costs, while the materials were essentially free. Since the focus for members now was on improving their strength, they didn't even charge for these materials. But as the organization grew, they would definitely have to start charging for materials. After all, collecting metal materials and such required a considerable amount of time. The more weapons the organization needed, the higher the costs, so they would have to revise the rules eventually to prevent members from taking advantage of these material costs. Bringing his thoughts back, Zhang Chen called Manhwa over. How did the investigation go? It's almost done. There are around 60 awakened organizations in the North Fourth Ring area, big and small, but due to the recent threat of the Black Rain, everyone has united, so most of them have a scale of over 50 people, with some even having over 100 members. There are about 20 or so organizations in total, Manhwa replied. How many organizations are closest to the Jingnan e-commerce company? What are their names? What are their sizes? Who are their leaders? And what are their specific compositions? Zhang Chen asked in succession. There are 4 organizations closest to it, namely, Dali Gang, Brotherhood, Women's Cross Society, and Shirko Wolf, all of which are large organizations with around 100 members each, Manhwa said slowly. Among them, Dali Gang is similar in structure to our organization, but not as organized. The leader is Joe Dali. Brotherhood is made up of a group of pre-apocalyptic male fitness club members, led by Shachima. Most of the members of Women's Cross Society are women who seem to frequently help ordinary people. The leader is Deng Xia. Shirko Wolf was established by a group of young students, led by Tang Jian. There are high school, middle school, and university students in the organization, but surprisingly, this is the most well-organized of the 4 organizations. Of course, students are the most innocent and have the highest organizational skills regardless of the era. They have read post-apocalyptic novels and understand many common knowledge issues that others do not. If they see hope in the apocalypse, they will quickly unite and strive to survive, Zhang Chen said slowly. Oh, so the plot in those novels where a mouse ruins a pot of soup is not true? Manhwa asked in confusion. It's not entirely false. If there are very capable individuals among the students, then those troublemakers won't dare to come out, because students understand the taboos of the apocalypse the best. If they do come out, they can expect to be attacked by the group. This is the case for the majority, Zhang Chen explained. Oh, I see. President, these 4 organizations are all located in the office buildings on the edge of the Jingnan e-commerce warehouse. This e-commerce company is quite large, with a warehouse covering 15,000 square meters. Manhwa frowned, but there are 5,000 zombies inside the warehouse. Whenever they lack supplies, they collectively go into scavenge, so there should be plenty of remaining supplies. How should we deal with them? There's no need to deal with them. We'll show the power of our Dawn society, attract some, and suppress others, Zhang Chen said confidently. Then we'll form an alliance with 2 of them and enter the warehouse together to eliminate the zombies and scavenge the abundant resources inside. If the other 2 organizations cause trouble, we'll wipe them out. Who should we ally with? Dali Gang and Shirko Wolf. Zhang Chen had heard of these 4 organizations in his past life. The Women's Cross Society was a maternal organization that believed they could save everyone but was eventually killed by ordinary people. Dali Gang was relatively better, with a leader who had some ability. But I didn't realize that the city was not suitable for human gatherings sooner or later, and it was not until the end that it was too late to discover that it was eventually overwhelmed by a wave of zombies. The Brotherhood was unremarkable, seemingly disintegrating due to some internal reasons, which he was not very clear about. On the contrary, the organization named Sheikwolf seemed ridiculous but was the most developed. That Tang Jian was just an 18-year-old high school student, but he trained nearby students with great discipline, and he realized early on that the city could not be a long-term base. Then he sent people to the northern suburbs in advance and established a gathering place. Following that, while the zombies were not yet powerful, they collected crystal cores and food with all their might, and then left before the zombie wave broke out. It can be said that he had great foresight. In just a few years, it became one of the few top forces. But later, because the name was too difficult and members didn't like it, Tang Jian reluctantly changed it to Kowulf. This time, Zhang Chen's goal was not just the e-commerce warehouse. In order to bring this sheikwolf under his command, he could also consider the Dali gang. As for the method, it was straightforward. First, identify the enemies and potential partners, and then collaborate. Once cooperation takes shape, the next step will naturally fall into place. Do they know about our Dawn Society? Zhang Chen asked. Only in terms of the name and the existence of the president. Apart from sheikwolf, the information systems of the other three organizations are virtually non-existent. Tang Jian did realize the importance of intelligence and has a second-level awakened beast user under his command, so he should have a preliminary understanding of our Dawn Society. Indeed, he is quite extraordinary, the one I have my eye on. Indeed, this 18-year-old kid is indeed exceptional. President, what should we do now? Zhang Chen looked at Manhwa and ordered, control the rats to deliver a cooperation intention letter from our Dawn Society to the leaders of these four organizations, to test their attitudes first. If they are willing to talk face to face, that would be even better. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Yes, President. Manhwa nodded respectfully. North 4th Ring, Jingnan E-Commerce. Building A, 7th floor. An 18-year-old black-haired youth sat in a chair. Holding a metal card in his hand, he was accompanied by 3 trusted subordinates, 2 men and a woman in their early 20s. How do you feel about the cooperation intention letter sent by the Dawn Society? Tang Jian asked. I think we shouldn't go. This could be a trap. Traps are uncertain, but we don't need to take risks. The warehouse is right next to us. If we want supplies, we can join forces with the Brotherhood to get them. The 2 boys both felt they shouldn't go. On one hand, they were worried it was a trap, and on the other hand, they thought it was too dangerous. There's no need to worry about traps. You may not be aware of the strength of the Dawn Society. According to intelligence, they recently faced a large-scale zombie siege, with a number of over 2,000. But now they are unscathed, indicating their strength. Xin Jiao had a different opinion. Furthermore, the Brotherhood has internal conflicts recently and may not send people into the warehouse next time. The Women's Cross Society is too slow and sometimes deliberately slows down the retreat, claiming it is to save members bitten by zombies. They have lost their minds. Such organizations will only drag us down. The Dali gang is slightly better, but their way of doing things is too conservative, and we cannot cooperate openly with each other. Sooner or later, there will be a big fight due to uneven distribution of resources. It's better to bring in an outsider. Brother Jian, I think even if we don't cooperate, we should at least talk face to face first. Tang Jian nodded slightly. Yes, Ajiao is right. There are about 4,000 to 5,000 zombies in the e-commerce warehouse. Every time we enter together to search for supplies, there are losses along the way. The zombies in the warehouse will be wiped out sooner or later. Rely on Dali Bang to help them? Forget it, they don't have the courage. They just think about scavenging for supplies to eat and drink every time they go in. Why take any risks? A group of short-sighted people. He observed the zombies. The ordinary evolution speed of those zombies is not fast. But after the Black Rain, can they all evolve into level 2 zombies? This may still not be much, but how many zombies are there in total? Tens of millions of zombies. Once all the zombies in the city gather, it will be a huge crisis. Not to mention, the Black Rain has passed, will it not come again? He always has a premonition that next time there may be something even more fierce than the Black Rain. When exactly, who can know? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? When the zombies evolve again at that time, how terrifying will it be? Moreover, there are more and more zombies with abilities recently, and intelligent zombies have also begun to appear one after another, which further reminds that the zombies will eventually become very powerful. At this stage, zombies are easy to kill. After all, they don't have much brains. But what if they all become zombies with abilities? What about the ambush of intelligent zombies? What will be used to counter them at that time? So the future of the city is definitely not survivable. If this time they can eliminate the zombies in the e-commerce warehouse and obtain sufficient supplies, they may consider sending people to find a suitable gathering place in the northern suburbs in advance. The retreat route must be settled first, otherwise it will be chaotic later. Jian Gu, what is your plan? Xin Jiao asked. Tang Jian's eyes were different. Immediately replied to the Dawn Society, we, Shi Kulang, have intentions to cooperate. Specific matters will be discussed in detail when we meet. Then what about the meeting place? Right here, our headquarters. Ah, here? Isn't it bad? What if they think it's a trap and don't come? Shouldn't we find a middle ground and send someone to meet there? No, this is a common situation. Tang Jian chuckled. Since the Dawn Society is powerful, why would they care about whose headquarters to negotiate in? If they dare to come, at least it proves that they are very courageous. If they don't even have this courage, how can I believe that Zhang Chen can eliminate the zombies in the warehouse? Jian Gu is wise. The younger brothers praised. Tang Jian waved his hand and sent them away. Only Shen Jiao, a woman, was left. She sat in Tang Jian's arms and her eyes revealed a charming look. Jian Gu, do you want to work up a sweat? Right here on this chair? Of course. Isn't that more exciting? Okay, let's do it. Half an hour later, the two were sweating profusely, looking at each other affectionately. Jian Gu, you're amazing, Shen Jiao praised. Ha, that's for sure. It's been a month since the apocalypse. At that time, many people. Sigh, that day they suddenly turned into zombies without any warning. Compared to that, we are still very lucky. Shen Jiao sighed. Yes, we are very lucky. The two didn't have any overly complicated stories, they were just in a simple boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The apocalypse suddenly broke out, and everyone had to fend for themselves. Their group also inevitably encountered a huge crisis. At that time, many people in the school turned into zombies, some were scared to death, and some tried to resist, but it was all in vain. Tang Jian, who had awakened the fire ability at the time, had not yet comprehended the skill, so he could only run with his girlfriend. He also took a few buddies into the office, where there were only a few zombies, so the danger was not great, and they solved it together. As a loyal fan of the post-apocalyptic genre, Tang Jian immediately opened the zombies' brains and found the key to the awakening of the stronger. Soon after, he quickly rose to a third level awakened, and with strength and excellent organizational skills, he recruited one group of friends after another. At the end of the world, everyone was looting stores on the streets, but those who understood that long-lasting supplies were the best guarantee for survival led a group to occupy the office building closest to the warehouse. However, the warehouse was too large, and 4,000 to 5,000 zombies were impossible to defeat. This led to the subsequent cooperation with the Brotherhood. Unfortunately, those people were too incompetent. One after another, they were hesitant, with a total of 4 organizations. With over 400 awakened individuals united, were they still afraid of 4,000 to 5,000 ordinary zombies? Still thinking about looting supplies every day with joy? Wait until all these zombies turn into evolved zombies, will you still be happy then? Shen Jiao expressed some concern. Jian Gu, do you think the Dawn Society has also sent cooperation proposals to the other 3 organizations? That's for sure, after all, it's good to compare offers from multiple sources, Tang Jian affirmed. But what if the other 3 also get involved? Although we may still get a fair share of supplies, it won't be as much as the 2 of us could get. No, I don't think Dawn Society would consider the other 3, except for the Brotherhood, which has some potential. The other 2 are not qualified, or rather, they are too inferior. Zhang Chen of Dawn Society wouldn't even look at them. That's good then. Shen Jiao felt relieved. Dawn Society. On the second floor of the supermarket, Zhang Chen sat waiting calmly. Manhwa returned with 3 metal cards, reporting, apart from the Brotherhood, the other 3 organizations have responded. Deng Xia of the Women's Cross Society expressed willingness to cooperate, but only if given some food as a prerequisite for negotiations. The powerful gang rejected cooperation, deeming it unnecessary to take such risks. The Shit Wolf indicated willingness to cooperate but requested a face-to-face negotiation at the 7th floor of Building A of the Jingnan e-commerce office. Oh, it's good to have responses. What about the Brotherhood? Why haven't they replied? Zhang Chen asked casually. They killed my rat directly and threw away the metal cards of the cooperation proposal, seeming to be a very violent group. Manhwa replied, but later I sent out another rat to gather information and found internal conflicts within the Brotherhood. Shachima's brother had a big fight with him, but I didn't get close to see the details because it's easy to be discovered. Is that so? Forget about such an organization. What about the Women's Cross Society? How much food do they want? Zhang Chen asked again. They said they want 500 boxes of instant noodles and canned food. After the cooperation ends, they also want to settle a portion of the food as the final payment for this collaboration. I had the rat stay for half an hour and found that this organization has over 300 ordinary people, with a very high food consumption rate, eating as much as 3 meals in one. Manhwa explained, and Deng Xia distributes the same amount of food to ordinary people and awakened individuals, causing a lot of complaints among the awakened individuals and internal conflicts. Ha, this woman is really shameless, and she's a brainless fool. Zhang Chen sneered, she has no ability but still wants to support ordinary people? Treating awakened individuals who risk their lives to kill zombies the same as ordinary people? Can such a person be a leader? This organization is also a pass. Then there's only one organization left, Chairman. It's the Shit Wolf. Can we only cooperate with Tang Jian? Although the threat of zombies is not a problem, if we successfully loot supplies, the other 3 organizations of the Brotherhood may not let it go easily and might come after us. Manhwa expressed concern. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. That's just perfect. If they really want to court death, then I don't mind sending them to meet the King of Hell. They may have more people. So what? How many third-level awakened individuals do they have? How many does Dawn Society have? And aren't they all elite? Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and others, not to mention, are all top experts among the third-level awakened individuals. Sun Wukong is out, who can compete with him? The Red Lotus bloodline is strong and difficult to kill, especially when dealing with them compared to killing chickens? Not to mention that Zhang Chen is a 4th-level awakened, which is their greatest confidence in facing everything. With the thunderous fury, the scene is cleared instantly. Understood, President, when shall we depart? Manhwa asked. It's getting late, no need to complicate things, let the brothers rest well tonight and depart early tomorrow morning. Yes, President. Manhwa laughed. Beside him, Red Lotus was still focused on watching anime. Occasionally, untimely sounds would come out, but the little girl didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she watched with great interest, not fast-forwarding even when it got disgusting. Wow! These tentacles are so long, all 5 tentacles are busy, so amazing. Red Lotus said with a smile. Little Red Lotus, stop watching and go to bed early, we have to get up early tomorrow. Zhang Chen advised. No, I just started watching. Red Lotus pouted, very unwilling. Holding onto her phone tightly, her chubby face was very cute. What do you mean just started? You've watched 5 episodes of the Bug Love/Girls series, that's enough. Zhang Chen said impatiently. But it has 12 episodes, I want to finish watching. Can't you watch it tomorrow? No. Then I'll take your phone. Then you won't be the most caring brother to me. I won't like you anymore. I'll cry for you to see. Boo-hoo, don't cry, go ahead and watch. Zhang Chen gave in. If this little girl starts crying, it will never end. It will take 3 to 5 days to calm her down. Even if she calms down, she will still give you the cold shoulder, and she bites hard when she's upset. It's not worth getting into trouble. After all, he is the president of the Dawn Society. How did he let a little girl control him? It's really laughable and exasperating. Brother How is the best. Red Lotus said happily. Then Brother How will watch with you, okay? Zhang Chen smiled. Okay, watching anime with Brother How is the happiest thing. I'm happy too. Wow, this one is so long. It is quite long, but not as long as Brother How's. Shut up, please. Okay. The next day, 7 a.m. Everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Zhang Chen led Red Lotus, standing at the front. Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, Mao Su, and Su Mo, the 4 team leaders, stood on the left and right sides. The remaining 4 teams stood in 10 rows, a total of 10 rows standing neatly, looking very impressive. Zhang Chen also felt a sincere sense of satisfaction. From the beginning with only Fang Ping, slowly building up the Dawn Society. Then everyone grew up, although it took less than half a month, but during this time, everyone went through a lot. Especially the crisis of the burning lamp zombies, which greatly enhanced the cohesion of the Dawn Society. Zhang Chen scanned the crowd and said loudly, everyone, this time we are going to make contact with the Shi Kelang organization in the North Fourth Ring. This is the first collective task of our Dawn Society. And our target is the Jingnan e-commerce warehouse. The other 3 organizations may hinder us, are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. The voices of the crowd were loud. Everyone was passionate and eager to try. Zhang Chen waved his hand vigorously and said with great authority, very well, our Dawn Society fears no challenges or hardships, it's just 3 organizations, right? If they dare to come, we will destroy them. Remember, the light of dawn, never extinguished. 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 The supermarket doors opened, and everyone marched out mightily. In front of the door were rows of brand new electric cars. Everyone got on their bikes and headed straight for the North Fourth Ring Road, although the electric bikes may look a bit inferior. However, the proud attitude of the Dawn Society cannot be concealed by electric bikes. There was no one inside the supermarket. Although some suggested guarding the warehouse, Zhang Chen refused. The first collective task was not just for the supplies in the e-commerce warehouse, but also to enhance the sense of collective honor and belonging. No one could be left behind, and he also emptied the supermarket warehouse. Robbery? Thinking too much. After more than an hour, everyone arrived at their destination. Building A, 7th floor. Tang Jian looked at the fierce members of the Dawn Society and felt a bit shaken in his heart. That young man in his 20s was leading a little girl. The people behind him were meticulous, not making any move. Is this the Dawn Society? And the students behind him whispered to each other. With this comparison, there was a gap. Although the other party came to discuss cooperation, there was no need for any show of force. But at least it could demonstrate the discipline of our Kelang group, so there was no need for further comparison. Zhang Chen then ordered most of the members to stay in the lobby, while Fang Ping and a few others followed Tang Jian to the meeting room. Is this President Zhang? I've heard of your name for a long time. Please, have a seat. Thank you. They shook hands and sat down. Without any foreplay, they got straight to the point. Tang Jian smiled slightly. I was actually quite hesitant at first, since I didn't know much about you all, but seeing the impressive demeanor of your organization, I have decided to cooperate, because no one is more suitable than you. Aren't you worried about interference from other organizations? Not worried. Why? Because I know you are a 4th level awakener, so what do I have to fear? Zhang Chen was surprised. Oh? How did you figure that out? Because my woman is a perception type, she saw it at first sight. Not only is President Zhang strong, but your organization's 3rd level awakeners are several times stronger than us. With this lineup, there's no reason to lose. Tang Jian explained. A perception type? That's a rare system. Awakening of this type basically has no combat power, but can perceive the level of enemies through abilities. Some can even roughly perceive the strength levels of opponents. Some perception types can only perceive awakeners, some can perceive any living beings, including zombies and mutants. Not sure which type the opponent is, but in any case, this woman is talented. After all, the Dawn Society does not have any perception type awakeners, but it's not possible to recruit them now, as these people are proud and may not be willing. It will require a perfect opportunity. Shall we have a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. The two looked at each other, shook hands, and smiled. Zhang Chen laughed heartily, while Tang Jian smiled nervously. After all, the deterrence of a 4th level awakener was too strong. Just from their physique, one could feel how strong this person was. It was impossible not to cooperate. As for the distribution of resources, how could they even bring it up? Whatever they said, that's how it would be. After some discussion, both sides mobilized collectively. 200 people came in a grand manner and arrived at the entrance of the e-commerce warehouse. Pushing open the door, zombies rushed over, and the Dawn Society and Kelang worked together to kill the enemies. Ha ha, they're so trash. Come on, zombies, if you have the guts, come bite daddy. So cool. These zombies are so stupid, they don't even know how to dodge. The people of the Dawn Society were brutal. As soon as they entered, they acted like madmen, killing the zombies mercilessly. Tang Jian was shocked to see this, but there was nothing he could do. They were strong and daring, while these young people were not. The 4 captains were commanding their own team members, preventing anyone from getting carried away and charging into the zombie horde. But they were also competing with each other to see who could kill more. Fang Ping, hold on tight. Do you know what it means to pull and drag? This zombie is crippled. Archers, quickly finish it off. Mao Su, backline mages, don't just stand there, long-range output. What? Out of abilities? Grab a knife and go in. What are you waiting for? Sumo, assassins, stop fooling around, there are intelligent zombies inside, they know to target the support, protect the healer. Bastards. Wu Yenong, tanks in the front line, activate the shield. Warriors, keep up the damage output. Although the style is very game-like, the command is very disciplined, and everyone is not in chaos. After all, they had experience from the last time, this time it's just a matter of practice. The actions left Tang Jian, Xin Jiao, and others stunned. Wow! They are so strong. Their organization is much better than ours. The key is that no one is panicking, which is rare. They are actually very disciplined too, but facing so many zombies for the first time, it's inevitable to be in chaos, mistakes are also inevitable. Puff! Puff! The zombies fell in batches. Even if there were abnormal zombies among them, they were easily dealt with by Fang Ping and the other team leaders. There were no giant arms or lickers, they posed no threat to them, and within an hour, all the zombies were dead. Tang Jian walked over gratefully. Captain Zhang, thank you for your assistance this time, otherwise the zombies in this warehouse would have been a threat sooner or later. Thank you again. You're welcome, it's a mutual benefit, now let's distribute the resources. Distribute what resources? These resources are ours. Is it your turn to get involved? How far can you outsiders go? Before Zhang Chen could finish his sentence, a voice of arrogance came from the gate. It turned out to be Sha Qima, Deng Xia, and Zhou Dali, leading more than 300 people blocking the gate. Tang Jian's face darkened. You guys have no shame. We cleared the zombies and you want to take advantage of us? It's disgusting. Sha Qima sneered. Don't you understand the law of the jungle and the apocalypse? Might makes right, you are still so naive. Zhou Dali arrogantly said, in the apocalypse, it's not about being reckless. What's the use of wiping out the zombies, stupidly Ming? Isn't it just benefiting us? Zhang Chen, right? You are really foolish. Deng Xia looked reluctant. Tang, give up the resources, we can let you go. Before Tang Jin could say anything, there was a sudden sound. A person emerged from behind Zhou Dali. Fang Ping drew his short knife, cut off his head directly, his tone extremely cold. How dare you insult the captain? Who gave you the courage? I'm getting impatient with you. How dare you? Kill him. Sha Qima shouted angrily, ordering his men to attack. But suddenly, someone stabbed him from behind. Puff! Sha Qima grunted. He felt a sharp pain in his waist and fell to the ground in agony. Looking at the familiar figure behind him, he couldn't believe it. Brother? Why? Why did you kill me? Sha Qiga resented. What do you think? This brotherhood was built by the two of us, but now it's your dictatorship. What I say doesn't matter. You don't give me any power. Why shouldn't I kill you? Sha Qima smiled bitterly. I'm trying to protect you. Power can make people lose their way. Shut up. Fake concern. I'm not that kid anymore. You, puff, puff. Sha Qiga stabbed him a few more times. Sha Qima burped, his expression seemed to carry sadness. Then, under the physical intimidation of his brother, the brotherhood left with the leader's title in hand. They seemed to care less about who the resources belonged to, but more about quickly taking over the leadership of the brotherhood. The changes came too fast. The leaders of the two organizations, all dead. The brotherhood left. Li Bang was leaderless. No one stepped forward to avenge the leader. Only Deng Xia and a group of women remained. Bewildered and unsure of what to do, not sure whether to take action. These people are either power-hungry, lacking in leadership, or indecisive. It's obvious. They are a group of people in disarray. Before the dawn breaks, they are already falling apart. Deng Xia, who had come to his senses, knelt down and begged, Captain Zhang, give us a way out. The only thing our women's cross society has is a lot of women. Everyone can have fun as they please. Including me, it's all free. Hee, Xin delivers on her promises. Asking for flowers, asking for free gifts, Redheart, is this all you have to say for yourself? The people of the Dawn Society were confused. They had thought these people were impressive, but they were already kneeling down as soon as they arrived? Isn't this too ridiculous? But before Zhang Chen could say anything, the awakened members of the Women's Cross Society couldn't bear it any longer. Deng Xia, what are you doing? Who gave you the right to make decisions for us? We've had enough of you. Our own chastity is our own decision, it's not up to you to arrange. What else do you want to do if you're not begging for mercy? Resisting is a dead end. How much is chastity worth in the apocalypse? Deng Xia's face showed a look of reluctance, and if you continue to resist, what about those ordinary people in our organization who are lonely and helpless? How will they survive without us? You're really out of line. Everyone is struggling to survive, and you're still thinking about their well-being? Gao Hui coldly mocked, even the Virgin Mary isn't as saintly as you. So what if they die? What does it have to do with us? Without the support of the awakened, you're nothing. Can't you see who is more important? Even if they die, we will never become tools for the Dawn Society's desires. What's wrong with being tools for desires? You only lose your chastity, but those people lose their lives. Tears welled up in Deng Xia's eyes, as if she were the birth parents of those people. Gao Hui raised her middle finger and cursed loudly. Fuck you, stupid Deng Xia. Fu **** Q. I'm not serving you anymore. We followed you, and we were blind. Gao Hui is right, you are no longer our leader. Gao Hui is. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Each one of them scolded Deng Xia mercilessly. Deng Xia shook her head helplessly. But aren't you just going to die if you resist? What's the point of doing this? Just for your ridiculous chastity? How is it pointless? Do you really think I'm not prepared at all? Gao Hui couldn't help but laugh. The Brotherhood, the Great Power Gang, and the Women's Cross Society are all weak organizations. I knew they would collapse sooner or later, and the key is that the scale of this e-commerce warehouse is so large that the forces nearby have long been eyeing it, but at least 4 organizations have jointly occupied it. Other forces dare not touch it, but when you received the cooperation invitation from the Dawn Society yesterday, I realized that this would be a great opportunity, so last night I secretly contacted Wang Yu from the Hand in Hand Association, Fang Lin from the World Alliance, and a total of 5 organizations, large and small. The appearance of the Dawn Society was just right. Not only did it solve the threat of zombies for us, but it also brought down the Brotherhood and the Great Power Gang. What's wrong with us resisting? Not only will we not die, but we will also get a corresponding share of supplies. This is the story of the snipe and the clam fighting, and the fisherman benefiting. Deng Xia suddenly realized, her eyes pleading, so that's it, you are indeed more capable than me, but can you not abandon those ordinary people? They are really pitiful. They are pitiful, aren't we pitiful? Clearly, we only have 7 days worth of food, and we can only eat 1 meal a day, sometimes not even enough to eat. Your leadership has failed miserably. Without you, Deng Xia, and those burdens, our women's cross society will undergo a transformation. Now, go to hell. Gao Hui's face turned cold. She then ordered the sisters to attack together. Deng Xia was outnumbered and eventually fell to the ground, lifeless. It was another sudden turn of events, leaving the members of the Dawn Society stunned, as if watching a movie. Fang Ping sighed, wow, so exciting. Wu Yenong joked, indeed exciting, didn't expect these organizations to be so flashy in their operations. Suemo commented, either it's women fighting or brothers at odds, I give this plot a 9 out of 10. Mao Su asked, what about the remaining 1 point? Suemo replied, the plot is too fast, the audience couldn't keep up, deduct 1 point. Mao Su agreed, oh, I see. Seeing the arrogance of the Dawn Society, Gao Hui took out a walkie-talkie from her backside and said, Brother Wang, Brother Feng can come out now. It's time for the harvest. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, a large number of people poured out from the building behind the warehouse. There were about 400 people, plus nearly 500 members of the Women's Cross Society. The 2 leaders with crew cuts at the front showed a faint smile. Xiao Hui, you've worked hard. Brother Wang, Brother Feng, it's not hard. Gao Hui smiled wryly. In front of everyone, Wang Yu pinched her buttocks and licked his lips. Don't forget our agreement. We provide supplies to your cross society, and you let me and Brother Feng have some fun. I won't break my promise. Gao Hui nodded, enduring the discomfort. She did have an agreement with these two. At least the supplies would be shared with the cross society afterwards. If she didn't agree, not only would she not get the supplies, but she might also be targeted by these 2 wolves. Is a woman's chastity important? Of course, but compared to being used as a tool for pleasure, it's better to just do it with these 2 once and get it over with. And she could still get supplies, so why not? In her eyes, it was a fair trade. Can Brother Feng and I play together? I mean, if you're willing, we can give you an extra 10% of supplies. Fong Lin eagerly suggested. Sure, but please be gentle, I haven't explored that area yet. Gao Hui bit her lip. I understand, we'll be gentle, Fong Lin chuckled awkwardly. Then he and Wang Yu stepped forward and said loudly, President Zhang, right? It's already the end of the world, there's no need for unnecessary fighting. After all, the more we lose, the less hope there is for humanity. As long as you give up these supplies, my World Alliance and Hand-in-Hand Association will let you go. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. Let us go? That sounds nice. We've worked hard to clear the zombies from the warehouse, and now you come to intercept us and take everything? Do you think we have no backbone? How about this? I'll give you 50 tons of supplies. Isn't that sincere enough? Wang Yu actually wanted to avoid a fight as much as possible. After all, the Dawn Society and the Sheik Wolf had the strength to eliminate 5,000 zombies. Fighting would inevitably lead to injuries, so it was better to settle it with supplies. 30 tons? Ha! Zhang Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Forget 30 tons, you won't get a single bit of these supplies. Do you think you can squeeze my Dawn Society like a soft persimmon? Brothers of the Dawn Society, attack them, Zhang Chen ordered. Everyone started charging. The Sheik Wolf's Tang Jian also had his members join the fight. Damn it! If they don't accept our goodwill, we'll make them pay. Brothers, kill them all. Wang Yu and Fong Lin glanced at each other. Despite the unexpected fierceness of the Dawn Society, since the fight had started, there was no reason to back down. They just didn't believe it. 500 people, more than double yours? Still can't handle it? Zombies and awakened are not the same. After all, most zombies are just ordinary zombies, while awakened can use special abilities. The combat power of the 2 sides is not on the same level. However, the 2 sides have not yet come into contact. Zhang Chen stepped on the ground, leaping up. Ha ha, what an idiot. Being suspended in the air is like being a live target, right? All long-range awakened released their abilities and take down the leader of the Dawn Society. Wang Yu was delighted to see this. Ha ha, the Zhang family turned out to be a big fool. Before the battle even started, he put himself directly in the sky? Isn't that seeking death? Everyone is a 3rd level awakened? No matter how strong your body is, can you withstand the coverage of intensive skills? Isn't that seeking death? Swish, swish. Skills flew out one after another. Fireballs, wind blades, water streams, sand palms, all kinds of attacks were unleashed. The overwhelming scale of special abilities made Tang Jian, who had no idea about the situation, appear somewhat flustered. Danger! Go save Captain Zhang! His voice rang out. But the members of the Dawn Society remained calm. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with lightning. Thunder erupted from all his pores, enveloping his whole body. In that moment of thunder armor coverage, he seemed to transform into a thunderous war god. Puff, puff, puff. All the special abilities fell on him. They were all easily dissolved by the thunder, leaving no injuries behind. His double defense was terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Chen descended from the sky, a flash of blue light in his deep pupils. Kneel before me, thunderous fury. Sizzle, sizzle. A loud roar echoed. Hundreds of thick thunderbolts appeared. They rapidly spread out from his pores. Ah, ah. The screams continued. Large numbers of awakened died instantly. Even those on the outskirts were affected, with limbs severed, looking miserable. With one big move, he wiped out more than half of the enemies. Wang Yu and Fong Lin were lucky to survive as they were at the back of the group and not within the range of the skill coverage. But they were scared, truly scared. Just one move, and so many awakened are gone? Damn it! If the awakened had gathered more, this move could have wiped out everyone. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, they understood that the person in front of them was not on the same level as them. He was a 4th level awakened. They had been deceived by that damn woman. In fact, they misunderstood. Gao Hui had no idea about Zhang Chen's background. After all, the strength of a 4th level awakened was only known to the members of the Dawn Society, Tang Jian, and Shen Jiao. Among these people, there were no perception types. How could they have found out? At this moment, the two sides began to fight. But Zhang Chen's move just now was truly terrifying. The remnants of the Tianxia Alliance and Shoha Association had lost all hope and were retreating in defeat. Wang Yu and Fong Lin knew that if they didn't retreat now, it would be over for them. So, they had to lead everyone to leave. But how could Zhang Chen let them go? Fong Ping, Sumo. With a command, Fong Ping disappeared into the ground again. The next moment, he emerged from behind Wang Yu. His eyes were full of killing intent as he thrust a dagger towards the opponent's neck. It's you again? Do you really think I'm as weak as that trash Joe Dolly? Let's see who dies first. Wang Yu's right hand unleashed a flood of water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long water blade. Also using a life-for-a-life strategy, he completely ignored the opponent's dagger. Put! Fong Ping's blade struck, but Wang Yu's water blade was blocked by a thick layer of earth armor. Sumo was faster than Fong Ping. With a hiss, he emerged from the shadow behind Fong Lin. The shadows turned into spikes, piercing through all 5 limbs. Fong Lin didn't have time to react and was cut in the throat by a dagger, dying unwillingly. Sumo is now at level 3. His strength is different from before. Besides manipulate shadow, he has mastered 2 new skills, Shadow Dive and Shadow Blade. The first skill, as the name suggests, allows him to dive into shadows. Unlike Fong Ping's brief ability, he can stay hidden in shadows for a long time, with a very fast movement speed, able to maintain it for half an hour. The second skill forms a Shadow Blade in his hand. It has a stronger attack power than manipulate shadow and can be considered an assassination-type skill. With the leader dead, the remaining people naturally lost the battle, and Dilly Bang, who had been watching all along, unexpectedly killed many of Wang Yu and Fong Lin's men. The Women's Cross Society was almost completely wiped out, leaving Gao Hui standing there dumbfounded. Why? Why did things turn out like this? According to the normal plot development, shouldn't it be a cheerful dawn, with everyone happily looting resources? Why are there such twisted level 4 awakeners? Starting off by sweeping the whole scene? Wang Yu and Fong Lin fled like defeated dogs, but still got their heads chopped off. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Intentionally targeting them? Why didn't you tell me you're a level 4 awakener? Why? If you had told me, I could have helped you, I could have attracted more power to you. I could have even been with you, I wouldn't mind at all. Yao Hui's hysterical appearance made everyone present feel disgusted. Why should he tell you? Just because you caused harm and failed. Now it seems that this leader of the Dawn Society was wrong? Wanting to trade with his body? People wouldn't even look at you. Why would a strong person like that want to be with you? Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered. He glanced at Fong Ping, who understood, and then directly wiped Gao Hui's throat, with human and zombie bodies scattered all over the warehouse. Zhou Dali, Gao Hui, Deng Xia, Shachima, and other prominent figures all died, leaving the Dilly Bang, Women's Cross Society, Tianxia Alliance, and Hand-in-Hand Society completely wiped out. It is obvious. The outcome of the clash between Awakeners and the Northern Fourth Ring this time. Instead, the Dawn Society, as an outsider, became the ultimate winner. The crowd was in a mix of emotions for a while. Especially Tang Jian's mood was very complicated. This time he made the right choice. It was mainly because of Xin Jiao. If he hadn't known early on that Zhang Chen was a level 4 Awakener, even if there were no grievances at the beginning of the cooperation. But when Wang Yu, Fong Lin, and others arrived, it would be hard to say whether they would turn against each other. After all, the other side had more people in power. Tang Jian himself was upright and honest. Perhaps he wouldn't stab someone in the back. But for self-preservation, he might leave with the Dilly Bang brothers and not get involved in the conflict. The remaining members of Dilly Bang were also relieved. Fortunately, Zhou Dali was not popular, but if someone wanted to avenge him, they would definitely end up like Wang Yu and his group. Seeing Tang Jian hesitating to speak, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. What? Do you have something to say? Tang Jian took a deep breath and said seriously, President Zhang, we, the Shi Kulang, want to join your organization and become part of the Dawn Society. Please fulfill our request. Oh, why? Zhang Chen was not surprised by Tang Jian's choice. After all, he had noticed him from the beginning, just curious. What prompted him to join the Dawn Society? Was it his personal charm? Or strength? Or the organization of the Dawn Society? However, Tang Jian's eyes were bright, because I see the future in you. Just like the name Dawn Society, under your leadership, the dawn of the apocalypse may really come. Your words are a bit mystical. What do you mean by seeing the future in me? Can't you see it in yourself? Zhang Chen asked in confusion. I can't see it. Although I have leadership abilities, personally I have no faith at all, or I am afraid of dying in this end of the world one day. In fact, everyone is the same, just struggling to live and getting by. Tang Jian's eyes became brighter and brighter, but you are different. I see in you a strong self-confidence that is different from ordinary people, like a kind of confidence that looks down on this end of the world and is confident that you can make it to the end. So I want to join you. I want to become a member of the Dawn Society. Zhang Chen fell silent for a moment. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, he would have thought this guy was just flattering him. But Tang Jian was different. This young man had exceptional foresight. He could see things that others couldn't, just lacking a bit in talent, otherwise he would have had the potential to become extraordinary in his past life. But sometimes strength is secondary. After all, an organization cannot be full of brute force. Talented individuals with high foresight are also very important. The Black Rain had only passed a few days ago, but the next wave of crisis would soon arrive. It wouldn't be just minor disturbances like the Black Rain, they needed to be vigilant. Hu Xiaonan's abilities were insufficient now, his prophetic abilities were practically non-existent. In this situation, they needed people like Tang Jian, along with his own understanding of the end of the world, could definitely make the Dawn Society better. Alright, I agree, Zhang Chen nodded. Thank you, President. Tang Jian nodded. The Sheik Wolf members all joined, and the next step was to lend a helping hand. The remaining people witnessed Zhang Chen's formidable strength and chose to join in a very tactful manner. Zhang Chen was never someone who enjoyed killing. If it weren't for that woman Gao Hui, who insisted on bringing the cross society to their deaths, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. After a bit of screening, there were also some people who were worth using. The Dawn Society suddenly increased to 300 members. In an instant, 300-person teams were formed. However, the organization of these people in the big power gang was lacking, and they needed to be trained slowly. Next up was to scavenge for resources. The warehouse of Jingnan e-commerce had a variety of goods. There were all kinds of food, daily necessities, furniture, appliances, and more. Fortunately, these four organizations were not foolish and had already activated their backup power supply, so the perishable meat did not spoil. In addition to chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs, Zhang Chen also found a large amount of cigarettes and beverages. There were various brands of cigarettes like Likun, Huanggalu, Huazi, Baisha, Shangbeixian, and Honghe, all of which were quite valuable. There were also brands of beverages like Shuebi, Sanji Lashu, Liugahadian, Wanliji, Weizhuangshuan, and Maidong, among others. A total of 200,000 tons of goods. After stocking up, Zhang Chen and the others returned to the supermarket. After a brief rest, Zhang Chen explained some of the rules of the Dawn Society to everyone. This included contribution points, positions, and also divided members into ordinary and core members, with new members being considered ordinary members. Ordinary members could exchange contribution points for food, but they were not allowed to use the communal kitchen, which was exclusive to core members. It wasn't intentional discrimination, but rather because Su Mengyan alone couldn't cook for so many people. And now the Dawn Society had over 300 people. The group was too diverse, and the new members didn't have much loyalty. They needed to be nurtured slowly, also to motivate their competitiveness and prevent members from slacking off. Only when they worked together with the old members to kill zombies, gradually increased their loyalty, met the contribution point requirements, and passed the assessment, could they be promoted. Even Tang Jian was an ordinary member, treated equally. And not everyone wanted to eat from the communal kitchen, although 5 contribution points didn't seem expensive. But Tang Jian and some others also realized that spending contribution points on food each month was not insignificant, so they would rather be frugal and spend their contribution points on crystal nuclei. Strengthening their abilities was the most important thing. There were also many cheap foods, such as instant noodles and bread. The contribution points spent were not much, and everyone had no complaints. Then Zhang Chen gave a certain amount of contribution value subsidy to the logistics personnel who were not good at fighting, ensuring fairness. As for the placement of new members, it is no longer on the first floor. Instead, it is the old unit building above the supermarket. There are 4 unit buildings, a total of 56 households, which are enough for living. The existing furniture is also available and does not need to be additionally purchased, just a little cleaning is needed. But without a doubt, this time, the name of the Dawn Society is destined to resound throughout the 4th Ring Road. After all, so many well-known organizations have either been destroyed or swallowed up, and no one dares to underestimate them. Second floor of the supermarket. Zhang Chen is lying on the bed, with Honglian beside him. The two of them stayed up all night yesterday watching the Chon AI/Shi news series, and today they have been busy all day, should be dead tired. But Honglian is still full of energy, continuing to watch the second part of the anime with great interest. At this moment, the states of adults and children are completely different. Xiao Honglian, aren't you sleepy? Zhang Chen's eyelids drooped. Not sleepy. How can I be sleepy when watching my favorite anime? Brother Hao, are you sleepy? Then you should sleep, no need to wait for me. Honglian blinked her beautiful eyes. I also want to sleep, but can you keep your voice down? Did I disturb you? I didn't notice. Then wear headphones. I don't want to. Playing it out loud is the greatest respect for anime. You respect anime, but you don't respect me. Hey, I'm your brother, at least I'm family, right? Are you so disrespectful? Zhang Chen said with a hint of annoyance. I respect you too. I don't see it. Honglian thought for a moment and said, let's play a game. Is it not good? Zhang Chen said. Honglian smiled and said, what's not good about it? Brother Hao, if you're shy, then I can try it first. This is the greatest respect Xiao Honglian can show you. Zhang Chen shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. How can such a thing be done? Of course, it must be firmly rejected. I am a good child. The second meal hasn't been eaten yet. Xinshin is very hungry, sobbing crying in anger. Why not? Honglian asked innocently. It's just not possible, there's no reason. You see for yourself, I'm going to sleep. After saying a sentence, Zhang Chen closed his eyes with earplugs, his eyelashes trembling slightly, showing the fluctuating emotions in his heart at the moment. Okay. Honglian blinked her beautiful eyes. She didn't understand why Brother Hao suddenly got angry. She just wanted to play a 2-player game. What's the problem? She scratched her head and couldn't understand after thinking for a long time. But she still turned off her phone, stopped watching anime, and quietly lay down next to him and fell asleep. The scene was very harmonious and beautiful. In the following days, the Dawn Society continued to clear the nearby zombies. Due to the behavior of attracting monsters with the light last time, the nearby zombies increased a bit. The second-level crystal nuclei accumulated to about 10,000, and more than 1,000 first-level crystal nuclei were all consumed, also gathering some scattered awakeners nearby. The members of the Dawn Society have exceeded 400 through killing zombies and gradually getting to know each other. These days, Tang Jian and Zhao Wu were very brave. Tang Jian, needless to say, his fire-based ability is very effective against zombies. Zhao Wu, who is of the spatial system, is even more fierce. The spatial blade can easily kill a large number of zombies. However, many people have deep opinions about him, especially Tang Jian himself. In a small shop. Puff, puff. Tang Jian's team killed the zombies one by one. One of the team members accidentally fell. The zombie seized the opportunity and pounced, and Zhao Wu beside him remained motionless, showing no intention of helping. Fortunately, Tang Jian reacted in time. With a fierce swing of the flaming long sword in his hand, he pierced the zombie's head. The team member hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Captain Tang. If it weren't for you, I would have been infected even if I didn't die." "You're welcome." Tang Jian waved his hand. Just a waste." At this moment, Zhao Wu sneered. Tang Jian frowned. "What do you mean? It's one thing not to save him just now, but do you have to mock me?" "What did I mock? Isn't it the truth? Just a level 2 zombie, and he still managed to fall? Such a waste. I suggest not wasting food on him. He's just cannon fodder waiting to happen." Zhao Wu sneered. "He just upgraded from level 1 to level 2 yesterday. Isn't it normal to make mistakes due to lack of experience?" Tang Jian said unhappily, "Do you always have to be so cold-blooded? I never thought that in our Dawn Society, there would be someone like you who shows no mercy. Are you sure you belong here? Oh, it's quite a coincidence. I've always been like this. When the former leader killed 4 of my men, I didn't care at all. In my opinion, waste shouldn't be allowed to live. As for me, Zhao Wu, the former leader personally invited me to join in the northern suburbs. Do you really think I was recruited like the rest of you? Zhao Wu smiled faintly. Even if the former leader personally invited you, do you think there are no hard feelings? The Dawn Society can afford losses to zombies, but we cannot die because of our own people. People like you. I really need to teach you a lesson. Then bring it on. Do you think I, Zhao Wu, am a pushover? Zhao Wu was also provoked. He made the first move, slashing his hand. Swish! An invisible spatial blade shot out. Be careful. Jiangu, his target is your neck, Shen Jiao warned. Tang Jian bent down to avoid the attack. Then he quickly approached, activating his abilities. Bang! Flames engulfed the long sword in his hand. He fiercely slashed towards the opponent, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to make any progress. Zhao Wu glanced at Shen Jiao with interest. A perception type awakened? It seems you can easily sense the fluctuations of abilities? Whether it's the crystal core in your mind or the released abilities in the air, no wonder you can perceive the movement trajectory of my spatial blade. A talented individual, but a pity. This Shen Jiao is a perception type awakened. Forget about other organizations, the Dawn Society is a unique existence. Being able to sense the level of abilities, one can completely investigate the strength of the enemy, which is why the leader values her so much. This woman is untouchable. But this Tang Jian, on the other hand, can be taught a lesson. Even if someone helps you see through my attack trajectory, what then? You still can't beat me. Zhao Wu crossed his hands and made a sudden slash. Swish! 2 spatial blades shot through the air. With Shen Jiao's reminder, Tang Jian continuously dodged the attacks. However, Zhao Wu's speed was fast. Among level 3 awakened individuals, he was considered outstanding. Tang Jian was instantly close to him, punched him, causing him to cough up blood. Zhao Wu intended to pursue further, but suddenly a low voice rang out. That's enough. The voice was very familiar. Zhao Wu had to stop, and Tang Jian straightened up. Both of them looked respectful, bowing their heads. Leader. Zhang Chen stood at the entrance of the shop, his face stern. Leader? Do you still see me as the leader? It's time to clear out the zombies. What are you doing? Fighting each other? You really embarrassed me. Captain, it's not my fault. Shut up. Tang Jian, you speak. Zhao Wu was about to explain, but he was sternly stopped by Zhang Chen. Our team came to clear the zombies in this shop. A team member fell and almost got bitten by a zombie, but Captain Zhao was right there, completely ignoring the situation. Afterwards, he was disrespectful and said my team member should die if he couldn't handle it, so we argued and he was the one who started the fight, Tang Jian explained in detail. Is that true? Did he exaggerate the facts? No, Captain. Do you think you were wrong? I don't think so. If you can't handle the zombies due to lack of ability, then you should die. Isn't that reasonable? Why should I save him? But have you considered that no one is born with exceptional abilities? He needs to improve gradually. Just like you, were you able to use the spatial blade from the beginning? Zhang Chen said. Captain, you make a valid point, but he has no relation to me. I still don't think I should save him, Zhao Wu stubbornly replied. In the past, you had no relation to him, but now it's different. You are both members of the Dawn Society. Do you still think there's no connection between you? Zhang Chen persuasively said, we can ignore the lives of others, but if every captain neglects their team members like you, can the Dawn Society grow stronger? Can you still enjoy such delicious meals every day? Zhao Wu fell into silence. Was the captain right? There was some truth to it, but it also seemed opportunistic. He said if everyone was like him, the Dawn Society would not grow stronger. But the problem was that not everyone could be like him, so the assumption was invalid, and the Dawn Society wouldn't suffer much from losing a few people. But Zhao Wu dared not argue, especially not in public. Hearing that stubborn troublemaker in the organization challenged the captain's authority in front of everyone, he ended up severely injured from a kick. If it weren't for the Minister of Intelligence, Manhwa, pleading for mercy, he would have been left for dead. He had poor relationships within the organization. Who would plead for him? Not making things worse was already a blessing. Arguing with the captain? Wasn't that asking for trouble? If he angered the captain, he could simply be denied food, which would be a form of torture. The communal kitchen was not like a personal stove, and eating with the captain was a great honor that couldn't be lost. So Zhao Wu admitted defeat. Captain, you are right, I was wrong. Tang Jian also humbly said, Captain, I was also wrong. I shouldn't have provoked Captain Zhao intentionally. It was my mistake. please punish me. First time, don't let it happen again. Thank you, Captain. Zhang Chen laughed. Conflict with Zhao Wu and his team members was somewhat expected. So even though he held the position of captain, he wasn't assigned team members, which led to discontent among many. Although Zhao Wu apologized verbally, his thoughts probably remained the same. But at this stage, only verbal education was possible. You couldn't force a correction, as it would only backfire. At least Zhao Wu cared about his reputation, and even if unwilling, he wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. He also wouldn't intentionally make Zhao Wu conform to others. Sometimes, an organization needs an outlier, otherwise, having leaders clash in the future would be a big problem. In broad daylight, Zhang Chen was also not idle. Now was the best time to collect crystal cores. If they didn't kill zombies now, then when? Once the nearby areas were cleared, they could head towards the North Fourth Ring, where the density of zombies was incomparable to the North Fifth Ring. While collecting crystal cores, they could also gradually strengthen the Dawn Society. Respectable organizations are all being incorporated, while those intentionally causing trouble are all being eliminated. Neutral organizations with some potential can be befriended, as they may be useful in the future. After killing a wave of zombies, Zhang Chen returned to the second floor of the supermarket and sat on a rattan chair to rest for a while. Holding a cup of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his hand, he flipped through his phone while drinking, looking very relaxed. At that moment, Mou knocked on the door and entered. "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Zhang Chen asked. Mou reminded, "President, there are too many members in our Dawn Society now, and the inventory of metal raw materials is almost depleted, not enough to make a weapon for each person." "Already used up so quickly? How many weapons are currently equipped for the members? How many more weapons can be made?" "Approximately equipped for around 150 people, and we can make probably less than 50 more." "Only this few left?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. But it was quite normal, as making a refined weapon by Mou required almost 20 kilograms of metal materials. Equipping 150 weapons would consume about 3 tons, which was reasonable. After all, last time, only about 4 tons were stocked up incidentally, so it seemed that more metal needed to be stocked up this time. So Zhang Chen asked, "Yay, how far are the nearest steel or iron factories?" The nearest steel and iron factories are in the North Third Ring area, more than 80 kilometers away from the supermarket, passing through 125 blocks. "Do you need to plan the shortest route?" Ye answered skillfully. After all, he remembered the entire map of Linhai City. Finding a place was quite easy. "Not necessary," Zhang Chen shook his head. 80 kilometers seemed far. But if riding a bike, it would actually take about 2 hours. The problem was that it was in the North Third Ring area, where the density of zombies might skyrocket, not comparable to the North Fifth Ring area at all. Now that evolved zombies had appeared, it didn't mean the journey would be smooth. It might take more than 2 hours to reach the North Third Ring. If unlucky and surrounded by a large number of zombies, it might not even arrive in 4 to 5 hours. If encountering tens of thousands of zombies, the losses of the Dawn Society might not be small. So, these two places couldn't be visited for now. Unless the scale of the Dawn Society exceeded 1,000, it could be considered. Besides the steel and iron factories, are there any other places with metal materials? Zhang Chen asked. Yes, there is a building materials market in the North Fourth Rings, Skyscraper Square, which is of medium size and should have a lot of metal materials. Does this meet Dad's standards? Ye replied. It does, then let's go with that. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The building materials market was also good, and the materials were abundant. Not only metal materials but also doors, windows, glass, flooring, tiles, electrical materials, generators, cement, coarse sand, and other building materials. After all, in the future, a gathering place would need to be established, and these things would need to be stocked sooner or later. It was better to get it all at once. President is wise. Mou praised. You've been promoted to level 3, haven't you gained a new ability? Zhang Chen asked. I don't know if it counts. Before, I had to smelt the materials of the axe to make a weapon, but now, as long as I have smelted a weapon before, I can make it with materials. I call it memory smelting, Mou replied. That's good, this ability is quite convenient, keep up the good work. Go busy now. Yes, President. Mou left. Zhang Chen continued to lie down and started browsing his phone. Of course, not for playing, but to find study materials, the serious kind. Ye complained, Dad, you haven't confiscated it for 7 days, should you give me the phone now? If I don't study, this clever little brain of mine will really rust. Is that studying? I don't even dare to burst your bubble, here you go. Hee hee, Dad is so good. The crow took the phone. With the stylus pen in its mouth, it opened the phone. As usual, it opened its cherished video files, but was stunned when it was about to watch because its beloved drama was gone. Where is my drama? Where is my Legend of Jinhuan? Where did it go, Dad? What did you do to it? The crow was confused. I deleted it, didn't you say you wouldn't watch it again? Zhang Chen said. What? Deleted? The crow was struck as if by lightning. Suddenly, it became restless. Its expression changed from reluctance to sadness and then to despair, and finally it let out a mournful crow cry. No! No! This can't be true! I can no longer serve my father closely. This crow will now bite its tongue and die, to be buried with my beloved Legend of Jinhuan. The condition is too poor, not sure if the third update can be completed. If you can't wait, it's okay, Xinxin will make up for it during the day, I'm sorry. Buried with the drama? Hearing this, Zhang Chun chuckled dumbfounded. The crow is really humorous, those who don't know might think it's true, it's just a drama, if it's gone, it's gone. However, this thing really spat out its tongue. It had to use its beak to bite it off, and blood oozed out. Damn! Are you serious? Zhang Chen quickly held its mouth, not letting it close, to prevent it from really biting off its tongue. Although biting off the tongue cannot lead to death, and Su Mengyan can heal it, but cutting off the tongue is still very painful. One still has to feel sorry for their own child. Really? Crow, just for a drama? Is it necessary? Zhang Chen didn't understand. What do you mean just a drama? It's my favorite. Do you understand what favorite means? Dad, just like your red lotus, wouldn't you go crazy if it was gone? The crow was extremely sad. Tears streamed down, this was the first time it had cried. It had planned to watch episode 34 of Jinhuan, but not only was 34 gone, even 12 was completely deleted. How could this not make it feel desperate? Okay, I understand, it's my fault. Zhang Chen apologized. But it's gone, Dad, it's gone, I can't live without it, sobbed the crow cried out. I actually didn't delete it. Not deleted? But it's not in the files. Don't you know, the phone has a trash bin function? Deleted items can be restored within a certain period of time. Oh really? Do you think I would lie to you? I'll find it for you right now. Zhang Chen opened the phone, clicked on the trash bin, and restored all 4 dramas. The crow was overjoyed. Haha. It really works, my favorite is not lost, and the crow is alive again. This time it's my fault, I shouldn't have deleted your drama, but you can only watch half an hour a day, don't delay important matters. Zhang Chen reminded. Hee, I won't. Dad is the best. The crow was about to watch, but Zhang Chen shook his head and said, wait until you come back, now I need you to handle a task. Go investigate the road conditions to the North 4th Ring building materials market, as well as the approximate distribution density of zombies, and plan a relatively safe route. Do we need to be so careful even at the North 4th Ring? Even if there are more zombies there, it won't be more than at the North 3rd Ring. The crow didn't understand. It's not just about being careful with zombies, but also with other organizations. Don't forget we just made a name for ourselves. People at the North 3rd Ring are wary, but they might not hesitate to join forces against us. Caution is key. Understood, then I'll go. The crow flew out of the window, heading towards the North 4th Ring at a very fast speed. The crow is now a 3rd-level mutant creature, with a body length of 50 centimeters. Its wingspan can reach about 1 meter on each side, and in just 1 month, it has developed to the level of an adult crow. In another month or two, growing to 1 meter might not be impossible. By then, won't riding a crow be even further? Flying. Who hasn't fantasized about flying? Even crows don't want to be ridden, it's human nature. But for the sake of Dad's dream, is it okay to endure a little inconvenience? Just reward him with a few plays, isn't that enough? Bringing his thoughts back, Zhang Chen called Meng Wu and asked him to control the rats near the building materials market. Investigate the intelligence of other organizations, just in case. Soon, the intelligence was obtained. President, there are few organizations near the building materials market, only one organization called the Harmony Society, with a scale of just over 50 people, almost no organization and very scattered, seemingly a small organization advocating peace, Meng Wu reported. It's normal for the organization to be small, but everyone is currently only concerned about food. So what should we do now? Do we need to issue a statement or something to prevent them from causing trouble? No need, that would only alert them. We are just going to collect non-food supplies, usually they won't bother us, let's move out now. Yes, President. This time, Zhang Chen did not bring all the members. He only brought 100 core members to the area near the 4th Ring Road. Speed up to stock up on goods and then act immediately. Even if the so-called Harmony Society causes trouble, 100 people are enough to deal with it. Riding in cars, they arrived at the skyscraper square an hour later. Behind the skyscraper square was the building materials market, with the gates wide open. Seeing the smell of living people, the zombies rushed over one by one, with black sticky fluid oozing from their mouths, extremely disgusting. The number of zombies didn't seem to be many, probably less than 2,000 in total. Moreover, daytime zombies do not have as sensitive a sense of smell as they do at night. They won't come in waves to bite people, but rather come in small groups. Team up and kill them as quickly as possible, Zheng Chen ordered. Yes, President. The crowd rushed forward in response. The tank held up a riot shield against the zombies, while the mages and archers behind them outputted madly. When the numbers dwindled to a few, the tank used the shield to knock them down, and the warriors and assassins finished them off. An elite team, cooperating seamlessly. Soon, there were only a dozen or so zombies left. Alright, everyone retreat, leave the rest to me. Fong Ping held a short knife and charged into the zombie horde. Swish! Swish! The blade in his hand kept slashing. One by one, the zombies were beheaded, without even needing to use his earth armor. With his third-level awakened speed, he could easily dodge the zombies' attacks. At that moment, he transformed back into a formidable war god. Until there was only one zombie left, a female zombie at that, covered in black sticky fluid, devoid of any beauty. This zombie seemed to have some intelligence. Sensing danger, it turned and ran. Where do you think you're going? Die! Fong Ping couldn't give it a chance. He chased after it, ready to kill the female zombie. However, the zombie turned around, with a slight smile on its lips. Opening its mouth wide, it sprayed a purple mist at him. This is... cough. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly, but it was too late to hold his breath, and he spat out blood upon inhaling. His veins gradually turned blue, he staggered and fell to the ground, becoming extremely weak. Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly, surprised internally. Ha! It's actually a poison-type zombie? Although it was already very late, goodnight poison-type zombies are not uncommon, but they are indeed a very tricky type of zombie. Especially the mid to late-stage poison-type zombies, they are not as simple as just spitting out poison. They emit poison in various ways, some can spray out highly corrosive venom, even awakening beings of the same level would be corroded to ashes. The poison mist released by extraordinary-level zombies can even cover an entire city. Humans would hardly survive. The zombie in front of them was only a second-level one. But it was an old 6th zombie, and it could still strike a 3rd-level Fong Ping. Despite being careless, the poisonous mist instantly rendered Fong Ping powerless. Damn it! Ambushed? Fong Ping's face darkened. He tried to raise his dagger, but he felt weak all over. It was as if he had fought with a woman for 800 rounds and couldn't even lift the dagger. Human, die. The female zombie smirked cunningly. She lunged towards his neck, ready to bite at any moment. Swish! A frost blade came through the air, piercing the female zombie's head and causing her to stagger and fall onto Fong Ping. Wu Yenong teased with a smile, Fong Ping, you're no good. You got weak against just a level 2 zombie? Shut up. You'd be on your knees too if you were in my place, Fong Ping sneered. Alright, stop messing around, Air Pang, heal Fong Ping, Zhang Chen ordered. Ha! Captain, this is poison. Will my healing work? Su Mengyan asked worriedly. It will. You're not just an ordinary healer, your attribute is light-based, which inherently has a purifying effect and can completely heal poison injuries. Okay, then I'll go. Su Mengyan walked over. Opening her hands, strands of golden light merged in. The blue veins on Fong Ping's body receded, and his pale complexion gradually turned rosy. In just 5 minutes, the poison had been purified. Su Mengyan's light attribute healing was not just superficial. After all, the future light of purification could even purify contaminated water sources, making detoxification simple. Of course, this didn't mean that poison-type zombies were no longer a threat. Light-based awakeners were rare, and the toxicity of level 2 zombies was still lacking. If it were any other level 2 awakener, even with an ordinary healer, it would be impossible to turn the tide. Fong Ping was not an ordinary level 3 awakener, but he had been too careless this time. He never expected this zombie to be so cunning. If he had been a bit more alert, he could have easily killed her from a distance with earth spikes. Fong Ping realized this and lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Captain, I was careless. You weren't just careless, you were reckless. Most zombies at this stage are only level 2, and there are very few with special abilities. That's why you started to feel invincible, Zhang Chen criticized, scanning the group. Now, just a level 2 poison-type zombie was enough to catch you off guard under your carelessness. If Su Mengyan wasn't a light-based awakener, you would have died on the spot. Not to mention in the future? What if there are more awakened zombies? Everyone's abilities have their weaknesses, and there will always be abilities that naturally counter yours. The Dawn Society has grown so quickly because of our strength. But that doesn't mean we can underestimate the zombies. I hope everyone can put away their previous arrogance. In this post-apocalyptic world, caution is the most important thing, understood? Understood, Captain, the group responded loudly. Each of them realized that they shouldn't be arrogant. Even a level 3 like Fong Ping had made a mistake, let alone them as ordinary level 2 awakeners. Regaining their focus, Zhang Chun ordered everyone to be on guard. Then he, Fong Ping, Hu Xiaonan, and Duya entered the building materials market to scavenge for supplies. The goods here were all mixed up and chaotic, with everything imaginable. Tempered glass? Wooden flooring? Ceramic tiles? They might come in handy, so take them. Cement? Coarse sand? LED light tubes? Infrastructure will definitely need these, so pack them up. Steel? Iron? Titanium alloy? Equipment production is essential, so stock up. As they walked along, Zhang Chen made a full harvest, accumulating 15,000 tons of metal. The other materials totaled around 25,000 tons, making it a total of 40,000 tons. The feeling of hoarding goods was indeed addictive. Although it couldn't compare to hoarding food each time, it was still quite substantial, considering this was just a medium-sized building materials market. If it were a steel plant or an iron plant, it would be different. It's no problem to stockpile tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tons at once, but the two sites are currently in the area of the North Third Ring Road, which is too dangerous. Let's wait until dawn and develop for a while before deciding. As the three of them were about to leave the gate after completing the stockpiling, Hu Xiaonan suddenly panicked. President, something's not right. We need to leave here quickly. What's wrong, Xiaonan? Zhang Chan asked in surprise. I just did a divination, and if we continue to stay in this building materials market, it will be very dangerous. Very dangerous? Isn't that almost a matter of life and death? Impossible, right? Even if we only brought 100 people, we should be able to handle ordinary crises, right? Fong Ping was shocked. Do you know what specific crisis it is? Zhang Chen asked calmly. No, Hu Xiaonan shook her head. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then let's retreat. We can. Before he could finish, a raven descended from the sky urgently. Dad, something's wrong. While you were scavenging for supplies, a large number of zombies have gathered nearby, estimated to be at least 7,000 or more. 7,000? How is that possible? It's not nighttime now. Zhang Chen was suddenly shocked. He had only spent less than half an hour stockpiling. How could so many zombies have gathered in such a short time? And it was still daytime, which was clearly abnormal. The raven quickly replied, it's the igniter. There's an unusual igniter zombie mixed in with the zombie horde, and it has attracted a large number of zombies with its spiritual fire. It has targeted our dawn meeting. Another igniter? Zhang Chen's face darkened. This guy really knows how to pick his timing. And is his luck really that bad? Although there may be quite a few igniter zombies at this stage, those who possess the spiritual fire are definitely rare. Even among humans, this type of zombie would be considered a genius. Yet it had only been a month since the apocalypse. To encounter one again? But now was not the time to think about these things. Zhang Chen confirmed again, Raven, are you sure that igniter zombie is mixed in with the zombie horde and not hiding in nearby residential buildings? Yes, I'm sure, the Raven replied. Although the igniter zombie is trying hard to hide itself and may seem inconspicuous, it is carrying a kerosene lamp burning with spiritual fire. With my spiritual level, I noticed it at first glance. Are there any iron hands or similar zombie protectors? Zhang Chen asked again. There are no iron hands, but there are 3 giant arms, the Raven said. Oh, Zhang Chen's eyes flickered. Just an igniter zombie mixed in with the zombie horde? That meant this zombie's intelligence was not high, definitely not as high as the last one. And with only 3 giant arms protecting it up close? That meant they could easily carry out a beheading operation, and the igniter had to be eliminated. Although there was a high possibility of a breakout by 7,000 zombies at this stage, the key was that the number of zombies was still increasing. Although the zombie density in the North Fourth Ring was not as high as in the North Third Ring, it was much higher than near their supermarket. Once the number of zombies exceeded 10,000, the members of the Dawn meeting would inevitably suffer losses, and the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fong Ping, instruct everyone to focus on group cooperation. You, Wu Yenong, Mao Su, and Su Mo, the 4 team leaders, work together to reduce the number of zombies as much as possible, but remember to save some abilities. When I kill the igniter, follow my orders and break through in my direction immediately, Zhang Chun ordered. Yes, President, Fong Ping nodded solemnly. I will charge into the zombie horde and kill the igniter. As long as the zombies stop gathering, the level of danger will be greatly reduced. President, won't it be too difficult for you alone? Of course, people will always have times when they run out of energy, so this time I need people to cooperate with me. Hong Lian is responsible for the left side, Sun Outyan is responsible for the right side, Zhao Wu is responsible for the rear, and I will be responsible for the front. Zhang Chen's expression slightly condensed as he said, remember, your task is not to kill the zombies, but to ensure our actions are not hindered and to approach the flaming lantern zombie as quickly as possible. Killing the zombies is not the main goal, do you understand? Yes, Big Brother Hao, Hong Lian obediently nodded. Understood, Captain, Zhao Wu muttered. When it came to Sun Outyan, he was very reluctant. He hesitated and didn't want to answer, but after being fiercely stared at by Meng Wu, he reluctantly agreed. He also knew that this was a good opportunity. After all, last time he offended Zhang Chen, and all his contribution points were cleared. If he performed well this time, perhaps he could regain them? Alright, let's move now, Zhang Chen ordered. The three of them rushed into the midst of the zombies. Zhang Chen wielded a dragon-patterned battle axe, with electric arcs splashing around. Sun Outyan held a golden hoop rod, with golden light emanating from his eyes. Hong Lian was very elegant, effortlessly controlling blood to create sickles, harvesting the zombies' heads. Zhao Wu casually released spatial blades, directly crashing into the brainless zombies, instantly clearing out an area. Unable to get close at all. This is the power of extraordinary seeds. Even though they have not yet achieved extraordinary, they can still dominate the battlefield. Ha ha, this is so refreshing. Sun Outyan grinned widely. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Hey, take this, my staff. Not bad, your fighting strength is not weak, Sun Ho. Would you dare to compete with me after we return? Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled. Haha, why not? I am the strongest. Sun Outyan laughed proudly, but when he saw Zhang Chen looking at him, he involuntarily shrank his neck and silently added in his mind, except for Zhang the weirdo. Everyone was fighting hard against the zombies. After a few minutes, nearly 9,000 zombies were closing in. The most crucial thing was that the flaming lantern zombie had discovered their intentions and started to retreat towards the back of the zombie horde, disrupting their plans. Although not quickly, it still threw them off. This won't work. The flaming lantern is retreating. Zhang Chen shouted, the number of zombies is only increasing. The pressure on the members of the Dawn Society is too great. Everyone, no need to hold back anymore, give it your all. Yes, Captain. The three of them understood in unison. Sun Outyan's eyes were filled with golden light. He activated his mental skills, and his body suddenly grew 50 centimeters taller. Clap, clap. Great sage staff technique sweeping through the army. Sun Outyan swung the golden hoop rod, sweeping through the zombies. A large number of zombies were smashed into pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. Hong Lian spread out her hands. A large amount of blood condensed, forming 10 blood sickles. Numerous zombies were chopped into pieces, clearing the zombies in front of her at a very fast pace. Zhao Wu, unwilling to be outdone, activated his abilities. The spatial barrier was activated, directly pushing back hundreds of zombies in front of him tens of meters away. Zhang Chen's body erupted with lightning, covered in a thunder armor. With a swift swing of his hands, the dragon-patterned battle axe, shining with electric arcs, flew through the air. A path was immediately cleared in front of them, and the three of them accelerated forward, closing in on their target. Just then, the flaming lantern zombie sensed the danger and panicked, shouting, quick, quick, giant arm, throw me out. All right. Although the giant arm was slow, it still had a brain. The powerful arms lifted the flaming lantern, as if it were holding a chick, intending to throw it out. No way, Ya, take action. Zhang Chen commanded. The raven that had been hovering in the air waiting, with its blue and white eyes flashing, activated its mental retardation ability. The giant arm immediately fell into a brief stupor. At the same time, Zhang Chen's foot stepped, and the whole person leaped up. The lightning gathered in his right hand, heading straight for the opponent's head. No, no! Ran Deng suddenly panicked. At the critical moment, whoosh! A flame arrow flew towards Zhang Chen's chest, but he didn't even bother to pay attention. The flame sword couldn't break through the thunder armor at all, and it directly turned into sparks and dissipated. Bang! Zhang Chen's right hand thunder burst through. Ran Deng's head exploded, and the kerosene lamp in his hand fell. Although Ran Deng was killed, the incident just now made him very unhappy. Zhang Chen scanned around, his eyes becoming sharp. Who dares to sneak attack me? Are you tired of living? Don't rush, don't rush. However, there was no response nearby. It may also be that they dare not respond. Zhang Chen was too lazy to care now. After all, the zombie crisis had not been resolved yet. So, he immediately ordered everyone to break out. Thanks to Zhang Chen and the others' efforts, it was not difficult for Feng Ping to lead the breakout, and they directly reduced the number of zombies by a lot on the way. After Feng Ping and Zhang Chen's round, he reported, "President, the zombies have stopped gathering after Randang's death. Due to your beheading action with Sun Outyin and the others just now, 2,000 zombies were killed, and about 2,000 were killed during the breakout. It is estimated that there are still about 5,000 zombies now, and the threat to us is not significant." "What about casualties? Will there be any deaths in the Dawn Society?" Zhang Chen asked. "There are no deaths, but at the beginning, there were too many zombies. 3 members were accidentally scratched by zombies and are still conscious, but..." Feng Ping hesitated. "I understand, let's clean up the zombies first, we'll talk about this later." "Yes, President." With the decrease in the number of zombies, 5,000 zombies were no longer a significant threat to the core members of the Dawn Society. So, with teamwork, they were quickly cleaned up. Some people collected crystal cores, while others kept watch around. The 3 members were currently placed on the first floor of the adjacent residential building, and Zhang Chen walked over. The 3 of them were sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably. Not out of fear. This was the prelude to turning into a zombie. "I'm sorry, President, we are too weak and have embarrassed you." The 3 felt guilty. "No, you don't need to feel that way." Zhang Chen looked complicated. At this point, they still thought they had embarrassed him? Zhang Chen looked at them and said, "Do you regret joining the Dawn Society?" "No, we have never regretted it. The 3 of us were not very capable to begin with. If it weren't for the President's pity, we might have died under the black rain long ago. Yes, living for a few more days is already a gain, huh?" The words of the 3 shocked everyone present. After all, not everyone faced death so calmly. "Is there anything else to explain?" "No. Do you want to do it now, or wait until you turn into a zombie?" "Now, even though we don't know what it feels like to become a zombie, we don't want to endure this unknown pain." "Okay." Zhang Chen closed his eyes. At this moment, he chose to take action himself. Death was inevitable. Especially in the apocalypse, this word had become commonplace. Although he had seen a lot of death in his previous life, facing the death of his own people was still different, but he knew he had to accept it sooner or later. The crisis of the apocalypse was definitely not just this one time, and there were many more dangerous zombies in the future than Randang. In the days to come, death would be ever present. Zhang Chen could not guarantee that everyone would survive, but he could only try to give everyone a little more hope in this apocalypse. When they saw the 3 bodies in front of them, everyone fell silent. But because of this incident, everyone put away their previous arrogance and became more cautious. As they were about to evacuate, more than 50 people walked down the stairs of the family building. The man at the front was still muttering, "It's a sin, it's a sin. How can you, members of the Dawn Society, casually decide on the life and death of others? Even your own people can be so ruthless? It's truly eye-opening." Zhang Chen frowned. "Who are you?" "We are from the Harmony Society." "I am the leader of the Harmony Society, Bai Liang." Bai Liang smiled. "Bai Liang? Then you can chill out," Feng Ping smiled. "Ha? Are you being disrespectful to my leader? Looking for trouble?" Bai Liang's henchmen were not happy, but Bai Liang stopped them, squinting his eyes. "President Zhang, your subordinate lacks manners. It's our first meeting, and you insult people with my name. Isn't that disrespectful to me?" "Respect you? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Chen sneered. "Wasn't it your people who ambushed me from the 4th floor window just now? How do you account for that?" Bai Liang said seriously, "That wasn't an ambush, it was to save people." "Save people? They were just zombies. Don't you have any common sense?" "I know, but those intelligent lamp zombies, why can't they be called people? They are just like us, a race of intelligence that will eventually emerge." "So what?" "So I think zombies and humans can only coexist harmoniously. That's the philosophy of our Harmony Society. It's not good to fight and kill." "Ha, coexist harmoniously? With zombies? What a group of naive people. Zombies will never coexist with humans, their goal is always to destroy humanity," Zhang Chen mocked. "Why? You haven't seen it. How do you know they can't coexist harmoniously in the future?" "Since zombies can communicate, have intelligence, I think this goal can be achieved," Bai Liang persisted. "You're an idiot. I don't have time to waste on you." Zhang Chen completely ignored him. This person is really a fool. Thinking that zombies can coexist harmoniously, not realizing that it's impossible. Even if zombies have the idea of eating humans intelligently, it will only become stronger, just a bit more refined than before. Like cooking, frying, and so on. Their hostility towards humans cannot be changed, it will always be the same. Because in a past life, there was indeed such a ridiculous force that believed that zombies, as they gradually gained intelligence, could coexist harmoniously. And they really went to negotiate with representatives of zombies, hoping that everyone could coexist peacefully in the city, without encroaching on each other. The zombies agreed on the surface and allowed thousands of humans to stay in the city to show their sincerity. As a result, the leader of that stupid force really believed it. And many top forces were also deceived, leading 20,000 awakened individuals into the city under his leadership. The result can be imagined. The zombie representatives directly went back on their word, allowing the zombies to feast happily. 20,000 awakened individuals. At that time, the total number of awakened individuals in the entire city of Linhai was not even over 200,000. This was definitely a huge loss for the city of Linhai. Later, this person was despised by everyone. At that time, the organization was called the Harmony Society, similar to this organization's name. The leader of the organization was also surnamed Bai. Wait, is this such a coincidence? Zhang Chen looked at Bai Liang and couldn't help but ask, your organization is called the Harmony Society? That name doesn't sound very good. What do you think of the United Harmony Society? Isn't that more grand? This topic transitioned too abruptly, but Bai Liang still smiled innocently and explained, I've already thought of that name. But the organization is not large at the moment, and many people do not agree with my philosophy. I plan to change it to the United Harmony Society when the membership reaches 10,000. Oh, then it's up to you, Fong Ping, take him out. What? Bai Liang was stunned. Before he could react, Fong Ping walked over. With a swift motion, the head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out. The body fell to the ground, and everyone present was stunned. Fong Ping held Bai Liang's head in a daze, placed it in front of Zhang Chen, and respectfully sought approval. It's done, President. Well done. Zhang Chen smiled contentedly. This was satisfying. This tumor Bai Liang was eliminated once and for all. There will be more tonight. Wait for Xin to finish eating, and then continue. Happy Qixi Festival, love Redheart. This series of changes came too quickly. Weren't we just chatting a moment ago? How did asking for an organization's name lead to a sudden murder? What are you doing? How dare you kill our president? They are a group of devils. We want to coexist peacefully with the zombies, is that wrong? Exactly, you can't kill all the zombies. Why not live together? You are the ignorant ones. Brothers, let's fight them and avenge the president. The members below were filled with righteous indignation one by one. They actually started attacking Zhang Chen and the others, indicating that Bai Liang still held a high position in their hearts. But it also indirectly proved that these people had been brainwashed by this tumor. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. In case these people spread these ideas in the future and poisoned others, it would be troublesome. So he ordered Fong Ping and the others to easily deal with these people. Along the way, everyone remained silent. They didn't quite understand the president's actions, but they simply thought that these people had just ambushed the president, so they brought about a destructive retaliation, which was only natural. Coexist harmoniously with zombies? Those in the Harmony Society were naive. This idea seemed completely absurd. But if it weren't for being forced by the apocalypse, who would want to live with zombies? Zhang Chen also knew. In his past life, Bai Liang wasn't that capable. Among those 20,000 awakened, many were just trying it out. Many had lost their family and friends, and they had lost the meaning of living long ago. They might as well go to the city to see what was happening. What if those zombies really wanted to coexist peacefully? They had lost hope for life, so even though they knew the hope was slim, they would rather embrace death. No one didn't want to live, but sometimes the cost of living was too high. Death was relatively simpler. It was fortunate that Bai Liang didn't choose to linger on. If more people had joined later, it was possible that 70 to 80,000 people would have died. Do you guys think it's possible? Zhang Chen asked. I don't know. If the president thinks it's not possible, then it's not possible. I believe in the president, Fong Ping said honestly. Not sure, the future is unpredictable, Wu Yenong said ambiguously. It probably won't work, right? The wisdom of the burning lamp zombies is high, but aren't they still targeting humans? The burning lamp that was killed by the president before also said that humans and zombies can only survive one kind, Suemo said. Big Fat is right, zombies will never be kind to humans, nor will they coexist with us. Don't believe anything the zombies say, don't show any mercy to the zombies, remember this, Zhang Chen reminded. Yes, President. Everyone nodded heavily. After more than an hour, everyone returned to the supermarket. Except for those responsible for guarding near the supermarket, most people went to rest. Sun Outyin and Zhao Wu stood on the street, each with a fighting spirit. Since they agreed to spar, there would be no holding back. Zheng Chen stood on the second floor, watching them. Fang Ping asked softly, "President, who do you think will win?" "The monkey," Zheng Chen said confidently. "Why?" "Zhao Wu's spatial blades are hard to defend against. What can the monkey use to resist?" Fang Ping wondered. "The spatial system is not invincible either. The monkey's spiritual system can capture the opponent's attack trajectory," Zheng Chen said lightly. "No matter how high the damage is, it's useless if you can't hit the target. Besides, Zhao Wu's physical body is not as strong as the monkey's. The monkey, like the raven, has a slow spiritual response. Coupled with the ability to stimulate the body with spirit, Zhao Wu is bound to lose. As for the future? That's hard to say. The spatial system has great potential. If both of them evolve into the transcendent level, then the outcome is really uncertain. Why did the monkey lose in one move in your hands, while Zhao Wu lasted 3 moves? Fang Ping asked in confusion. Simple, because I held back. All right. The two fell silent. On the street, a man and a monkey had already started fighting. Zhao Wu distanced himself and swung the spatial blade, but Sun Outyen easily dodged it. With a dash, he closed in on his opponent. Swinging the golden cudgel, he thrust it towards the opponent. A dull sound echoed. The monkey's attack was ineffective, blocked by a spatial barrier. Sun Outyen grinned. "A spatial turtle shell? Heh, I want to see how many times you can block my strikes with that shell. It's a barrier." "What turtle shell?" "Stop making up names," Zhao Wu said exasperatedly. "What do you care? If I say it's a turtle shell, then it's a turtle shell. If you have the ability, beat me. Ha, take this move. Chi Tian staff technique, head strike." Sun Outyen laughed arrogantly. Leaping high, he smashed towards the opponent's head. Once again, a spatial barrier appeared, blocking the attack. Again and again, the spatial barrier kept appearing. Sun Outyen grew impatient, his eyes flashing with golden light. Zhao Wu was momentarily stunned, then kicked out and lost his combat ability. "I lost?" Zhao Wu was stunned. "You lost. Don't think I'm playing dirty. Even without using spiritual skills, I could have worn you down with my physical strength alone. Your spatial blade is useless against me. I just thought it was too slow, so I used this move," Sun Outyen said proudly. "I know, you won. Next time, we'll fight again." Zhao Wu was not discouraged. His spatial system also had amazing potential, and he might be able to make a comeback in the future. At this stage, he still had too few spatial skills. He needed to work harder. After the battle, Sun Outyen entered the supermarket on the first floor and said to Manhwa with a smug look, "Hee, master, I'm amazing, right? Zhao Wu is no match for me. He even fought with Zhang Yao for 3 moves. Doesn't seem that great. Don't be arrogant. Have you forgotten what happened today?" Manhwa said sternly. "Alright, can I go fight Zhang Yao?" Sun Outyen asked. "Why are you so reckless? The guild leader thought you did well today and restored your contribution points. Don't you want them?" Manhwa scolded. "Oh, then forget it." Sun Outyen lowered his head in silence. Seeing the monkey dejected, Manhwa suggested, "How about we take a walk nearby? There are a few streets near the supermarket without zombies. We can relax. Can we go to that clothing store we visited last time?" Sun Outyen asked. "What for? I want to wear that pink bra." "What? Say that again?" Manhwa's blood pressure rose, and he criticized sternly, "Didn't we discuss this before? Wearing that thing will make me look like a pervert. Why do you still want to wear it?" Crossing his fingers cautiously, Sun Outyen said, "I feel like my beautiful chest hair is being rubbed off by the clothes on my body, and it's ruining my masculine charm. So, I want to use the bra as padding." Master, if I wear it underneath, they won't know, right?" Sun Outyen suggested. "No way. Don't even think about it, unless I'm dead. Wear it underneath and no one will know. Last time, no one saw it at all." "But someone in the organization already knows that Sun Wukong likes pink bras. What's even more outrageous is that many people think it's a requirement imposed by the master, for his perverted mind." "My god, this is just too damn outrageous, isn't it? Where did this rumor come from? Why slander people like this? If you let Sun Wukong wear it, wouldn't that be even more perverted? If you didn't know, you would think that the master and disciple were playing role-playing games late at night. After all, they sleep in the same room. Who knows what they did?" "Master, really can't?" Sun Outyen said with grievance. "No, absolutely not. What about the blue bra?" "No. The black one? Doesn't matter what color, none of them are allowed." Manhwa sternly refused. "Also, Outyen, I think you've grown up. You can sleep in a room alone. It's not very convenient to sleep with the master." "It's not inconvenient. But everyone has privacy. Do you want to sleep alone?" I'm a monkey, not a human. I don't want to, I just want to sleep with the master. Then should I help you find a female monkey? When you talk about love, you need some privacy, right? Manhwa suggested. I don't need a female monkey now, and there's no female monkey that's worthy of me. Sun Outyen refused. Then how about, master? Sun Outyen interrupted him. Are you disgusted with me? No. Manhwa shook his head. Then why don't you want to sleep with me, master? I just want to stay by your side. Is it because of the pink lace bra? I cannot wear it. I can also not care about my chest hair. If the master doesn't want to sleep in the same bed with me, I can sleep on the floor. Just don't drive me away. Sun Outyen's eyes turned red. Obviously, those words just now had stimulated his young heart a bit. He was still the simple-minded Sun Wukong who relied on the master in every way. I'm sorry, Outyen, the master didn't mean that. It's just, Manhwa explained slightly. What? Who did this? How dare they slander the master's reputation? I'll go kill them right now. Sun Outyen was instantly angry. Alright, maybe I misunderstood. Manhwa shook his head helplessly. Actually, this matter is very easy to investigate. After all, when the monkey tried on the bra, there was no one around. The crow was not nearby either. It could only be Tang Jian's subordinate named Chun-Lei. This person can also control some ordinary animals, currently considered a member of the intelligence department. As for why he did this? Probably just a prank, right? When Sun Outyen heard about this person, he was furious. A prank? Using someone else's reputation to defame? I can't tolerate it. I'll go kill him. Wait, Outyen. Sun Outyen's temper. Can't stand this anger? He shouted loudly, ignoring the master's obstruction. Who's calling Chun-Lei? Get out here. Chang-Lei. If you have the guts, come out. I'll give you a chance to explain. This caused a commotion. The people who were resting all came out. One by one, they gathered around to watch the show. Chang-Lei had no choice but to walk out from the crowd, and said with a stiff face, What's wrong? What do you want from me? What's wrong? Defaming my master's reputation, deliberately making everyone think I have an improper relationship with the master. Do you think Sun Wukong's fiery eyes are blind? Sun Outyen said in a low voice. His eyes flashed with golden light, scaring him to collapse on the ground. You! Don't slander me. When did I defame Minister Meng? You have no evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I report you to the president. Chun-Lei pretended to be calm. Alright, go report now. I don't believe that the president will favor you, a monster. Chang-Lei was about to go upstairs. He saw the president coming down, looking very unhappy. What's wrong? Making a scene is not proper behavior. It's you again? Monkey, are you causing trouble again? Zhang Chen frowned. How did I cause trouble? Chang-Lei is slandering my master. They all think my master and I have an improper relationship, and you're not doing anything about it? Sun Outyen said angrily. Ha? Is that so? Zhang Chen glanced at him. Chang-Lei denied repeatedly, President, I didn't do it. He's slandering me. Do I need to slander you? Can my master be slandered by you? You wicked monster, I'll kill you right now. Sun Outyen was furious. His fur bristled, his eyes filled with anger. He grabbed the golden hoop rod, ready to smash Chang-Lei's head. But Zhang Chen stopped him, and Sun Outyen was furious. Are you protecting the bad guy? My master is being mistreated, and you're treating him like this? My master even said you were a benefactor. Shut up. Outyen, stop messing around. Manhwa intervened. Sun Outyen was angry, but he had to listen to his master's words and put away the golden hoop rod. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. The monkey was about to kill someone, but the beast seal showed no reaction. At least it proved that he hadn't betrayed the Dawn Society. But without evidence, it was hard to tell if Chun-Lei was up to something. However, proving this was simple. Hu Xiaonan divined Chang-Lei's intentions, Zhang Chen ordered. Yes, in recent days, did Chang-Lei of the Dawn Society maliciously slander Manhwa? Hu Xiaonan muttered. He flipped a coin, and it landed in his palm with a burst of white light, revealing a bright yes. Continue the divination. Yes, President. Hu Xiaonan flipped the coin again. The purple light indicated a life-threatening situation. This time, the divination was about whether keeping Chang-Lei would pose an uncontrollable danger to the Dawn Society. The answer was clear and surprising. Chang-Lei, it seems you did indeed, and not just for mischief, Zhang Chen said with narrowed eyes. I did it on purpose. Why does Manhwa get to be the head of the intelligence department? Chun-Lei hysterically said, I'm also a beast tamer, not much worse than him. Why can he become the department head as soon as he arrives? And I'm just a pawn under his command? Bossing me around? I want to ruin his reputation. Make him lose credibility slowly. I have the ability. Why not give it to me? Why? Before he could finish, Zhang Chen signaled Feng Ping to kill him, ending his speech. Zhang Chen said indifferently, if you have the ability, prove yourself instead of complaining, and never use underhanded methods. What I give you is yours, what I don't give you, you can't take. You have the ability to fight for yourself. What's the use of complaining here? Using such despicable means, I have to kill you. It's also a warning to others. The monkey mentioned here is not Sun Outyen, but everyone in the Dawn Society. Zhang Chen scanned the crowd and said calmly, if you have the ability, show it, and I will naturally give you positions, instead of using such despicable means to gain them. Our Dawn Society is developing rapidly. Breaking through 1,000 people is only a matter of time, and we will encounter all kinds of people. You can have your own personalities, but I don't want you to cause trouble behind my back. In my Dawn Society, anyone with ill intentions will have nowhere to hide. You should be vigilant. Yes, President, everyone nodded obediently. Now I am creating a new position, called Military Advisor. Equivalent to Vice President, Hu Shaonan will take this position. Zhang Chen announced another major news. Everyone present was shocked. Military Advisor? Vice President level? Isn't this truly putting one person above all others? Hu Shaonan is only 15 years old, but you all must respect him. Not because of his young age, but because his abilities deserve your respect. In the future, he will make you all bow down to him. Military Advisor, yes, everyone said loudly. No, please, everyone is too kind. Hu Shaonan coughed a few times. Although a bit flustered, he didn't lose his composure. The position of Military Advisor was prepared for him by Zhang Chen long ago. It's just that the timing is right now, because Hu Shaonan has just reached level 3, greatly enhancing his divination abilities. In addition to danger prediction, he also mastered a new ability called relative divination. This ability is very powerful, almost like a bug-level ability. Not only can he detect lies, but he can also predict most events and display the results in a yes or no format. Just like, why most events? Because this form of divination must be specific to individuals. If the event is too general, there will be no result or deviations in the result. For example, predicting the future development trends of the Dawn Society or where there are flaming zombie outbreaks is definitely not possible. But this skill alone is already a great asset. At least the internal security of the Dawn Society will be greatly improved. When major crises arise in the future, Hu Shaonan alone can foresee them, minimizing casualties. Being a military advisor suits him perfectly. Zhang Chen scanned the crowd and announced decisively, the appearance of flaming zombies proves that the city is becoming more dangerous, so we must collect crystal cores as quickly as possible. Currently, we have about 400 people, divided into 400-person level legions. Feng Ping, Wu Yenong, Mao Su, and Su Amo will serve as legion commanders, each commanding 4 squads of 25 people. The first squad leader under Feng Ping will be Tang Jian, and the remaining 15 squad leaders and 80 squad captains will have to compete for the positions themselves. Opportunities are for those who are capable. We can no longer confine ourselves to the central street area. Starting tomorrow, Feng Ping's 1st Legion and Wu Yenfeng's 2nd Legion will head north towards the 4th Ring Road area, with the main task of killing zombies and absorbing other organizations, looting supplies being secondary. Maosu's 3rd Legion will be responsible for the west, and Sumo's 4th Legion will be responsible for the east. What about the north? Someone asked stupidly. Idiot, the area outside the 5th Ring Road to the north is the suburbs, where there are very few zombies. Where would the crystal cores come from? Oh, sorry. Rest tonight, depart early tomorrow morning. Yes, President. No one mentioned going to bed early. The supermarket near the area of the 5th Ring Road has been cleared of nearby zombies. Even if there are wandering zombies, there are only 200 or 300, which can be easily handled by one person from the Red Lotus. Besides, they won't be killing zombies all day long. In the evening, you have to come back to rest, otherwise even the strongest body will collapse. Sun Outyen is assigned to the 3rd Legion under Maesis, Zhao Wu is assigned to the 4th Legion, while I and Honglian are assigned to the 1st and 2nd Legions. Zhang Chen reminded with concern, your roles are to eliminate exceptionally strong zombies and potential zombie threats, without interfering with command, and obeying the Legion commander. Oh, understood, Sun Outyen reluctantly nodded. Yes, Captain, Zhao Wu replied. Except for the night watch personnel, everyone else dispersed. Everyone left. Zhang Chen and Honglian went upstairs. Du Yan was lounging on the sofa, watching videos. Honglian asked curiously, Du Yan, what are you doing? Still watching The Legend of Xinhuan? If it's good, I want to watch too. It's definitely good, but I'm watching a funny video now, Du Yan replied. What kind of funny video? It's a video of a guy in overalls dancing after playing basketball, with the wonderful music "You Are So Beautiful" playing in the background. It's quite interesting, don't believe me? Watch it. Du Yan replayed the video. Indeed, a person was spinning a basketball on his shoulder. One hip thrust lit up the sun, a shoulder shake dazzled the Milky Way. Finally, under the powerful background music, the universe paled in comparison and bestowed an unparalleled title, the Universe Trainee. Du Yan laughed uncontrollably. So funny. His dance moves are amazing. Hong Lian, feeling puzzled, said, I don't understand the meaning, but I think he's really good at basketball. I want Hauge to try it, especially that hip thrust, it must look cool. Hearing this, Zhang Chen felt a headache. No, it's impossible, I won't do it even if you force me. Everyone, don't stay up late. It's not good for your health. Why not, Hauge? Hong Lian pouted. No reason. But I want to see you play basketball, it must be super cool. I don't like playing basketball. Didn't Du Yan say he wants to learn? Let it show you. Zhang Chen glanced at Du Yan. Du Yan shook his head repeatedly. I suddenly don't want to learn anymore. Okay then. Hong Lian had to give up. The two of them, along with Du Yan, quietly enjoyed their time. Although it wasn't yet night, the temperature was still unbearable. Hong Lian wiped the sweat off her forehead. Hauge, it's so hot. Can Xia Hong Lian take off her clothes? No, let's turn on the air conditioning. Zhang Chen used the remote to turn on the air conditioning. The supermarket now uses electricity from the reserves of large warehouses. Running an air conditioner doesn't consume much electricity. Dad, it's already mid-August, right? The beginning of autumn has passed. Why is it still so hot? Du Yan was puzzled. Although like humans, it is a warm-blooded animal. It doesn't need to hibernate and is actually more heat-resistant than humans. As a bird, its four-chambered heart operates in a double circulation system, with arteries and veins completely separated. This results in a very high metabolism, strong vitality, and the ability to maintain a high and stable body temperature. The usual way to dissipate heat is by panting with an open mouth, like a dog. But that doesn't mean it isn't afraid of heat. If the weather is too hot, it can still suffer from heatstroke. Zhang Chen glanced at the indoor thermometer, his expression slightly serious. 39 degrees? It looks like it will soon reach 40 degrees, indicating the second evolution of the zombies is imminent. What? The zombies are evolving again? Yes, this high temperature is a sign of evolution. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. This high temperature is not ordinary. It will continue to rise, and 39 degrees is just the beginning. The awakened physique, although stronger than ordinary people, does not mean they are not afraid of heat. In this hot weather, the physical exertion spent killing zombies on the streets will increase significantly. However, zombies are not afraid of heat. This heat wave, unlike the previous black rain, will last for a full 2 months. Although it won't give zombies an extra buff, even awakened individuals can't bear this heat in the later stages. There is a possibility of being roasted alive on the streets, and even air conditioners may fail due to overheating. That's why Zhang Chen is eager to start collecting crystal cores and expand and recruit members to the Dawn Society at the fastest speed. When the zombies evolve into level 3 after 2 months, a large number of evolved zombies with abilities are destined to appear. The human survival environment will become even more challenging. Some may ask, isn't it difficult for level 3 zombies to awaken abilities? Isn't it too dangerous no matter what? However, even if there is a small probability of level 3 zombies awakening abilities, the sheer number of zombies is too large. A total of 40 million zombies, even with a 1% probability, means there are 400,000 evolved zombies. Yet, there are not even 200,000 awakened human individuals. Is it not dangerous? Zhang Chen murmured to himself, with Hu Xiaonan screening the Dawn Society, we can fully enhance the strength of our members. It's best for most members to reach level 3 within a month, and the scale must exceed 1,000. Otherwise, we will have to consider evacuating to the suburbs. Otherwise, if just a few hundred people encounter a burning lamp zombie again, attracting a large number of zombies, the losses could be severe. Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and a few of their capable assistants should also be promoted to level 4. Their loyalty is already sufficient. With his thoughts concluded, the next morning, early in the morning, Mao Su and Sumo's 3rd Legion and 4th Legion respectively attacked east and west. Zhang Chen, along with Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and their 1st and 2nd Legions, attacked towards the south and the north of the 4th Ring Road. Along the way, zombies were killed in large numbers. After the destruction of several hundred-person organizations last time, the reputation of the Dawn Society had already spread in the North 4th Ring area. When people saw the members of the Dawn Society slaughtering zombies in groups, many voluntarily joined. In just 3 days, they collected 36,000 level 2 crystal cores. There were 135 level 3 crystal cores, and the resources were negligible. The number of members increased to 500. However, many organizations were not happy about this and gathered to discuss. What does the Dawn Society intend to do? Are they planning to eliminate all the zombies in this area? This is our territory, right? The zombies are also ours, why give them to them? So, are you going to deal with them? I didn't say that. Isn't the Dawn Society difficult to deal with? It's not worth it for a few crystal cores. The crowd fell silent. In fact, everyone had the idea of taking advantage of the situation. But the Dawn Society was too powerful, so they could only think about it and not act recklessly. Otherwise, weren't the organizations of the Tianxia Alliance powerful? Weren't they still wiped out? It was said that Wang Hao and Fang Lin had a miserable death. But just letting them sweep through like this was also a bit unreasonable. This group of people was just like that. They couldn't do what the Dawn Society did in sweeping through the zombies, but they also didn't like capable people doing it, and they didn't want to see them plundering resources wantonly. Just as everyone hesitated, a bald man came out, smiling and said, "It's normal for everyone to fear the Dawn Society, but let me tell you a little secret. It is said that the Dawn Society has harvested no less than 30,000 level 2 crystal cores in these few days alone. This wealth is more substantial than any gold or silver. Are you really willing to give up like this? Shakij, don't think we don't know that your brotherhood was scared witless by the Dawn Society back then. Say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. We're not buying it." Some people sneered. "Alright, then let me be straightforward," said Shachiga with a faint smile. "The strength of the Dawn Society is unquestionable, but can they really take us all down if we unite? We just want to ask for some living expenses, we don't really want to conflict with the Dawn Society." I think Shang Chen will agree. What do you guys think? If you don't like reading, you can exit, please don't report. Shinshin has been working hard on updates, personal skills are limited. Let's post one more for now, if Shinshin can make up for it during the day, we'll provide it to everyone, if not, consider it as taking a leave. Sorry, crying face, Shachiga's proposal is very tempting. 30,000 level 2 crystal cores, even if divided equally, is quite a lot. Even if we can't get the crystal cores, can't we provide some supplies? The Dawn Society is wealthy, they shouldn't be unwilling to spare even this bit of supplies, right? But it doesn't mean everyone agrees with this view. Hee hee, what a whimsical guy. Mai sneered lightly. Last time, your brotherhood, along with the Great Power Gang and the 9 organizations of the World Alliance, couldn't do anything to Zhang Chen. Now the Dawn Society is becoming more powerful, why should they give you supplies? Because your uric acid is high? Or are you good at barking like a dog? Sha Chiga's face darkened. My, are you insulting me? What did I insult you with? If you can beg like a dog, maybe they'll pity you and give you some supplies. If you can't, then I suggest you stop fooling around here. Mai sneered. What am I fooling around with? Last time, there were reasons for what happened. Our 9 organizations didn't unite, that's why the Dawn Society was able to defeat us one by one. If we all come together, I don't believe Zhang Chen would dare to be so arrogant. Sha Chiga retorted. Ha ha, you're really amusing. Mai shook his head and laughed. What do you mean defeated one by one? You guys are just a bunch of ragtag, the Dawn Society couldn't be bothered with you. If you didn't insist on getting involved, they wouldn't bother with you. We're not of the same faction, each of you harbors evil intentions, what's the use of uniting? Sending food in the past? A bunch of idiots. I can't be bothered to play with you guys, if you want to court death, go ahead, I won't accompany you. With that said, without waiting for the other party to respond, he left with his people. Shachiga was so angry that he couldn't help but want to act, but in the end, he held back. Mai was the leader of the Axe Gang, and the Axe Gang ranked in the top 3 in the entire North Fourth Ring, with an organization size of around 300 people. The power in the North Fourth Ring was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, with Mai mocking so many people, others remained silent, also fearing the other party. The Brotherhood now has just over 100 people. After experiencing some turmoil, they dare not easily get into conflicts with others. Sha, what should we do now? Mai simply ignores us. If the Axe Gang doesn't join, I'm afraid this group won't succeed. Indeed, Mai's words were harsh, but in reality, our unity is of little use, unless we can invite either the Skywalkers or the Shadow Alliance, otherwise it's useless. Hearing everyone's suggestions, Shachiga was in a dilemma. He knew that this was the only way. The Skywalkers and the Shadow Alliance were the 2 strongest organizations in the North Fourth Ring. The former is a group of young people with a severe case of Chinibu, always feeling the need to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world, shouting incomprehensible words. Expecting these people to join? Heh, the difficulty is too high. Unless you make them believe that dealing with the Dawn Society is as important as saving the world, don't even think about it. And the Shadow Alliance is even more special. They are an alliance formed by a group of professional assassins, each member with their own system. Although these people are not pretentious and quite normal, they only value money, or anything valuable such as resources and crystals. As long as you have enough money, they can help you. The issue of money can be pooled together by everyone, but the problem is that they don't intend to confront the Dawn Society, they just want to unite to extort some money. The Shadow Alliance seems to only take assassination contracts, not acting contracts. And the Axe Gang, which is second only to these two organizations, just backed out. Now things are awkward. At this moment, Mukai actually did not leave. Instead, he stood in the corridor on the first floor of the residential building, taking out a half-smoked cigarette. Beside him, Xiaowei was tactful, bending over to light it for the boss. Mukai took a deep breath, blew out a smoke ring, furrowed his brow as if thinking about something. Xiaowei asked curiously, "What's wrong, boss? What are you thinking about?" "Xiaowei, what do you think? If we report this group of ragtag people to the Dawn Society, will Chairman Zhang look at me differently?" Mukai said slowly. "I don't know about that, but I think it's at least a favor," Xiaowei replied. "Yes, but is a favor valuable in the apocalypse? It should be quite valuable, right?" "No, it depends on the person. For someone like Shachij who kills his own brother for power, favors are useless. But for someone who values loyalty and righteousness, favors are very valuable." "Oh, does Zhang Chen's favor hold value?" "I think it does, but favors will eventually run out. We can't rely solely on favors to survive in this apocalypse, we need to live with dignity." Mukai sighed, "Don't be fooled by the fact that we, the Axe Gang, can challenge the Shadow Alliance and the Celestial Society on the North Fourth Ring. Only our own people know what our organization is really like. The Celestial Society's young enthusiasts are pure-hearted, even if they go hungry, they remain enthusiastic. The Shadow Alliance is very materialistic, relying on assassination contracts. But our Axe Gang has no goal, it can be said to be aimless. Do you think this is good? I don't see anything wrong with it. Being a lazy fish is quite enjoyable." Xiaowei scratched his head. "You guys might be fine with that, but I can't. As the leader of an organization, if I lose my drive, then the organization is doomed to not last in the apocalypse," Mukai said with a bitter smile. "But as the leader, my abilities are limited. I can't guarantee that everyone will have food and drink in the future. The apocalypse is too cruel. Every time our brothers go out to scavenge for resources, they either get killed or eaten by zombies. Xiaowei, I really can't bear to see this. I don't want to disband the Axe Gang like this, it would be irresponsible. What do you think I should do?" Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss, I'm not very smart and don't understand these complicated things. Whatever you decide, us brothers will support you unconditionally. Then let's have the Axe Gang join the Dawn Society and expose Shachij and his group." "Okay, let's do it." "Thank you, Xiaowei." "You're welcome, boss." Mukai patted his shoulder. The two exchanged a smile and then headed towards the direction of the Dawn Society. For him, this was both an escape and a responsibility. On one hand, he was avoiding taking on the responsibilities of being a leader of the organization. On the other hand, by having his brothers join the Dawn Society, he was taking on a responsibility to not let them wander aimlessly. Mukai was unsure if this was a good choice, but he believed that this choice would definitely be better than the reckless actions of Shachij and his group. In that case, why not take a gamble? This is a character portrayal, not just filler text. North Fourth Ring, Main Road. A large number of zombies were gathering in droves. But with each attack from the Dawn meeting, a large number of zombies also fell. Tanks hold the line, the front line must not be chaotic. If you're low on stamina, don't force it, let the second team take over. If the front line falls, there will be a gap. The zombies will charge in, remember. Our first legion is the most badass. Let's kill these stupid zombies. Fong Ping encouraged. Mages and warriors, go all out. Don't be afraid to use up your energy, there are backup team members behind you, why are you hesitating? Screw them, protect the healers, got it? Damn! Wu Yenong hadn't finished speaking. In the zombie horde, 3 giant arms appeared. Bang! With a joint effort, they knocked down the tanks in the front line. As they were about to break through the defense line, Wu Yenong's eyes sharpened. He opened his arms, and 3 ice arrows shot through the air. Swish! The giant arms were pierced through the head. They fell to the ground, but the zombies did not break the formation. The team members quickly readjusted their formation and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the zombies. Wu Yenong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, there are only 3. Lao Wu, your second legion isn't doing so well, almost breaking formation several times. Do you need our first legion to help you? Fong Ping teased. Get lost, I don't need your help. Just mind your own business. It's just giant arms, I can kill as many as come. Don't mention giant arms, even if it's the iron hands we encountered last time. I can still take them down in seconds, Wu Yenong snorted. Oh, talking big without backup? Do you really think iron hands are easy to deal with? You need to work harder to kill them. Before Fong Ping could finish, a terrifying roar echoed from the street in front. Accompanied by the strange sound of metal scraping the ground, it was the sound of the iron hand zombies approaching. Not just one, but 4 of them, each standing at least 3 meters tall, with a huge metal arm on their right side. Their bronze-colored skin exuded a strong sense of oppression. Ha ha, here they come, La Wu, hurry up and take them down. It's time to prove yourself. Watch closely. Fong Ping deliberately provoked. Wu Yenong opened his arms, gathering the ice arrows once again. 12 ice arrows shot through the air, heading straight for the Iron Hands' heads. However, an embarrassing situation unfolded. The Iron Hands didn't even attempt to dodge. They let the ice arrows hit their heads. With a few soft sounds, the ice arrows were all shattered. They turned into ice shards and dissipated in the air. Damn! Is this guy made of iron? My ice arrows didn't even pierce his skin? Wu Yenong was shocked. Ha ha, he didn't even try to dodge. What a humiliation. Get lost, if you're so capable, why don't you try? I'll do it. Fong Ping was about to step forward, but was stopped by Zhang Chen, who was behind him. Your strength has grown a lot, but the iron hands are still too tough. There's no need to take risks. Xiao Honglian, it's up to you. Hee hee, I'll go then. Honglian smiled cutely. With a light flick of her index finger, the blood vessels of the ground zombies burst open. Hiss, hiss. The black blood continuously gathered, forming black sides that flew straight towards the Iron Hands' heads. Although there were 4 Iron Hands, they were surrounded by the sides and couldn't break free from the bind. Roar! Roar! One of the Iron Hands let out a fierce roar, and its bronze skin gradually turned black. It seemed to transform into iron skin, exuding a much more aggressive aura than before, breaking through the encirclement of sides. Step! 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 The Iron Hand moved swiftly, charging towards the members of the Dawn meeting. If the formation was broken this time, the members of the Dawn meeting would surely suffer losses. In what seemed like a crisis, Zhang Chen remained calm, showing no intention of taking action. Stop! Suddenly, Honglian clenched her fist in the air. With a cold snort, she actually immobilized the Iron Hands in place. But it's not over yet. Suddenly, the Red Lotus exerted force with its 5 fingers, causing the blood vessels all over Iron Hand's body to burst. If it were a human, it would have died long ago. But Iron Hand is a zombie, its body has long been necrotic. This actually allowed it to break free from the restraints, excitedly mocking, stupid humans. However, the next moment, it couldn't speak anymore, because the surrounding dark blood surged and transformed into a giant hand. It actually held the 3-meter Iron Hand in its palm and then exerted force. With a splat, the Iron Hand was directly crushed into a lump of flesh, its head and body completely shattered, beyond death. The other 3 Iron Hands, upon seeing this, were instantly terrified. What the hell? What kind of twisted human is this? Crushing stronger beings of their kind from a distance? Without any hesitation, the 3 Iron Hands turned and fled. But with a wave of her hand, Red Lotus casually crushed them into lumps, the scene extremely brutal and explosive. My god! So powerful! Wu Yenong exclaimed. Too awesome! Red Lotus can crush Iron Hands so easily? Is this at the level of a Tier 3? Fong Ping was shocked. Not Tier 3, it's Tier 4, Zhang Chen explained lightly. As early as last night, when they were discussing anime plots in bed, Red Lotus had already advanced to Tier 4, naturally greatly enhancing her strength. Her ability to control blood had greatly improved, able to kill as many zombies like Iron Hand as she wanted. Her control over blood was getting stronger, and she even grasped a very powerful ability, Blood Thorn. This ability was a large-scale strong control move. It could control blood, creating things like thorns. Not only could it control enemies, but it could also use thorns to extract blood, turning people into dried corpses. The red willow from the previous life was killed by Red Lotus using this move. It left her weak, unable to lift a branch, and was eventually killed by Zhang Chen. Looking at the pitiful Iron Hands in front of him, Zhang Chen was truly helpless. No, little Red Lotus, I wanted to use the metal arm of Iron Hand to make weapons, but you've crushed it into a lump. Can it still be used? Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Red Lotus was a little flustered. It can be used, I can reforge it at this level, Mou whispered beside them. That's good. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed not far away, there were several people holding axes, seemingly stunned in place because they had killed 4 iron hands. Iron hands! And they were 4 zombie iron hands. They were actually easily slaughtered like this? Although they knew that Dawn would be powerful, they didn't expect the other party to be this powerful. Were there tier 4 awakeners among them? It seems like they made the right choice this time. By joining this organization, they would definitely live a good life in the future, right? And I could also relax a bit? Being a big brother is really tiring. It's not something a human should do. After resting for a while, Muyi led Xiao Hui and a few other brothers to Zhang Chen and went straight to the point. President Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. Axe Gang wants to join Dawn. Please give us a chance, please. Underscore 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 no need to ask for leave. Seeking flowers. Heart Red Heart Muyi was very nervous. Although their organization was decent in size, whether they could join was another matter. What if the other party didn't think much of them? What if they happened to dislike those who used axes? Do all of you in Axe Gang like using axes? Zhang Chen asked with interest. Yes, the axe is more handy, and it looks cool. Right, I think so too. I agree to let you join. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Whoever they were, he would bring them in first and then see. Anyway, Hu Xiaonan could divine, and with a toss of the coin, he would know if there was any danger. There was no need to worry about anything. Do we not need to do any formalities or anything? Isn't this too casual? Mu Yi was stunned. The point is to be casual like this. Everyone willing to join the Dawn Society is our own brother. Look at you. Are you prepared something? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Yes, President. Mu Yi said bluntly, that group led by the Brotherhood wants to extort you. I'm here to expose the idiots led by Shachiga, hoping to receive the organization's righteous sanctions. Shachiga? Is it this person again? Zhang Chen said indifferently, I didn't bother last time he escaped, but now he wants to act recklessly again? Then let's fulfill his wish this time, send him to reunite with his brother Shachima in hell. The two brothers should die together, of course. Originally, Shachiga was disrespectful last time, but when his younger brother betrayed him, he didn't bother to blame the Brotherhood anymore. But this guy is still not giving up? Then let's just kill them directly. A bunch of useless troublemakers, trying to cause trouble without ability, isn't that seeking death? Should we just go and settle it now? Wouldn't that be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let them come to us, then we'll catch them all at once. Of course, we can't kill them all, after all, there are too few awakened ones, and too many deaths would also be a loss for humanity. Recruit all those who are sensible, just enough to expand the Dawn Society. An hour later, Zhang Chen cleared the main road of zombies. After collecting the crystal cores and nearby supplies, he saw Shachiga coming with his people. The number was quite large, almost 1,000 people. In total, there were 15 organizations, with the smaller ones having only about 50 people, and the larger ones having about 100 people. Shachiga of the Brotherhood stood at the forefront, smiling and said, President Zhang, long time no see, it's been 3 days. I really admire the growth of the Dawn Society. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with such a clown. Fang Ping stepped forward and shouted, if you have something to say it, don't waste everyone's time. Alright, then I'll say it directly. You entered our North Fourth Ring without paying the toll, and you even slaughtered zombies on our territory. These zombies belong to us. You might have touched them. Shachiga said in a righteous manner. The zombies belong to you? You're really funny, then why don't you kill them? Fang Ping mocked. This has nothing to do with your Dawn Society. We don't want to have a big conflict with you. After all, you've worked hard to kill the zombies, we have no reason to take the crystal cores. Shachiga said patiently, I've come up with a compromise, how about we each take a step back? You give us a batch of supplies, and we won't stop you from continuing to kill zombies. This can be considered as your stay fee in the North Fourth Ring, what do you think? How much supplies do you want? Fang Ping asked. Not much, just give each organization 1,000 tons of supplies, preferably food with a long shelf life, we don't need anything else. Before he could finish, Zhang Chen became impatient. Too much nonsense, kill him. With a command, just as Fang Ping was about to act, suddenly, there was a splash. A masked woman emerged from a puddle on the ground. Holding a dagger, she attacked Fang Ping, aiming the blade directly at his throat. You, who hide your head and show your tail, I've noticed you long ago. But Fang Ping was not someone to be trifled with. With a single hand, he grabbed the woman's wrist. With a strong force, he directly broke her wrist. Damn it, the information provided by the employer was wrong. We need to compensate 3 times the amount. The target's strength was misjudged. Retreat for now. The masked woman grunted. Failing in her attack, she tried to escape into the water. However, the next moment, her body stiffened. Beside her, Honglian's little hand moved slightly. Controlling the blood in the woman's body, she forcibly restrained the masked woman. Go to hell! Just as Honglian was about to make a move, Zhang Chen stopped her. Wait, just control her. Oh, okay. The Red Lotus nodded obediently. The masked woman looked at her, horrified. 4th level? She's actually a 4th level awakener? Why wasn't this information captured? Is this mission a trap? Damn it, Shikigo, did this guy intentionally set us up, the Shadow Alliance? Employer? Who commissioned you? Zhang Chen asked. Not betraying the employer is our professional ethics. Alright, tell me who the employer is, and I'll spare your life. I am from the Shadow Alliance, you can't. Before she could finish, Zhang Chen coldly interrupted, I don't care who you are with. What about the Shadow Alliance? How about the Tianqing Guild? The Dawn Society has never been afraid. You think there won't be any consequences for targeting my people for assassination? If you don't tell me who the employer is, then you die now. It's Shikigo. The masked woman surrendered. She wasn't actually afraid of death, mainly because she was tricked this time. The mission information clearly stated that Fong Ping was just an ordinary 3rd level, but he easily broke her wrist with a single move. Is this what they call an ordinary 3rd level? Playing games with me? And she didn't even have time to retreat. She was forcibly controlled in place by an outrageous 4th level awakener. Is this the so-called average organizational strength that Shikigo mentioned? Average my foot. If it weren't for this being a public place, she would have cursed already. It's really him. What did he hire you for? Zhang Chen was not surprised. To kill Fong Ping, make you fear their power, and then share the resources with them, the woman explained. Why not just kill me directly? He doesn't dare. The situation became clear now. This guy wanted to extort resources but lacked the strength, so he spent money to hire people from the Shadow Alliance, hoping to kill Fong Ping to make Zhang Chen wary. As a result, his plan backfired. The Shadow Alliance members were captured, and Shikigo's group was in trouble. In the crowd, Shikigo felt embarrassed. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Do you think I would believe you? Zhang Chen retorted. How about we pretend this never happened? Let's mind our own business. You kill your zombies, and we won't interfere, Shikigo pleaded. Zhang Chen coldly said, now you're backing down? Weren't you tough just now? I can admit that you were misled. Except for Shikigo, I'll give you a chance to defect. I can overlook it. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell now. No, we were wrong. We choose to defect now. Stupid Shikigo, I'm not playing with you anymore. The Dawn Society has a brighter future. If you can't beat them, join them. It's a wise saying. When these words were spoken, everyone panicked. Out of 15 organizations, 14 of them turned against Shikigo. Only over 100 members of the Brotherhood stood awkwardly behind Shikigo, with bewildered and fearful expressions. No, we were also forced. It has nothing to do with us. We also want to defect. Shikigo is an idiot. I told him not to act recklessly, but he insisted on it. We were also forced into this situation. Everyone chose to surrender. Who wouldn't fear death? Moreover, Shikigo had usurped power. Except for a few close aides, there was no loyalty to him. What else could they do but betray him at this moment? You bastards! A bunch of traitors, all of you can go to hell. The price of betraying me is death. Shikigo was furious and chose to act directly. The soil on his body turned into earth spikes, ready to kill his treacherous subordinates. However, just then, with a swish, a dragon-patterned battle axe came through the air. It shattered the earth spikes, then cut him in half at the waist. His intestines and organs fell to the ground, and Shikigo convulsed a few times, ending with a resentful gasp. Later, Fong Ping and others took action and resolved his confidants. More than 900 people were left, all of whom were recruited. All the resources of the organizations were handed over, and they were not given any chance to hide anything. Of course, it is necessary to be cautious. After all, there may be some individuals with impure intentions, and who Xiaonan needs to slowly discern them. With the previous 500 people, the Dawn Society now has more than 1,600 people, becoming the strongest organization in the entire Northern Fourth Ring, without a doubt. Mao Su and Sumo's 3rd and 4th legions expanded relatively slowly. But with Sun Outyen and Zhao Wu, two extraordinary talents, no organization dared to provoke them, and collecting crystal nuclei was also very smooth. Ordinary organizations definitely wouldn't dare to expand like this. But with Hu Xiaonan's comparative divination divine skill, loyalty is not an issue at this stage. Because as long as the bad guys are identified, and only need to follow orders to kill zombies and slowly train them, they will eventually integrate into the Dawn Society. Zhang Chen secretly thought, more than 1,600 people, there are too many people in the south. After a little training for 2 days, I can allocate 4 to 500 people to Mao Su and Su Mo to share some pressure. Let them clean up the 2 areas in the North 5th Ring, then we can concentrate our forces towards the North 3rd Ring. That area not only has steel and iron plants but also has a lot of resources. However, there are also a lot of zombies, so we can't be too hasty. At this time, the masked woman said nervously, "Hey, should you let me go now?" "Let you go? Why? Didn't you just say that if I reveal information about my employer, you will let me go?" "Sorry, I said spare your life, but I didn't say let you go." "You sly. Thank you for the compliment. What do you want to do?" "Neither kill me nor let me go." The masked woman looked strange, panicked for a while. "Could it be you are interested in my beauty? I tell you, even if I commit suicide, I won't let you manipulate me. Give up on that idea. You have a big face. You haven't even shown your face, yet you are so confident?" Zhang Chen looked disdainful. "Besides, I'm not interested in someone like you. It's meaningless to have the same feelings as brothers. It's like touching something through a barrier." He, I caught you. Hauge really likes big. Red Lotus giggled. "Xiao Honglian, stop talking." "Okay." Zhang Chen said seriously, "If you want to leave, just tell me where the Shadow Alliance is, and I will let you go." "No way, I won't tell you. I just want to have a chat with your boss." "Do you think I'll believe you?" "Don't believe it, forget it." Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her. If she doesn't speak, the Shadow Alliance will come sooner or later. Unless they don't care about the life and death of their members, but they definitely won't. Although the Shadow Alliance was a killer organization in the previous life, it was still a very organized organization with rules and regulations, and it was also very famous. Their leader is a young woman named Eileen. At first, this organization could kill for money. Later, they gradually changed their principles and only killed those who deserved to die. Later, they entered the city to assassinate some high-level zombies to earn commissions. Overall, it was a very reputable organization. Zhang Chen naturally wanted to incorporate this organization. If he directly had the Shadow Alliance, then the Shadow Legion would have a form. As for who would be the Legion commander, it depends on who is more powerful between Eileen and Sumo. If Eileen can ride on Sumo's head, what about giving him the position of commander? Let the capable ones take the lead. At worst, Sumo can be the deputy commander. At this stage, although the Shadow Alliance has no principles, Eileen still cares about the life and death of her subordinates, and she will come sooner or later. As for how to take down Eileen, he also has a plan. As for the Tianqing Club, Zhang Chen also has some understanding. These people may seem very immature, but in fact, most of them are fans of the second dimension. Some people blurt out a sentence like "what is 1,000 minus 7? And even paint their nails black and break their index finger. Do you think they are just testing you on addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Wrong. They are experiencing that pain. This is a quote from a certain gourmet anime, loved by many. These people have their own little world, some of them even look mentally unstable, but they can unleash completely different powers in the apocalypse. The end of the world makes people fearful, but it makes them excited. They are not afraid of all kinds of disgusting zombies. Instead, they can ignite the upward spirit of this group. You ask them why they are not afraid? Just killing a monster, why be afraid? Sometimes faced with life-threatening crises, many people simply embrace death, but they resist desperately and ultimately kill the zombies. You ask them how they did it? They will say, it was just a burst of cosmos. Zhang Chen admires this group of people. He also hopes to become like-minded partners in the future. Night is approaching. They rest in a nearby residential building. Without returning to the supermarket, Zhang Chen and Honglian lie in bed at night. Honglian next to him is still staring at the anime intently, but it's different from the previous ones. It's the YM series. Xiao Honglian, have you finished watching the previous series? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Yes, I finished watching. So, how do you feel? I don't feel anything. I think the first one was better. Those tentacles were very powerful. The visuals were better. Honglian gave a serious evaluation. Visuals? What's good about them? They're clearly disgusting. Zhang Chen was very disdainful. Not disgusting, those moves are cute. Okay, if you think they're cute, then they are. After finishing this series, what do you want to watch next? I don't know. Can Brother Hao recommend something? Anything you like. Honglian said with a smile. I didn't say I like them, but my friends who have watched them said they were good, so, after this series, I'll find something else for you. Got it, Honglian was very happy. Zhang Chen was about to remind her to sleep early. Just then, he heard some movement on the ground, and there was an extra person in the shadows. This person stood in the shadows, about 1 meter 75 tall, a tall woman with a hot figure, wearing a fox mask, her face unclear. Zhang Chen was not surprised. "You're here? Eileen? You knew I was coming?" Eileen said. "Of course I knew. After all, you wouldn't just leave your subordinates unattended. You seem to know me well, so why did I come to you instead of directly saving people?" Eileen asked. "Because you're not sure. Fang Ping's strength is almost equal to yours. It's too easy to involve your people in battle, so you can't take risks." Zhang Chen said confidently, "Of course, that's not the main reason. You came to me to ask why I wanted to see you. Then tell me, why did you want to see me? I admire you. Do you want me to join your Dawn Society? I'm honored, but we are not on the same path." "You don't understand me. How do you know we are not on the same path?" Zhang Chen said lightly. "You set those organizational rules, isn't it because you don't want members to be bound by emotions? You think emotions are a burden in the apocalypse, but aren't you also entangled in emotions? Otherwise, why bother saving members? Emotions are essential to humans. Without emotions, can you really call yourself human? Emotions towards your own people are not a burden, but a driving force. What do you think? But one day, people will make life and death choices because of emotions," Eileen said. "Then you lack strength. Join my Dawn Society. I can spare you from making this difficult choice. I, Zhang Chen, have the confidence and the strength for it." Zhang Chen looked very confident. Erin was actually a bit moved, but hesitated. After a few seconds, she sneaked into the shadows and launched an attack towards Zhang Chen. Shadows turned into spikes, powerful. However, with a swish, Zhang Chen disappeared from the original spot. Evading the attack, he appeared in front of her the next second. With lightning speed, he removed her mask, revealing her stunning face. Erin stepped back in panic. You are also a level 4 awakener? And your speed is even faster than that little girl?" She was too shocked. Although she saw Hong Lian making a move from a distance, she never expected the opponent to be a level 4 as well. Moreover, the strength was not comparable to an ordinary level 4. The speed was so fast that she couldn't react in time. It was certain that Zhang Chen was not far from level 5. Especially with the stimulation of lightning on brain cells, his nerve reaction speed had surpassed the limits long ago, not to mention level 3. Even as a level 4 assassin, not everyone could match his speed. Erin's lack of reaction was normal. "Are you still hesitating now?" Zhang Chen said lightly. "In the future, I will establish the Shadow Legion, a legion specialized in assassinating enemies. If your abilities are sufficient, I can let you be the leader." "Shadow Legion? Great! I'm in." Erin no longer hesitated. The Dawn Society was so powerful. She couldn't even defeat Fang Ping, and the president was not just a level 4. Moreover, his ideals were in line with hers. Since there were no conflicting ideals, wouldn't it be foolish not to join? As a woman, she didn't want to be the leader. If she hadn't gained fame at the beginning and been surrounded to that position, she would have quit long ago. "How many people are in the Shadow Alliance?" Zhang Chen asked. 125 people, although not many. Each one is worth 2. "Very good. Our Dawn Society has also recruited dozens of awakening assassins. Forming the embryo of a legion is more than enough." "Wait, President, you just said, if capable, one can be the president. Is my ability not enough? I am a very rare Dark Awakener. No one is more suitable than me, right?" Erin wondered. "But there are others like you. It's hard to say who is stronger in combat power." "We also have Dark Awakeners in our Dawn Society?" Erin was surprised. "Yes. What's his name?" "He is called Sumo." Zhang Chen said slowly. "He is not in the North Fourth Ring area now. When he returns, you two can have a match, and the winner becomes the leader, the loser becomes the vice leader." "Okay, I will definitely win." Erin clenched her fist. Although she was very nervous, she couldn't back down. If the leader couldn't win, how could she explain to everyone? Erin, absolutely do not want to be stepped on by Sumo. This is about the dignity of assassins." The following events were simple. Erin managed the Shadow Alliance with great authority. She had no resistance to joining the Dawn Society, and even had some respect for her elder sister who was approached by Zhang Chen and had her mask removed. The next day, the Dawn Society began to sweep away the zombies. As usual, they were training new recruits. If they encountered a large number of zombies in places like supermarkets, they would collectively enter to kill zombies and scavenge for supplies, which was very efficient with more people. But there were also small teams. They encountered difficulties when looting a small shop. Not even one person managed to escape, only continuous screams were heard from inside, which soon fell silent. Zhang Chen decisively led capable subordinates like Tang Jian, Xinjiao, Fang Ping, Wu Yenong, and formed 3 teams of 5 people each to enter. The shop was not large, only a little over 200 square meters. Not long after entering, it was discovered that all the members of the team had boils on their bodies, looking extremely miserable. What is this? Zhang Chen speculated. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, a large number of wasps swarmed in, dense and terrifying, causing people to feel intense fear. Damn! Bees? So many? There must be several thousand of them, right? Fong Ping was shocked. These are mutated giant wasps. Xinjiao, sense how many mutated giant wasps there are? Xinjiao looked panicked and said, Captain, it's all of them. They are all mutated giant wasps, with at least 200 of them at level 3, and the rest are at level 2. What? 200 level 3 giant wasps? Zhang Chen's pupils constricted. We can't handle them with so few people, let's retreat first. Keep your distance from them, do not let the level 3 giant wasp sting you, or you will immediately die from the poison. Wasps, also known as hornets, had very potent toxins even before the apocalypse. They could cause hemolysis, bleeding, and nerve damage. After being stung, the skin would immediately swell and may even lead to skin necrosis, with severe cases possibly resulting in death. The mutated wasps not only grew several times larger but also became much more venomous. Once stung by one of the same level, death would occur within a short period. If there were too many level 2 wasps, there would also be a risk to life. Zhang Chen himself was not afraid because he was at level 4 and these wasps couldn't break through his defenses. However, the concern was whether his team members could withstand the stings. If they were stung, it would be troublesome. The level of toxins was such that medication or disinfection with wolfberry tea had minimal effect, only Xing could treat it. However, to prevent losses in the 4th Legion, he sent her away. In this situation, retreat was the only option. However, the group of giant wasps was fast. With a few flaps of their wings, they caught up to them in seconds. What should we do, boss? Fong Ping asked. Use fire. Wasps are afraid of fire. Tang Jian, burn them to death. Got it. Zhang Chen's reminder made Tang Jian resolute, and he spread his hands. Flames spread out, forming a large fireball in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! The wasps screamed as they burned. One by one, they turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Zhang Chen took the opportunity to lead everyone out of the store. The remaining wasps did not pursue them and flew back to their nest. Fong Ping and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been surrounded by over 200 level 3 mutated giant wasps, it would have been a real problem. Captain, what should we do now? Should we gather all personnel and besiege them in the store? Fong Ping asked. Let me think about it, Zhang Chen said, lost in thought. After observing one last time, he realized that there were many of these giant wasps, at least around 3,000. Moreover, these mutated insects had a chance of being controlled by Manhwa. These were flying mutated creatures, and if successful, the intelligence department would be more complete, and it could be used to expand the Beast Legion in the future. However, the issue was that Manhwa was in the 3rd Legion of Mao Su. If Manhwa were called back, Sun Wukong might cause trouble without anyone to guide him. It's better to forget it. There would be more and more mutated creatures in the future. There would be better choices, and there was no need to choose mutated wasps, which didn't seem too impressive. After some thought, Zhang Chen said, there's no need for Dawn to enter. There are at least 3,000 mutated wasps, with hardly any at level 1, the danger level is too high. I'll go alone, they can't break my defense, and the toxins can't enter my body. I can handle them at the fastest speed. Okay, we'll follow the captain's orders, the others could only agree. Only the captain was so formidable. Otherwise, which level 4 awakener would dare to face 3,000 mutated creatures? Actually, Zhang Chen is not mainly for the Dawn Society. These 3,000 crystal nuclei are not a big deal, the 200 level 3 crystal nuclei are important. At the current stage, there are still too few level 3 zombies. With this batch of crystal nuclei, he can shorten the progress to level 5. Since there is no danger, why not do it? After organizing the equipment, Zhang Chen stepped into the shop again. On his shoulder, the raven complained, Dad, why do I have to come in too? I'm only level 3, I'm afraid I can't help you much, I can wait for you outside. Those bees currently have no intelligence, but the queen bee is hard to say. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, it can control the bee colony with pheromones, in case its intelligence is high. Then it might be psychic, and you may need to help counterbalance it. But what if it stings me? I'm also level 3, I'll die from the poison. Raven is scared, the raven said in a pitiful tone. It won't, the queen bee is different from regular bees, its sting is usually used for intimidation or in competition with other queen bees, it won't sting you, Zhang Chen explained. You said it's usually, but what if it suddenly goes crazy? What if it just doesn't like the raven and has to sting me? Raven is scared, Dad, can we not do this? The raven was very timid. I'll protect you, What are you afraid of? Can't I give you a sense of security? Security comes from oneself, Dad. Stop talking nonsense, come in with me, and I'll let you watch an extra episode of Legend of Jinhuan. One episode is too little, Raven is risking his life, how about 2 episodes? The Raven whispered. Then 2 episodes. 3 episodes? Taking advantage of the situation? No, then 2 episodes. The Raven smiled happily. For the beloved Jinhuan, they had to give it their all. After a few steps, they saw a large beehive hanging from the ceiling. Each giant bee was the size of a fist, coming in and out of the hive, making it very uncomfortable. Wow! Good thing I'm not afraid of tight spaces, otherwise I'd be scared as soon as I saw this thing, Zhang Chen muttered. The beehive immediately shook. It seemed to have sensed the enemy's arrival and once again attacked Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen remained still, and lightning surged all over his body, no need to move. Crack, 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 letting the giant bees come at him. Then one by one, they were electrocuted into charcoal and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of bees were wiped out. Not bad, saves a bit of energy, keep scratching me. However, the queen bee seemed intelligent too. Firmly controlling the bee swarm, they returned to the hive on the ceiling. It seemed they didn't intend to continue the confrontation with Zhang Chen, and the atmosphere became tense. Indeed, the queen bee is not lacking in intelligence, but what's the use of recalling the bees? Your nest is here, Zhang Chen said, raising his hand and swinging the dragon-patterned battle axe. With a clang, the beehive was split in half, falling to the ground, and all the bees flew out. Buzz, buzz. Regular bees still had some intelligence. They began to make various noises out of anger, which was very ear-piercing. Too noisy, I won't waste time with you. Zhang Chen picked up the battle axe and charged into the swarm. He decisively used the ultimate move Thunderous Fury, releasing powerful lightning bolts. Bees fell to the ground one by one, charred. The bees were too dense, so they wouldn't all die at once if they spread out. Where's the queen bee? Did it run away? No way? Zhang Chen scanned around but found no trace of the queen bee. Suddenly, a huge queen bee swooped down from the ceiling. Human, die. With boundless hatred, a strong mental attack directly targeted the human in front of it. A psychic attack? Similar to the raven's ability? Zhang Chen snorted, his expression dark. It's a good thing I've started stimulating my brain cells, otherwise it would have been easy for you to succeed, hee. It's not polite to take without giving. Yeah, get it. Alright. With a command, the raven also launched a mental attack. The raven was after all a seasoned level 3, not far from level 4. With one mental attack, the queen bee couldn't even maintain its flight and plummeted straight down. Zhang Chen's right hand flashed with lightning. Put! The lightning burst through, blowing up its body. It couldn't be more dead, with a crystal core falling to the ground. The battle ended, looking very relaxed, but Zhang Chen couldn't be happy. What's wrong, Dad? Didn't we handle it all? Why are you still not happy? The raven asked with concern. If I hadn't started using lightning to stimulate my brain cells and increase my mental strength, this level 3 mental mutant queen could have injured me, Zhang Chen frowned. My mental abilities have always been my weakness. This time it was just a level 3 mutant creature. What about level 4? Level 5? Our future enemies won't always be this weak. And there's me, I can help you deal with them, the raven said affectionately. But I can't always rely on you, Zhang Chen replied. Why not? The raven will always be by Dad's side, and I'll take care of the mental enemies, the raven reassured. Thank you, yeah. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, how can I awaken a second ability, like a mental one? I'm not sure about that. I'm not dual attribute, so I don't know how to do it. But dual attribute awakeners are usually born with it, right? Like Sun Outyen? Awakened with dual attributes from the start? It seems like you can't awaken it later, right? The raven replied without hesitation. No, dual ability awakeners are naturally compatible with 2 systems from birth, and their compatibility with themselves is very high, so they awaken both systems from the beginning, Zhang Chen reminisced. But there are also people who start with a single ability and gradually awaken a second one. These people are naturally compatible with 2 systems, but one of them is slightly less compatible, and they awaken the second system slowly. But these people are very few. It's already good if 1 in tens of thousands of awakeners can do it, Zhang Chen explained. Is that so? Is Dad naturally compatible with 2 attributes? The raven asked. I'm not sure, Zhang Chen shook his head. In his past life, there were some researchers who believed that dual ability awakeners were not impossible to replicate. They speculated that everyone has a natural compatibility with various systems, some high and some low. For example, some people have a compatibility of 90 with the mental system and 80 with the physical system, so they awaken the mental system first. But is there a chance for this person to awaken a second ability? The researchers believed it was possible, as long as they absorbed enough crystal cores of the physical system, there was a chance to give birth to a second system. But the problem lies in, no one knows the compatibility of abilities. Can you know which system is most compatible with you as a second one? Just pick one randomly? What if the compatibility of this system is only single digits? It may be impossible to awaken dual ability in a lifetime, and absorbing crystal cores that match the first system is the best way to enhance strength. It doesn't mean you can't absorb other crystal cores. It's just that absorbing crystal cores of your own system can make it easier to comprehend more abilities. Abilities are equivalent to skills in a game, and their importance is well known. If both are at the same level, but your skills are fewer than mine, it's easier to be defeated. Just like the battle between Sun Outyan and Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu only has 2 monotonous spatial blades and a spatial barrier. If he can comprehend the spatial skills that restrain the spiritual system, then it's really uncertain who will win or lose in this battle. But Zhang Chen had experience from his past life and had a thorough understanding of the thunder system skills. As long as the level is reached, skills can be unlocked, and absorbing cores from any system doesn't make much of a difference. In this way, the cost of trial and error will be greatly reduced. Zhang Chen pondered to himself, after returning, I will see how many spiritual system cores are in reserve. I will try to absorb them for a while. If there is no awakening in another month, then I will give up. At least it proves that the talent of the spiritual system is quite ordinary. Even if it barely awakens, it won't have much effect. Moreover, this theory has not been put into practice. If too many spiritual system cores are consumed, causing the crow to weaken, it would not be worth it. The thunder system ability also has a way to restrain the spiritual system, but it takes time. Next, as usual, all the cores of the giant wasps were collected. Among them, there were more than 230 level 3 cores, with the poison system occupying the majority, and other systems as well. Then, the people from the Dawn Society continued to sweep the zombies. After 5 days of running in, it was almost considered well-trained. The entire Dawn Society had absorbed several small organizations. It had now reached a scale of 2,000. 60,000 level 2 cores and over 350 level 3 cores were collected in terms of resources. In order to quickly deal with the eastern and western areas of the North Fifth Ring, Zhang Chen decided to send half of the people to help them share the pressure. There are still 4 legions now, but with only 500 people. The problem now is who to choose to lead the team. Fang Ping and Wu Yenong are definitely not going, as they also have to manage their own legions. Do you have any recommended candidates? Zhang Chen asked. I think Tang Jian is very suitable. His leadership is very strong, and his strength is on par with us. In the future, if the Legion needs to be expanded, I think he is very suitable to be the 5th Legion commander, Fang Ping said honestly. Makes sense, but the Legion does not need to expand now, Zhang Chen said lightly. Since the Legion is called a Legion, it should have at least 1,000 people. Now the 4 major legions have just enough 500 people. Let Tang Jian be a team leader first, responsible for coordinating with the 3rd Legion. If he performs well, I will establish a position of Deputy Legion Commander separately and let the suitable person take it. If you group of Legion Commanders are not competent, then there is nothing to say, just step down directly. Yes, President, Fang Ping nodded. What about the 2nd team leader? Zhang Chen asked again. Aaron, Wu Yenong responded. Aaron? Although her ability is sufficient, don't forget that Su Mo from the 4th Legion is there. Are you planning to let them fight each other in advance? What do you mean? Zhang Chen frowned. It's not about letting them fight, but letting them compete, Wu Yenong said slowly. Since the president has considered them as candidates to lead the Shadow Legion, and you also said, the zombies are about to undergo another revolution soon, I think it's better sooner than later. As long as they do not violate the organization's rules and do not affect internal unity, let's see who is more capable. Makes sense, Zhang Chen nodded. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. In a while, it may be difficult to even go out on the streets, so it must be considered in advance. There are already 300 awakened individuals in the assassin profession system. The rudimentary form of the Shadow Legion has more than enough people. Before the 2nd evolution of the zombies is completed, it is just right to let them compete to produce the best leaders among themselves, which is also a good idea. After the decision was made, Aaron and Tang Jian set off. One went to the west of the North Fifth Ring, and the other went to the east, with great momentum. Tang Jian's eyes were firm. This will be my chance to soar in the Dawn Society. If I can surpass that Legion Maozi, maybe I can replace him. If not, being a vice captain is not bad either. There will be future opportunities. It may not be impossible to be promoted to the new Legion commander. Eileen clenched her fist. Sumo, right? I want to see, as fellow Dark Awakeners, whether your combat power is extraordinary, or if I, Eileen, am superior. I, Eileen, am the strongest. Want to ride on me and exploit me? Humph, not even a chance. East of the 5th Ring Road. In an ordinary conference hall, there are more than 10 zombies gathered together, including the giant arm and lickers, slightly intelligent zombies. Among them, sitting at the forefront of the zombies is one wearing a black suit, with a tie in front of his chest, holding a glass of red wine, tasting it from time to time. Looks very classy. Standing beside him are 2 iron hands, guarding motionlessly. Randang, we zombies don't have a sense of taste, why are you drinking this red wine? Isn't this a human-made drink? The licker is puzzled. I'm not drinking, I'm tasting, or you can say I'm learning from humans. Why learn from humans? Because we are not smart enough yet. What's the use of being smart? Can't we just eat all the humans? The giant arm said innocently. Look, you're struggling to even speak, so let's not talk about this topic. What I need to tell you all is that human intelligence far exceeds ours, although we are also evolving slowly. Randang's eyes were sharp, but some human organizations have noticed anomalies. This organization is called the Dawn Society. They are clearing out zombies, and growing rapidly. We need to stop them. Why? If those stupid zombies die, they die, right? We have so many zombies, they can't kill them all. The big head zombie wondered. Yeah, just kill them, they won't cause any waves. The chirping zombie also said. As long as you ignite the fire of spirit, gather a large number of zombies, you can completely wipe them out. What nonsense is the Dawn Society? They are just our food. The big Nai zombie praised. What if I say, Randang has already been killed twice? Randang revealed a bombshell. What? Randang is dead? The zombies were shocked. Yes, the first one, although smart, died due to arrogance. The second one was not smart enough, died due to his own intelligence. Randang's eyes were cold, but it doesn't mean that humans can immediately detect our weaknesses. Many humans don't even know how weak we Randang are, almost no combat power. But the leader of the Dawn Society knows, and seems to understand us very well, not only about us Randang, but also about you giant arms, lickers, and even iron hands. This is not normal. This human is very dangerous. I think we must eliminate him in advance. The chirping zombie scratched his head. Understand us, must we eliminate him? Why? The big Nai zombie was puzzled. Is it just a stroke of luck? Blind cat meets dead mouse? The giant arm smiled. Randang, are you being too cautious? Randang was speechless. Teammates like pigs. Don't they think the Dawn Society is a threat? But it's helpless, because the zombies in front of them are almost the most intelligent. Some giant arms and iron hands don't even know how to speak, just keep asking why, like idiots. But you can't get angry, because they may not understand why you're angry. You don't need to ask why, just listen to me. Randang said patiently. Okay. Currently, the Dawn Society has split into 4 groups. This area is known to humans as the eastern part of the North 5th Ring Road, where over 100 people are slaughtering zombies. Our goal is to wipe them out. The group in the western part of the North 5th Ring Road is very cautious, so we are not considering them for now, Randang said slowly. The zombies in this area are not densely packed, but there are still quite a few of them. They have started to become more reckless, thinking there is no longer a threat. This is a perfect opportunity. We not only need to eliminate these humans, but it would be best to capture the leader, Mao Su, if possible. I need to gather information about the Dawn Society, understand all the habits of this human Zhang Chen, in order to wipe them out completely, Randang continued. Beside him, Taisho muttered, but there is a very strong monkey there, not easy to capture. Don't worry, that monkey is impulsive and easy to trick. When the time comes, Taisho, you lead a few zombies to lure it away, while I will ignite the fire of spirit, making it easy for a large number of zombies to surround and attack them successfully, Randang explained. Alright, Taisho nodded. Everyone, that's the plan. Any other opinions? Randang scanned the group. The big head zombie scratched his head and said innocently, why not just deal with this Zhang Chen directly? I can headbutt him to death. My head is very hard. Randang replied, what good is being hard-headed? Zhang Chen has nearly 2,000 people gathered on his side. How do you plan to deal with that? Are you an idiot? Oh, I forgot. You are an idiot. The big head zombie didn't understand and asked, what does idiot mean? If you don't understand, then learn. Understand? It's infuriating. If you keep talking, I'll have Taisho kill you. Randang said coldly. I'm sorry, the big head lowered his head. At that moment, a licker entered in a panic. Bad news, Randang. The Dawn Society has sent 500 people this way. They are on their way and will arrive in about half an hour. Even if all the zombies in this area gather, it probably won't pose much of a threat. What? Then let's act now. Ran Dang decided quickly. The chirper zombie advised, what if we can't finish them off in half an hour? Our lives might be in danger, Ran Dang. Although we zombies are not very bright, we still understand some basic principles. Sometimes it's important to know when to retreat. Don't be afraid, even if those 500 people gather, it doesn't matter, Ran Dang said fiercely. You think my trump card is just you guys? You're mistaken. I have a secret weapon. If they dare to come, they will all become our meal. The chirper zombie asked, what secret weapon? Ran Dang smirked and took a sip of red wine. The Devourer.